to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, I'd like to start your week and your Monday with a great note of optimism, but I got to start your week and your Monday with these words. Uh-oh. There it is, baby. That's the theme for today. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going to happen tonight at Chase Center? Is it a big old honking uh-oh? Here we go into the oblivion, into the abyss of elimination. No, not total elimination, but you know what I mean. Plus that baseball team. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So let's try to pick our chins up from here. Have a great week, y'all. Have a great Monday. Marcus Boucher looking sharp. Happy Monday, brother.
Murph, happy Monday, my man. I'm looking to start the week on a positive vibe.
You don't want uh-oh?
No, I don't want to start with uh-ohs, but I feel like we're going to be talking about a lot of uh-ohs a lot today. But I will start off with saying hopefully everybody enjoyed their Mother's Day weekend. Hopefully you all said Happy Mama's Day to your mama and any mothers out there listening. Hope you had a better weekend than the San Francisco Giants and the Golden State Warriors.
We should give a retro Mother's Day wish to all y'all. Your boy was in the kitchen doing his thing yesterday.
Ooh, you cooking some steaks?
You know what they say, Marcus? They say, let Murph cook.
Let Murph cook. Let Murph cook.
We did do some New York strips. One with a new recipe, a garlic thyme butter prep.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You base it?
Where you melt the butter in it. So it's on a grill pan, and you're melting the butter in there.
Ooh.
And then you're throwing a little thyme, a little garlic, the whole deal. Flavor ahoy, my friend.
Let me see you chef it up. Let me see you butter that steak. What's your motion? The flick of the wrist.
Well, I was actually melting the butter in the pan, so it was more just kind of a flipping it around a little bit.
Just kind of stir it around a little bit.
I've never done this before. The recipe called for starting it in the grill pan, ending it in the oven. I've never done that before.
It's almost like a reverse sear.
Yeah.
Now, I've done that before with my smoker. I've thrown steaks on the smoker, and then I'll sear it at the end.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
This time they wanted me to get the sear early and then finish cooking it in the oven. I was like, well, whatever you say.
Sure.
I'm a rule follower.
Sir,
you know
yes, sir.
So the menu called it was a little overcooked, but Candace being very, very, very kind kept telling me how good it was. And the kids wolfed it down.
Oh,
the kids sucked it.
That's all that matters.
Sucked it down. So yeah, we had I guess we passed the test is what we did. And we had a good Mother's Day as a fam. And you guys got a little mama up in A's land. You guys saw some baseball?
Went up to Sacramento the entire weekend, caught Yankees and A's Friday and Sunday. Saw both the Yankees win. Good time at the ballpark. Always fun hanging out with the family. But watching ball with the family.
You mean Yankee Stadium by the American River?
Yeah, the great American small park in Sacramento.
And it was all Yankee fans.
It was all Yankee fans. Shout out to the A's for finally selling out a series for the first time in Sacramento. It's because the Yankees were in town.
Where do these Yankees fans come from? Are they amidst us at all times?
They're everywhere.
Like I'm in line at Gambino's, there's Yankee fans there?
Yeah, there might be a couple in this building. Don't tell anybody.
When I'm getting gas at the gas station, there's Yankee fans around me?
They live amongst us.
They live among like aliens.
Yeah, I was surprised I didn't see Greg Papa this weekend, actually.
Oh, more.
People will pop up. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't see my guy, Raph.
He was there. He did post.
He was?
Oh, you outing Raph?
Oh, I'm not supposed to say that on 50,000 watts.
You guys are supposed to live amongst us.
That's Marty's guy. Yeah, exactly. We live in silence. Yankee fans were born in the darkness.
You guys are never silent. Aaron Judge still hitting the bejesus out of the baseball?
Yeah, it was cool. The Linden Lion put on a show up in Sacramento. That's it. The kid from the 209 and the entire 209 and 916 showed up for Aaron Judge. He was by far the most popular player in the building.
I wonder what's the driving distance from that park to his town?
It can't be too far.
No, not far at all. No, that's the closest he'll ever play to his hometown.
Yeah, and it's funny. The most expensive tickets in the entire ballpark were down the right field line next to Aaron Judge. Like, I got cheaper seats behind home plate than they would have been down the right field line. That's how badly people wanted to go see Judge.
Well, listen, I mean, honestly, driving distance from Southern Health Park to Linden, 53 miles.
Okay.
That's not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Yeah, shout out to the Linden Lions.
So that's the closest he'll ever get there. So yeah, well listen, you got to go see is he still hitting over 400?
Yes, he is. Went 4 for 5 on Sunday, had a pair of bombs on Saturday. Congratulations, John Fisher. You got your wish of Aaron Judge selling out your ballpark and hitting home runs.
Very good, dude. All right, well that's all pleasant. Garlic thyme New York strip steak, garlic thyme butter New York strip steaks. Aaron Judge hitting over 400. Marcus and his mama cheering on the pinstripes, or I should say the road grays of the New York Yankees. That's all the good stuff. All right, now we got to get into the stuff.
I was hoping to skip to the good part.
Wow. Game 4 tonight, guys, absolutely mandatory. It's not a must-win. It's a mandatory win.
Mandatory.
I'm going bigger than must.
That's
mandatory.
Mando, as the kids like to say.
No, it's not an elimination game, and they could be down 3-1, and theoretically you could go to Minnesota and somehow miraculously get Steph back and win 3 in a row. That's not an ideal plan. That is not an ideal plan because Anthony Edwards is waking up a little bit, and so is old man Julius Randle. The oldest looking dude I've ever seen. Listen, sometimes you've gotten this. There's been guys who have entered the league. You're like, man, that guy's old already. Greg Oden was one of those guys.
I kind of feel like Kevon Looney kind of fits that narrative.
These guys who've lived a hard life. Julius Randle, man. I was looking at that guy.
Hard life.
He looks like he's my age. He's honestly, I was like, Julius, did we go to high school together, bro?
I mean, he's almost as aging as badly as Copes. I'm riffing. Come on, it's early. 6:05.
I think I might see Julius Randle at the 85 show this Christmas here. But anyway, dude, he got going. What a ball game he played on Saturday night with that triple-double. And Ant in the fourth quarter. And here's the thing, Marcus. The Warriors were up 5 in the fourth quarter. That's the thing. Even without Steph Curry, even without Brandon Pajemski, who continues to be invisible, even without Moses Moody, who can't even barely get in the game, even without Quentin Post, who basically has been sucked out of life, it's out there. They're up 5 because look who's back in our lives. Johnny Kuminga. Unbelievable. The most talked about Warrior, maybe more than Steph and Jimmy Butler. I don't know. Maybe Steph and Jimmy get more tough, but almost as much as Jimmy and Steph.
The most polarizing Warrior, I would say.
And there he was doing everything all the Kuminga fans have ever dreamed about. Athletic, decisive, aggressive, slashing. Dude, what do you want? 3 or 4 from three-point land?
Take it.
30 points off the bench. Raising the question of, was Steve Kerr wrong all along?
Ooh.
Could he have been playing out there with Jimmy Butler? Because remember, Steve said, I can't play him and Draymond and Jimmy. I can't do it. He flat out said, I can't do it.
And then on Friday, we had the endorsement from Jimmy Butler after the last game saying, me and Kuminga can play together. Yeah. We will play together. We will thrive together. And that's exactly what they did on Saturday. I mean, the two of them combined for 63 points. The problem is, the other 12 guys combined for 34 points.
Yeah, man, oh man. And I'm really looking at pods. I need them. I'm looking at, and then the biggest thing to me was Draymond Green falling out and playing only 29 minutes. Honestly, that was the number one factor in the game for me. The fact that he was out of the game for large chunks, because when he's in there and tight, because you said it all day Friday, and we said, I was agreeing with you. It's all about the defense. All about the defense. They're going to win. And Kerr said it. We're going to win this thing. We're going to win it with our defense. And their defense, here's breaking news, their defense needs Draymond Green.
Yes.
And when Draymond Green is out there now, here's an added little twist. My nephew, shout out Connor Murphy, was in Santa Monica yesterday and ran into, wait for it, Draymond Green. Oh my God. Yeah, let me repeat that. My nephew was in Santa Monica yesterday. He lives in L.A. Ran into Draymond Green.
Well, all right, well, real quick. That makes sense for your nephew because he lives in L.A., What the hell is Draymond Green doing in Santa Monica?
I'm trying to piece it together.
There's only one day off between.
Well, they don't have a workout.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be resting. Does he need to go there for his head?
Maybe.
Does he have a guy down there?
I don't know. He's got to go sit on the Ferris wheel or something. He's going to go check out the Santa Monica Pier.
Does he want to go get a burger at Islands on Pico and Westwood like I would if I was there? Or
trying to go play some pickup basketball, get his game back?
Go to Tommy's near the UCLA campus?
Yeah, go to Pink's, get a hot dog?
Yeah, I don't know. Or he's got a guy. He's got to see a guy about a guy.
Who knows? Is Armando down in Santa Monica?
I don't know.
What's going on here?
But the funny thing is my nephew took a picture with him, and I don't want to throw Draymond completely under the bus and reveal the intimate details of the conversation. But let's just say he gave a less than favorable review to Scott Foster. Let's just say that.
Not surprised by that.
So, I mean, that was a tough deal to see Draymond play only 29 minutes and foul out of that game. And that, to me, was the factor.
Yeah, and I hated that final foul of the game. I know there's been a lot of discussions really between fouls 4 through 6 and whether or not you thought there were actual fouls, the reviews, the overturns, and Draymond getting stuck with a couple extra fouls that maybe he really didn't earn. But you can argue the letter of the law, especially on that 6-1. But to me, after the contact and physical nature that I've seen from the entire NBA playoffs this year, you can't kick Draymond out of the game off of a foul like that.
No, absolutely. And even the one, how about the crazy one where the Warriors challenged the play and they wound up sniffing out a Draymond foul instead? The Warriors challenged the play on a ball out of bounds, and instead they saw that Draymond had grabbed, I think it was Randall's jersey, and they're like, No, the review goes Minnesota's way. And oh, by the way, we saw a foul on Draymond.
Yeah.
Draft foul number 4. I was like, whoa, dude.
What's going on here?
And then there was a block charge thing, and there was a block. So, yeah, it got way more ticky-tack than anything we've seen in the NBA this postseason.
They've been letting them play in each and every series. I'm not even just talking about this one or last series against the Houston Rockets. Straight up across the league. We've talked about it for weeks now. The officiating has been inconsistent, and I hate to see a player like Draymond Green get taken out of the game, but also that's on Draymond Green and taking some accountability for putting himself in that position to foul out of that game.
Yeah, so that was a big one, man. That was everything. So you go tonight, 7 o'clock tonight. You got to somehow, some way contained, and they had contained for 3.5 quarters. Minnesota, it was the fourth quarter. And Ant got loose. Julius Randle got loose. He started dishing. There was a few frustrating offensive rebounds after Minnesota misses that went to Minnesota that wound up being. There was one in particular. They missed it. It was a 4-point game. They missed. Warriors couldn't get the rebound. They corralled it, kicked it out to Jaden McDaniels for a 3, and Timberwolves were up 7 at that point. The Warriors made no 3-point baskets in the first half.
Wow.
That's got to change, my friend. Meanwhile, Steph, they were saying, was ramping up his warm-ups again. I mean, remember Brandon Payne told us that he wouldn't entirely rule out Game 4. Now, that was last Wednesday. Game 4 is tonight. I mean, I'm not anticipating Steph being cleared to play tonight. I'm just saying, let's just see what he does. And if they somehow, some way, all we said was you got to get 1 out of 2. And this is the 1 out of the 2 because they didn't get 1 on Saturday night, but they could get it tonight. Just like I said, the Giants only needed 1 in Minnesota. They only needed 1 in Minnesota. That's why I said after taking 2 out of 3 in Chicago. Listen, I've taken 2 out of 3 in Minnesota, but a 3-3 road trip would be fine by me. And Friday night, they got 3 hits, couldn't get it done. Saturday night, they got 4 hits, they couldn't get it done. And then yesterday, they finally score a bunch of runs and couldn't get it done. So no phone call to the commish for either the Warriors or the Giants. No calling in scores. So we'll get into that today. That's what I was saying. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
There's our theme for the day.
Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
Well, it was good for Mother's Day.
Yeah, it was great for Mother's Day.
She was a mom, too.
Yeah.
Yes. So there you go. All right, guys. 808-KNBR is the phone number. Bang the number on the must-win nature of tonight. The Draymond Green factor, the John Kuminga factor. 808-KNBR. We're here for you all day. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Say good morning to young Tony on the other side. Get the guest list on a Monday. We're going to turn that uh-oh upside down into a hell yeah Monday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. Well, that's the bad news. I got some good news. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice 9 Kills on Friday, June 20th at Levi Stadium. We want you to stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Randall, free throw line driving, turns, Butler defending, pass to the corner, 8 to shoot. McDaniel's going to drive Draymond Green, and it's a foul on Green, and that's going to be it. Draymond tried to contest at the rim on the drive, and a late whistle and a call from the baseline official. 4:38 to go in the game.
Randall going to work to the corner. Shot clock at 7. McDaniels puts it on the floor. Missed the dunk. Draymond Green just fouled out. And Steve Kerr does not have a challenge. 4:38 to go. Green's night is over.
And the Rockets, they're back.
Very good, Tony. I tried to sound the theme for today. So we found the Carl Lewis famous Mark Kestisher on the call for ESPN Radio. We're doing Jimmy's playlist again. He just continues to post his playlist on Insta. Good morning, young Tony. You want to inform the masses who Jimmy's
what's
listening
up,
to
Tony?
here?
Good morning. So after that loss, Jimmy posted on his story, Backup Plan by Bailey Zimmerman and Luke Combs.
By the way, Luke Bryan, the famous country singer from Leesburg, Georgia, Buster Posey's hometown, and the American Idol judge, oddly, was sitting courtside wearing his Warriors t-shirt on Saturday
Wearing the
night.
t-shirt.
What the heck was that?
Yeah, that was random.
I don't know. What is the 808 Canberra? If anybody has the connection of Luke Bryan to the Warriors, unless he was visiting his buddy Buster, I don't know. Because they're both from tiny Leesburg, Georgia.
Well, maybe he has a connection to Jimmy Butler because I believe this is the first time we've had a little country music on a Jimmy Butler rejoin.
Jimmy's from Tomball, Texas, so I would think that maybe he'd have a little bit. Jimmy, I think, has got a lot of versatility. He was fantastic. He was playoff Jimmy finally on Saturday night. Remember, we wanted him to get a little bit more involved. He did. He got more involved. In fact, I think he put up 26 shots, which is tied for the most he's ever put up in a playoff game. I think it was one of those famous Miami Heat games. I think it was Game 7 against Boston that he put up 26 shots. So he was very, very, very involved. The question was, Marcus, did he get tired down the stretch? Because he's so involved, 43 minutes. He insists he's in great shape. Also, Anthony Slater wrote that he re-aggravated his glute.
Oh, no.
At some point along the way. But
somebody call Armando.
Exactly. Get his dog Armando on the case. But Jimmy, don't tell Jimmy that. He's ready to go. He said after the game, I'm in great condition. I'm ready to go. He's playing hurt. He's playing 43 minutes. Kerr was saying when he's on the bench, he has to keep him, even getting those 4 or 5 minutes of rest, Jimmy's itchy.
Yeah.
So,
But I think you look at the box score and you have to make the connection that both him and almost Jonathan Kuminga, who I know we'll talk about in a little bit here, ran out of gas in the fourth quarter. Because you're right, playoff Jimmy showed up on Saturday night. And you saw that from the start of the game, how aggressive he was going to the basket, putting up that many shot attempts. But in the fourth quarter, when the Warriors needed it the most, he shot 1 for 7 from the field. And the Warriors overall as a team shot 7 for 20, including Jonathan Kuminga had a great night. He was 3 for 7 in the fourth quarter. So really, not a lot of buckets in the fourth quarter by the Bucket brothers. Jimmy Bucket and Jonathan Kuminga Bucket were out there putting on a show in the first half, but in the fourth quarter, it seemed like both of them ran out of gas.
Yeah, we need to go back and just talk about that fourth quarter. Minnesota's defense did ramp up a little bit, and they were treating Buddy. See, Buddy said, he told Steph, I'm getting the Steph rules out there. He goes, now I know what you go through.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to take Buddy away, and they did in the first half. But Buddy did shake loose for 4 threes in the second half. But man, oh man, by the time Draymond fouled out, I remember sending it out on Twitter. I was like, who's he going to be? because, it's right now without Draymond out there facilitating. They seemed a little, even Draymond helps offensively too.
Yeah,
out
but
there
it's
facilitating
tougher
everything.
for Draymond to score offensively, at least, when Steph Curry's not on the court. Because that's the thing. I don't mind Draymond Green throwing on the backpack every once in a while when he's wide the hell open because all the gravitational pulls on Steph Curry. But there was a couple of shots where he started like top of the key. A guy was closing out on him. He'd throw up a brick. And I'm like, Draymond, you should not be shooting those types of shot without Steph Curry on the court. And yes, we talk so much about Draymond Green defensively. On a night where you don't have Steph, you need more offense. And the problem is he had more fouls than he had points, and he had more turnovers than he had assists. It was a bad night for Draymond Green.
Yeah, really bad night. 6 fouls, 5 turnovers, and 2 points in 29 minutes. So that's it. That's, to me, the number one factor. Can Draymond stay on the court tonight and anchor this defense? If they can somehow, some way, man, that's what all they said. They just want 1 or 2. They weren't being, what am I trying to say? Delusional. They weren't being delusional, thinking they're going to win both. But they said, get us 1 out of 2 and get number 30 back. Will 30 be back on Wednesday in Minnesota? There is a Wednesday in Minnesota no matter what happens tonight. And hey, man, down 3-1 before, they've done it both ways. They've almost blown 3-1 leads, and they've come back from 3-1 deficits in the Steph Curry era. So anyway, we'll say good morning to Young Tone here on a Monday morning. Tone, we do the horns here? Sure, why not? We'll do the whole thing here, buddy. And how was your weekend, kid?
Solid. A lot of rest. I didn't play any golf. I was disappointed. I wanted to play.
No golf.
I know.
What about, is mom in town or is she out of town?
So she's still in LA. She's spending time there. So it's a very low-key weekend. I legit, wanted to do more. I just didn't.
It's nice to know Tony's mom was hanging out with Draymond Green down in Santa Monica.
It's a good riff. You're not wrong.
I don't know. Maybe he's got a guy down there. I mean, there's no rule that says you can't go to Santa Monica on your off day. It's fine. It's a short flight.
Yeah, it
especially
is.
if you have a PJ. You know?
Must
probably
be nice.
Zip in and out in like 45 minutes.
Oh, man.
It's probably faster to fly to Santa Monica for him than it is probably drive across town. You know?
You're not wrong. Yeah, quicker commute.
Maybe there was a burger down there he wanted. Or
You had to go get Fat Burger.
Yeah.
Out here
Ooh.
throwing up sky hooks, Murph.
Ooh, that hurt.
I know.
So anyway, what would you think of the Warriors, buddy?
Yeah, not ideal. I felt like they should have won that game. We were talking about it earlier. It looked like they were down 4 with less than 3 minutes left in the game. So that's a game where you think they should win. They played pretty well the first 3 quarters. Just felt like they kind of were. Yeah, they needed more scoring in the fourth quarter, and they didn't have it.
Well, more important, up 5 with 6 minutes to play, and that's when they just froze out. As 831 texts in on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line, last 5.5 minutes, the whole group lost their flow. It was super tough to watch. So it was true. And what does that mean? What does that mean, lost their flow? What does it mean they went cold? Well, they ran out of gas a little bit, and they ran out of options. Again, I hate to keep pointing the finger at Pajemski because he's only one guy. But without Steph and with Buddy being bottled up and, with Jimmy doing his thing, he just needs to make a couple more buckets. Now, he's not the only reason, but he's just one of the things. And to me, the biggest thing was Draymond fouling out. So, yes, sir.
Yeah, just real quick on Pods. I understand the frustration because at the end of the season, he was playing his best basketball of the season. So you're thinking Pods is finally taking that step. He's playing well with Jimmy Butler. But on Saturday, 1 for 10 from the field, and he refused to take a shot in the fourth quarter. Yeah. There's no scoring options left at this point. Someone's got to take the shot, and he doesn't even have the confidence to take a shot in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he's been tentative for sure. Well, Jimmy says they got to put on their, quote, big boy pants, unquote, tonight. So if everyone wants to send some big boy pants down, back in the day, to me, the big boy pants would be a pair of brown Ben Davis jeans.
Ooh.
You guys down with the Ben Davis?
I'm down with some Ben Davis.
You know the Ben Davis pants, Young Tone?
I do not, no.
So they were worn by the Toughs. Mm-hmm. They were worn by the Toughs.
I got a couple of Ben Davis beanies and T-shirts.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
Ben Davis, a guy a nerd like me, I'd be like, I can't wear Ben Davis. I'm not tough enough. You know what I mean? So my cousin, not my nephew who's hanging out with Draymond, my cousin who lived in Pacifica, all he wore was Ben Davis pants and white T-shirts. He was a tough. Mm. So I remember one time we were at their house for a family gathering at my aunt and uncle's house, and it was right before the start of school. And my other cousin, his sister, said, we said, it's back to school shopping time. She goes, that's easy for Mike. She goes, we'll just go buy him 4 pairs of Ben Davis pants and 4 white T-shirts.
Simple, dude.
And that's it.
That's my kind of guy. That's like me going school shopping. Go down to the flea market, grab me 5 white tees for $20 and a couple pairs of jeans.
That's my order. Send some big boy pants. We're sending some Ben Davis
jeans. The Ben Davis pants are being shipped down to Chase Center tonight.
Tony, I don't think you'd be a Ben Davis guy.
I was going to say, I think the comp for me would be Dockers. That would be a company that's the
Dockers are way more white nerdy than the Ben Davis pants.
Not that tough.
Debatable.
No. The Ben Davis is for the toughs. Yeah.
I got you.
And your brother wear the Ben Davis?
Oh, yeah, he's got some Ben Davis gear, too.
Is Ben Davis still going around?
It is. It's still, I think it's like kind of made a resurgence. I think it's like kind of popular. Like
Tony, they were brown and they had a little gorilla or monkey. What is it, like an ape or a monkey?
Little gorilla on it, yeah.
Gorilla?
Uh-huh. Like Ben Davis, like you see I wear a lot of like Carhartt shirts. Like that kind of gear has become like popular within like skate culture now.
What if I showed up tomorrow wearing some Ben Davis pants?
I'd say Murph's got his big boy pants on today. That's what I'd say.
All right, what's our guess?
That's it. I need the Ben Davis pants matched up with the Golden State Warriors rally t-shirts tonight down at Chase Center.
I'm looking at him. Ben Davis is out there. The original Ben's cotton twill pants. There's bendavis.com. Experience. There's the monkey. They're still going with the ape or the gorilla or whatever.
Exactly. It's a good logo.
I thought they were always brown. I guess at least my cousin wore brown ones all the time. Yeah, there's the original. Yeah, the original brown. You can get them for $52. Maybe I'll get them. What do you got, bud?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50, if you missed anything over the weekend, we will recap it for you with our hums and bums at 6:50. Mike Krukow is going to join the show at 7:30. I'm sure he will have some thoughts on Ryan Walker, what they're going to do with the closer spot. Doval's pitching very well. The big hit at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30. Mark Spears is going to join us at 8:50. A lot of NBA over the weekend, of course. Recap it all at 8:50. And then Chris Wondolowski, ladies and gents. 9:30. We do want to promote Inter Miami versus the Earthquakes at PayPal Park on Wednesday at 7:30. That game's going to be on KNBR.
Wait, say, who are they playing again?
So they're playing Inter Miami and Lionel Messi. Hopefully he plays in that game.
Oh, things about to get messy.
Oh, this is the big Messi thing. We've been promoting this thing. We've been promoting this thing like 6 months ago.
For years.
And there's the Giants play a day game that day.
Okay.
And there's no Warrior game. Oh, no, there is a Warrior game that night. Yeah. So we're carrying on. Ted Ramey gets to be on the leader?
Oh, yeah.
Doing
Big
his
time.
thing. All right, hey, listen, Hums and Bums coming up, but why don't we spend one segment on the Giants before we get to Hums and Bums, all right? We did the first half hour on the Warriors. Let's refresh. The Giants are coming home to take on Arizona. What's going on? What are the storylines? How'd they get swept? All right, you're not beginning to lose faith, are you, Giants fan? Come on. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Lee hits a fly ball to left. That should do it. Bader over. Underneath it. Harrison Bader makes a catch. Twins win their 6th in a row. They take game 1 of this series. 2 to Willie Adames. 2 down in the 9th inning. Here's the pitch. It is called strike 3, and the game is over.
They swing and a line drive, fair, down the left field line, and that will end the ball game. Deshaun Kersey Jr. with a line shot down that left field line, stayed fair by plenty. And the Twins, with a 2-run bottom of the 10th, have beaten the Giants 7-6.
Oh, Joe Rizzo on the call, Dave Fleming on the call. I got a lot of radio. I find myself in the car a lot on weekends, being a suburban dad in youth sports land and Mother's Day shopping all weekend, too. So I got a lot of Dave Fleming and Hunter Pence and Joe Rizzo and FP Santangelo and all that. Look at Tony going with the replacements. Shout out Minnesota. Very, very good, buddy. Swinging party. Giants weren't swinging too much on Friday and Saturday.
Not at all.
But I figured, like I said, and this is just me, you tell me your take, but I said I wouldn't have been, like, delighted with one, but I was okay with one because I was like, give me a 3-3 roadie through Wrigley in Minnesota. Listen, I want 4-2. That's great, but 3-3 would be fine by me, and you come home and you got a little momentum. And I was thinking after Friday night, I was like, that was too bad. They took 2 out of 3 from Chicago. Jordan Hicks pitched well enough on Friday night, but Chappie was their only home run, and it was their only run. Then Saturday on Fox, Webb goes out there and does his thing, but gets outfoxed by Marin County's own Joe Ryan, who, by the way, I was just telling Marcus this story. His high school was involved in a highly controversial high school playoff incident on Friday. I'll only briefly tell you guys this. There was a playoff game, and Joe Ryan's alma mater, Archie Williams, was winning in the 7th inning, 7-1. I was like, oh, okay, so they won the game. And then I got the score that San Rafael, the team they were playing, beat them 1-0. I'm like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. So I checked another box score, and it said, 7-1 Archie, but San Rafael wins 1-0. I'm like, what's going on?
The math ain't mathing.
I just found out on Instagram last night there was a pitch count violation that the San Rafael manager presented in the 7th inning. And Archie had to forfeit the game.
He waited until the 7th inning to call out the pitch clock violation.
I got to get more a pitch count. Yeah,
wow,
I got to get more information on that. But either way, it's Joe Ryan's alma mater. I guess Joe Ryan was pitching pissed there. Yeah. He was like pitching pissed off.
Well, maybe Bob Melvin should have went out there on Saturday and said, we got a pitch count violation for Joe Ryan. He's pitching too damn well.
He was nasty.
Yeah.
He was nasty.
Shout out to the deadhead.
Yeah. And the water polo player that he was, too.
Yeah, he's a stud. But, yeah, it's like you look at Friday and Saturday, you're like, yeah, you should have won one of those games with the way that Hicks and Logan Webb pitch. It would have been nice to get one, if not both. Tip of the cap to Joe Ryan, but then we get the Sunday.
So let's talk about Sunday, because there's a lot going on there. They take a 3-0 lead, right? Things are looking pretty good early on. You get a bomb from Ramos. By the way, Elliot Ramos.
Starting to heat up.
Homers on Saturday and Sunday, right? So he's up to 7 home runs now. So it's a 3-0 lead for Landon Root, but here come the Twins. They come back, chip away, make it 3-2. Then Jung Hoo Lee hits a sac fly. You're up 4-2. But again, Minnesota answers right away 4-3. And now here's the thing. You go through 5. Landon Root is thrown. Let me give you the exact number here, buddy. He had not thrown that many. He had thrown 75 pitches. 5 pitches, 75 pitches. And they make a move. They bring in Eric Miller to start the 6th. So right there, you could say, okay, should Roop have gotten the 6th inning or not? Well, Brooks Lee was due up, and he had taken Roop deep earlier in the game. I don't know if that factored into Melvin's decision. Quite possibly. He's like, my guy's gone 5. Lee's coming up. He took him deep. But still, he was only at 75 pitches, and he was pitching fairly effectively. He had no walks through 5. He had thrown, 75 pitches. He had thrown, let me give you the strike total here. Roop, I can't even get. Have you seen these box scores lately? It's so freaking hard to determine pitches and strikes. Do you see it?
Total strikes thrown. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah. Do you have it?
No.
I got it. I got it. 48. I found it. 48.
There it is. Yeah, I got you.
So anyway, he's throwing the ball well. He brings in Eric Miller. Generally, that's okay. Miller doesn't retire a hitter.
Trying to spin Brooks Lee around.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And instead, Brooks Lee started off with a single. Miller doesn't get it. Now, dude, they bring in Camilo Doval with the bases loaded and nobody out. He gets a ground ball to short. By the way, Willie Adames one-hops the throw home. Sam Huff picks it nicely.
Nice pitch.
All right, so that's 1 out. Come on, Willie. Can you make the throw from short to home, buddy? So anyway, 1 out. The next guy hits a slow roller. The run scores on a fielder's choice. And then I think he punches out the third. He does. He strikes out the third guy. So Camilo Doval, y'all. Yo.
He's pitching well.
He's throwing the ball great. You see there's a stat out there on him. I didn't write it down, but his last several outings, he has been extremely effective. Extremely effective.
Yeah, I think I gave you the stats last Thursday or Friday that he had gone 12 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings before what happened on Sunday. Now, that's not even his own earned run.
That's not his run.
So we got to stack up the stats. But yeah, he's been pitching fantastic. I know our digital boys put out the clip last week discussing the Ryan Walker versus Camilo Doval discussion. And I said it last week, and I'll say it again today. I continue to gain faith and confidence in Camilo Doval. And I said last week I wouldn't mind seeing him as the closer. I know Ryan Walker had some tough luck, but I also think by the end of the season, we will see Camilo Doval as the closer.
Yeah, I think you can handle it definitely and not crush Ryan Walker's confidence and just say, hey, man, it's time for a breather. You're great. You're my 7th inning guy. You know, I mean, he said he didn't have faith in himself, right? So anyway, dude, in comes Hayden Birdsong, who, again, continues to look nasty. And so he throws 2 shutout innings. Now, here's my problem, Waterboy. While you were frolicking at Sutter Health Park, they have like picnics going on in the outfield.
Oh, yeah. They got a little smokehouse down the line. Bring your lawn chair, lawn seats. Big spring training vibes.
Let me gun to your head. Do you prefer the minor league vibe of a San Jose Muni or a Sutter Health?
I got to go San Jose Muni. It's my spot. Turkey's my barbecue down the stretch.
That's your hometown
Yeah,
call.
that's my home turf.
Okay, all right.
I got too many memories.
So anyway, the Giants rally in the 8th inning. They get Ramos, I believe, plays a role in it now again. Or Chappie gets a knock. Jung-Hoo Lee, they get 2 on. Ramos hits a ball up the middle. Could be a double play ball, but gets a break. It bounces off the pitcher's knee and goes into right field. The run scores. It's 5-5. First and third, 1 out. And Lamont Wade Jr. comes up. And Lamont Wade Jr., all he needs to do is do what he's done so well. It's just hit a fly ball. Give me the lead, and then we'll go win this thing and fly home, and we'll feel great. He strikes out looking. And that is the critical, to me, that's the critical moment in the game. Because then the next hitter is Wilmer Flores, who, by the way, on a 3-1 pitch, gets rung up by the home plate ump. First of all, it was ball 4. It was high. And they big flourish. And then the Giants yell at the guy, and he rips off his mask. He's like, it's 3-2. We're like, dude, you just punched him out. That might be. And then Melvin winds up getting tossed. I think they had a little beef going on there.
Welcome to the show.
So anyway, then Wilmer draws a walk. They bring up Pat Bailey as a pinch hitter. He grounds out. They don't get the run home. Wade went hitless in the series. Do you want to pause right there?
What are we going to do with Wade?
Is it time?
Wade can't stay
to do
here.
something. It's now May 12th.
Yeah. And
He's now officially down to 145. 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts yesterday. On base at 246. I mean, what do you do? Who do you play?
You play.
I don't even know.
You don't really have too many options right now. That is, unless you're looking at Gerard Encarnacion starting his rehab assignment this past weekend. Sounds like he could return as soon as like May 23rd was the timeline I saw. So I think that's the plan right there. Because we know that was the reason why they didn't go out and get a first baseman in free agency this year. Because they thought they could mix and match Gerard, Wilmer, who we're not seeing at first base at all because they want to keep him healthy at DH.
Yeah.
Lamont Wade Jr., and those 3 were supposed to be the plan until Bryce Eldridge is ready. Now, we said that Bryce Eldridge is currently down in Double-A, so he's still a ways away. But I think really that's your answer right now. And I tried to give Lamont Wade Jr. the benefit of the doubt for the first 40 games because I thought at least his on-base percentage would bounce back up. But if he's not getting on base, we know he's not giving you power. I think he is a pretty good defensive first baseman, but that doesn't cut it in the major leagues when you're hitting the way you're doing, hitting a $145.
Yeah, I mean, the defense does matter for sure, but man, oh man, he needed to put the ball in play there and get that run home. They could win the game because they'd be up 6-5. Because then Tyler Rogers comes in and throws great in the 8th inning. Tyler Rogers was fantastic. Actually, Birdsong had the 8th. Rogers had the 9th, struck out the side. And then here we come, guys, to the official Ryan Walker portion of the day. So the Giants do score in the top of the 10th. Good for them. They probably should have scored more, but they didn't. And they get to the bottom of the 10th, and it's a runner on second. I get it. It's a difficult situation. And people are bringing this up. In fact, there's a text in here saying, listen, I love Chapman, and he's fantastic. 510 says, I love Chappie. He's my favorite player. He's on the A's, but his defense on this road trip was not great. And he could have made a play on that ground ball in the 10th inning.
Yeah, if he fields that cleanly, he makes that play at home by 10, 15 feet. Like, he would have hosed him with the arm he has. I mean, that's a play that Matt Chapman makes 9 out of 10 times. I mean, he was able to stick with it and still get that out at first base, but Ryan Walker in that 10th inning got 2 ground balls. Both could have been double plays. Did his job, really, and then the walk-off happened. So, yeah, not the results you're looking for Ryan Walker, but I don't think we need to put him on a crucifix or anything this morning.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way as we wrap it up and get to Hums and Bums. This will be the first real test of the Buster Posey era. Because now we're getting to the point where Wade's actively we have a big sample size, and it's pretty bad. And they are last in Major League Baseball in every metric in first base production. So what do? Do you just continue? I mean, we've appreciated Buster's consistency and patience, but there comes a time like, okay, the consistency and patience was good. Now you got to do something.
Yeah.
So we shall see. By the way, this is all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And hey, we're still being the giveaway leader. We got 2 more tickets to see Metallica at Levi's Stadium, the Friday show.
Hey.
Friday show. Dude, people are fired up for this show. Limp Bizkit's going to play. How about that? And Ice 9 Kills. But you're going to see Metallica, let's be honest.
I don't know, Murph. I do it for the nookie. The what? The nookie. The what?
Why not?
Yeah, why
Stay
not,
tuned
Tony?
through
Give
the
me that
9
rejoin.
a.m. hour for your chance to win. So Metallica tickets all week long, the Friday show at Levi's. All right, we've come to that portion of the day that defines us all, the hum babies and the bum babies. What happened this weekend? How's your work week going to go? Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
Adios, a look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, yeah. You know how we do it. Monday morning, 6:50 sharp, right on time. Man, you can set your freaking clock to it. I don't recommend it because sometimes we're late. But you can set your clock to it today. The Hum Babies and the Bum Babies wrapping up your Mother's Day weekend. Happy Mother's Day, moms. Hope everybody had a good old day and everybody treated you like the queen you are. Now we're going to start dropping some different mothers when we get to Bum Babies. All right, Marcus, this wheel spins. You are the Bum Babies. I am the Hum Babies. 3 losers from the weekend. 3 winners from the weekend. The judge has entered the room. His name is Marcus Boucher.
Yes,
Bum it
Murph.
up, dude. What you got?
And I've got a couple fathers for you to kick off our Bum Babies. We started off the show saying, SpaghettiOs. It was a bad weekend for the Dubs as they lost Game 3 on Saturday out at Chase Center. So come on down, Draymond Green, your Bum Baby number 1. And look, we can dive into multiple different story angles with Draymond Green. Let's take a look at his box score where he had 2 points. He had 6 fouls, ended up fouling out in the game. So he had more fouls than points, had more turnovers than assists. But let's go to that fourth quarter because when Draymond Green fouls out, and again, we can get into the letter of the law, whether or not you thought Draymond Green deserved that last foul by Scott Foster, and then next thing you know, Draymond's out of the game. Regardless, they were up 84-82 at the time, actually had a 5-point lead in that fourth quarter, and they blew it because nobody could buy a bucket. After Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga put the team on their back in the first 3 quarters, Jimmy Butler goes 1 for 7 from the field. Jonathan Kuminga goes 3 for 7. And the Warriors as a team shot 7 for 20 in the fourth quarter. And as soon as Draymond Green was off the court, that opened up the paint for Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards, and they went off. The Warriors were outscored 33-24 in the fourth quarter, and that's why they lost Game 3, and that's why Draymond Green and the entire Dubs team in the fourth quarter are our first Bum Babies.
Randle going to work to the corner. Shot clock at 7. McDaniels puts it on the floor. Missed the dunk. Draymond Green just fouled out. And Steve Kerr does not have a challenge. 4:38 to go. Green's night is over.
We felt pretty strongly that the one on the, I think it was his fourth, on the block, they called the block. It looked like Randle went through his chest. And so we felt pretty good about challenging it. Plus it was his fourth. But obviously it didn't, we didn't get the call. And, you know, that's part of the game. But Randle was great, and yeah, the foul trouble, and the sixth one was a tough one. That didn't feel great looking at the replay, but it is what it is. And you know, they outplayed us in the fourth, and they deserve to win.
Steve Kerr talking about Draymond Green fouling out in the fourth quarter and the Warriors not taking care of business. I agree with Steve. I didn't think all the fouls were deserved, but it's Draymond Green, and by the letter of the law, you can call him a foul. I just have a problem with the officiating after the contact and physical nature that we've seen across the entire NBA landscape in this year's playoffs. So, yeah, not a great night for Draymond and not a great night for the entire Dubs team. That team looks a lot different in the fourth quarter when you don't have Draymond Green getting stops and Steph Curry getting up shots, Murph.
Yeah, Draymond only played 29 minutes, and that's just the gigantic stat right there. He has 6 fouls and 5 turnovers. So, really, I mean, listen, this is a guy, obviously, you rely on him and his championship fury and all that stuff. Now, this is after game 2, of course, when he has the famous quotes, the angry black man agenda and all that stuff that caused a lot of stir. People are still reacting to that on the media verse out there, but he follows it up with a real stinker. And he's the X factor tonight. Because Julius Randle, who you may hear from later in Hum Babies, Julius Randle went off, and Draymond's sort of the Julius Randle stopper. And so, yeah, man, worthy bum baby, unfortunately.
Yeah,
yes.
Hate to do it today, but you are bum baby number 1, and yeah, not the greatest performance by the Dubs in that fourth quarter. Moving on to bum baby number 2, things go from bad to worse. And both the bum babies include a team from Minnesota, because we saw what the T-Wolves did to the Warriors on Saturday. Well, the Minnesota Twins extended their win streak to 8 straight games because they beat the San Francisco Giants 3 straight times. And it's the first time this year since Buster Posey has taken over as president of baseball operations that the Giants have been swept in a 3-game series. Did lose the 2-game set earlier this year down in San Diego, but this is the first time they entered a 3-game series and got swept. Lost on Friday night 3-1, only had 3 hits on 1 run. Then you go to Saturday, they lose 2-1, had 1 run on 4 hits. And then we get to Sunday's game. They had the 6-5 lead in the 10th. Ryan Walker blows another save. A little bit of tough luck. Got his ground balls. Matt Chapman does not make the play at home. Only gets 1 out. Next thing you know, it's a walk-off victory for the Minnesota Twins. And that's why the San Francisco Giants getting swept for the first time all seasons are bum baby number 2.
Walker ready. The 1-0 pitch, a swing, and a line drive. Fair. Down the left field line. And that will end the ball game. Sean Kersey Jr. with a line shot down that left field line. Stayed fair by plenty. It's mobbed by his teammates halfway between first and second. Brooks Lee scores from third. And the Twins, with a 2-run bottom of the 10th, have beaten the Giants 7-6.
That's exactly where it went. So, look, we took a lead. First time we've had a lead here. And felt pretty good about where we were going. We had our back-end bullpen guys ready to go, and just didn't work out. So had some good at-bats, had some bad at-bats. Game had a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything, including Bob Melvin getting tossed in the 9th inning also. Ugly weekend out in Minnesota for the Gigantes, Murph.
Deshaun Kersey Jr.
Who?
2 for 30 going into that at-bat. He's hitting 097. Dude, he looks, can I riff? Are we allowed to riff?
Yes.
Deshaun Kersey Jr., they asked him who his favorite player was. He said Lamont Wade. Dude, so, he looks up to him. You know what I mean? He's hitting 097, bro. Now he's hitting 097 after that knock.
Wow.
Ryan Walker's got to get that guy out. He's got to get that guy to hit a weak grounder or strike that guy out so we can keep playing. But yeah, man, worthy bum babies. And listen, is it Ryan Walker's, was it disaster? No, but He didn't get out of it for sure, and it continues to raise all these questions. And, I go back to Wade with 1st and 3rd and 1 out, not putting that ball in play. All these things are going on. Listen, Giants haters, the vultures are out. I keep going back to when we had Buster on, and he goes, we're 16-9, guys. Well, since then, they're 8-8. How do you feel about that?
They are 24-17 right now.
I know, and there's only 4 teams in National League better than them. 2 of them in our division, Dodgers and Padres. The Mets and now the Phillies actually last night snuck past them percentage points for a better record. But that's great company. You're top 5 in the National League. You're in the playoffs if you go today. You just got to turn around. You got to win this series against Arizona, starting tonight with Justin Verlander against Merrill Kelly, 6:45. And they got to get some bats going, and they got to field it cleanly. We didn't even talk about the defense. The defense has gone the wrong way. And in fact, what was the stat? Like in the first 16 games, they had like only 1 error, but they have like 20 errors in the last 21, something like that. The defense has gone the wrong way. Mm-hmm. So what's going on there? So we'll have to get into that, too.
Tough to see Matt Chapman not field that ground ball. I think he makes that play 9 times out of 10. And then maybe the results are different, but the results are what they are. Ryan Walker blows another save, and the Giants get swept out in Minnesota, wasting a couple really nice pitching performances by Jordan Hicks and Logan Webb on Friday and Saturday. And then, Murph, to wrap it up with my 3rd and final bum baby for the weekend. I wanted to give a special treat to all of our Oakland A's fans, because this weekend I went up to go see the Sacramento A's take on the New York
They're not
Yankees.
even the Sacramento A's.
That's right. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to refer to them as the Sacramento A's, even though they put that yellow bridge patch on their jerseys. But no. Don't associate them with Sacramento, which was great to see a couple Oakland A's fans wearing the Oakland jerseys, and there was a clean Sacramento hat that says Sacramento hates you too in green and gold in A's font. I thought it was a phenomenal hat. And hey, this is what John Fisher wanted, right? It's when he did his introductory press conference up at Sutter Field Park. He told everybody, look, we're building a stadium. We're playing in a stadium where people can come out and watch Aaron Judge hit home runs. Well, congratulations, John Fisher, because for the first time in Sacramento, the A's finally sold out a series. Don't look at those ticket prices when the Yankees are in town, because they've been dropping like flies. John Fisher gets his sellout crowds, and he gets Aaron Judge hitting 2 home runs on Saturday, a 4-hit performance on Sunday. The Linden Kid himself could have been a hum baby, but we're making John Fisher a bum baby because this is what he asked for, and Yankee fans took over Sutter Health Park. Here is the highlights, or should I say the lowlights, from the Sacramento, don't call them Sacramento, A's this past weekend, and their man, John Fisher.
We're excited to be here for the next 3 years, playing in this beautiful ballpark, but also being able to watch some of the greatest players in baseball, whether they be athletics players or Aaron Judge and others, launch home runs out of this very intimate, the most intimate ballpark in all of Major League Baseball for the next 3 years.
First one to Judge, lifted high in the air, right center field and deep. Butler on the run at the wall. It is gone. Aaron Judge back home and hitting bombs in Sacramento. And the Yankees are on the board. It's now 4-1. Not giving up a run in 18 2/3. Judge with a big blast to center field. Butler looking up off the batter's eye. Another bomb by Judge. Second home run and as many at-bats for Aaron Judge, and it's now 4-2 A's.
Careful what you wish for, John Fisher. The Linden Lion shows up with a pair of bombs on Saturday, a 4-hit performance on Sunday. Yankees take 2 out of 3 from the Sacramento A's, and I'm telling you, Murph, 10,000 strong Yankee fans taking over the ballpark. This is what you asked for, John Fisher. You're welcome.
He literally said to watch Aaron Judge launch home runs, and then Aaron Judge came in and hit a couple of tanks in one game. Actually, it's crazy though. The A's actually won that game, right?
Yeah, they ended up battling back.
But the Yankees won the series and took over the park. Although if he's like truly the Scrooge that we think he is, then he's like, oh, you're laughing because the Yankee fans took over the park? Guess who gets the money?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it was by far the most expensive tickets they've sold the entire season. Once again, I'll say it again. This is the first time all year they've sold out a series. 3 straight games, sellouts at the ballpark. The 209 and the 916 showed up for Aaron Judge this weekend. Outside of that, dude, tickets are going for like $5-6 up in Sacramento. They're having trouble.
Right?
They're having problems. Wow. The city of Sacramento has lightweight turned on the A's.
They're not lighting the beam.
No, not at all.
Dude, Judge was lighting the beam. Estimate, was it like 80% Yankee fans?
Yeah, I'd say 80-85% Yankee fans.
Crazy, man,
there were more fans down the first baseline than there were down the third baseline.
Oh, man. Hey, you listen to KBR AM and KBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Good job with your bum babies. So they were again.
Bum babies. Draymond Green and the Warriors in the fourth quarter. The Giants getting swept and Ryan Walker blowing another save. And John Fisher's A's inviting Aaron Judge to town just to watch him launch a couple home runs.
All right, let's get into some happiness, right? Winners, hum babies, including all our moms and all mother figures and grandmas and nanas and all that good stuff. Hope everybody had a great day. So post hum baby or post Mother's Day honors. Hum baby moms there. Didn't make the cut, but just taking note, the Indiana Pacers out there smoking the Cleveland Cavaliers. My man Kenny Atkinson looks like he got hit by a truck. And the Boston Celtics bing-bonging the Knicks at the Garden on Saturday.
They got them.
They did their thing. Also, the Oklahoma City Thunder getting back to even with the Denver Nuggets. But none of those made the cut. We're going hum baby number 1, and it's a co-hum baby. I hate to do it, guys. Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle in the fourth quarter. Ouch! That's right, in the fourth quarter alone. Saturday night at Chase, Game 3, Western Conference semifinals. The Timberwolves outscored the Warriors 33-24 in the fourth quarter. The Warriors blew a legitimate chance to win without Steph. They were up 5, 82-77, 8 minutes left. And from that point on, they watched as Julius Old Man Randle dished 5 assists and made a bucket. And Anthony Edwards scored 10 of his 13 fourth quarter points, a 25-15 run that sealed it. Julius Randle had a triple freaking double. 24, 10, and 12. Anthony Edwards led all scorers with 36, including 5 of 8 from distance. Hit a couple of big ones in the fourth. It hurts, but they earned it. Ant Edwards and Julius Randle, co-home baby number 1.
Oh, my goodness! Anthony Edwards scrapes the sky and flushes it. That quieted down this crowd awful quick.
And Coach Finch said that that poster dunk got you going.
The poster dunk by me?
Yeah, on Kevon Looney.
Nah, I feel like when Kuminga dunked on me, that got me going more so.
In and out on the three. Gobert taps it out though to Randle. Back to Edwards. Another try. That one's good. Anthony Edwards with 34.
Also, what did you see from Julius? Triple-double, second Timberwolves player in history behind KG.
He was incredible, man. Finding everybody on cuts, finding an open guy time after time, just pushing the pace. And that's what we asked for him, and he been doing it at a high level. So we can't ask for nothing better, man. So he's been making the game a lot easier for me, so I appreciate having him.
Well, he's playing with so much force and determination, and he's going out there early and aggressive, and he's exerting a ton of energy on the defensive end with his body and his rebounding. He's playing a complete game for us, no doubt. And sometimes when it's really sticky on the perimeter, like they're holding all the time everywhere, and they're really handsy, it's we play through him, and he just kind of gives us a pressure release, so.
Yeah, that's Chris Finch talking about Julius Randle. You heard Anthony Edwards talk about that dunk. We haven't even talked about that dunk because it happened in the first half. It was crazy athletic. But he says when Kuminga dunked on him, that fired him up.
Yeah, woke him up a little bit. I would have thought it was the dunk over Looney, which, by the way, he absolutely blows by Kuminga. Jab step one way and just gets to the bucket easily. But, yeah, wrong guy to poke the bear with, Anthony Edwards.
And Julius Randle, man, I did not factor that guy's posting a triple-double on Saturday night. He played a great freaking game.
I believe it's his first triple-double in his playoff career.
Man, he was at his best when his best was needed. It hurt. Hopefully he can't repeat that tonight. Hopefully Draymond Green doesn't foul out, who was a bum baby, which led to the hum baby for Julius Randle. All right, now, are you guys okay with this one? Hum baby number 2, maybe a little controversial because, listen, what good can come out of the Warriors losing Game 3 at home, falling down 2-1 in the series? I'm going there. I'm going hum baby number 2, Jonathan Kuminga.
You smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
That's right. Smoke a doobie and play a little Kuminga indeed. So if there is going to be a chance for the Warriors to win this thing, and there may not be, but if there is, it's 00, who's going to play a huge role. So this guy went from the deep freeze of Steve Kerr's walk-in freezer. Bro, like the meat in the back of the freezer you forgot you put there like years ago. You're like, what is that? Yeah. I don't know. I put that there in 2018.
Yeah, it's like finding that dead body in the Goonies.
Dude, exactly. Or in Goodfellas, hanging on the meat hooks. Uh-huh. To score in 30 points on Saturday night, easily his playoff career high, 11 of 18 shooting, 3 of 4 from distance, providing the only non-Jimmy minutes boost. Now, Kerr had told us earlier in the year he can't play Jimmy and Draymond and Kuminga together. Well, guess what? He's going to have to because Kuminga is hum baby number 2.
Kuminga thrives at Gobert. What a move. Gobert tried to block it, but Kuminga threw it over his outstretched arm to tie the game. Shot clock at 8. Kuminga as Alexander Walker falls down. Kuminga fell down but made the shot and a foul.
Oh, he was brilliant. J.K. Played one of the best games of his life. It was fantastic to see, and you can see how necessary he is in this matchup, especially without Steph. We're having a tough time getting free, and he's obviously capable of giving us some points, getting to the rim, and I thought he was fantastic. I've said it a couple times to you guys. I've just been impressed with the way he's handled things the last couple of weeks, with the way he's stayed ready and put in the work, and it paid off tonight.
Everything. Shooting the ball when he's open, attacking into the free throw line. It's a beautiful sight to see. But like I tell everybody, me and him can thrive together. I know how to space the floor. I can tell him, hey, when I have the ball, you go here and you do this. And we talk, we listen to one another. And then he has an incredible game like tonight. And he did so many good things out there on the floor. And I know that he's going to be a huge part in us winning on Monday.
Man, Jimmy Butler, some strong comments there about Jonathan Kuminga. And we can get into that on the other side about Kerr maybe being wrong the whole time or maybe Kuminga adapting. I don't know. But either way, they got to. Isn't they say necessity is the mother of invention, young Tony? Necessity is the mother of invention. Write that one down, buddy.
I like it.
And so you're going to have to. I don't care if you're like, I can't play these guys. Yeah, you can.
Doesn't
you're
matter.
You're going to have to.
Because Steph Curry is injured. And when Steph Curry's not on the court, throw the offensive system out the window, play some ISO ball, give Kuminga some minutes, give him those opportunities.
And finally, we're going to go for a fun one on Hum Baby number 3. We're going to shine a little light on Mother's Day and the Young brothers. That's right, spelled Jung. Young Tony, you down with the great psychologist Carl Jung, Jung? Carl Jung?
No, I thought you were going to go with the Jung brothers. They're some good players. Young brothers.
I thought we were going to go with the Jung-Hoo Lee brothers.
There you go. Mount Jungmore.
Part of the family.
Jung-Hoo Lee, psychologist Carl Jung, and Josh and Jace Young. Spelled Jung.
Forever Jung.
What a fun Mother's Day story this was. They're Major League brothers. We've seen this before in the history of baseball. It was pretty darn cool. Mm-hmm. When brothers are in the bigs together.
Up in here.
Mom and dad did. Yeah, mom and dad did something right. How about when the Alou brothers were all 3 outfielders for the Giants, man?
So
Felipe,
sick.
Matty, and Jesus, left, center, right. But this was a game where Josh Young for the Rangers and Jace Young for the Tigers were squaring off against each other. And did you guys see they're both playing third base? And on Saturday, they started playing a tic-tac-toe game with their cleats against each other.
How cool is that?
That's the best. Yeah. Incredible. I never got the update, though. Who won?
Who?
Or was it a cat's game, as they call it?
I'm guessing it was probably a cat scratch.
All right. So anyway, why is this a Hum Baby other than the cute story? Well, Josh Young hit a home run on Mother's Day with mom in attendance. And I love this. Is my favorite stat of all time. The Elias Sports Bureau says it was the first home run by a player facing his brother's team on Mother's Day since it first became a national holiday in 1914.
Wow, what a stat.
Course. How many times have brothers faced each other on Mother's Day?
Not often.
Like never?
Yeah.
But anyway, Josh Young for the warm story. And here's mom in the crowd doing an interview on Rangers TV, and Young hits the homer here. Yeah.
And there goes Carter, and a swing, and that's a drive left field. Green looking up, it is gone! A Young 2-run blast. The Rangers stretch it out. It is 5-0.
You know, having one son make it to the big leagues is such an accomplishment, but to be able to share this moment with both of them on this day, just what does it mean to you?
I mean, my heart is just exploding. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better Mother's Day gift to watch them. We're all in the same place to begin with, but then to watch them live their dream, do what they love to do, like, I couldn't be more proud.
Well, we like to talk from time to time of our game within the game. There's Jace Young, brother of Josh Young. Both of them playing third base tonight. But that's not all they're playing. They're playing a little tic-tac-toe between innings out there near third base.
It was pretty cool to have the whole family in the ballpark. I was playing against each other. Hit a homer was awesome.
What has she meant to your baseball career?
Everything. I mean, the amount of sacrifice that her and my dad made our entire life to take us to practice every night or travel over the place, all the money, time, etc., that they invested in us, and it got us to where we are. There's no way to repay that. But saying thank you, I guess, is a start.
So there you go. Your heartwarming Hum Baby story there. I still didn't get who won the tic-tac-toe game. By the way, like if you have a half a brain, every tic-tac-toe game should end in a Cats game, right? So my nephew, Christopher, came out from Washington, D.C. years ago. He's like, Uncle Brian, let's play tic-tac-toe. I'm like, let's go. Kid beat me.
Ooh.
I'm like, wait, what just happened?
He hustled you.
I go, what happened? I go, just do this again. Beat me again. I couldn't even tell you. He had some sort of trick. It was a freaking Jedi trick. I was like, I'm done. I'm not playing you anymore. This is the first tic-tac-toe losses I've had since third grade.
He's out here playing 4D chess or 4D tic-tac-toe.
So the Young brothers, and I love that stat. The first home run by a player facing his brother's team on a Mother's Day since it first became a national holiday in 1914. So
and by the way, I just looked it up. There's an article from the Detroit Free Press. Turns out they did not even finish the game. Not enough X's, not enough O's.
Okay, there it is. All right, that's pretty funny. All right, well, there's your Hum Babies. Unfortunately, Ant Edwards and Julius Randle earned it. Jonathan Kuminga, which we're going to use as our next segment here on the other side. Where do Warriors fans sit with Kuminga and Kerr right now? And then the Young brothers having mom in the house and hitting a home run on Mother's Day. So hum babies and bum babies in the book. By the way, you avoided giving the Colorado Rockies and Bud Black got fired and lost 21-0 over the weekend.
Yeah, I thought about making them bum babies, but then we'd have to spend time talking about the Colorado Rockies.
And your boy Derek Carr retired.
Yeah, tip of the cap to DC. One of my favorite Raider quarterbacks. Yeah, Fresno State, that's my own. 8 years, franchise leader in passing yards and touchdowns. Tip of the cap for Derek Carr.
I'm going to give a bum baby to the news I heard on the way in, which was that the NFL is announced. Adam Schefter snuck out they're leaking the schedule, which comes out Wednesday. It's coming out in drips. The season opener is Thursday, September 4, Cowboys at Eagles.
How about them Cowboys?
I don't need to see the Cowboys. I don't need to hear people talking about the Cowboys up until opening Thursday. So.
Guess what they're talking about on ESPN right now?
Oh, boy. All right. Well, there's your hums and bums. Hey, I'm going to use that Kuminga one. Warriors fans, 808 KMBR, bang the number. Where are you at with Kuminga and Kerr? Are you mad at Kerr for not playing him right now? Are you happy that Kuminga figured it out? Can he repeat it? Is he the key? Next on the Sports Leader.
What do you want to do with Kuminga?
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
El Cerrito Honda. Listen, it's the month of May, right? It's May 12th right now, and so usually people have Memorial Day savings. El Cerrito Honda is doing it all month long. Memorial Day savings all month long at El Cerrito Honda. My favorite place. I love my car. I love the service there. My 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. Great savings all month long. Unbeatable selection all month long. Service you can always trust. Let's talk about some of these fuel-efficient hybrids, the new Prologue EV, and the rugged 2026 Passport Trail Sport. So from hybrids and EVs to spacious SUVs, El Cerrito Honda has you covered this Memorial Day and beyond. You know where it is, right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. We've talked about this. What do you want, the exact address? 1755 San Pablo Avenue. Put it in your GPS or 24/7 online. Start looking for your car you want at elcerritohonda.com. That's elcerritohonda.com. Don't forget to tell them your boy Murph sent you. He said, hey, El Cerrito Honda. Murph sent me. They said, welcome home. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Everything. Shooting the ball when he's open, attacking into the free throw line. It's a beautiful sight to see. But like I tell everybody, me and him can thrive together. I know how to space the floor. You know, I can tell him, hey, when I have the ball, you go here and you do this. And we talk, we listen to one another. And then he has an incredible game like tonight. And he did so many good things out there on the floor. And I know that he's going to be a huge part in us winning on Monday.
Jimmy Butler Saturday night talking about 0-0. Jonathan Kuminga, the X factor coming into tonight. Man, oh man. After we were told by Steve Kerr all that time that they couldn't play with Draymond and Jimmy, he had to be out there on Saturday night playing with Draymond and Jimmy. Now, Draymond was off the floor a little too much, 29 minutes only played in that game. That's the other X factor. Can you have two X factors? Maybe an X and a Y. Keeping Draymond Green on the floor, not fouling out, was a gigantic factor in the game. And then Jonathan Kuminga's emergence. Maybe the Wolves are going to have to start planning for him. Now, the Z factor. So the X factor is Kuminga. The Y is Draymond not fouling out. The Z is who's going to help him. Because you can't just have Kuminga and Butler scoring all the points. By the way, that was the Jimmy Butler playlist, right? Young Tony, who was that? Who we got?
Yeah, this is Why Not More. Talking about Kuminga's minutes. Why Not More? Ooh. Artist is Coco Jones, featuring YG Marley, our guy.
Wow.
Coco Jones, wasn't she like a track star? Wasn't she? Yeah.
I think you might be right. That
Coco
sounds
Golf?
familiar.
Somebody said
that's a tennis player.
He's a tennis player. 707 thinks Luke Bryan was at the game because he's friends with Jimmy Butler. Is that right?
Maybe.
How about that?
I didn't know he had those kind of connections.
Jimmy's quite man. He'll surprise you.
Yeah, he will.
He will. But friends with who's the soccer player? Is it Neymar? I think he's friends with.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he's a big soccer guy in general. That's why he wears number 10 because of Messi and Neymar.
Will he be at PayPal Park on Wednesday for the Messi?
He's got a game Wednesday.
Messi showing up there too. 808 Canberra is the phone number if you guys want to check in on the Kuminga situation. And 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 408's the first one in, says, I think Kuminga has figured it out with the help of Jimmy Butler. Okay? So, I mean, that's the situation. 415 says Steve Kerr has been stunting Kuminga's growth. Now, that's the question we got to attack.
This is the topic of the day, in my opinion, because I saw a lot of these takes. A lot of people asking questions, rightfully so. Why hasn't Kuminga been getting more minutes if this is the type of production that he can go out and give you? Scoring 30 points, which is by far the highest he's ever scored in a playoff game. But the reason why he scored 30 is because they were not running the Steph Curry offense. And we've heard those quotes 1,000 times from Steve Kerr saying he can't play with Jimmy, he can't play with Draymond. Maybe the case is he can't play with Steph Curry. Because if you're paying attention to the game, you can see they're running a completely different system. Steph Curry in that offense is based on ball movement. It's based on backdoor screens. It's based on getting Steph Curry open. Let's be honest. The Steve Kerr system is Steph Curry. But without Steph Curry on the court, they went more towards an isolation ball game. We saw that with Jimmy Butler right out of the gates, and that's where Jonathan Kuminga strives. That's his best brand of basketball. When you can give him the rock, can go one-on-one and try to get to the rim. So I think stylistically, it might be a bigger issue playing with Steph Curry and that offensive system than playing with Jimmy and Draymond.
Well, interestingly, he mentioned, Kerr's quote was, I can't play with Jimmy and Draymond. Now, Jimmy is a facilitator. He's not just an icicle. He wants to get to the middle of the floor and feed a cutter and feed guys. So he's not, I mean, he likes to move the ball too.
No doubt.
Not as much as when Steph is out there endeavoring to get open. And Jimmy's out here saying that he can tell Jimmy where to go. He can tell Kuminga where to go on the floor.
Yeah, and that was always my big question. I'm like, if Kuminga can't play with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, who the hell can he play with? Because these are two guys with two of the highest basketball IQs in the entire NBA. Two guys that would think would make you better offensively and defensively. So that's always been a question mark for me. But again, I think you saw the difference without Steph Curry on the court. Jimmy was a lot more aggressive, even though he will drive and dish. But we know that's Jonathan Kuminga's game, and that's why he exceeded expectations and had his best playoff game ever on Saturday.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously Jimmy and he are figuring it out here. They're and continuing to figure it out. Now, I don't think they had a practice yesterday. They rested. They need to rest.
Yeah, I hope not, since a couple players down in Santa Monica.
No, we did have. We had a sighting of Draymond Green down in Santa Monica. Here's Curry yesterday, though. He did do a video conference with the media, and he addressed the Kuminga issue about, he's praising him here.
I thought Kuminga was great. Just the energy, the effort, sprinting the floor, just the extra efforts, and of course the scoring. I mean, we needed all of his points. So really a fantastic effort from JK, and really happy for him. The way he stayed ready through the last couple of weeks where things hadn't gone his way, and we're going to need him, obviously, going forward.
Well, we're going to talk to Mark Spears at 8:50, and we'll ask him about that. He's always been a Kuminga fan. But, man, we've been through so many ups and downs with Kuminga because there was a point in this season where, Kuminga's going to be the guy, and he surged, and then after the ankle injury, and he came back, and they, quote-unquote, changed the style of play when he was gone. And so he was out. He's in the freezer. By the way, he wound up doing the interview on ABC between the third and the fourth quarter. I'm like, this guy went from off the roster to doing the freaking third. Things changed in a hurry. But, again, they were the only Kuminga and Jimmy. Here's Kerr last night, cut G, Tony, about, and 925 writes this in. He says, I was there at the game, 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I was there. The crowd was loving the Kuminga time, but every time Podziemski had the ball, the crowd would hold their breath. So Kerr about needing more help here. Yeah.
Right. Well, my experience is that they probably won't combine for 63 tomorrow, but that other people will fill in some of those gaps. And every game is just different and unique. So you kind of move forward and you look at where you can attack, what you can do better, and then different guys step up. But I'm very confident that both JK and Jimmy will play well, but to expect 63 points combined again is probably unrealistic.
So does Kuminga start tonight?
I think he has to. Yeah. I mean, what other answers do you have? I think you got to take Pods out of the lineup.
TJD on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is floor spacing, which is horrible right now without Steph Curry in general. So why not just give up on the whole idea of even trying to space the floor and just put your best offensive weapons out there? But you also need defense, and that's a big reason why Pods is still getting minutes. Because as bad as he's playing offensively, he's giving you good defensive minutes. He's getting rebounds. He's taking charges. He's doing the little things that Steve Kerr loves, the little things that Jonathan Kuminga really doesn't do.
Yeah, Kerr went out of his way to really defend Pods after the game. He said, if we win that game, nobody's talking about this because he does things, nice things all over the floor. I'm like, man, you're jumping on the grenade for this guy here.
And that's Steve taking care of his guy. But I also agree with Steve. Like, I don't think you can go into this game just like guaranteeing that Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler will once again combine for 63 points. Because it's great when those two guys go off throughout the majority of the game. Really did struggle in the fourth quarter, but that was the entire team. But they scored 63 points combined. The rest of the Warriors team scored 34 points. That's an issue.
They're really bad.
That's a problem.
Well, here's Buddy Hield, a guy who was shut down in the first half, but hit 4 threes in the second half. He has a thought on Kuminga. Buddy and Kuminga, here it is.
Elite. That's the Jonathan we missed. Jonathan he was capable of. I'm so happy for him to see him just be aggressive and play basketball and without second guessing himself. And like he said in the last interview, he feel like he got his confidence back and his feet are under him. And I think he did a great job tonight.
Okay. He called him elite. He said was second-guessing himself prior to last night or prior to Saturday night. So Buddy was saying he's got his feet under him. We shall see. It'll be very interesting, man. And Steve's right. Kerr's right. Every game is its new entity. I mean, there's no guarantee Julius Randle has a triple-double tonight or all those things that happen. Draymond Green fouls out after 29 minutes, So it's going to be really interesting, man. Kuminga, to me, is the X factor. Draymond Green not fouling out is the Y factor. And Podziemski making a basket is the Z factor. All stuff we can talk about on the big hit.
X,
but right
Ys,
now,
and Zs.
it's time for Mike Krukow. No Spider-Man references for Mike going into this interview. No pointing Spider-Man memes. Giants got swept. What do they do at first base? How's Doval looking? What are they going to do as the Diamondbacks come to town for an important series here, starting at 6:45 tonight? Justin Verlander against Merrill Kelly, 6:45 out at Oracle Park. Always fun talking Giants baseball on KNBR. We do it with Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader. Monday morning, May 12, and Steve Moskowitz is here working for you bright and early on a Monday morning. Steve, you want to talk to the good people about what happens if things happen like you didn't get your ERC check?
This is a really big deal. A lot of people have been waiting and waiting and waiting for their ERC check, Employee Retention Credit. And they're worried because President Trump said he was going to do away with $2 trillion of government spending. Will he do away with the ERC program and you have nothing? Who knows? However, it's still good law, and there's 3 different ways to hurry the government up. And that's what we want to do for you. We want to hurry them up so you get your money now while it's still good law. Or if you've been denied ERC, we want to appeal that. Or if you're being audited, we want to represent you. The bottom line is we have a lot of experience with ERC, and that's what we want to do for you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. The only thing you have to do is call up for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
There he is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Well, that didn't go the way we wanted. Giants got swept. They got walked off yesterday 7-6 in 10 innings. After not hitting the ball on Friday and Saturday night, they hit the ball on Sunday, but so did the Twins. So Giants licked their wounds. 2-4 road trip, come home to face the Arizona Diamondbacks. Big series, only the second time they're playing an NL West team this year. Actually, the third time. They played the Rockies, too. Mike, good morning to you on the UMA guest line. I hope everybody had a great Mother's Day with Jennifer and the beautiful family, so well wishes to her. But darn it, wasn't looking to get swept, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, I know. I go into this road trip thinking, even if they went 3-3, it's not bad. And it's just tough places to win in. And they, the old saying in baseball, you need two of the three things to win. I mean, pitching, hitting, defense. If you have two of those, you have a chance to win every night. I think they had their worst defensive stretch of the year. And they didn't hit. So, I mean, they kind of were out there with just their pitching, and it wasn't enough. So you talk about the hitting. I see enough coming out of with like Ramos starting to heat up, and there's enough guys in the lineup I think are coming through a rough spell and whatnot. That I'm not overly worried about it. The bottom of the lineup does concern me. Bailey's status really hasn't changed a lot. He's not. I don't see a lot of bat head strength, was what Brian Saban used to call it. He doesn't have a lot of sting, a lot of bat speed, a lot of smack in his swing right now. Tells me a guy's searching, and he's not completely confident in the box. But you could really spend some time analyzing the bottom of the lineup because they're not getting much for it. But I do think that that, and I'm hoping it's an aberration in regards to the defense, because that's what concerns me more than anything. Especially in Chicago and Minnesota series, they just didn't play well defensively, and they couldn't overcome it offensively. So when you're out there with just one of the big three, you're gonna lose. They wind up going 2-4, and they could have won 5 games.
Yeah, it's a good call about the 2 out of the 3, the defense and the pitching. I mean, the defense one is so. We were bragging about it, Mike, for the first 3-4 weeks. We're like, wow, look at these guys, and Buster really emphasized it, and Bob Melvin really emphasized it, but I don't know if it's a slump. I mean, a guy like Matt Chapman, it's a guy you go to sleep at night, sleep like a baby knowing he's a third base, and even he didn't have his best series. So I don't know. It's funny to think of a defensive quote unquote slump, but that's what it looks like a little bit right now. What do you think?
Well, I totally agree, and I think that Chapman may have gone through the worst week in his career, and because of that, I'm not concerned about it. I mean, we all know how good that guy is, and I certainly am not overly concerned about the errors that he's making, and they're not with his arm; they're with his glove, and that just doesn't happen. Mostly, when a great defensive player goes into a little bit of a slump, it's his arm. It's throwing low. It's not getting picked by the first baseman or whatever. It's not missing the ball with your glove. It's not booting the ball. It's not coming in on a play that's a pretty easy play and not being able to pocket in your glove. Those things just don't happen. So I'm not overly concerned about it.
Yeah, and I think Matt Chapman himself would even tell you that he's got to make that play in the 10th inning yesterday. Maybe could have got him at home if he fields that clean, but instead Ryan Walker gives up a couple ground balls. And, Mike, it's another blown save. I know we've talked a lot about Ryan Walker over the last week. What did you see from him yesterday, and what do you think the path is moving forward for him, having a little bit of bad luck yesterday in that 10th inning?
Well, I mean, when you get into the 10th inning and the extra inning format and you have a runner at second base, I mean, you're coming out of the bullpen, it's a strikeout situation. And he had, I think it was Brooks Lee up. I mean, he was way ahead of him. Then he throws a ball. It's out of the strike zone up around the shoulders. And Lee just, has a great at bat in that he beat a 2-strike pitch out of the strike zone up, and he throws it into left field. Then all of a sudden started to go against you. I'm not concerned about the pin. I'm not. I mean, even if Walker is replaced in the closer role, which I don't think is going to happen, you've got 5 guys that can replace him. I mean, I'm not concerned about it. They got a lot of great arms coming out of there. I mean, how often have we seen Miller not be able to be good? Well, it happened yesterday. And for the most part, he's been money. I'm just not worried about, the consistency of great stuff coming out of that pen and the ability to get big outs or get strikeouts in strikeout situations. I'm just not that concerned about it. I mean, I'm more concerned about the hitting.
For sure. And speaking of the hitting, a guy who's really the focus is increasing is Lamont Wade. You mentioned Bailey, and that's definitely one of them for sure. But there was a moment in yesterday's game that was the classic example of where they needed him. First to tie game 5-5, first and third, 1 out. And you're like, okay, winning baseball right now is putting the ball in play, maybe even, hitting a deep fly ball, medium deep fly ball, and he went down, he struck out instead. And it's baseball, we get it. But the problem is it's been a lot for him. I think the numbers, we can go through the numbers, like 145 batting average, 246 on base. So I guess my question is, if you're Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, and Bob Melvin, are you at the point now? Because it's been, 41 games? They're 24-17, is that right? I think I have that right? Yeah, 41 games, that's 1/4 of the season. What do you think, Mike? Given your baseball experience, given what you know about Buster, Zach, and Bob, what do you think they're thinking at first base?
I think they're thinking about a change. I do. I think that 110 at bats is a pretty good sample size as to what you're going to get. Plus, the other thing is that he's making outs the same way. He's popping the ball up. You're popping the ball up. You're dropping your back shoulder. Well, you say, well, he's got a natural uppercut anyway, but your top hand is not as strong when you are popping the ball up as it needs to be. Well, how do you correct that? Well, there's a couple of drills you can take that you can consistently do to try and bring your top hand more into play on your swing. Set up with a higher back shoulder when you're going into your zone. There's a bunch of things you can do, and they're doing them. They've been doing them for like the last 80 at bats. This has been an ongoing epidemic in his swing, and it is a concern of all three of the Giants hitting instructors. It's driving them crazy, and they're losing sleep. He should have been able to correct this. This is an experienced hitter. It's a veteran hitter. So now that he's not been able to correct this, now you got to start thinking about and look, when your team is winning, you can hide. If you're not hitting the ball and you're in the lineup and you're hitting 110, you can hide. But when your team starts losing games and they start getting swept in series, now all of a sudden you start looking for answers as to how you can generate more offense. And everybody has to be talking about Wade. And he knows it. The pressure's on him. And I don't know what they do. You can motivate, you can trade, you can send down. You can do a lot of things. But there's definitely a conversation surrounding him right now.
Yeah, Mike, and it seems like every time we talk about first base for the Giants, Bryce Eldridge's names come up. Now, we know that he's down in Richmond right now playing Double-A ball, so he's still a ways away. Gerard Encarnacion was back with the Rivercats this weekend. Do you think the game plan is to get him reps at first base, or do you think maybe with the depth of pitching that the Giants have that they could be active in the market to trade for a first baseman?
No, they could. They get some components that people want. They also have money for people who are looking to get rid of contracts. So, it's always an option. Forget about Eldridge. He has to stay down there all year. I think he's striking out a third of the time right now, and his batting average is around 220. Everybody goes crazy every time he hits a home run, but he's got a ways to go. The resolve is Encarnacion, but because he's on the 60-day, he's not going to be ready for a few more weeks, which is good. It's going to give him more at-bats down there in AAA. He's going to be able to hone his strike zone in. But that's, down the road, it is certainly an option. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. As I mentioned, you don't want to panic. You want to let guys play their way out, but there comes a point in time. And I do think that there's pressure on everybody involved, and the decision makers, as well as the athletes trying to turn this around.
Yeah, remember that, Mike, there was a time that Marco Luciano grabbed the first base glove, first baseman's mitt, I should say, and got out there. I don't know. Is that out there? Are you thinking about that at all?
Another guy who's striking out a third of the time, and he's hitting 220. Look, he's got some power. I think he's got 7 home runs, and I think he may be leading the team in RBIs down there, and he's been hot. But I don't know if you put this guy in the infield. It just hasn't worked, and I don't know. I think that with him, he still is in the developmental stage. I don't think that he's a guy that you can throw in there. Not yet. Not from what I can see. I go down there and I scour the videos and see their at-bats and whatnot. What I've seen from Luciano is his bat speed's fantastic. And not only that, but he's not insistent on the right side of the field, which when he came up to the big leagues, he was primarily a right-side guy. He didn't pull the ball very much. Well, if you go back and take a look at where his home runs have been that he's been hitting, he's been pulling the ball. So I do think he's making changes, and I think he's growing in regards to his approach. When you start to see that batting average grow a little bit more up around 250, 260, and some of those strikeouts go down, then I think you got a consideration there. But right now, I don't think an overall considerations is in play. He still has work to do.
Yeah, to your point, 49 strikeouts and 173 plate appearances. That's a 28% rate. That's just too high. I don't know. Hey, kid, stop striking out. He's just got to go into the cage and start thinking contact, huh?
Well, it's not an issue if you're doing damage. If you're hitting home runs and you're knocking on RBIs and your batting average and your on-base percentage is better. I mean, if your on base percentage is 330, 340, that's a concern. They'll eat 240 if you're getting on 330, 340 of the time and you're doing damage. Then they'll eat the strikeouts and they'll eat some batting average. But right now, he's got work to do.
Mike, this was the first time the Giants have been swept this year in a 3-game series. They did lose a 2-game set earlier this year in San Diego. So what do you think the message is from Bob Melvin to the clubhouse today as they get ready for the homestand starting against the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Play better defense. That's what cost them in this series. They were in every game. The pitching was fantastic, but they really put themselves in a hole with not being able to make plays. I didn't think the first 2 games of the series that Ramos played well in left field. I don't think he had a good defensive road trip. But I mean, the guy is on fire right now with the bat. And then yesterday, he makes 2 of the best plays we've seen from any outfielder all year long on dives going to his right. I think that it's if you're Bob Melvin right now, I mean, you can be impatient, and you can be impatient with the defense. You can't really make an issue out of physical errors. But you can make a statement about mental errors. And they've been making more physical errors right now than mental errors. And I think because of that, you can be patient, because I think for the most part, this is a team that catches what they can get to. That's been the case all year long. They've just gone through a slump, and that'll happen. So I do think he can be patient. But I know he's running out of patience with some of the guys down in the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah, mental error for Ramos getting picked off on Saturday, right? The back pick.
You know what, though? I don't think so. I think in that situation, you have a runner at third base, and it's a one-out scenario. So you are going to go on contact.
Yeah.
And when that's the case, especially with an infield is not completely drawn in, but they're playing short, you have to be able to cheat a little bit on your lead. And the only thing is that there was a left-handed hitter up, so you should have been able to see this whole play start to come around. And there was a little bit of hesitation, and he couldn't get back in. If he goes back in standing up, that ball's going to hit off him, and it's going to go in left field. He's going to score. It just was everything lined up perfectly. But I don't really find fault with that aggressiveness from Ramos, only because you have to in that runner out, runner at third, and you're going on contact scenario. And so it just, you tip your cap. It hurt. It was the game right there, yeah. I thought. And but I'm not going to be overly critical about Ramos in that regard.
It's a good one. Meanwhile, but just before I let you go, Hayden Birdsong. I mean, stay hot, kid, right?
That's another reason why you're not worried about saving games. This kid has climbed the ladder in the pen. He's learned how to handle the pen. He's a strikeout guy who can get you a ground ball, and then all of a sudden we've seen Kyle Harrison come in, and he's now in the mix. You can rise that ladder in a hurry in that bullpen. And you see young arms accept the responsibility and produce, you start to drool. And with what's happening down there with their youngsters, this pen is solid. I had no worry about that pen whatsoever.
Yeah, great call. All right, well, ended with 9-game homestand here, 3 with Arizona. Here come the swinging A's this weekend. They can hit. They're having trouble pitching, but they can hit. And then the Royals, who are actually playing pretty well, Bobby Witt, come in next week. So 3-team, 9-game homestand. Giants don't hit the road until a week from Friday. They go to Washington, D.C. So, Mike, be a good time for them to heal up. But you're right. You address the issues again about first base, defense in general. We'll see it going. But just last word on this Arizona series. I mean, I know they played the Padres. They played the Rockies. First look at the D-backs. It's going to be Merrill Kelly against Justin Verlander tonight. Thoughts?
You got to catch the ball. You cannot beat yourself against this team. You've got to play clean baseball defensively. You have to play clean baseball in regards to walks and hit batsmen. You cannot make 90-foot mistakes against this team. They will run you right out of the ballpark.
Should be a good series with the Warriors playing just down the street. All right, Mike. We'll look forward to the broadcast. Look forward to a good long homestand with you and Dwayne back together. So have a good one. We'll talk Wednesday.
In a bit.
Mike Krutko every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Catch the darn ball. And he was very honest about the Lamont Wade situation. All right, we can get into that later in the show, but it's time for Warrior basketball. The big hit. Jonathan Kuminga's emergence. Will it save the Warriors tonight? Or is it too little too late? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Big hit, Marcus.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, that's how we started the show. Uh-oh. Is it an uh-oh, or is Kuminga going to play Batman tonight on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills on Friday, June 20th at Levi's Stadium. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets. And when you hear the cue to call from Murph, call 415-896-KMBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KMBR.com.
Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Randall, free throw line driving, turns, Butler defending, pass to the corner, 8 to shoot. McDaniel's going to drive Draymond Green, and it's a foul on Green, and that's going to be it. Draymond tried to contest at the rim on the drive, and a late whistle and a call from the baseline official. 4:38 to go in the game.
Randall going to work to the corner, shot clock at 7. McDaniels puts it on the floor, missed the dunk. Draymond Green just fouled out. And Steve Kerr does not have a challenge. 4:38 to go. Green's night is over.
And the Rockets, they're back.
Uh-oh, indeed. It's how we open the show, and here we go on the Big Hit as we continue to play Jimmy Butler's playlist as is kind of a chill rejoin here, Young Tone. Comfortable by Her.
Oh.
H-E-R. And, man, I feel like I need to sit down and light a candle and chill out on the pillows here.
Well,
yes.
I can tell you I'm not too comfortable after the Warriors are down 2-1 in the series.
No, sir.
Not feeling very comfortable.
Not a shock that they lost because they're playing without Steph and all that good stuff, but man, oh man, it is a bit of a bummer when you have a 5-point lead in the fourth quarter and you can't close it out. Draymond Green's foul out, a gigantic factor. Jonathan Kuminga's rise, becoming the X factor for tonight. Where are you going with Brandon Podziemski? Where are you going with the bench scoring? Or is it all about defense? These are all the questions we're asking as we get into the Big Hit. Warriors T-Wolves Game 3 tonight, 7 o'clock. A little late tip for the East Coast, but we don't care. We like our 7 o'clock tip at Chase Center. Gives those fans plenty of time to get there and put the T-shirts on.
Put those damn T-shirts on.
Like Luke Bryan and Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk, who all were there, and Kyle Shanahan.
How about that? What a surprise. Kyle Shanahan's in the building and the Warriors blow a fourth quarter lead.
You went there. Dude, you went there.
These riffs write themselves.
Yeah.
It's low-hanging fruit.
You going to go ahead and tell Kyle that when he calls in?
No, absolutely not. Love you, Kyle.
By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's get the quote out that needs to be out there. Saturday night after the game, Jimmy Butler talking about playing with Jonathan Kuminga. Now, this is the thing, and Steve Kerr told us he can't play Kuminga when Draymond and Jimmy are on the court. And we were like, oh, okay. And then those of us who believe in Kerr say, well, I do believe in Kerr. I'm a Kerr fan, I'm a Kerr supporter. I'm like, well, he's a ball stopper. Remember, Matt Barnes asked us, he goes, what's going on? We said, well, he's a ball stopper. That they can't continue to move the ball when he's out there. He's an ISO guy who wants the ball in his hands, doing his thing. He doesn't move it the way the Warriors want it. Well, by necessity, and I told you necessity is the mother of invention, he got out there on Saturday night and went off. Did everything the Warriors needed, the athleticism, the length, the speed, the jumping ability, the ability to finish, the ability to score the basketball when Brandon Podziemski's not scoring the basketball, when Moses Moody has disappeared from the rotations, and you need somebody to score it with Steph Curry on the bench, and Draymond Green only scoring 2 points. It was Jonathan Kuminga scored 30 points, a playoff career high. So Jimmy Butler said this, and I consider this kind of the signature statement after the game.
Everything. Shooting the ball when he's open, attacking, into the free throw line. It's a beautiful sight to see. But like I tell everybody, me and him can thrive together. I know how to space the floor. You know, I can tell him, hey, when I have the ball, you go here and you do this. And we talk, we listen to one another. And then he has an incredible game like tonight. And he did so many good things out there on the floor. And I know that he's going to be a huge part in us winning on Monday.
So how about that? I tell everybody we can play together. So Steve Kerr listens to that and has to adjust. He really has no choice.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. With Steph Curry off the court, you got to change the system. And to me, it was a completely different system that they were running on Saturday. I mean, the fact that they didn't make a single three-pointer in the entire first half. They only took 5 attempts. They were 0 for 5 in the first half. Murph, that hasn't happened with the Warriors not making a single three-pointer in a playoff game since Game 2 against the Dallas Mavericks in 2007. We're talking We Believe Warriors were the last time that this happened. So that, to me, shows the change in approach. And we saw that with Jimmy Butler right out of the gates, being aggressive and attacking the basket. Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler combined had 30 of the Warriors' first 42 points. And overall, throughout the entire game, they combined for 63 points. The rest of the team combined for 34. So if you would have told me before Saturday's game that Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga, the Bucket brothers, were going to combine for 63 points, I would have said, damn, the Warriors were able to steal one without Steph Curry. But down the stretch, both those guys also struggled. For as good as they were in the first 3 quarters, Jimmy Butler was 1 for 7 in the fourth quarter, Jonathan Kuminga 3 for 7 in the fourth quarter, and the Warriors as a team shot 7 for 20. So the offense disappeared in the fourth quarter, and so did the defense when they got outscored 33-24 in the fourth.
Yeah, and how much do you credit Minnesota's defense for that? I don't know. Minnesota out-rebounded them in this game after the Warriors out-rebounded them in the first 2. It was a lot of Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards outplaying Kuminga and Butler down the stretch, and we can't emphasize enough that Draymond Green's foul-out situation was maybe the biggest factor of the game. I am saying Kuminga's the X factor going in, but Draymond Green only playing 29 minutes because he's kind of the Julius Randle whisperer, and Randle went off, triple-double. The second T-Wolves playoff triple-double since Kevin Garnett.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, and we saw him make all the right plays down the stretch with Draymond Green off the court.
Yeah.
And as bad as of a night Draymond Green was having offensively, where he has more turnovers and assists, has more fouls and points scored, Draymond Green needs to be on the court. And yes, I disagree with some of the ticky-tacky foul calls, but at the end of the day, they called him, and he's out of the game. Draymond Green has got to be able to keep himself on the court. I didn't like Scott Foster and the referee crew on Saturday, but hey, this is a situation that we've gotten to a million times with Draymond Green.
Well, speaking of what you're talking about, whether or not you're going to score enough, it's not about scoring, it's about defense, says Steve Kerr after the game. And this goes back to Draymond Green fouling out. So tonight, game 4, first of all, is it a must-win? 808-KMBR is the phone number. But can Draymond Green stay on the floor and present enough defense that the Warriors can strangle the T-Wolves tonight?
You mentioned earlier that you got to manufacture more offense, but with Steph out, obviously, you went a lineup that had 2 non-shooters, and Brandon is struggling right now. Where do you find the offense from if Buddy's not making shots?
Well, that's the trick. We've got to put our best two-way lineups on the floor. I think we're going to win the series with defense. We're not going to, beat them in a skill game. If we have to get stops to win the series. Without Steph, obviously, we're a totally different team. And so, if we can, get stops and run, create some offense off of our defense, that's part of the formula.
Well, there you go. So Draymond Green leads that entire defense, and when he was out of the game, they collapsed down the stretch.
Yeah.
For sure. Jimmy Butler, the same thing? Another comment on not worrying about scoring as much as defending?
Scoring is never the problem. I think 97 can win in the playoffs. It's us on the other end. We got to stop them from scoring. We got to not turn the ball over. We got to get back. I definitely think that we can score with the best of them, but we got to be able to guard with the best of them as well.
There was at least 2 times that the Warriors forced Minnesota into a bad miss, and this drives me bananas when you force them into a bad miss and a long rebound goes back to Minnesota and they turn it into a 3. Of course, when it happens for my team, I enjoy it.
Yeah. Second chance opportunities. But Murph, they're right. They need to figure out the perfect combination of offense and defense. Because I even said it when Steph Curry got hurt, you can make the argument that the Warriors will be better defensively without Steph Curry.
You know what, dude? Let me pause you right there.
Go ahead.
Do they miss Steph defensively?
I think so. Somebody explain.
Am I saying this?
Steph is gone, and all of a sudden Minnesota's scoring over 100 in back-to-back games.
I'm wondering, do they miss him defensively?
Yeah, I really don't have an explanation.
He has improved dramatically as a defender. There's no question.
Mm-hmm.
They're not playing as good a defense. Of course, it gets back to Draymond, but I don't know. We just threw this out there. We went from saying, they're going to play better defense and Steph's out to, I kind of miss him on defense.
So seeing Minnesota put up 33 in the fourth quarter. Now, a big part of that is what we were just talking about, not having Draymond Green on the court. And as bad as Draymond was offensively, the Warriors look so much differently down the stretch in the fourth quarter without Draymond on the court and without Steph Curry getting you baskets. And that's the key here. That's why we saw Steve Kerr go with Trace Jackson Davis, almost called him Trace Jackson defense, because of his focus on defense. Yeah. It's a reason why he's getting minutes and he was in a starting lineup versus someone like Quentin Post. We're asking for buckets, we're asking for 3-point shooters, but Quentin Post can't get on the floor right now because he can't stop anybody defensively. So that's the balance that they're looking for offensively and defensively, and they just haven't quite found the perfect solution.
That's what Steve Kerr was talking about, finding their best two-way lineups here. Rick and Hayward is at 808 KMBR checking in on tonight. Game 4, 7 o'clock. Rick, good morning. You're on KNBR. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Rick.
I am fine. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're surmising it all here. What do you got, buddy?
I know. You guys talked about everything I was going to talk about. So all I can do now is say if we had Lester Connor and Chris Marlin, we'd win tonight.
Oh, man. There you go. I'll take them. Yes.
Suit up, Molly.
Bottom line, we got to get more offense from Pods. We got to get more offense from Heald. We got to get way more offense from Green. Defensively, I think they were fine. You can't miss 9 layups in the fourth quarter like they did. That was ridiculous. Butler missed 3. Kuminga missed 2.
Yeah.
You had guys in the lane just missing layups.
Let me jump in on that, Rick, just for a second. I think actually, I'm watching them. I can't believe, but they are. I think Gobert is affecting their finishing. I think I see them finishing more tentatively with Gobert there. I guess you got to give them credit. The other thing was, Rick, I heard an interesting comment from Jonathan Kuminga said he's still, sometimes when he leaves the air, when he leaves ground, he's still concerned about his ankle when he lands. He said that. So that's interesting. And Jimmy worries a little bit about falling on his butt. Now, that said, it's the playoffs, and you got to, only the strong survive. So, but that's where I think, anyway, I jumped in because I think that's where they missed some layups.
I believe they're going to win tonight. I really do. I think, obviously, it's a must-win, but I do believe they're going to win tonight. Somehow, some way, they're going to score enough points to maybe win by 1, but to bring it back for Game 6. And if that's the case and Steph can be healthy by then, pray to God and all that, keep our fingers crossed. Maybe they have a chance, but
this would be the ultimate kind of Warrior. I mean, like if the Warrior culture and the thing we've believed in them all along, strength in numbers and Kerr and the coaching staff finding the right thing and playoff Jimmy, then they will win tonight. And if they do, they go back to Minnesota and we may have Steph. So anyway, Rick, thanks for the call. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah, and that's been the key here the entire time since Steph Curry went down with this hamstring injury. Win 1 of the next 3. Now, you would have liked to take care of business at home on Saturday. Then it would have guaranteed that the series is going 6, and maybe that affects the Steph Curry timeline. We should also update the people and let them know that Steph Curry did do a pregame workout and was seen on the stationary bike. So those are positive messages also. But you got to go out and get 1. Because I know the Warriors are one of the few teams that has battled back from a 3-1 deficit and has also blown the 3-1 lead. But we know what the numbers say. And in most playoff series, when you go down 3-1, it's hard to battle back, especially when you don't know the status of Steph Curry for Game 5 and 6.
Multiple texters with some good points here. 4 and 5 says, Steph gets a lot of those long rebounds. And 510 says Steph is a sneaky good rebounder. And I would agree. He does grab some of those things, and here we are now. Now we're sitting here pining for Steph on defense, but he does.
Steph Curry.
He does grab those rebounds. Didn't he have 10 in Game 1? I think, didn't he?
I think you might be right.
Here we go. 707 says, to Murph's point, I think this is setting up for an epic storyline with Steph returning in Game 7 to win the series. Well, I did have the Warriors in 7, just not quite with this path. But anyway, 209 says Quentin Post, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Moses Moody, and Gary Payton should start. Heald and Kuminga off the bench is a better option. 707 says, I need more TJD. I need more Looney. 4 and 5 says, Kerr and Butler on the primacy of defenses. I hear them talking about alignment and vision. All right, very good.
That's what we're all looking for.
623 says, maybe a little too much Minnesota ownage on the Bay this weekend.
I don't need it.
Between the Timberwolves and the Twins. By the way, speaking of the Bay, what do you think of Steph's upside-down Bay Area hat?
I saw that.
What do you think?
He's joining the trend. I'm telling you, it's taking over.
Trend? What is it? Explain it to an old head.
So I think actually Dak Prescott is one of the guys that made it super popular. I think the hat brand started down in Dallas. He started wearing the upside-down Dallas cap. Then it led to that guy from Arizona State, the golfer who was golfing with the Arizona State Sun Devil upside down.
That happened on your watch, Fred.
Then you'll see a Jonathan Kuminga with an upside down Yankee logo, and then you've been seeing me with the upside down Giants logo.
My kid was asking, "Is he disrespecting?" I was like, "No, it's not. It's just a."
That was my riff when I first got the upside down Giants hat. I said it's a sign of protest against Farhan Zaidi.
So is it a sign? Because he said he's seen Giants fan wearing upside down LA hats.
Yeah, I don't think it's like rocking the flag upside down like a sign of distress. It's just a fashion trend, Murph. Just a fashion trend.
Tone, it's, as the kids say, it's not that deep.
It's not that deep.
It's not that deep.
Yeah.
Young Tone, will you wear a hat with the upside down logo, buddy?
I personally won't. I like the clean, classic logo. I will say Post Malone made it popular as well, wearing the same Dallas, upside down logo. But yeah, I'm not a fan. I think it's kind of weird, but hey, we each their own.
415 checks in and says, I hate to say it, but it's too little too late. That last game Saturday night was the one they had the chance to win, and they needed to win.
They were up 5 in the fourth.
That said, I'm hoping for a miracle and a poised Draymond Green. 458 says, what the Warriors need right now is golden vibes. Well, Jimmy, getting to Jimmy, we didn't talk about the playoff. Jimmy did emerge.
He did.
He took 26 shots. He was more aggressive. He scored 33 points. Yep. Although, to your point, faded down the stretch.
Yeah, 1 for 7 in the fourth quarter. And as our caller checked in, a couple missed layups. It was hard to buy a bucket for anybody on the roster. But yeah, you would have liked to see Jimmy step up as Batman in the fourth quarter.
All right, we continue the big hit on the other side. Big hit part 2. What's it going to take tonight to get this thing done? Are Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards taking over this series? Where do you want to see Jonathan Kuminga in tonight and doing his thing? And what's the path to winning this series? 808-KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. It's tonight, man. Must win? You tell me. Next on The Sports Leader.
Building alignment, shape our identity, allows us to start the alignment.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills on Friday, June 20th at Levi Stadium. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, always easy to talk about River Islands because who doesn't want to talk about the good life? I'm looking for the good life out at the Boathouse is what I'm doing. Boathouse, of course, the spot where you can get some beers, some drinks, some burgers, tunes, sports games, etc. right there at River Islands. Bay Area homebuyers have been discovering the good life for the past 10 years. River Islands. I don't think there's another location in the greater Bay Area that offers such a terrific combination of homes, lakes, parks, and schools. Natural settings, magnificent, close to the San Joaquin River. Whole neighborhoods built around lakes, docks, let you go rowing or kayaking right from your backyard. Baseball fields, soccer fields, lots of space. Sit back and take in the view. River Islands High School. Y'all, the brand new and beautiful, and the 3 K through 8th grade schools among the highest scoring in the country. Del Webb, specialist in 55-plus living, offering 3 model complexes in its own master plan community. Built within River Islands. More than ever, River Islands has it all. All priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million. Go to riverislands.com. See for yourself how the good life can be your life. That's riverislands.com.
The good life.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
My experience is that they probably won't combine for 63 tomorrow, but that other people will fill in some of those gaps. And every game is just different and unique. So you kind of move forward and you look at, where you can attack, what you can do better, and then different guys step up. But I'm very confident that both JK and Jimmy will play well, but to expect 63 points combined again is probably unrealistic.
I'll take 63 again, but I'll need more from everybody else. Buddy Hield, even though he got hot in the second half, needed to get him going in the first half. And Brandon Pajemski, hate to keep pointing the finger at him, but man, they need him to score more than 1 for 10 from the field. That's the big hit as we're doing it here all morning long. Continue to play Jimmy's playlist, by the way. Remember Draymond at the parade back in the day doing the yep and nope thing?
E40 on the playlist.
Doing his, he was at the game probably, right? I didn't see him.
Yeah, front row 40 is always there.
Barry Bonds and A-Rod doing their thing.
Yeah, maybe get E40 to do a remix. Do the Warriors miss Steph? Yep. Can they score a bucket in the fourth? Nope.
There you go, buddy. Speaking of Buddy Hield had some thoughts about getting threes up. Cut eye, Tony, about now, credit Minnesota here. We haven't talked much about Minnesota in all this, where they factor in all this. Walter Wall-Easy checked in, our 10-2 producer, and he said he thinks the T-Wolves are not exhausting themselves chasing Steph and are locked in more on D.
Ooh, I don't hate that take.
Not a bad take from him. That's why Wall-Easy's Walt's Wednesday whip-arounds are a can't miss.
Hey, whip that thing out, Walt.
So here's Hield on not being able to get threes up.
Yeah, we do. You look in the first 2 games before that, we was not able to get threes up. The only person probably get threes up was probably Steph. And when Steph was not out there, the way they're gravitating to me, just got to find a way to get some up. You don't want to be forceful out there and take the energy of the team, and they want to take bad shots usually. And everybody was like, you got to get threes up, but you got to stick to the energy of the game and flow of the game. I think the flow of the game had a 2-point lead coming into halftime. But I think that as the pace picked up, the stakes starting to come closer, I'm able to get free and just weathering the storm. And, I got up 7 in the first half, made 4. So hopefully, before he made 2 more, my chance to win the game.
Well, it's true. Game 7 Buddy is needed. Where's that 33?
Yeah. Buddy needs to hit more buckets. I mean, that goes without saying when you're missing Steph Curry, but also it's a lot easier to make buckets when Steph Curry is on the court, taking that gravitational pull away from Buddy Hield or even Draymond Green when he's out here putting the backpack on, shooting three-pointers. It's because he's wide open because Steph Curry is on the court. But without Steph Curry on the court, this offense just looks completely different. 23 three-pointers taken the entire game. Only 5 in the first half, and they went 0 for 5 in that first half.
Remember that stat I had about the Warriors being 9-3 without Steph in the playoffs? Now they're 9-5 without Steph in the playoffs.
Life comes at you fast. Yeah, it's a little different when you don't got prime KD and prime Clay.
Well, here's Kerr about what needs to go right tonight in Game 4, and he sounds kind of confident here.
Not that much, really. Like, we're right there. We feel great about our chances, and this is what the playoffs are all about. There's these emotional swings and momentum shifts, and we just got to, take tomorrow off and get the guys refreshed, recharged, and come back in Monday and tee it up again.
Well, that's the other angle, too, is that, all that said, we were talking about, how can they compete without Steph? They're winning in the fourth quarter. Like, they actually did check most of the boxes. They didn't check all of the boxes, but they checked most of the boxes. They played good D. They kind of helped. They kind of muddied the waters. And again, I come back to the biggest thing, which is Draymond fouling out, man. Yeah. And Draymond only playing 29 minutes, even before he fouled out, having to keep him off the floor with foul trouble.
Well, even getting that fourth foul, which, again, you could have made the argument for an offensive foul or a defensive foul. It's blocking on Draymond Green. I understand his feet are moving, but also Julius Randle kind of gives him the chicken wing and kind of pushes off a little bit. But again, we're splitting hairs here talking about fouls with Draymond Green, but because he got that fourth foul, next thing you know, he's on the bench. Then he comes back in and gets his fifth and sixth immediately. He's out of the game, and surprise, surprise, that's when Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle take over the game.
Damn. 530 with an interesting text on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. It says, funny to me how Warriors fans incur after throwing shade at Kuminga all through the second half are now acting like he's your savior.
Save us, Kuminga.
That's an interesting take.
Save us.
It is true. We all kind of bought, Kerr says he can't play him. Well, like, there were some Kerr critics out there say, well, if you're the coach, you got to find a way to play him. And he's like, no, I can't do it. He just put him in the deep freeze. He was in the back of the freezer.
And that's the thing when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga. At least I know this on our show. We've never said this guy's not talented. We've never said he's not an NBA player. We talk all the time about his high ceiling and the potential that he does have. The problem is, it always seems like Steve Kerr doesn't trust him.
Yeah.
And that's the issue that some Warriors fans have always had about Steve Kerr and his rotation, who he gives minutes to, who he puts in the doghouse. But that's Steve Kerr. We're talking about one of the greatest coaches in NBA history, a man who's got multiple rings, and a guy that I trust to make these decisions. So then it goes down to, who do you trust more? Jonathan Kuminga? Who do you trust more? Steve Kerr? You got to side with Steve Kerr. But now we're seeing without Steph Curry, they don't have any other option. So they have to play the potential of a Jonathan Kuminga, or else potentially they'll be taking a trip to Cancun.
I mean, was Kerr wrong all along? Should he have had it figured out? Because it doesn't, listen, I don't know. The blame game is not going to help you right now trying to win game 4, but we're just doing sports talk radio, getting you through your commute. And maybe this is a little bit on Kerr. Now, he gets credit. He played him. He didn't keep him in the deep freeze. He played him a lot on Saturday night, and he's going to hopefully play him a lot tonight. Probably start him, I would imagine.
I mean, you have to start him. You have to try to get as much offense as you can. Again, Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga had 30 of the first 42 points, but it was a different style of basketball. And we can go back to those Steve Kerr comments about how Jonathan Kuminga cannot play with Jimmy Butler, cannot play with Draymond Green. My main takeaway from Saturday's game is maybe it's not Jimmy and Draymond. Maybe it's Steph Curry. Now, I'm not pointing fingers saying you need to take Steph Curry out of the starting lineup to get Jonathan Kuminga more minutes, but look at the difference between how they ran the offense versus when Steph is on the court versus when he's not on the court. Because we know that when Steph's on the court, it's all about ball movement. It's all about getting Steph Curry open with these backdoor picks and the movement that he gives when he's off ball. Well, when Steph's not on the court, the ball's in the hand of Jonathan Kuminga or Jimmy Butler, and they're attacking the basket. They're playing that isolation ball. It's a completely different brand of basketball, in my opinion.
Well, we'll see. He did cut a couple times to the basket, too. 925 says, there's a lot of texts coming in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 925 says, I've been a JK hater for months and months. He looked completely lost out there, but I was the first one to say, prove me wrong, kid, and prove me wrong he did. Please do it again. So that's the hater pushing back saying, yeah, well, I had a reason. He was not playing well. 5-0 says, yeah, it was Kerr, not Steph and Clay and K and KD and Day-Day. He's the reason for all those rings. So there you go. I've seen me saying Kerr doesn't deserve any credit. 707 says, Kerr was disrupting the flow when Butler arrived. So Kerr had no choice but to play. Kerr had no choice but to not play Kuminga. You can't spend time growing while you're in the thick of a championship run. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. But if he's figured it out now, then play him. But Kerr was not wrong, says 707.
Well, that's also, let's address the fact that Steve Kerr earlier this season benched Draymond Green so that Jonathan Kuminga could be inserted into the starting lineup. He's given Kuminga multiple opportunities to go out and prove himself. And yes, it's a big factor that Kuminga was injured when Jimmy came to town, and they never really meshed, never really figured it out. And that's why we saw Jonathan Kuminga not even logging minutes down the final stretch of the season. When the season's on the line, he doesn't get a single minute, back-to-back DNPs. We saw him last series sit out a game with a migraine. Like, it's hit or miss with Jonathan Kuminga. On Saturday, he hit for 30 points. I'm not as confident that he's going to go out and do the same thing again tonight because you never know. Minnesota's going to be making changes. We talk about the chess match between game to game to game. Like, there's going to be a different approach defensively to Jonathan
Every
Kuminga
game is its own entity, and it could be a Podziemski game. It could be a Buddy Hield game. Who knows? It could be a Draymond game. But, yeah, I mean, to ask him to score 30 back-to-back, he's not there yet. He's not NBA superstar level. Even Anthony Edwards has had trouble doing that. 925 says, we weren't playing Kuminga because we were winning without him. So there's a couple people there pointing that out, too.
That's a big
But then
key.
510 says, nothing's changed. They can't win with Kuminga, and they still haven't won with Kuminga. They lost the game. 831 says Pods needs to just hit his open shots. And then 510 says, show me a JK win in the playoffs, then I'll jump on the bandwagon. Ooh. So there you go. A couple little pushback to the guy who said that to Kuminga, everybody was throwing shade at Kuminga. Now we love him. People are saying, well, A, we're winning a lot without him in the second half, and B, they didn't win on Saturday night either. So.
As great as Kuminga was for the first 3 quarters, he also struggled in the fourth. 3 for 7 from the field. Again, we can give credit to playoff Jimmy for showing up for the first 3 quarters, but it seemed like both him and Kuminga ran out of gas, but the entire team couldn't buy a bucket in the fourth quarter.
How do we feel about Minnesota and all this? I had said on Friday that I wasn't terrified of Minnesota. They made huge plays down the stretch. Anthony Edwards hit some big buckets, man. Hit those buckets that we kept saying, like, when's he going to wake up? And I didn't expect Julius Randle to be so dominant. He was fantastic. He really was. Listen, they won the game because Randle and Edwards were the best players on the floor in the fourth quarter. Warriors were up 5 in the fourth quarter. Randle and Edwards said, we're going to make the most. Warriors had a couple bad discombobulated possessions, too, where they just kind of could. There's shot clock violations are haunting them again, too. Mm-hmm. So we shall see, man. Tonight's the night as the Warriors bounce back 7 o'clock tonight. They will have their chance to even this series. And at that point, guys, you start talking Steph Curry. Because if they win tonight and get it to 2-2, now if they lose tonight, then we go really into mode tomorrow. But then you get to Game 5 Wednesday in Minnesota, and you have a chance to reevaluate Steph. And then there's the 3-day layoff before Sunday's Game 6. So tonight is, yes, answers. We go into Cooler of Content and Mark Spears coming up. Must win. The answer is yes?
Must win.
Yeah.
We've seen them in 3-1 series before on both sides, but the numbers are what the numbers are. It's tough to come back 3-1, especially when you don't know the status of Steph Curry.
Yeah. 707 says, can Steve Kerr get out there and shoot a 3? He was pretty good at that.
Sign him up. Get Kerr and Moley out there
That's
tonight.
Not bad. All right, guys. Well, there you go. Big hit. All about your Warriors. All about what's happening tonight. Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, Draymond Green, don't foul out. Podziemski, feel free to contribute. And we'll see what they do with their role players like Trace Jackson-Davis, Quentin Post, and Gary Payton tonight. All right, so that's coming up. We got Mark Spears at 8:50. That'll be great. Full breakdown. He's been a big Kuminga guy for a long time, so we'll talk to him about that. We'll do that. But the Cooler of Content, the best sound from over the weekend, next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, always a fun time in the show. We get to review all the sound out there, even the video for you YouTubers, your Twitchers, you Twitter video people. You guys get the bonus coverage. By the way, it's all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. So there was a lot of buzz about the fact that Alex Rodriguez, Timberwolves owner, and Barry Bonds were hanging out.
What a combination.
How about that? And so, but it even started before that. A-Rod posting a little video Saturday afternoon. Game was at, what was the game, at 5:30 on Saturday? So Saturday afternoon, driving through the great city of San Francisco, California. Here's A-Rod in a car. Now, this is on the YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. He's in a car with a seatbelt on, shirt and tie. Here's what he says. No.
Oh, skirt. Driving off the road with Bear and A-Rod.
We have two A-Rod clips. That's where there's a little confusion.
No worries.
There was confusion. Mm-hmm. Here we go.
5 stars last time. Here he is, Mr. Barry Bonds. What up, Barry? Barry had a great career. He hit about 720 home runs. I was smiling. 720 home runs, 8 All-Star games.
720. Okay, hold on. Y'all, I need to understand that. Okay, something wrong with him. There's something wrong with this boy right here.
5 stars for Mr. Barry Bonds. Every time I come to San Francisco, you got to call Barry. Amazing Uber. 5 stars. I'm back here in the Bay Area, and of course, I got to call my favorite Uber.
I mean, it's like awkward, right?
It is awkward.
Yeah.
It's super awkward.
It's awkward. He tries to riff on the 720 bombs. First he introduces Barry. Barry doesn't say anything.
No.
He just looks at the camera.
Barry's like, what the hell? You're recording me?
Barry's a trip, man.
Yeah.
What brings us?
So is A-Rod.
They're all trip.
Like,
boy,
these are, I don't want to be rude, but two of the biggest D-bags in their own collective clubhouses. Like, we all know that teammates did not get along with Barry Bonds and teammates not get along with A-Rod.
Barry.
Let's be honest here.
Barry.
We're not trying to hide any truths here. 2 guys that the media didn't like too much, 2 guys that the teammates didn't like too much, and all of a sudden they're hanging out together.
But he's gold in here in the Bay Area here. Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
He still gets those Barry chants when he shows up.
He does.
But it is weird. The two of them kind of attracted to each other because they're both kind of outliers that aren't necessarily surrounded by tons of people all the time.
And I wonder where they part. Got to make sure A-Rod doesn't leave his laptop in the car so he gets bipped again.
Well, that's a bad story. Yeah, for San Francisco. Back in the heyday of bipping. But my buddy, Mayor Daniel Lurie, is cutting down on those. We didn't put that in the cooler, did we?
Did we not roll that sound in?
That stuff evaporates, too, after or disappears after 20
We might be able to find it.
I might know a guy who knows a guy.
You know have a guy?
Yeah, I can find someone to get it for me.
Well, you can roll that in.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to be stale after 2 days. But anyway, there you go. They wound up sitting next to each other. They got to the stadium early. They got to the arena early. They were hanging out. And so, it's like, hey, there's A-Rod and Barry. There's 2 guys that aren't very warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, the odd couple.
Meanwhile, A-Rod on a mission to promote Barry Bonds. He was doing what? CBS Radio? Is that what he's doing here? Or what is he doing? What's the, is it a podcast? He's doing a podcast here. Zach Gelb. Zach Gelb is the name of the guy. He does the Zach Gelb show on Sirius XM. So here he is having Alex Rodriguez asked about Shohei Ohtani. Is he the best baseball player you've ever seen?
Is Ohtani, with what he does, and we'll see what that looks like getting back on the mound, is he, to you, the best baseball player you've ever seen?
No. The best player I've ever seen is Barry Bonds, like head and shoulders above everyone, almost like Michael Jordan, like just a class of his own. Barry Bonds was so good, it's hard to articulate how good this guy was. He's also baseball royalty with Willie Mays as a godfather and also the great Bobby Bonds as his dad. Barry Bonds is in a class of his own. However, Barry doesn't pitch, and Barry can't throw 100 miles an hour, even though Barry will probably tell you he could. But as far as the most unique, most special player that I've ever seen, it has to be Shohei Ohtani, especially when he's able to, pitch as well, because then that only becomes a class of 2, Shohei and Babe Ruth.
Yeah, so the Bonds army is out. He's defending him, and Chipper Jones got loose over the weekend. So did you see Friday night, Shohei? See what he did?
Yeah. The walk-off.
Well, I was in Arizona, so it wasn't walk-off.
The celebration.
I was in It was in Arizona, so it wasn't a walk-off.
But it was Uriel
Kettle Marte,
Lourdes
right?
Gurriel.
Yeah.
Oh, was it Lourdes Gurriel?
Yeah, and he was mocking his home run celebration, right?
Yeah, what's
I
that
saw the
all
highlight.
about? So, by the way, my kid had a great line. Declan said, there's no more Friday night, late night notification than Shohei hitting a bomb in a 6-run Dodger ninth inning. It's such a Friday night notification. He's like, it's like, because the Dodgers were going to lose, and they scored 6 in the ninth. Shohei hits a bomb. So Ben Verlander, Justin's brother, who's been a big Giants fan since February, says, last night was pure cinema. The greatest player we've ever seen with a massive game-winning homer and trolling the other team at the same time. Well, Chipper Jones on Saturday morning retweeted it and said Barry Bonds would like a word. So Ben Verlander said, well, I think Barry Bonds is the greatest hitter of all time, hands down. But all-around player, pitching and hitting, it's tough not to say Shohei for me, and Chipper's not done. He says, yeah, he retweets that and says, yeah, you might want to check those gold gloves and stolen base numbers on Bonds. He was a bit more than just a hitter. I hear where you're coming from on Ohtani, but he doesn't pitch enough, and he doesn't play a position on D to be in the convo yet.
Ooh.
IMO, in my opinion.
Now, this is a conversation that we've had a bunch. Going back pre-Shohei Ohtani, comparing Barry Bonds versus Babe Ruth. And it's the same argument Alex Rodriguez just gave. The fact that Babe Ruth was a pitcher, the fact that Babe Ruth has the lowest ERA in World Series history, to me, has always given him the advantage when it comes to this conversation. Now, there's Shohei Ohtani, who's hitting and pitching at the same time. Now, some people say, well, last year he was just a DH. Yeah, he put up a 50-50 season on a year he was recovering from Tommy John surgery. Like, that's pretty damn impressive. And then when you factor him as a pitcher, Babe was great, but Babe was more of a pitcher beginning of his career, then transitioned more into a hitter.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani was doing both at the same time, winning MVPs and finishing top 5 in Cy Young voting. Like, to me, this guy is a freak of nature, and I also find it a little disrespectful when guys like Chipper Jones imply that being a pitcher is not playing a defensive position. You gotta fill your position. PFPs, baby.
I love that Chipper's defending Barry like this and A-Rod, but when he calls out stolen bases, didn't Shohei post a 50-50 last year?
Yeah, he had 59 stolen bags last year.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, like, people will call out, well, he doesn't play defense. We saw Shohei Ohtani play outfield a little bit when he was with the Angels. The only reason why he's not an outfielder is for his own health. It's because they don't want him getting injured in the outfield. And of course, as a pitcher, you don't want your arm after you pitch out in the outfield also. So that's why he plays DH. If Shohei Ohtani gave up pitching, I think he could be a Gold Glove center fielder. Like, he has elite speed shown by the 59 stolen bags. Like, I don't think he's that bad defensively. I actually think he would be one of the better defenders if he did still play the outfield.
He has, let's see here, 3 MVPs. He won a Rookie of the Year. He's won 3 Silver Sluggers. He is right now currently 30 years old, so he's got a lot of baseball in front of him. So we're not there yet.
And that's the key, is longevity in baseball. He needs to continue to stack his resume.
He's already hit 237 career home runs. He started as a 23-year-old in Anaheim, did play that. But and he finished 4th in the Cy Young voting in 2022.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the guy's unbelievable. He hits triple digits on the bump.
And we have to factor in Barry's. No, listen, as a Giants fan, everything Barry did, he built the park and everything he did, but we have to factor in the chemical additions.
Yeah.
Even though I believe it was a big part of the era, and I believe he was far from the only one doing it, and that he bears the disproportionate weight of the steroid era just by himself. That said, it did lengthen his career. There's no two ways about it.
Do you think there were any carpool chemistry conversations between Barry Bonds and A-Rod?
I mean, somebody, who was the first comment I just saw, said Juicer's in the building. I was like, well, that's true.
Yeah, Juice. That's a good one.
Speaking of Juice, Kyle Juszczyk and Christian McCaffrey at the Warrior game. Do we have video on? Or you want to do Kyle first or what? What do you want to do?
What's up?
Let's start with their head coach, also wearing the shirt. Bad day for the shirts, for the shirt crowd, Marcus.
Kyle Shanahan on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Tell us, Kyle.
Here at the Warriors game, trying to get it going. Game 3.
Got the shirt on.
Hey,
Let's do it.
So did Luke Bryan. Now we have CMC and Juice.
Hey, what's up, Dub
There they
Nation?
are.
Here at the Warriors game, trying to get it going.
Back, by the way,
Game
after
3.
that sad breakup, he's back.
Speaking of
Hey, what's up,
There's
Dub
Juice and
Nation?
McCaffrey. They're wearing the shirts.
Christian, it's Warriors game day. Get your fits on. Let's go. Hey, what's up, guys? This is Kyle and Christian.
Well, it's cool they're wearing the T-shirts. As young Tony texted me in the Houston Rockets series when Christian McCaffrey and Juice were sitting courtside. He's like, look, they're wearing their shirts. They're looking at shirts. Yeah, they had the shirts on when they were on the Jumbotron. Then 5 minutes later, they took the damn T-shirts off. And they were not wearing them during the game. And also, I got a bone to pick because everybody's coming after me about my T-shirt take. Luke Bryan's out here wearing a T-shirt. But to me, it's fake hustle. Because I don't know if Luke Bryan is really a fan or not. You know how I'd know if Luke Bryan was a Warriors fan? If he showed up in an Al Attles jersey. If he showed up in a Chris Mullin jersey. Like, to me, that shows more of your fandom. Like, it's kind of fraudulent where you can show up to the game and you don't know who's a fan and who's not because everybody's wearing the same T-shirt.
Wow, that celebrity thing. I don't think A-Rod was wearing it.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think Barry was wearing it. Was Barry wearing it?
But you know what was cool? Watching a game and seeing that guy in the Steph Curry Davidson jersey. Seeing the two fans dressed up as Batman and Robin. Like, that gives me more personality. So, again, I feel like these T-shirts are just fake hustles trying to prove that you're a real fan. Wearing a T-shirt doesn't make you more of a fan than anybody else.
He's being a guest in someone's home is what he's being. He's being polite to his host.
You're talking specifically about Luke Bryan. Yeah. But I'm showing, like, overall, like, I want to see the fandom. I want to see the crazy outfits. I want to see the dancing grandma in her rhinestone sweater. I want to see personality in the crowd.
It is debatable. Listen, I grew up first whatever years of my life until the We Believe year. We didn't. You just went to the game. You know what I mean? You just went to the game as a playoff game. Now the Warriors didn't play too many playoff games. They hadn't been in one since '93 or '94.
Which, by the way, I will say the We Believe shirts are awesome. The Warriors have been giving out the same shirt the entire playoff run. It's a generic Warriors T-shirt. There's nothing special about it. If it's been the same for the play-in, it's been the same for the Houston Rockets series, it's been the same for this series. Mix it up a little bit. You're a billion-dollar company. Put Game 2 or Game 3 or Game 4 on the back of the shirt so that people actually have a cool souvenir.
Listen, I am ambivalent on the whole shirt movement. I think it's sort of played out a little bit, and I do think that maybe you should save them for special occasions, like a Game 7, something like that.
Special shirt so it means something.
That said, if I'm there, throw it up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'll use that as a rally.
You know why I do it? For Raymond Ritter. That's why I do it.
Yeah, out of respect.
And by the way, 650 comes right to the most important story. Not Draymond Green fouling out. Not Podziemski going 1 for 10 from the field. Not the Warriors freezing up in the fourth quarter. 650 says, Murph, I haven't heard you check in on the guy in the front row. Not your shorts. Flip-flops, too. Did you see that cat? And he had a headband on?
That.
Oh, I was fixated on this guy. I actually thought this guy was literally like, okay, Murph, I'm coming for you, bro. I'm coming for you. I was like, it was too much. It was way too much. I was like, bro, I don't need the toe jam. I do not need the toe jam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm with you, Murph.
All right.
Because I was anti your argument about wearing shorts at a basketball game since, the people on the court are also wearing shorts, but they're not showing off their toes. I don't need to see any hairy toes courtside.
That gets back to, can I get a blank you, Tony, for Creative Tony? He used to walk around here with the toe jam.
The hairiest toes.
I don't need the Hobbit toes.
Oh, man.
I don't need them.
You'd be tripping over those hairs.
So just want to get that out. The guy was making a dramatic statement.
Yeah.
And it was too much of a statement.
That's an act of war against the morning show.
Let's be honest, man. So dude in the shorts and flip-flops and the headband too. It was too much.
Hell of a look.
It was too much.
Hell of a look.
Is that it for the cooler?
Yeah.
We got to get to Mark Spears on the other side. There you go, man. We'll let Marcus and his anti-Barry Bonds take just float out into the atmosphere.
Hey, it was a pro Shohei Ohtani take, which I know people hate, but I've liked Shohei Ohtani before he came to the States. Way before he was a Dodger.
He's coming hot today, baby. We need the Warriors to win to get everybody to calm down here. Okay, here's the deal. Mark Spears, he'll have some great thoughts. He's been a big Kuminga guy. See what he says about Johnny Kuminga next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, man, the Stevie Wonder enters the Jimmy Butler playlist. This Jimmy Butler playlist that he puts on Insta has given us a lot of joy. Dude, Stevie Wonder to me, top 10 American in the history of our nation. By the way, Mark Spears is going to join us, sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Come on now. Yes, I got some candy kisses for your lips, y'all. Visit sleepworld.com. I'm doing a little Stevie. Jimmy Butler, man, he played well. So did Kuminga. It wasn't enough. Mark Spears was in Denver last night, watching OKC, even that series, and they're saying Nikola Jokic is looking tired. He's having to do too much. He'll be at Chase Center tonight, though, for Game 4. Mark, it's always a pleasure on the UMA guest line. Of course, he is the Warriors insider for KNBR and the senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN. Good morning, Mark. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Man, I want to hang out with Jimmy Butler.
Don't we all?
Play dominoes. I mean, it sounds like a good time, you know?
Just listen to good music, play dominoes, drink coffee.
Yeah.
Get some shots.
Trash talk. There's going to be some trash talking.
Oh, man, oh, man. I know you were in Denver yesterday, but tonight is the focus for us. Game 4. So from what you could see from the TV and what you read and the coverage and all that, what was your big takeaway from Game 3? I mean, no Steph, obviously. Kuminga's emergence is the big story. You've been a Kuminga guy. Tell us where you're at right now with John Kuminga and Steve Kerr and the Warriors.
I'm definitely nervous for them. This is, a Minnesota team that was in the Western Conference Finals a season ago. Certainly have the talent to do it, and they have two superstars. And to me, Julius Randle is a superstar to get them there. And they also have size that the Warriors are struggling to counter. I think Jimmy's right. They have to play, nearly mistake-free basketball in order to beat this team. It's certainly easier said than done. And I think for most Warriors fans and the Warriors themselves, when you watch that game the other day, like, man, they had it, right? Like, Draymond fouls out, Jimmy's tired. It's like, to me, the sign of a really good team, and I think such is the case with Minnesota, ends up going to, like, the bench, and when you could go deep and you could bring in guys at the bench that could help, and I think the Warriors just are lacking in that from a confidence and talent standpoint. So I don't mean to be the Grim Reaper. I just think there's just going to have to be a sensational performance from Jimmy, which is certainly possible. But everybody else, man, like there's just a really, really low margin of error for the Warriors to keep things alive and also to win tonight. Like, I really thought they threw a great punch on Saturday, and they still lost.
Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga combined for 63 points on the night. But, Mark, in the fourth quarter, they were combined 4 for 14 shooting, and the Warriors as a team were actually only 7 for 20. So what do you think happened in the fourth quarter offensively after Jimmy and Kuminga played so well together for the first 3 quarters of the game?
I think Jimmy got tired, just to, completely be honest. And Kerr admitted that he probably should have sat him maybe early in the fourth longer or more in the third quarter. I think he just ran out of gas, but he played 43 minutes. Mm-hmm. Does that sound right?
Yeah, 43,
yeah. And so, I mean, I thought they played well, right? I didn't think they played bad. Steph just brings a different dynamic, obviously, from an offensive standpoint. Individually, he makes it easier for everybody else. Jimmy gets better shots. Buddy gets better shots. And the one thing is, too, that's been weird about these playoffs, and it's always the case. It's like I always get amazed when we see these scoring games that are like 130, 140, right? These playoff games, whether it's been here, whether it was in Denver, they've been really kind of tough to watch offensively. There hasn't been a lot of scoring. There's been great defense. If you like defense in 80s basketball, this is certainly it. And so I do think that perhaps one answer for the Warriors is, to try to speed it up, get more fast break points. But in order to do that, you got to rebound well, which they're rebounding okay. But it just seems like it's just, we got to give Minnesota credit, man. They got length, they got size, they got athleticism, they got a lot of things that are certainly ills to the Warriors. And I just somehow they have to fit. To me, tonight's the season, right? Whether Steph comes back or not, like it's. I just think Minnesota they're beatable for the Warriors with Steph, but then is it fair to, after having the injury that Steph had, to expect him to be Superman with said injury that can easily be re-aggravated? Like the playoffs, the key things about the playoffs is, you have to have a good matchup, you have to have luck, and you have to have health. And when Steph got hurt, I mean, obviously the luck is bad, the health is bad, and now the matchup is bad. It's just this is a huge road for the Warriors to climb. I'm sorry, Bay Area.
I know, but Mark, I want to jump in and remind you that they were winning in the fourth quarter. I mean, that was a game they could have gotten, and they kind of feel like they go into tonight thinking they can build on that. And, they did it without any contribution from Podziemski.
Are you confident that they could duplicate that again?
Yes. I am, believe it or not.
Okay.
I mean,
because I do think the Warriors are the better team with Steph playing, but he's not playing. It's just a huge loss.
Yeah.
It's a huge loss for this franchise. And this is a new chapter for Warriors history because Steph never had any injury at this point, right? And based on how it sounded, how his workout went before the game, I don't expect him to return tonight miraculously or Wednesday. But here's the thing, like, you got to keep it afloat. And to me, if they can win Wednesday, then you feel like, okay, it's not a fighter's chance anymore. We have a shot at it still. And but again, it's like there hasn't been a signature Anthony Edwards game either. Kind of waiting for that. I just really feel like right now the Warriors have a really small margin of error. That doesn't mean they can't win. They can win, but they even have to play better than they did Saturday.
Yeah, and Draymond can't foul out, which we can get into. By the way, you're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Mark Spears is on the UMA guest line, Marcus.
Yeah, and Mark, that's exactly where I was going with the next question because this Warriors team definitely looks different offensively down the stretch without Steph Curry, but different defensively without Draymond Green out there. What were your thoughts on him fouling out on Saturday, especially after his comments last week about the agenda being against him?
Yeah, and it also reminds you, like, how valuable when you turn on the red light, right, when to use it. Because I do think that last foul on McDaniels wasn't a foul. It was a really bad call. Really, really bad call. But the Warriors had already used it already, so it didn't matter. To me, that was kind of the changing of the tide right there. I mean, Jimmy was obviously struggled shooting-wise in the fourth quarter. Kuminga didn't rise. Nobody really did in the fourth quarter. But from a defensive standpoint, like, everything kind of, like, changed. Another thing is, like, how much faith do you have in Podziemski at this point?
Well, there you go. Yeah.
To me.
Oh, I heard a click.
Yeah.
I heard a click. Did Podziemski come and cut his wire?
Yeah.
They cut the wires? Or just Warriors fans who are just down on Spears' pessimism?
Yeah.
Man.
Who knows? Maybe he's having problems with his AirPods, the same problems that the Warriors are having with their AirPods, Brandon Podziemski.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Mark is bringing a different view. He's like, the Warriors have a very slim margin of error. He said, one thing I would say to Mark, and we're making the connection back, is he said we haven't seen a signature game from Anthony Edwards. I thought Saturday was fairly signature, 36 points and huge buckets down the stretch.
Yeah, I just don't think we've seen a complete game from Anthony Edwards. A lot of his scoring has come in the second half.
More than 36 next time?
Yeah, well, he scored 20 of those points in the second half on Saturday.
36 is a lot.
I know.
He goes north of that.
That's Anthony Edwards.
We're back?
Yeah,
we're back?
We got him.
You were in the middle of knocking Brandon Podziemski. We thought the Podziemski family cut you off there.
No, I mean, the stats speak for himself. It's not a personal slight.
Right.
Right? I mean, he's extremely struggled as a shooter, but you need him as a point guard, and Moody hasn't shown enough to, like, replace him. So I don't know. I mean, it's interesting because Steve Kerr had to been this, like, sorceress, right? Like, putting these lineups together. But I do think that Podziemski has this amazing confidence about himself where, they say shooters shoot, and he's going to continue to shoot. But he's shooting poorly. So at what point do you even maybe grab the leash on him? I do feel like he has an extremely long rope that is that there's times where he'll miss a shot, and because it's always an outside shot, there's a long rebound, and then there's a dunk or three on the other end. There's a lot of plays that kind of are punch in the gut plays for the Warriors, probably more so than anybody else. But, the Warriors ride with him. Steve rides with him. And I just, I don't know why that's not talked about enough. I don't know why that's swept. Maybe they need to put Pat in the game. And at least, when Pat Spencer's in the game, he keeps it simple. Right? And he drives and gets some layups. But I think right now the margin of error for the Warriors is so small that if Podziemski's making plays or not making plays that are costly, maybe you got to go with Pat Spencer or try Gary Payton, who's been struggling since that big game he had in the last round. It's this is where Steve gets big money, but man, he's got to be a mad scientist right now trying to figure out the right combination. I just wonder why Podziemski gets the leash that he gets.
Yeah, it's true. He does play good D, that's for sure. That helps compared to some other guys. I want to circle back to Kuminga where we started. You've been sort of a Kuminga scholar from the jump.
Yeah,
you've always been on him. You've been a fan. He got frozen out by Kerr. Said I can't play him and Draymond and Jimmy, and Jimmy just said flat out on Saturday night, yeah, we can. So what do you think about just the whole dynamic of Steve Kerr kind of freezing him out and then taking him out of the freezer, thawing the meat? What do you think?
No, it's been odd and curious. As a coach, I think you got to, the same way he's figuring out a formula now, you should have, figured out a formula with Kuminga back then. If you look at the Rockets series, I definitely think Kuminga could have helped. He averaged like 21 against the Rockets in the regular season. He had a 31-point game against the Rockets, so I didn't understand why he wasn't playing. And then if he doesn't play well with Jimmy, then maybe just play him when Jimmy's out. One thing with Kuminga is sometimes from a basketball IQ standpoint, which was the case when they, tried him in the beginning of the game 3, he just makes some plays where you wonder, those are just simple plays where he makes big mistakes. In the same way I think that Podziemski makes mistakes at times that just the IQ, the basketball IQ at times just drives you nuts, or, the decisions that are made. He's just so athletic, whether it's from a rebounding, a slashing standpoint, hitting an occasional 3, dunking on somebody like Anthony Edwards. He has to play, man. And I do think he also saved his free agency with the way that he's played in this series. Because he's going to play from here on out. And I do think there's going to be a team out there, and it's probably going to be a team, and maybe not the most desirable market, a team that has money that's going to be like, we're going to take a chance on him. You got to remember there's 30 teams, and all it takes is one team to say that they want to roll the dice on him. Like what if an Orlando says, you know what? We're going to offer Kuminga 25, 30. What do the Warriors do? I do feel like there's going to be a sign and trade scenario with some poison pills in the contract that's going to probably end up likely sending Kuminga somewhere else, which, or make it very challenging for the Warriors to match. But then you just see this young talent, man, and this team getting older. I think it's going to be a very difficult decision and tough for the Warriors to let him go. But, the way the CBA is now, man, it just makes it really hard for you to keep everybody, especially when you got 2 guys making $50+ million.
Mark, do you think it's possible that the bigger issue for Jonathan Kuminga is playing next to Steph Curry, not Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green? And I guess I should phrase like this, more so the Steph Curry system that's based on ball movement and getting Steph Curry open with those back picks and back screens versus what we saw on Saturday, which to me looked like a different brand of basketball, only shooting 5 3-pointers in the first half and a little bit more isolation ball that does benefit players like Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, before Jimmy, in December, Jonathan Kuminga had an amazing December, like a stellar December, nearly all-star level December, and then he sprained his ankle. So Steph was on the court at that time, and he played sensational in December with Steph. So I don't prescribe to that. I'm kind of confused by the whole thing. I have extreme respect for Steve as a coach, whether it's USA or Warriors, and his legacy. He's the greatest coach in Warriors history. The Kuminga thing is probably the one thing I'm most curious about with him. But I do think that Kuminga is a guy that you're just gonna, in the same way you live and die with Podziemski's mistakes. I think you got to live and die with Kuminga's mistakes the same way. If you're going to give Podziemski that leash, you got to give Kuminga that leash too. And I actually think the reward, and with Kuminga is certainly higher. So that's what's because to me he still was getting rust off the ankle too, right? Like he was gone for so long. I just think in a lot of ways he just had to get his confidence back, and I feel like he has his confidence back now. And the guy that we saw back in December that made the Warriors probably in a lot of ways not trade him, because they could have traded him at the trade deadline, not trade him. I think that guy is back.
Mark, do you think like you said, the respect for Steve, 9 championships, played with Jordan, the whole deal, Popovich, Tim Duncan. But is it possible he just mishandled the Kuminga thing?
Yeah, nobody's perfect. Yeah. I mean, and then the thing is this, like, it's funny. It's like I kind of feel like we're the parent in the stands with this, right? I'm not in practice.
Mm-hmm. I know that's
I'm not seeing how he was. To me, like, there's more to the story.
Yeah.
And obviously, J.K. is a good dude, so you're going to protect him. But perhaps there's more to the story because, Scott Osler wrote something great. Scott Osler wrote something interesting where he's like, well, if Wayne, Curry, and Draymond and Jimmy fighting for him to play. But of late, Jimmy has said some, read between the line, tea leaf stuff about, hey, I could play with him. So I think right now it's just like I think it's done a great job of not holding a grudge, because I know as people have been really, really upset and just playing. And I know there's a lot of pressure. Like, you're talking about a kid who basically feels like he won the lottery. He's from, the Congo, and how many people in Africa have been able to use the game of basketball to leave the continent and come and make money that's like unfathomable where he's from. And so I do think that there is a tremendous amount of pressure on him to get this contract. Like, I've known him since he was playing for the G League Ignite, practicing at Walnut Creek. Like, his story is a Cinderella kind of story. So I know, quietly knowing what will be ahead for him, he's certainly facing a lot of pressure, because when you come from where he comes from, you should still never feel it's real or guaranteed until you sign it. So for him to keep his professionalism, I know it sounds like his agent has said some things behind the scenes, but I've never heard it from him. I have talked to him a little bit where when he wasn't playing, where I could kind of see the pain in his eyes, but he's a good person, and good faith guy. And I think he's going to figure it out and get maybe not get paid in the level he wanted to, will certainly get paid in a very respectful manner, whether it's the Warriors or likely somewhere else. I just, but now, in this, if he's the savior for the Warriors before, along with Jimmy, maybe he has a big signature game, and they need it.
Man, the story's unwritten, as Natasha Bedingfield tells us here. So we'll see tonight. Who knows? He could go off. He could save the Warriors tonight, and then we'll have a lot to talk about. They need him too. Yeah,
they need him too. They need Jimmy too, and they need a third player too.
They do, Buddy.
Like that Buddy Hield game, the way Buddy played in Houston. They need all of that. They need players not shooting well and pass the ball.
They need to too.
Drive to the basket, just relying on 3-point shots. Like I saw it in Denver yesterday. Like Joker's struggling right now. They're playing great defense on it. When your shot's not falling, find other ways, and the reliance on the 3-point shot, man, I guess it's the OG unk in me, whatever, but it's that's why I love watching Kevin Durant play. Why, because when there's a 3-point shot there, he takes a 3-point shot. When there's a mid-range, he takes the mid-range. He doesn't all this laying the ball up and then last second throwing it out to the 3-point line is just mind-numbing to me. Because I do think in a lot of ways with the younger players, they make the game more difficult than it needs to be.
It's
a lot of the analytical guys' fault for that.
Two OG unks agreeing right here, buddy. That's why I like Jimmy Butler so much. He doesn't play that game either. Hey, I know we got to let you go. Way too long here, but old man Julius Randle, dude, where'd that come from? I mean, man, what a performance.
No, he's another dude that has extreme professionalism. He learned a lot that he takes with him from Kobe Bryant. In fact, I think his pregame work ethic has rubbed out a lot on Anthony Edwards. He started coming in early because of Julius. Years ago, I interviewed Julius when he was playing in New Orleans, went to his house. Chef cooked tacos for us in New Orleans, which was great. And I think he was crushed by New York trading him. He was crushed by having to move his wife and kids. His wife was pregnant at the time, to Minneapolis, and it took some time. And it was that injury that he had in January that allowed him. Remember, he didn't really have a training camp. He got traded or training session with that team. He got traded just as training camp was starting. I think it just took him some time, and he's familiar with Finch from the New Orleans days to kind of figure it out. But he and together, as we're starting to see, they're a very, very formidable duo.
Oh, dude, Randle and Edwards were incredible. So, all right, Mark, well, with all your negativity and all your pessimism, have a great night tonight.
You want me to be fly? I think Bay Area people like to keep it real, right?
Well, I want to see you wearing that Bay Area hat with the upside-down Bay Area like Steph was wearing on Saturday night. So, all right, bud.
Hey, man, I'm from here, but being from here, you got to be honest, man.
That's it. We expected it. It's what we want from you, buddy. Mm-hmm. That's why we talk to you. We want the good basketball, meaty basketball takes.
End of the week.
There you go,
man. Sounds froggy, right? But that's all right.
All right. You're good. We'll look for your dispatches.
With the hometown. I'm going to keep it real with the hometown.
You're back in the Bay, buddy. Welcome back. Mark Spears, have a great night, bud. Thanks for the time.
See y'all tonight.
Thanks, Mark Spears, the man. All right, fun stuff. Hey, one last, we're going to preview a little Lionel Messi coming to San Jose coming up. The Giants Community Fund auction we got to hit too, and then we can react to what Mark Spears had to say.
Yeah, because Mark Spears was keeping it real, but Murph, we know what happens when keeping it real goes wrong.
You're watching When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong.
There it is. It's like the Secretary of Transportation is now that guy Sean Duffy, used to be on The Real World. And somebody said, we're about to find out what happens when trains stop getting polite and start getting real. All right. And we have the Giants Community Fund kid reporter here today, too. How exciting.
Azalea is here.
Azalea.
Big Warriors fan. Big game tonight.
Big Warriors. Does she think they're going to win?
Also, Mike Yastrzemski is her favorite Giants.
I saw her say that because I watched her first dispatch as a Giants Community Fund board member. And we have the auction going, including playing catch with Sergio Romo, a Batgirl or Batboy, a ball dude or ball dudette. Lots of tickets, too, and Gotham Club, and then Junior Giants announcer, all that stuff coming up. All right, we'll do it. Monday morning, we're going to fight Spears' pessimism. Next on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills on Friday, June 20th at Levi Stadium. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets. And when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're calling number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
So you're telling me that Metallica was on Jimmy Butler's playlist, Young Tone?
Oh, no, and we were doing a Metallica giveaway.
Oh,
yeah, my fault.
Metallica giveaway.
I threw everybody off.
I think Metallica does tie into the Warriors tonight because, Murph, if they don't win, nothing else matters.
Look at you, buddy. You're a poet. 2 single-day tickets to Metallica Friday night. Friday night, June 20. Not this Friday night. Friday night, June 20. Levi's Stadium, 2 single-day. We got Metallica fans champing at the bit. So come on in. The M72 2025 tour is underway. Single-day tickets for the no-repeat weekend shows are on sale now. Levi's Concerts midfield in the round with the snake pit in the center of the stage. So attendees have a complete 360-degree view. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Metallica at Levi's. Prize furnished by Live Nation. We're doing it all week, right?
Yeah, that's it. Come hang out in the snake pit with me and Overnight Dave. We'll be down at Levi's for that concert.
Dude.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Huge.
In the middle of the pit.
All right, good to know. Look forward to your review. By the way, we have a special visitor in our studio, Azalea, the Junior Giants kid reporter. We'll hear from her later in the show. But the Junior Giants, the Giants Community Fund auction's underway. This is where we raise money for Junior Giants, and we got the auction. See it right here, buddy? See it right here?
Oh, I see it.
I got a big old printout sheet. So what you do is you go to sfgiants.com/GCF, like Giants Community Fund. Get it? GCF.
Ah, I got it.
Here's what you could do. You can play catch for a few innings with Sergio Romo.
Ooh.
How about that?
Good luck catching that slider.
How about being a bat girl or bat boy? Very popular.
Nice.
Very popular. Ball dude, ball dudette. Very popular.
I've always wanted to be a ball dude. Was always jealous of Murph being a ball dude.
I wasn't.
before
I got
me.
no action.
Yeah.
No, you can throw out a first pitch. You can go Gotham Club dinner and 4 tickets. You got the presidential package, which just sounds very fancy. You can be a play ball kid. You can have access to the Cloud Club. You can be a junior announcer for a Mets game. You can go watch BP. There's a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Whoa, that's pretty cool.
Little Warrior Giant crossover.
How about a Jung-Hoo Lee autographed ball and bats? How about a Matt Chapman autographed ball and bat? So all sorts of good stuff. A Hayden Birdsong baseball. He's going up and up. And Azalea's favorite player, Mikey Yaz, autographed a bat too.
That's right.
So we'll get into that.
Got some good stuff.
So that's sfgiants.com/GCF. We'll be promoting that all week. But before, hey, listen, we got Wando on the other side. We're doing something different and fun to end the show, and that is
Wando.
The great Chris Wondolowski to talk about, dude, this Wednesday, San Jose Earthquakes Inter-Miami match. They're calling it the biggest sporting event in San Jose history.
Wow.
Throwing that at you.
Now, as a man that has seen the San Jose Giants win the Low A West 2021 championship, Murph, I take that as an insult.
I know, right? Or anytime you pitch for the Santa Clara Red Sox.
That's it.
In the San Jose area.
They got my name outside the stadium. I don't see Messi's name out there.
They're saying right now, the ticket price right now to see Lionel Messi in Miami at San Jose Wednesday is higher than Warriors Game 4 on the secondary market. There's already people outside of Messi's hotel in San Jose. Dude, Steve Aoki's having a concert tomorrow night.
Oh, is he going to cake somebody?
Isn't that you, buddy? Isn't that your guy?
Young Tony, you know about Steve Aoki.
I got you. Yeah. Big name.
Who originally, I believe his dad was the founder of Benihana's. There's a fun fact for you.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Benihana fan.
Yeah.
At least we were as a family. Well, I won't tell that story. Giants are going to have Quake star Joseph Martinez throw out the first pitch tonight. Baron Davis is going to DJ
BD
the game Wednesday night. Vernon Davis is going to be there. So anyway, just everybody should know Wando's going to come on. I just need to hit one segment, though, on Mark Spears. He was, well, would you say pessimistic?
Yeah.
He's worried.
That's a good word.
I mean, he has a little bit of a distant take. And I get it. I'm not like overly optimistic about tonight, but I think they definitely have, I'd call it a 50-50 chance. That's what I would call tonight.
Yeah, I'm not saying the series is over by any means, but it feels like their opportunity to steal a game without Steph was on Saturday, when you had Kuminga and Jimmy Butler carry the team for 3 quarters, but then we saw the meltdown in the 4th quarter. Draymond Green falls out, and then they couldn't buy a single bucket. That's the issue. I just don't think someone like Mark Spears is betting on Jonathan Kuminga to go out and put up 30-plus points in back-to-back games, which is why it's such a big reason why you need the other guys to step up tonight.
It's going to be defense. Draymond Green cannot foul out, which is that's up to Scott Foster, right? Yeah. And 646 says if Draymond stays on the floor, he cannot have those sloppy, unforced turnovers we saw Saturday absolute killers.
Yeah, I mean, it's
That's a true
always
story.
a killer for the Warriors when they turn the ball over, but especially, again, without Steph Curry. Draymond Green cannot go out there and have more turnovers than assists. You're going to lose those ball games.
How about more personal fouls than points?
That's also a problem.
How about that? So anyway, listen, I'm giving them a 50-50 chance. We can finish the show talking about that too, but I wanted to get that out there that I understand Mark's pessimism that from afar you say, well, Steph's out, you're cooked. But I don't think that's necessarily the case. And you saw it on Saturday night. They were right there. They had the lead in the fourth quarter. They just need to close the deal. Now, and Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle, if Draymond can stay on the floor and contain Randle, maybe they can mitigate some of that Minnesota fourth quarter magic.
Yeah, and coffee is for closers, so hopefully the Warriors and Raymond Ritter can get Jimmy Butler a cup of Big Face coffee before the fourth quarter.
650 says, chilling aspect is that Golden State played their absolute best in Game 3. This series is over. I completely disagree.
Yeah.
I think they played their absolute best.
They shot 7 for 20 as a team in the fourth quarter. I think they played well for 3 quarters.
Well, Draymond Green fouled out in 29 minutes. So that's not their absolute best.
Also, the Warriors went 0 for 5 in the first half from three-point range, so definitely not their best basketball.
Totally disagree with that take, 650, but thanks for listening.
I'm going to reject that take like Draymond Green.
There it is.
That's what I'm going to do.
So the
I hear your case, and I reject it like Draymond Green.
I was amped up. sfgiants.com/GCF is the auction for all that good stuff. Okay, so Wando's going to talk to us. Somebody says, how about the Stanley Cup Finals ahead of Messi?
Oh, yeah. I think you got to go with Lord Stanley.
I don't know. I think
over Messi.
Messi's bigger than a Canadian
disrespect.
A Canadian hunk of metal.
What about me seeing Gina Carano versus Chris Cyborg back at Strikeforce down in the day?
Top 5?
That's it. Top 5 in my book.
How about me riding the mechanical bull at Saddle Rack back in the day?
Oh, that's a good one.
Right,
I can give you a Nick Diaz versus Frank Shamrock. That was a good one in San Jose.
I think we're going Messi.
Yeah, probably Messi.
By the way, the pressure's on. He better play now, right?
Yeah, he better show up. He's got people outside his hotel.
That's right. All right, Young Tone, are you down with Lionel Messi?
Absolutely. One of the best players, if not the best player of all time.
He's no Ronaldo.
And by the way, do you say Lionel or Lionel?
I just say Messi.
Okay, all right.
Because I don't want things to get messy.
And where's my guy Pele?
I said Lionel Messi.
Okay,
Yeah.
Lionel.
That's just me, I guess.
Just Messi.
Yeah, just Messi.
Shout out the track that we played after my spring break trip, Messi by Lola Young.
It got messy.
There you go. All right, guys, here's the deal. Wando on the other side. We have our kid reporter, Azalea. She's baffled. She's like, this is what these guys do for a living?
These guys get paid to do this?
She's confused. But she'll do an interview with us later after the show that you can see on social. Wednesday is I shouldn't say the return, the arrival of Messi to PayPal Park for the Quakes against Miami. Let's talk to Wando about it. Or maybe Wando's outside the hotel right now.
With the boombox.
On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Young Tony got in a Stevie Wonder mood after playing some earlier from Jimmy Butler's playlist, but it ain't about the Warriors right now. It's about what some are calling the biggest sporting event in San Jose history. Come at me, bro, if you disagree. Wednesday's match, the San Jose Earthquakes against Inter Miami, featuring, some would say, the greatest player in the history of world football. If not, he's on Mount Greatmore. Lionel Messi, the Argentinian star, who will be with Inter Miami Wednesday night, 7:30. It's so big, we're going to broadcast this game on KNBR. Ted Ramey will be calling this game on KNBR.
Ted Ramey's KNBR.
Is it okay to say now we got to go beat Messi? Is that all right?
That's it, man.
Messi Mania. They got people outside his hotel already. There's a Steve Aoki concert tomorrow night in San Jose. 15,000 people already RSVP'd for it. The Giants are going to have the Quake star Joseph Martinez throw out the first pitch tonight at Oracle Park. It's a big old honking party because it just doesn't happen that often that a global icon like Lionel Messi comes to PayPal Park. So the man who's going to be part of trying the group trying to beat him is the greatest San Jose Earthquake of all time, Chris Wondolowski, our great friend Wando. Wando, good morning. It's Murph and Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Wando?
Not much. Morning, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. So, dude, is this the biggest sporting event in San Jose history?
I mean, I want to put it up there. I think it's hard to, overshadow maybe an NHL Stanley Cup final or, some playoff games. But I think that right now, I mean, it's definitely up there.
So tell us about what this means. I mean, there's throngs of crowds outside his hotel. You got Baron Davis going to be the stadium DJ. Vernon Davis going to fire the pregame siren. You've been around the game all your life. You've played on the world stage. What is it about Messi that makes this such a big deal?
Because I think he is probably the greatest, if not, definitely up there for debate. And I was fortunate enough to play against him, and he is that. It's worth the price of admission just alone, just to watch him. He's electric. He is something different and just sees the game in such an amazing way and makes it exciting.
Wando, I remember when David Beckham came to the MLS, and I thought to myself, wow, this is an international star coming to America. And since then, we've seen multiple international stars make their way to the MLS, with Messi being the latest. So how much credibility do you think this gives the MLS now when you get these international stars playing here?
Oh, I think that it's helped grow this league exponentially. I think that not only are the names coming where they're drawing and putting people in the seats, but I also think that they're getting the product and some of the best to play, and also helping and being able to acclimate some of those stars and making each roster better. And so I think that it's just helping to grow the league. It's also, I think, being able to get more eyes on the league. And so in doing so, I think that just draws more interest. And having, now even, across Europe, guys like Kevin De Bruyne from Manchester City now is getting linked to MLS and things like this, where it's becoming talking points. And MLS is in the headlines, and I think it's nothing but good things for the league.
So, Wando, tell us about were you on the pitch at the same time as Messi during your U.S. days?
Yes, actually, yeah. It's kind of my pseudo claim to fame was I started the semifinal Copa America game against Argentina. And I fouled Messi. Actually, there was on a break, and I vividly remember fouling him. I was like, I think that's too far for a free kick. Long story short, he scored that free kick, and that passed Maradona to become the all-time leading goal scorer of all time for Argentina. So you're welcome, Messi. That's
Was it? You were just like, it was the smart play to foul him because he was on a breakaway?
Yes, it was a break. It was a 3-on-2, and I was on the other side. I was trying to catch him, and I thought this is going to be a good foul. This is one of those, strategic plays, and I'm going to take one for the team. And next thing you know, I'm picking the ball out of the goal and going to off. So.
He's a tinier guy, right? Like, is he like I don't know if you think about the great players, but he's on the smaller side, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, he is. And, I do believe also that helped kind of spur on a, kind of a generational thing for soccer, almost like a Steph Curry thing where, you don't have to be this monster. You don't have to have some other physical attributes that make you great. Don't get me wrong, his quickness and his shiftiness, and then his vision, and he has a lot of other attributes that go beyond. But it's also great to see someone who's 5'7", 5'8", and world class, the best, and just to see someone you see in the street, oh, that kind of looks like you. That looks like my size person. That doesn't look like an instant, oh, that must be an elite professional athlete. And so I think it does, I don't know, give you a little bit of that comparison, just, that hope as well that you can do it.
Wando, with your experience playing in MLS but also playing internationally with the U.S. Olympic team, how would you compare the gap of talent between the MLS versus some of the leagues we see over in Europe? And do you feel like that gap has been closing over the last couple of years?
I do. I really do think that gap has been closing. And for me, and it's going to continue to grow. And I think, 5-10 years back with MLS, the first 6 or 7 guys on each roster, I think could do Europe. But what Europe has is they have 20 guys that could be, first team players anywhere else in the world. And so just having that depth and being able to, when you do have injuries, when you do have a lot of games, just being able to replenish your roster, also being able to keep pushing your roster. And I think that's kind of one of the bigger differences right now. I would even go out to say that I think MLS right now probably has 12 to 14 guys on each roster that can compete to Europe. It's that second half of the roster where I think that really makes a huge difference over in Europe, and also just to be great.
Well, and Messi, as we mentioned here, just bringing so much here. Chris Wondolowski, last couple minutes here. So let's just go over the particulars again. If you're just getting in your car on the UMA guest line here, we have Chris Wondolowski, of course, representing the San Jose Earthquakes. Wednesday night at 7:30 at PayPal Park, arguably the biggest sporting event in San Jose history, arguably the greatest player in the history of international football, Lionel Messi, if you're down with that, from Argentina, comes with Inter Miami. The tickets are through the roof. There's already people outside his hotel in San Jose. There's going to be a Steve Aoki concert downtown San Jose, Baron Davis Stadium DJ, all this stuff happening. Lionel Messi coming Wednesday night to PayPal Park. I guess just asking kind of the dumb baseball, basketball, football fan question is, so you mentioned his ability to see the field. We talked about his quickness, but so if you had to list why he would be arguably the best of all time, I mean, you go Pele, you go Cristiano Ronaldo, whatever you want to go, Johan Cruyff or whatever. But what is it? What would Messi's argument be for the best ever?
I think just his track record, just what he's been able to do at, also at Barcelona, and I know it's a historic club, but the amount of championships he was able to win also revolutionized the game. I already kind of mentioned that Steph Curry comparison where, I think he changed the game in the sense where, three-pointers now have become such a crucial part, and analytics have come in that. And what Messi did at Barcelona translucid the game and turned it to tiki-taka. They loved the possession base, and it, again, kind of changed the game of how it was looked at and how you have these players and how you can be able to then try to dominate the ball. And it, again, kind of revolutionized that. And so I think that's also one of the reasons. But when he has the ball, or even when he doesn't, just watch it. He's electric. You feel a buzz every time he has it. And you feel and you think something amazing is going to happen, and usually it does. And so you never really know what you're going to expect, and I love that.
Wando, you mentioned the amount of eyeballs that Messi is getting for people to watch the MLS, which means there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on the San Jose Earthquakes on Wednesday night. So what can you tell us about this 2025 San Jose Earthquakes roster?
Exciting. I love it because we are offensive. I think that we have 3 top scorers in the league right now that are up there in the top 5, and also with assists. And I think we're up there with most goals scored right now. And so, in the past, we've always had kind of more of a defense approach and make sure we're probably more secure. But I love that we're going after it this year, that we have guys like Chicho Arango and Joseph Martinez and Christian Espinoza that are just lighting it up, and they're exciting to watch. And so I do believe on Wednesday there'll be a couple goals scored. I'm hoping we at least have one more than Miami, but I think there'll be some excitement.
Yeah, Bruce Arena, the legendary coach in charge of the rebuild, the highest scoring team in MLS right now, the Quakes. All right, well, that's it. I mean, we don't need to hype it much more than it already is. It's the Messi game at PayPal Park on Wednesday, 7:30. It's going to be on KNBR. We're broadcasting on a KNBR, so it'll be great to hear Ted Ramey. So just have too much fun, Wando. Man, you going to go over and say, hey, Messi, remember my foul? You going to say that to him?
I'm not even sure if you remember my name. Maybe I'll get a name tag on there or something. But I might be down with the Ultras. They're doing something.
Fun stuff,
Yeah,
man.
I need you shirtless with the Ultras for this game, Wando.
This is the game that might bring that out. And so,
Good stuff. Hey, well, always great to catch up with you, man, and just enjoy the heck out of the show on Wednesday night. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Wando.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys. And always enjoy being with you guys.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Wando, part of the Bay Area World Cup host committee. And by the way, we should pump up there, saying the Earthquakes this year, not just the Inter-Miami game Wednesday with Messi, who, by the way, played Saturday in Minnesota and scored a goal. So he's out there playing. California Classico at Stanford in June against the Galaxy, expected to draw over 50,000. LAFC is coming to Levi's Stadium in September, expected to draw about 50,000. So it's the biggest home schedule in Quakes history. All right, well, there you go, man. Messi.
Yeah,
he's a little tiny guy.
That was fun.
He's like 5'7".
Talking a little football with Wando.
Somebody said a good analogy that Cristiano Ronaldo, 6'2", big, strong guy. Lionel Messi, little guy. So Ronaldo, LeBron, Messi, Steph.
Ooh, I like that comp.
And Messi and Steph, apparently, it goes back. I was looking it up. Remember back in 2015, they were exchanging jerseys with each other? And
actually, I don't like that comp because I like Ronaldo. I don't like LeBron.
Look at you.
That means I'm a Messi guy now.
Well, what if I told you LeBron was part Portuguese?
Oh, then I'd be all in
there you go,
LeBron
buddy.
fan club.
We have Azalea, our Junior Giants kid reporter here for the Giants Community Fund. The Giants Community Fund auction, we can talk about that. We'll find out what Tony learned today. We got Diamondbacks Giants on KNBR tonight, 6:45, 5:45 first pitch. John Miller and Dwayne Kuiper will be calling the action as Dave Fleming's on assignment this week. Dave Fleming. So we get Kuiper on the radio, which is always great.
Nice.
Merrill Kelly versus Justin Verlander. All right, we'll finish strong on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, we have young Azalea here, the kid reporter, and even she knows it's Bigelow tea season. That's right, Bigelow tea season. Every season is Bigelow tea season. That's why it's the number one tea in the Bay Area. Okay, we do it right here at KNBR. Reach for the mug full of English breakfast or Earl Grey, gets you going. All their different flavor options are fantastic, perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. So it keeps us going here at KNBR. Look no further than our big supply and cups of Bigelow tea right here in the studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did we learn that young Tony discovered Stevie Wonder today? Is that what happened?
No, come on, dude. This guy's an absolute legend. I just love Stevie Wonder. Any good excuse to play any Stevie Wonder, I'm going to take it.
Stevie was part of Jimmy's playlist. Is what started it all. You do, I do, but of course, I wish. All-time banger, bro. Songs in the Key of Life dominated the 70s, bro. So you're going to get me going here now, yeah?
I didn't know we had such a Stevie Wonder head on the board. We've worked with this kid for like a year and a half.
I've never heard him play. I put him as a top 10 American of all time. I may have to start making that list out.
Yeah.
He's on it.
Better make sure Looney's on there.
Yes, that's two. That's 20%.
Come on, Looney. He's got to represent America tonight, Murph.
I only got 8 spots left. Where's Abe Lincoln going?
It's closing out quickly.
All right. Well, we have young Azalea. You can see her on the camera, which is great. But she's going to wait another minute here while we do, of course, our young Tony. What did he learn today? We have young Azalea and young Tony.
I bet she knows more pop culture than Tony.
I would agree. Yeah. Yes. Go ahead, buddy.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Every day something comes up that the young kid says, old Murph is talking about things I don't know about. And it was about Jimmy Butler saying we need to put on our big boy pants to go win. And I said, what are big boy pants? And I said, really, if you had to press me, it would have to be Ben Davis pants. Because those are only won by the toughest of the tough.
This is such a good digression on Ben Davis.
Guys who out there are busted. Well, I told you my cousin who was a ruffian, he wore Ben Davis pants. I was a nerd, so I was wearing Toughskins, which is like the nerd pant from JCPenney.
Toughskins?
Yeah.
Those are actual pants?
You didn't know about Toughskins?
I've never heard of Toughskins in my life.
That's a whole other one.
Oh, what did I learn today?
So you didn't know about the Ben Davis pants, huh, bud?
No, I'm not familiar with their game.
See, he's a nerd like me.
Yeah. I bet you John Joe Curley knows about Ben Davis.
Curley wears them on the construction site.
Well, that's thing. Ben Davis, the pants for the construction man.
Yeah, and you would just wear them just because you were skating or whatever?
Yeah, I've told you, over the last couple of years, last decade really, skate culture has kind of blended with construction worker culture or blue collar culture. I'll wear a lot of Carhartt and a lot of skaters will wear that also.
Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, shout it out. I told you I'll never forget my cousin Kathy saying about my cousin Mike. Yeah, back to school shopping's easy for Mike. We just go buy 4 pairs of brown Ben Davis pants and 4 white T-shirts.
That's it, dude.
He's all set for the year.
Yeah, for me in middle school it was white tees and Dickies.
All right, well, there it is. Another one. That's what young Tony learned today. All right, well, we do have a special guest today. It's Azalea. She's the can we call her the kid reporter, or is that, or do you call her the kid reporter?
Yeah.
Chrissy says yes.
Yeah.
We're going to call her the kid reporter. Before we get to Azalea, we want to remind everybody, she's here to help promote the Giants Community Fund auction that we are doing with the Giants to raise money for the Giants Community Fund. Now, I don't want to get too political up in this piece, but Giants Community Fund are part of the cutbacks that are going on in the government. And I know Chrissy's like, don't talk about this, but I'm going to. The AmeriCorps Ambassador Program has been subjected to some cuts from the current administration. We're fixing it, though. We're fixing it. And also, we could use your help.
Yeah.
We could use your help at Giants Community Fund. So what do? We offer an auction every year. It's all week. It's going on through Saturday. Giants Community Fund can be our auction. Catch a few innings with Sergio Romo. Does that mean you're going to hang out with Sergio?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
I guess.
Hang out and try to catch a couple sliders.
Bat girl or bat boy. Giants ball dude or baldette. You go kayaking out in McCovey Cove. How about the first pitch? You can throw out the first pitch.
Ooh.
How about Gotham Club dinner and tickets? How about a presidential package? How about a play ball kid? How about the Cloud Club? How about the junior announcer? How about going to see batting practice? How about a Steph Curry autographed jersey? How about a Trent Williams autographed jersey? How about a Jung-Hoo Lee autographed baseball and bat?
Jung-Hoo Lee.
How about a Matt Chapman autographed bat? How about a Mike Yastrzemski? And that's our friend Azalea's favorite player, autographed bat. So Azalea, welcome.
Yeah, welcome to the Murph and Marcus show.
Why don't you lean right into that microphone like it's your life depended on it. You can pull it up a little bit there. We should pull it close to your old your vocal cords there. You can lean it. Hi, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Yeah, she's a stud. She's been very poised all morning.
Super kid reporter. Make sure you put super in there, Murph.
How does it feel to be the Junior Giants kid reporter?
Well, it's just like a dream come true, I guess you could say.
Nice. Do you like being on camera?
Yeah.
Do you like asking questions? Well, you're in the perfect business. That's all we do. Who's your favorite player you've asked a question to?
Mike Yaz.
Yeah, it's Mikey Yaz.
I saw you because I am on the Giants Community Fund board, so I watch all our stuff we put out, and I saw you in the dugout handling your business with Willie Adames and Mike Yastrzemski and Elliot Ramos, right? Mm-hmm. And you told Yaz He was your favorite player.
Yep.
And there's a story behind that because of his funny name?
Yes, because I used to call him Mike Wazowski.
Who's that?
Monsters, Inc.
There it
Legendary
is.
character.
So the name got you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, good
Does
stuff.
young Tony know Monsters, Inc.?
Does he know?
Absolutely. Are you kidding? Yeah.
Just double checking, young
Family
Tony.
just got back from Disneyland, and Candace brought my 17-year-old son Monsters Inc. socks.
Nice.
So there you go.
I'm jealous.
Okay, so what's the best part about being the Junior Giants kid reporter?
Well, just showing like that kids my age could do anything too if they put the work into it.
Nice. And you're in what grade?
5th grade.
5th grade.
Wow.
Shout out your school. What is it?
SJV Go Vikings.
Okay, and by the way, should you be in school right now?
Yeah.
We won't tell anybody. We won't tell anybody.
Okay, so the Giants, they need to win tonight, right? Against the Diamondbacks?
Yeah.
What was it like being in the dugout? Were you excited or were you scared?
I was both, but I think I was more excited than scared.
Yeah, what was the most impressive thing? Like the bats or how fast the ball goes or how hard they hit it? What was the most impressive thing?
Like how fast the ball goes and how hard they hit it.
Yeah.
Was like the most.
Do you play any sports yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Which ones?
Well, right now, currently, I'm in flag football.
Nice.
And I have a game today.
Ooh. All right.
What position are we playing?
Receivers.
Nice.
Good hands.
Go catch a touchdown today.
Hopefully.
Well, you and I have a little assignment after the show. We'll do something for the Giants Community Fund Social. Chrissy, of course, is the outstanding social media queen. She's done a lot for us. So welcome. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
And everybody go to the Giants Community Fund auction, sfgiants.com/GCF. That's GCF for Giants Community Fund. And thank you in advance for your generous help. That help really gets us what we need, which is ambassadors and equipment and all the things we need to run all the leagues, which is how many leagues right now, Chrissy?
85.
85. How many kids? Are we up over 20,000?
28,000 projected.
28,000.
Wow.
All right, we got to get you. Are you in the Junior Giants program yet?
Yeah.
Okay. What league?
For the San Jose.
She's a San Jose Junior Giant.
This
you know
is
what?
awesome.
Mic drop. Home run, Azalea. Great job.
Thank you.
Are the Warriors going to win tonight?
Hopefully.
All right, there you go. All right, Young Tone. Good job, buddy. Great job, Azalea. I'll see you outside for our little interview. Marcus, you'll be there tonight, right?
Yeah, I'll be at the. I'll be down there. I'll be down there watching the Warriors down at Chase Center.
Okay, buddy. It's on you.
No time for a Terry Francois two-step. Same time tonight.
Wearing the shirt tonight, buddy?
I'm a media member. I don't wear the shirt.
Ah, there you go, bud. All right. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Barry Bonds. Barry had a great career. 720 home runs.
720. Okay, hold on.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Kyle and Christian. Warriors game day. Get your fits on. Let's go.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Butler again on DiVincenzo. Driving lane cut off. Butler keeps, penetrates, gets deep again, leans in, banks it in to tie it at 21. Kuminga drives at Gobert. What a move. Gobert tried to block it, but Kuminga threw it over his outstretched arm to tie the game. Oh my goodness! Anthony Edwards scrapes the sky and flushes it. That quieted down this crowd awful quick. Vincenzo right in the grill of Hield. Shot clock at 5. Hield gets rid of him, fires, and gets a 3. Now they can't miss. They couldn't make in the first half. Randall going to work to the corner. Shot clock at 7. McDaniels puts it on the floor. Missed the dunk. Draymond Green just fouled out. And Steve Kerr does not have a challenge. 4:38 to go. Green's night is over. 90 seconds to go. Minnesota ball up 4. They double. Randall fights through it. Here's Edwards. He'll pop. In and out on the 3. Gobert taps it out though to Randall. Back to Edwards. Another try. That one's good. Anthony Edwards with 34. And the Minnesota Timberwolves have won 2 straight in the series since the injury to Steph Curry in Game 1. The Wolves go up 2-1. They'll look to take a 3-1 lead on Monday night here in San Francisco, trying to get to the conference finals for the 2nd straight year.
Yes. The Warriors have to do it the hard way, but you knew that the second that Steph Curry left in the second quarter of Game 1, and the Warriors ended up holding on to win that one by a low score of 99-88. They have since lost 2 in a row. It was a hard fight out at Chase Center on Saturday night, but alas, Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle, and the Minnesota Timberwolves ended up getting the mission done. They take a 2-1 series lead. Tonight becomes a crucial one for the Golden State Warriors, and Greg Papa and Greg Silver will be here to break it all down for you over the next 4 hours. We start the show, Papa, where we've started a lot of our April and now into early May shows. The Golden State Warriors searching for answers. They found some on a Saturday night, but it was not enough, and they got to get right back to it. Try to even this at 2-2 tonight.
Yeah, we're going to build it up over the next 4 hours, 3 hours and 57 minutes to be sure and counting. This is the biggest night of the season coming up, very simply. So we'll lay it all out. First things first, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. I did text Bill Lasky right away, and Eric Sleepy Floyd, Mama Silver, have a good Mother's Day weekend?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was great to spend some time with her on the early end of the weekend, and really nice to just get some good weather here in the city. I know it was a little bit colder, but Saturday was a beautiful day out here, so got a little heat in California. How'd you enjoy Sacramento, by the way? Did you go to
It
just
was
one?
smoking hot, so we left right after the show and went up there, and we're trying to get there by batting practice for the Yankees and the A's by 5 o'clock, 4:40, and the traffic was everybody's going up in that direction, either going home from work or going up to Napa, wherever they're going for the weekend. And I was lucky to get to West Sac by first pitch. We got there at 6, but good thing we didn't make BP. We would have melted. It's like you're playing outdoors at the ballpark in Arlington or the old Arlington Stadium. I mean, it's that hot. It's 97 degrees. Whatever they listed at first pitch, it's Schwady balls the whole game. Aaron Judge, first pitch he saw Friday night, doubled off the wall in left center. Yankees went off. Then he hit 2 bombs on Saturday and 4 hits yesterday. But we will see the A's coming up as they come to San Francisco over the weekend. We'll get into the Giants. We're not too enamored with people from the Twin Cities. My friend Paul Allen I have blocked for the entire week now after what happened. We'll get to the Giants' woes later. But for the Warriors, they made the changes we thought they would make. They got Trace Jackson Davis into the starting lineup over Quentin Post. Post had a cameo but didn't play much. And everybody wanted Jimmy Butler to get more shots up. He got a lot. He got 26 shots up. First play of the game, they ran a triple screen for Jimmy, going from left to right. And it was Pods, it was Buddy, it was TJD, all set screens for him and got him a wide open look. He didn't make the shot, but he was aggressive to score, obviously, and got up 26 shots to get 33 points. Did have 7 assists in the game. And then off the bench, Jonathan Kuminga gave you a real boost. The fact that they couldn't make a 3 in the first half, they were able to overcome that and battle back. But it's like getting in the red zone in the NFL. When everything is tight, it is just easier to guard if you can. And they didn't even make a shot. Dave Pasch, we heard coming in, Greg, what was it, 16 to 17 first half baskets, and only 1 was outside of the paint?
Yep.
That is difficult work there. They did open up in the third quarter, mainly because they spread the floor and Buddy got going, and they had a real chance to win the game. And they just, why didn't they win the game? Late game execution, which was a big part of it. Jimmy had a good scoring game. Jimmy is so smart. His face-up basket on Anthony Edwards.
The spin move? Yeah.
That's got to go to every 8th grade basketball coach's footwork clinic and video. I mean, it was just the way he used his feet on that to go into him, to pivot out of it. It was a drive hard into the body and a drop step out of it. I mean, it was just vintage Jimmy right after we saw Rudy Gobert go the other way. Jimmy was so smart driving into both shot blockers, whether it was Gobert or Naz Reid. How do you deal with a shot blocker that's bigger than you? You go into their body and then come off of them. He didn't do that as much in the fourth quarter. There was a lot of Gobert, weak side, chase down, either blocks or alterations of shots, and some bad turnovers when you got to get caught. Jimmy still has a bad problem of jumping in the air with nowhere to go, but overall he played well in the game. For Kuminga, he was fantastic for most of the game. He had some moments there where it was like the best we've seen of this young man, at least the best we've seen in a long time. But in the end, in a very different way than Jimmy, he was just reckless. just taking shots, getting stripped, and like, can we slow it down a little bit? And just not good late game execution. We're going to talk to Jim Peterson, the TV analyst for the Timberwolves, who's now sliding over to radio in the playoffs. We know Pete well, and he was on during Game 1, and he talked about, the Timberwolves would have had a better record had they been able to have a better crunch time. 5 minutes to go, within 5 points, like the Warrior record wasn't good before they got Jimmy. And then Minnesota just executed. And obviously Anthony Edwards is becoming, as the series goes on, increasingly a problem. He had to get up a lot of shots, 28. He was taking his three a little bit more in the game. He had some tremendous plays, driving to the cup and elevating over to dunk. But the Warriors are going through. They just finished up their film work, and they're on the court for a walkthrough right now. And make no mistake about this. This is the biggest. This could be the last home game of the year.
Yep.
Just to brace you for that. We're going to go back in the history books like we went through in 2016 when the Warriors were down 3-1 to Oklahoma City. The chant all night long has got to be "See you Sunday. See you Sunday." They've already lost twice, so this series has got to go 6. It's a chant the Boston Celtics, great fans, along with Beat LA, gave us in the early 80s. We'll get into it all. But what do the Warriors do to win tonight and to force a Game 6 and to at least give themselves some hope here? Even if they lose tonight, they could win in 7. Let's not make the margin of error more difficult. This is a better team than Houston.
Yeah.
And to me, public enemy number one. The focus of the walkthrough and the film work before the walkthrough. The film work lays out what they're going to do. The walkthrough is on the floor, kind of in a step, choreographing what they're going to do. Julius Randle's killing us. He is killing us in every regard. Going into this series, I just remember when he was a younger player, and Draymond Green had his way with Julius Randle. They called Julius Randle a baby Draymond, not so much for his defense. He's not a bad defender, but he's not Draymond. But they would run their entire offense through him. He would have high assist totals. His ability to run their offense, and in particular in the fourth quarter. I mean, he had a double-double in Game 2, and then on Saturday night in Game 3, he had a triple-double in the game. He is ferocious in all regards. He is way stronger than I ever remember him. Now, one play where Tim Legler thought that Draymond went for a side steal. Go back and watch that play late in the game. He just reaches one hand around, grabs Draymond's ass, and just pulls him out of the way. He just yanked him to one side of his body and then drops down. I'm like, whoa! When did Julius Randle become this kind of beast? The way he rebounds, they can run their offense through Conley. They can put it up top to the Ant-Man and let him dance on you and drive on you. But Julius Randle gives him a different element. It's on the side usually. It can be all over the floor. He makes proper choices. The guy went for 24 points and a dozen assists in the game. And when they all in their corner on threes, they've got to come up with a better plan. I don't know what a better plan is. Then Draymond, you got to play better.
Yeah.
You've got to play better.
And more minutes.
I just play better. You got to guard him. He wasn't guarding him well, but you can talk about the fouls. The fouls were all legit. He got beat baseline on the 6th one. He grabbed a jersey. He's not defending him, and I'm surprised. I thought going into this series, the one thing I can count on, I don't know who's going to guard Anthony Edwards. I don't know what Janie McDaniel's going to do. And I know Draymond Green can shut Julius Randle down. We have seen it. Well, Draymond's older. Julius Randle's in his prime, and he's a beast right now. Do you double him? You can't double him and then leave Anthony Edwards to get a 4-on-3 on the backside. How do you do that? As a Draymond is just saying, I'm not going to get into his offensive numbers. He did not have a good game. So as they're going through the film and the walkthrough right now, the way he called himself out after Game 6 against Houston before they played Game 7, he's got to flat out say, I did not play well. I did not guard him well. Julius Randle took the game over, and then by me fouling out, it got even worse. But of all the Timberwolves stars and matchups, Greg, I thought Draymond Green can take Julius Randle out of this series. It is the exact opposite. Julius Randle is dominating. The 2 games the Minnesota Timberwolves won, Julius Randle's been their best player in both games.
No, there's no question about it. I mean, I was out there on Saturday. I'll be out there again tonight. That was the best postseason game I've ever seen Julius Randle play. And as the game went on, he just got more and more dominant. And Anthony Edwards, who finished with 36, also started pretty slow. I think made just one of his first 8 from beyond the arc. And then he had the poster dunk in the third quarter. He really got going. So in the end, it was those two that really played better than Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga. And those were the two guys that really showed up big time for the Golden State Warriors. I actually disagreed with the Draymond Green fourth foul, and I was personally shocked that they didn't win that challenge and it was unsuccessful. Bottom line is, he did foul out. The Warriors didn't have a challenge after that fourth foul, and they did have to play the final 4:38 without him, which was crucial. Draymond's got to play better, and he's got to be available for more than 29 minutes. That's got to be 36 with not getting 6 fouls unless you do it at the very, very end, and it can lead to some kind of wind and no overtime period. Here's the other thing, too. We always tease the phone lines. We always tease the text number, and they are open all the time, as is the YouTube chat. But we're going to do a little bit of a 4-hour edition of what I'm just going to call Ask Gregory. It's not going to be a segment devoted to our typical Ask Papa anything. It's going to be Ask Gregory, and you can throw any Game 4 related question out, and we'll try to get to it constantly throughout the show, because this is the biggest night of the Warriors season. We want to hit on every single mark. No such thing as a bad question. And if it is a bad question, we're just not going to answer it. So please fire away, 415-808-5627. We also have the YouTube chat. Ask Gregory starts now. We also have a contest to get to on the other side. We also got to tell you about some guests coming up. So let's do that after this quick timeout. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Warriors did not get it done on Saturday night. They lose at 102-97 and take a 2-1 series deficit against the Minnesota Timberwolves, which was a tough one considering you don't have Steph Curry and you had a lead in the fourth quarter, but not without some signs of hope. Playoff Jimmy showed up. Jonathan Kuminga showed up. Now they just got to put it together. Can they get it done in Game 4 tonight? We'll share your thoughts at 415-808-5627.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, as Bay Area sports fans know all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Havas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Havas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Havas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Havas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Havas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit HavasLaw.com. That's HavasLaw.com. Havas Law, they will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver, happy Monday. Or we're going to try to make it a happier Monday after the Giants got swept over the weekend. The Warriors down 2-1. They're looking to even it tonight. The Giants got a big 3-game homestand coming up, or I should say 3 games at home against the Diamondbacks, and then they'll stay at home to take on the Athletics, who Papa saw take on the Yankees over the weekend. 415-808-5627, the number to chime in. I see Armand in Fair Oaks out on the phone lines. We'll get to you in just a moment, Armand. Got to tell you what we got coming up guest-wise for the show. Jim Peterson, who we had on last week, is going to be joining us at 10:50. Get the Timberwolves perspective on everything. Mark Kestisher, whose voice you heard in that open package, calling the games for ESPN Radio, is going to be joining us at 11:50. He's actually going to Madison Square Garden for Game 4 of Celtics-Knicks tonight, so that's a big one. But we'll catch up with Mark Kestisher, 11:50, and then FP Santangelo is going to join us at the end of the show, 1:30, to talk a little Giants-Twins. The Giants could not find offense until they could, and then Ryan Walker blew another save. It's the first time they've been swept over a 3-game series all season long. That said, at the quarter mark of the season, they are still 24-17 and have a chance to rack up some wins against a formidable NL West opponent. Let's do a little contest talk as well, because we have a giveaway this week. And no, it is not the Bay Area Panthers. It is actually a pair of tickets every day, today through Friday, to go and see The Who. The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. September 21st at the Shoreline Amphitheater. I've seen them twice. They are absolutely fantastic, even at this age, is still going. So all you got to do is tune in between now and 1 p.m. And when we give that cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win, furnished by Live Nation. Find the official rules at KNBR.com. Now, we were trying to figure out where to go as far as Who sounders, and turns out that I was looking through a lot of my sounds that I had saved over the course of my time producing Dubs OT, producing for Bill Lasky, and our buddy John Dickinson, who you're going to hear tonight after the game, makes his way into this sounder. Today's cue to call is...
I talked to John Dickinson the other night. I'm like, who are you? Who are you?
She remembered his name. That's good. Which version of this
Who are you?
Radio friendly? Who the F are you?
Yeah. Who the family friendly are you? It's got to be the radio friendly version, of course. But so JD, you can catch him tonight, and they'll know who he is, especially after the Warriors got into the playoffs, and we'll see if they can make it a 2-2. But there you go. Chance to see The Who with a couple of tickets right there. How many times have you seen The Who?
Never,
Ooh.
actually. I have never seen The Who. I've seen the Stones like 36 times and U2 like 10 times and a number of bands multiple. I've never seen The Who. Is Townsend still active and playing with them? I know his hearing has not been good for a number of years. So is he still Pete Townsend?
Yeah, I think Pete Townsend's still kicking it. At least when I saw them a couple of years ago, he was hitting the windmill, doing everything. So
he's had hearing issues, like Huey Lewis lost his hearing. It's hard to play and sing when you can't hear, but... what day of the week is September 21st? Do you remember the 21st night of September? That's during football season, so it'll be a little bit busy. We found out this morning that the Cowboys are going to be that's a Sunday night. Damn. The odds of having a Sunday night, if the Niners are home, where's the show at?
Shoreline? Yeah.
Yeah, that's doable.
It's doable. Hopefully they got a nice little 1 o'clock kickoff or something, so... Yeah, we'll see about it. Let's go out to the phone lines, because I don't want to keep Armand in Fair Oaks waiting. He wants to talk about one of my favorite Warriors, but not sure what the topic's going to be. Kevon Looney, what's happening, Armand? Thanks for joining the show. You're with the Gregs. How are you?
I'm doing fine, but people are not going to like my take.
That's okay. We welcome it all. This is Talk Radio,
you want
brother.
to bench Kevon Looney, is that it?
Okay. When 10 years ago, Kevon Looney and Curry, they fit well. Without Curry, Kevon Looney, I am tired of his grabbing. Maybe years ago he can get away with it. It can't get away with it now. I'm tired of his moving screens. When he leans heavily, he's 6'10". You can tell when he lunges into the moving screens. I'm sick of him. He's 6'10", and he can't make a layup. He can't jump, and he has hands of stone. He's very quick, but hands of stone. You say we need scoring. I mean, I understand that Post is his rookie season. He needs to be seasoned, but he can't go from the outside, and he can shoot. We can have Butler. We can have Kuminga. We can have Moody. We can have Payton, and we can have Post. We got somebody that can run to the basket with Butler and Kuminga, and we can have three guys from the outside shooting threes. Maybe that might help our scoring. But I love Kevon. I love him dearly. But I'm saying this game here showed where his grabbing, his moving screens, ability to there's times when they throw him a pass and they just bounce right off his hands. So please, Greg, tell me.
Hey, appreciate the call, Armand.
Normally at this point of the series, when it starts to slip away, the answer and the panacea is to play Looney Tunes more. But I hear you. It's not going well for him. He looks a little overmatched. They have two. And I don't even think Naz Reid is playing all that well. He plays well in spurts, but I've seen him play a lot better. Dante DiVincenzo's not playing well in the series. Oars are picking on him with getting him matched up on a Jimmy. As far as the Warrior bigs, and we'll talk to Jim Peterson about it, Trayce Jackson-Davis started the other night and played decently. He didn't wind up playing a lot of minutes. Quentin Post is completely out of the rotation after a cameo. So Kevon's playing more minutes. I understand what you're saying. He did foul out of the game. The fact that Chris Finch called him out publicly before Game 2 for grabbing, and now all we're seeing is him grab Jersey. He's having a hard time with Rudy Gobert keeping him off the glass, so he's just grabbing him. The one thing I wanted to keep a big on the floor throughout this series so Draymond can match up with Julius Randle, but that matchup's not going well. So maybe it is better to go. You got to figure out how many minutes. Draymond played 29 minutes the other night. How many were at 5? When Trayce Jackson-Davis plays 11 and Looney plays 18, were any of them at just pure 5, or was he playing with a big next to him the whole game? So Draymond's at his best defensively when he roams. Now, you don't want to roam off of Gobert too far because he's such a good offensive rebounder, but you don't have to guard him. In a lot of spots on the floor, you can roam off of him. Do you want to take Draymond completely off of Randle? I wouldn't do that. I just think Draymond's got to play better tonight. I'm looking for a Draymond Fury tonight where he gets into him and he's watching the tape and says, that's not me. Not only the fouls, but you just got to guard him better. So, but as far as the bigs go, I do hear you about Kevon here. You know, going back to the trade deadline, all we ever talked to before Jimmy Butler came in our world was Miles Turner, and hell, Indiana's not trading that guy. They
I was going to say they're going to the conference finals.
They're going to the conference finals again. They got Boston. I mean, who knows? We'll talk to Mark Kestis here about it. And Quentin Post, you know, we don't need Nick Vucevic. We got a younger version, do we? It's just not happening. So just a lot of what has gotten into Brandon Podziemski's floater game? He cannot make a floater. He is so good at the little runner teardrop in the lane. Every one is short. He got 1 3 to rattle in. Otherwise, I just didn't think he would struggle like this. You need him, and then Moody's essentially out of the rotation. So I understand. I wouldn't completely. They're going to play 2 bigs all the time. In some form of the 3, they're going to have Gobert, Randle, Naz Reid on the floor. That's why, you know, Randall's not matching up with a 5, Greg. He's matching up with a 4. So, and Jimmy can't guard him. Draymond can't guard him. He's just so damn big and strong. How'd that guy become a beast?
Dude.
So, I mean, do you double him? As far as Kevon, I don't know. I hear what you're saying. I'm not blaming everything on him. But he's not playing as well. There's no doubt. And it seems like there's always a camera right on him when Kevon goes around and tries to grab Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert had 13 rebounds again the other night in 26 minutes. You get a rebound in the NBA every 4 minutes, you're really good. Every 3 minutes, you're a borderline Buck Williams Hall of Famer. You get a rebound every 2 damn minutes in the NBA. So, I mean, the rebounding numbers weren't horrible, but they had 13 offensive rebounds and so many big ones. So I understand what he's saying there. I don't think they'll completely eliminate Kevon from the starting rotation. Here's the other side of it. If I want Draymond off of Randle, and I'm not sure I do, because I think he has to guard him. He's just got to guard him better. Do you put Kuminga in the starting lineup, and who do you take out? Do you take Trayce Jackson-Davis out? You need Podziemski shooting, even though he's not shooting. I don't know. But Kuminga is going to be a featured performer tonight. He doesn't have to start the game tonight, but just, do you make a change? You got to get in the starting rotation.
Well, as far as Looney, I mean, he was just in the rotation period, but not starting. That was the TJD in the start. And so as far as the starting rotation, I actually probably would start Jonathan Kuminga. And this was something I said going into Game 3. Now, the Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler, could they play together? Well, guess what? You don't have a choice, and it seemed to work okay in this rendition. I mean, outside of that 2-on-1 fast break where there was a little miscommunication, I think Kuminga wanted a little bit of a lob. Butler just threw the hard pass, went out for a turnover. Other than that, I think they were pretty good. My honest take on Kevon Looney, I actually thought he had a pretty good first half. I know I get that he doesn't give you a lot offensively. I understand there are limitations to his game. But the bottom line is the Warriors have to hold the Timberwolves under 100, maybe even under 90 if they want to win games in the series without Steph. And so Looney's going to be a force that gets minutes and gets out there for a little bit of steadying. I am with you that if you're talking about Julius Randle and who needs to defend him, it's got to be Draymond. Now, Draymond didn't defend him well, but he is your best defender. He is your best option. Draymond just has to be available for more than 29 minutes, and he's got to play way better than he did in Game 3.
He didn't guard him well in the 29 he was on the floor. I can't think of anybody else on the roster that can guard him. Honestly, it's like, how did this happen? The theory being in putting Kuminga in for me and taking Trayce Jackson-Davis out, then when you sub and take Jackson-Davis out and bring Looney in, then Davis comes in the game. So that would be the theory there. You could lessen Kevon Looney's minutes by making that one subtle change there. So they got a lot of things they got to work on. They were close. I mean, they were controlling the game, not so much the first half, but by halftime they controlled the game. They had a good lead mid-fourth quarter. It was the late game execution in the half court. It was a very winnable game. They've just got to figure out a way to win the game tonight. And we don't like to over-dramatize, and we'll say it again on Wednesday, win or lose. But tonight, they have got to feel like when they go to the arena tonight, this could be the last time. They're not going to say it, but they're all going to, when they pull into the lot and get out of the car, they're thinking, well, this could be our last home game. So you can't, you've got to come in with a different mentality. 3-1 is, you can come back from 3-1 down. It's hard, though. When you came back from 3-1 down against Oklahoma City, 2 of the 3 were home. This is 2 of the 3 on the road. And they are going to evaluate Steph again on Wednesday. Yeah. Everybody's he's out till game 6. Well, if you're facing elimination, that's a different deal. And then you run into the risk of asking Steph, would you run the risk of completely tearing that hamstring to come back and play? That's up to you, brother. We're not telling you to do that. Durant had a bad calf injury, and everybody said it's not going to become an Achilles. And I remember being in Toronto that Monday. What? Certainly it could become an Achilles. And the first time he faced up Serge Ibaka, he blew out his Achilles. He was done. So you got to know who you are. They may just take it out of his hands and say, no, you're not playing. They may be, do you want to go? And then what is the recovery time for a 37-year-old off a completely torn hamstring? Do you want to do all that? Do we want to do that? So that's what you're up against. You win the game tonight. You know you got a game on Sunday. See you Sunday. It's 2-2. You lose this game tonight, and then you're driving out of the arena thinking, is our home schedule done? And then what do? Do we push this guy to an unsafe place? Nobody wants to do that, but this is professional sports. Guys, you can't shoot it up. I don't know what you do with a hamstring to be able to wrap it or, deal with it. It's hard. So that's why they just need it. But they were close, Greg. The game was a winnable game. I could go through several plays if it goes the other way. Just the late game execution. Jimmy, you got to drive into Gobert's body and tie him up. You can't let him come from off the ball and be a shot blocker. Kuminga, I know they don't like to call plays, but those plays there are not going well. And then obviously Julius Randle and just the way he dissected you. In the fourth quarter, they put the ball in their baby Draymond. And he outplayed the real Draymond, and he wound up fouling Draymond out of the game, and that's where you lose the game. That was Saturday. Today's Monday. It could be a whole different story. You could blow them out, win by 30. You could win at the end when it comes right down to it. The plays you didn't make Saturday, you can make tonight. It's sports, but you have to fully understand, and they don't need to be told this, tonight is a ginormous basketball game for this franchise.
All right, Jim Peterson coming up at 10:50. This segment of Pop and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. Appreciate Armand in Fair Oaks chiming in on the phone lines, 415-808-5627, if you'd like to join the conversation as well. And a big question that we're going to give you leading into our next segment before Jim Peterson, was Saturday the chance to even that series and buy Steph some time, or do you think they can replicate the effort tonight? Let's hear from you and keep this conversation moving on the other side. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jackson Davis ahead to Butler. Podziemski wide open. Three is good. No threes in the first half. 2 threes in 3 minutes in the second half.
Yeah, that was the lone bucket for Brandon Podziemski, who went a rough 1 for 10. We mentioned in the last segment the floater game was brutal. Couple of in and outs right there. And here's the deal. If the Warriors want to be competitive tonight, they might not need 30-plus from Butler and Kuminga, but if you're not going to get the 30-plus, you sure as hell got to get more from Buddy Hield, Brandon Podziemski, Draymond Green offensively. Yes, I know he's got a lot to do defensively, but we're kind of looking at everybody chipping in a little bit extra. And don't get me wrong, Brandon Podziemski had been playing winning basketball since the Butler trade. There was a reason that he's been firmly in the rotation. That being said, this is enough of a sample size now in the playoffs where take away game 4 in Houston when he had the 6 threes, the 26 points. He is really, really struggling to get some shots going.
The way he did early in the year, and he was very open about it. And he got elbowed by his own teammate, Friendly Fire, and TJD, and the fractured nose, wore a mask, and he was having dizzy spells and affected his shot, but he couldn't shoot the ball to begin the year, and he worked hard in the offseason. He was a skilled player. Teams wanted to trade for him. They wouldn't let him go, and there's reason for that. He's a good player. If he makes a shot or doesn't, he still helps you. The guy had 8 rebounds in the game. He guards, but you got to make a shot. And the floater game, the teardrop that has just been there, the little runner, he makes that shot all the time. He could not make it. The 1-3 was when Jimmy gave him the pitch back. So, minus Steph Curry, I mean, everything changes. Guys like Draymond Green is just no longer as effective offensively. You know, in the first series it was Van Vliet, and the way they covered him playing the zone. Now, you can't run the high drag with Steph. Steph's not out there. The split action's not the same. It's a more of an isolation Jimmy Butler kind of offense, so Draymond is not as effective offensively. I mean, his defense was not good, but his numbers offensively weren't good. He had, more turnovers than rebounds and baskets in the game. Our caller was critical of Kevon. Kevon's strength is obviously offensive rebounding, solid post defense, and screen setting. When you don't have Steph Curry to set a screen for, those screen assists go down. So there's a lot of factors here on what they do. Pods he's got to get open shots. He's got to make shots. He just has not made them. He's had some really good looks. He's starting to get frustrated. Tonight could be the night. I'd like to see him make one runner early in the game. The overall lack of three-point shooting, and they didn't make any in the first half. They were 0 for 5. They still had the lead. But what that does, and then they did make more shots in the third quarter, but what it does, it's like being in the red zone in the NFL. If I only have to guard you, just watch the way other teams play. Mark Kestershire will join you. Boston's 5 out. Everybody's out. Watch, Minnesota's got shooters everywhere. They got 2 in each quarter, 2 above the break, and now they're running at you. I was worried about Anthony Edwards and how do you stop the ball there. Now they've created like a side stage area of their offense, a pressure release to start to initiate their offense, and Julius Randle. And no one's guarding him, so he can't stop Edwards, having a hard time with Randle. But they got shooters everywhere. They're not making a lot of threes in the game. Anthony Edwards made 5. Dante's off in this series. Now, he could come out of it tonight. Naz Reid is always ready to shoot. But when you just can't get shooting over the top, and everything is slammed inside. Jimmy Butler made 2 threes in the game. Kuminga made 3. Decent amount for them. But overall, you don't have to really guard them. On the outside, you're playing them for the drive. It just makes life hard when you can't shoot over the top of a defense. They made Buddy got going in the third quarter, but that's where and they're not going to look at the roster is the roster. Without Steph Curry, Butler's not a 3-point shooter. Draymond's not one. Buddy Hield and Podziemski are. They got to make shots. Peyton can make them. He just did not the other night, and then you're not playing Quentin Post. Moses Moody's become unplayable.
Yep.
So right now, you just don't have, and you don't have to get into a 3-point shooting contest to win. They made 3 more than the Warriors the other night. It's not a huge factor, but that is 9 points there. But why are you struggling in the fourth quarter? The guys aren't tired. They're fine. Jimmy Butler's fine. He missed shots because they weren't good shots. When he was earlier in the game, he was going into the shot blocker. He was getting Gobert back. He was getting Naz Reid back. Now he's driving the lane, and those guys are in a help position, and they're affecting his shot. Minnesota's packing it in more. They know you're not going to shoot over the top. Steph Curry ain't playing. So, and Podziemski can't make a shot, so we're going to pack the paint and make you, and then we can swarm you inside. Now, Kuminga's such a great athlete that sometimes he does shake loose, but sometimes he's reckless. On a face-up, just a wild spinning out-of-control drive, gets the ball back, and they swat it away, pull the ball out, back. It's just kind of who he is. If he had played longer, maybe more rhythm would be in his game. So there's a lot of factors what's going on here. Just making shots would obviously help. Pods is getting good shots. He's not making them, whether they're beyond the line or just like to see his first teardrop tonight when he hits the paint and takes that little runner that typically goes in. It's just been short off the front rim last several games.
Yeah, we got some great texts to get to on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line on these topics about Brandon Podziemski, the lack of shooting, also Jimmy Butler and how he can adjust some things of his game. So I do want to get to those. We'll do that at 11:15, but up on the other side, let's talk to our buddy Jim Peterson again. Get a Timberwolves perspective on all of this. Do you feel like the Timberwolves are not playing that well, or are the Warriors actually defending at a high level even without Steph Curry? Let's get his take on that. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's created now 2 opportunities. Oh, my goodness! Anthony Edwards scrapes the sky and flushes it. That quieted down this crowd awful quick.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards with a big poster, and that was something that got him going. Although, as he alluded to in the postgame, it wasn't his poster over Kevon Looney that got him amped up. It was Kuminga dunking over him that got him fired up. Either way, he finishes with 36 points. Big fourth quarter for him and Julius Randle. Timberwolves take a 2-1 series lead. Pop and Silver hanging out with you, and our first guest of the week is our good friend Jim Peterson, who is normally the television analyst for Timberwolves TV, and now that they have made it into the second round of the playoffs, searching for their second consecutive conference finals, he is on the radio, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Jim, thanks for hanging out with the Gregs again. Really appreciate it. How's it going with you?
Good, Greg Silver. How you doing, man?
Oh, we're doing great, and I know Greg Papa is equally thrilled to have you on as well. So, we're living well here on a Monday.
I'm just the other Greg on the show. You guys have your conversation.
T squared.
Multimedia Pete.
T-squared.
How are you, bro? How are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, I don't think Ant was it wasn't really the dunk on him. It's the smack talking that Kuminga did after he dunked it on him. That was the problem, by the way. I said this before. I forget if it was like last year, if it was the year before, when Draymond was talking smack to Ant, and like, I'm like, on TV, I was saying this as Draymond was just like in Ant's face talking smack to him. I'm like, he's talking to the wrong guy. Like, you do not want to start. Like, I think Anthony Edwards has that Michael Jordan air about him. He's good natured. He's laughing at jokes. He's got that smile and stuff. But you start talking smack to him, I don't think it's a good idea. And Kuminga found out.
Yeah, and he had a huge game, obviously, the second half he took over. But I want to ask you about a guy. When you were on before Game 1, I think we went through your whole roster, and I didn't ask you about Julius Randle, because going back, before he was a Timberwolf, and he was a Laker very briefly in New Orleans and a Knick, Draymond Green always guarded Julius Randle really well, Pete. He was like the baby Draymond, a left-handed version. They ran the offense through him. Maybe he doesn't guard like Draymond, but a really good player. And I just thought going into this series that Draymond will handle Julius Randle. He'll score some points and make some passes, but not like he's done the last couple of games. As good as Ant-Man was, wow. His performance on Saturday night, 24 points, 12 assists, 10 rebounds, the way they ran the offense through him in the fourth quarter. This is the first time you've laid eyes on Julius Randle. To me, he's a bigger, stronger player. Obviously, you guys all became as you got further in the league. But, wow, I thought he was the best player on the floor on Saturday for large stretches, Pete. What have you seen from Randle this year?
He was the second best player in the Lakers series. Everybody thought LeBron and Luka and Austin Reeves were going to dominate Minnesota. Michael Thompson, the radio analyst, who was one of my heroes growing up, told me that they were going to sweep us before Game 1. I was like, Michael, did you see us play this year? Do you understand how good our team is? And Julius Randle's a big part of that. And so Julius, since he's come back from injury, we've gone 28-6 since he's come back, and including 6-2 in the playoffs. And so, the playoff narrative with him in New York. And by the way, I've always been a big fan of his. I was a big fan of his when he was at Kentucky, and just watching him play coming into the league. We saw him a bunch with the Lakers and with New Orleans. And Chris Finch was in New Orleans with him, along with assistant coach Kevin Hansen and Del Demps, who's one of our assistant GMs. He
former
was the
Warrior.
GM
We love him.
Of New Orleans, a former Warrior, exactly. He was the he ran the Pelicans when Julius was there. So they were very familiar with his game. And last year when we I'll go back to the Memphis series 4 years ago when we lost to Memphis. The reason why Tim Connolly made the deal for Rudy Gobert is because we got killed on the glass. And so they bring in Rudy Gobert, and now we have a top 10 defense. Last year when we lost to Dallas, we needed another ISO scorer to go along with Anthony Edwards. That's not really what Towns does. And so Towns isn't the same kind of player. Towns is more of a pick and roll. He's a pick and pop. His post-up game isn't bully ball like Julius's is. And so I've always been a Julius Randle fan. And Pop, I told him before Game 1. Our first game this year was in Los Angeles, and I told him before Game 1, I said, Julius, you could play in any era. You could play in the 80s. You could play in the 90s. Totally. He would have been a great Nick in the 90s playing for Pat Riley, wouldn't he have?
He's Anthony Mason. He's the same guy, maybe better. He's the oak tree.
He's so good, and then also it's the playmaking though. So he, in games 2 and 3, he's accounted for 54 points in each of those 2 games, and it's his playmaking. He had a triple-double last game, and so like I say, since he's come back from injury, we would have been a 2 seed had Julius not gotten hurt, and because we dumped a bunch of close games in those stretch where he was out. He was out for the entire month of February, and so we've gone 28 and 6 cents, and he is the perfect partner with Anthony Edwards because Julius is all bully ball. He's been tremendous, and he's a great guy. He's so fun to talk to, and he's a family guy. He just had his 3rd child. Like literally, his wife. He had his 3rd child right before the Lakers series, and his wife is on the road with the baby, with the 2 boys, at the hotel in Los Angeles. So, I mean, he is a family guy, man. I can't say enough good things about Julius Randle.
It's been fun to see his wife travel. I was surprised to see that as well, given that he just had his 3rd child. And a happy Mother's Day, of course, to Julius's wife and all the mothers out there.
And she looks good after giving birth so recently.
Jim, I want to get into a couple of different narratives I've seen, and it's been so fun to read both our Warriors beat writers and the great people that do the Timberwolves work as well. We had John Krasinski on last week and gave some great insight, and I've seen really 2 different stories being told out there. The Warriors side of it is that, the Timberwolves really aren't playing that well, especially compared to what you just saw in that Lakers series, and the Warriors don't have Steph, but they're hanging in, and part of it is that's why it's frustrating they couldn't capitalize on Game 3. And then I also see the Timberwolves side of it, which is the Lakers' defense is a lot worse than the Warriors have been playing defense, and even without Steph, the defense has been elite and given them a hard time. So I just kind of want to get your perspective on the differences between the Warriors series, the Lakers series, the 2 different defenses, and if there's some truth to maybe the Timberwolves not playing as well, or maybe it is just Warriors have made the defense a lot tougher for Minnesota.
Well, I mean, obviously the Lakers, they actually gave us some tough times during the regular season. In fact, the last time we played in Los Angeles, I was a little bit concerned about matching up with them because they had just a tremendous length. Rui Hachimura, LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, and then Dorian Finney-Smith. I mean, they didn't really use some of their bigs, obviously, in that series, but they had the kind of length that could kind of give us a hard time, and they put a lot of pressure on Anthony Edwards. But the thing that ended up happening with them is that, Luka Doncic is such a travesty on defense. We picked on him a bunch, and we got him into ISO situations. We ran him into ball screens, and so we could pick on him. And really, I don't think, like, the Warriors have anybody you can really pick on. I mean, Podziemski's a little small, and Dante can kind of get, sometimes in mismatched situations can get rolled out, and that's how it's happened with Jimmy Butler. Whenever Dante or Nikhil have gotten switched on to Jimmy Butler, Jimmy's punished them. And so we do have things that can happen, but the Golden State Warriors are just so much more connected. And somehow Steve Kerr has gotten Buddy Hield to defend, which is just, I thought it was hilarious. I forget what game it was after in that Houston series where Steve Kerr was saying that, these are words that have never been uttered. Buddy Hield, you've been a great defensive player, or whatever it was. It was
you set the tone on defense, Buddy Hield. Yeah.
yeah.
It was Game 3 after Jimmy hurt his buttocks. Yeah.
So I just think that that Kerr's a great coach. That he gets his guys. This is not the Steph and Clay Golden State Warriors that was about scoring. This team is predicated on defense, and that's why during the game I was texting with one of our directors with the Timberwolves, and because he, and also you remember Chad Hartman, Pop, like he does radio still. He was our radio.
His dad's a legend, the great Sid Hartman. Yeah, of course.
Great guy. So Chad was telling me, I was on his radio show. He was saying, without Steph Curry, the Timberwolves shouldn't lose a single game. Agree or disagree? And I said, disagree.
No.
I said we play down to the teams that have been undermanned, and the fact that they can defend. And I just think that we haven't seen the best of Podziemski either. Like, I just think that dude. I don't know why I'm always so concerned about him because I've seen him go off before, and I think he's such a good player. Like, you have not seen the best of Podziemski, and you haven't seen the best of Dante DiVincenzo either. Like, DiVincenzo and Nikhil have not played well at all in the playoffs of this year. So, I mean, we've got room to grow. You've got room to grow. And I just think that you guys can give us a tough time defensively, for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I did match up Pods against Dante, and we love Dante the 1 year he's here, but he got a big payday in New York. I don't want to say he replaced Dante, but there's a similarity between Podziemski's game and DiVincenzo, and neither guy is giving us their best. So adjustments for this one, and the Warriors made a lot of them. You know, obviously, since we last talked, Steph's not playing in the series, so everything has changed. But, you know, they featured Kuminga more and Jimmy. Let's see if they keep the same lineup, or maybe they start Kuminga, go small with Trayce Jackson-Davis. From Minnesota's side of it, you're going to start your same 5 and play the 8. You play the 3 off the bench. Just overall, as you're thinking out this game, because this is it to me. Warriors win this game. They're back in the series 2-2. They force a game 6 Sunday. Hopefully Steph comes back at some point. But if the Timberwolves win tonight, Pete, in theory, this could be the last home game of the year, and Steph may never play again this year. It's that pivotal of a game. So do the Timberwolves have to change anything, or just do what they've been doing but do it better for longer?
Well, look, I think it really took superhuman effort by Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle down the stretch of that game to get that win, because I thought we were kind of dead in the water. We did not look like we were connected as much as the Warriors were. And you know, the momentum was really in their favor until Julius kind of took over, and then Ant started making all those crazy shots. It was the dunk on Kevon Looney that kind of like animated Anthony Edwards in the third quarter. Like, that was a pretty awesome play. But when he got into Ant mode at the end there, that was that's what he can do. And so the fact that we needed that to happen without Steph in this game, like, kind of worries me a little bit. So, what really has to happen is our bench has to play better, because our bench was not productive at all. Naz Reid wasn't good. Nikhil was terrible, and Dante DiVincenzo the same thing. So you saw a little bit of it in Game 2. What we can be when those guys all contribute. Nikhil is great. And I think just a real pivotal guy in this series for us is Jaden McDaniels, because you've seen some pretty big plays from him too. And if he doesn't have to guard Steph and chase him all around, him being able to match up with Jimmy Butler, I mean, that really plays better for Minnesota. He can keep Jimmy under wraps more than anybody else on our roster.
No, Jaden McDaniels, I mean, even though he didn't have the most impressive box score in Game 3, I mean, he made some big-time closing plays as well. So certainly someone that I'm always concerned about from the Warriors' perspective of things. Want to get your take on this one, Jim. And we are talking to Jim Peterson, TV analyst for the Minnesota Timberwolves, and knows his hoops very, very well as a former Golden State Warrior. So, Jim, you have a concern over the lack of clutch play that the Timberwolves have had in this season. I mean, part of the reason they had to fight till the final day to get out of that play-in tournament is they had some missed opportunities. And yeah, they were able to get it done with Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle there in Game 3. But if Steph were to return at some point, is there a little bit of a concern about some of the clutch time struggles that Minnesota's had throughout this season?
Well, we've been so good in the clutch this playoff season. That's been the thing, is that I was worried about it. That's one of the things that going into the Lakers series, and that you look at the Lakers with LeBron, Luka, and Austin Reeves, is that they have 3 guys that can make plays down the stretch and end of game situation. We saw it. We saw Austin Reeves make a winning layup. LeBron James had made a winning layup in Indiana. Like, they had a lot of great clutch scoring. And of course, we've seen Luka Doncic with the Dallas Mavericks make all kinds of crazy shots against us late games to win games. So, we were really worried about that, but it was the Wolves that performed in clutch against the Lakers. And then, obviously, in Game 2, like, they were very clutch, and then Game 3 as well. So we're spreading the wealth a little bit. We would have, had we performed better, like I said, we were 20 and 26 in clutch. We played the most clutch time games, and we were just 20 and 26. Had we been just a little bit better, we would have been a 2 seed. And that's why I'm saying I don't think people understand how good our team was. I think that when we're really operating at our optimal levels, which you have to win a championship, I think we're a championship level team. And this has been a weird playoffs, right? Are you guys just shocked of what's going on in that Cleveland series.
Yeah.
And what's going on with the Boston Celtics as well. I mean, I am just absolutely blown away. And of course, you got to win 4 games. And the Knicks winning 2 in Boston doesn't mean anything really, but it's still been pretty eye-opening to see like how weird this finals could be. You could literally have the Knicks or Indiana from the East and Minnesota and Denver from the West, and nobody would have picked that.
Well, last year you guys were pretty good and had a nice run. I mean, one thought about Chris Finch, your head coach, because I'm learning him. You mentioned he was in New Orleans and knew Randall and kind of, was the guy who spoke highly of trading for him, and you made that big trade. But in Houston for a number of years as an assistant, Denver, New Orleans. He was on Toronto's staff. And then the Timberwolves hire him. You don't ever see that, or very seldom, where you hire somebody from another staff to be your head coach. And he's done well now since he's been there. I know you're really tight with Flip Saunders, and we miss Flip every day. And Chris Finch comes off a little like Flip Saunders to me, Pete, the way he's so no-nonsense. He calls his team out. He called Ant-Man out after Game 1. He called the officials out before Game 2. He is hard-nosed. Just tell me about your head coach, Chris Finch. I mean, last year he was in that boot on the sideline. It looked like he was, could hardly get up, and he kept talking to the guys behind him, and now he's able to roam the sideline and be more front and center this year.
He wasn't in a boot. He was in an immobilizer brace for his knee. He had dislocated. He had dislocated his kneecap when Devin Booker ran into him at the end of the Phoenix game that we ended up winning and closing out the Phoenix Suns last year. That was a big deal for us because Finch couldn't sit on the bench. He had to sit behind the bench. And so that just kind of ruined the flow of our team. It really impacted our team in the Dallas series. But that's how tough Finch is, though. He and Nick Nurse coached in England together. They both were, big-time coaches in the UK. They both coached the national team, the British national team together. So they've been good friends for a long time. Gerson Rosas, who was our president of basketball operations before Tim Connolly, he came here from the Houston Rockets. Gerson did a lot of things, and now he's with the Knicks, by the way. Gerson is with the Knicks, doing a great job. Gerson did some pretty amazing things while he was in Minnesota before Tim Connolly. He's the one that drafted Anthony Edwards, and as you guys know, that was not a slam dunk. James Wiseman, and was the player that you guys picked. Right. And so it wasn't like a foregone conclusion that was a done deal. So Gerson picks Ant. He before Ant came, he gets Jaden McDaniels from Washington. He makes that pick. He brought in Naz Reid in as an undrafted free agent into Minnesota, and he's also the one that hired Chris Finch. He was in Houston with Chris Finch when Finchie was the assistant coach for Kevin McHale and the G League coach. Finchie won a G League championship with the Rio Grande Valley Vipers. So Gerson knew Finchie really well, and Gerson could have hired Finch right out of the box, but he hired Ryan Saunders. He hired Flip's son to take over when he first got there. And so, Ryan was fired, and then Finch was brought in, and ever since Chris Finch has come, everything has changed for Minnesota. He's the one that has weaponized Jaden McDaniels. He's the one that has brought Anthony Edwards into fruition. And he just has an incredible perspective on basketball. He's boiled it down to what the most important things is. It's a lot like Steve Kerr. And I say also like Greg Popovich. Pop, had his great run because he understands what's important about the game of basketball, and that's what he focuses on. And when things go bad, he doesn't waver. Like, you can't throw Chris Finch off of his philosophy. And so there's a lot of writers that try to. They try to go at him a little bit about, you should play this guy, you should play that guy. Why are you only playing 8 guys? Why aren't you playing the young guys? And Finchie just mocks people during press conferences. So he's really smart. He connects with the players. He's got a lot of Greg Popovich in him. I think that he's got a little salt to him too. So what I love about him is that he calls out, like you mentioned it, Pop, like he calls out the star players just as much as he does anybody else. Everybody gets some in a video session with Chris Finch. So the accountability's there. The care factor is really high. Tim Conley's amazing. This is the best. I've been with the team for 27 years. This is the best the Timberwolves have ever been.
Wow. Some high praise there from Jim Peterson. Really appreciate you coming by with us. And, we'll see how it goes tonight. I mean, selfishly, I'd love it to be 2-2 so we can bother you one more time and have this series go as long as possible. And we'll see if Steph Curry finds a way to make it back. If it goes 5, 6, 7, all TBD. But tonight's going to be very telling for both squads. And really appreciate you coming by with the Gregs.
Okay. Thanks for having me on, guys. We'll talk to you later. Okay,
Pop.
20 minutes. See ya.
He's busy.
All right, see ya.
See you Sunday, by the way. We will see him Sunday. That's got to be the chant at some point tonight. If the Warriors win the game tonight, they will force a Game 6, which is back at Chase Center on Sunday. It's as big as beat LA was. The Celtic fans gave us see you Sunday when they were down 3-1 to Philadelphia. They did force a Game 7. They didn't exactly win Game 7. The Boston Strangler, Andrew Toney, went off. But anyway, that's what this is about. See you Sunday, or this could possibly be see you in the fall.
Right.
This could be the last home game of the year if you don't win. But if you win the game tonight, we will see you Sunday.
It's either going to be see you Sunday or Juicy, Lucy, or whatever they want to insert for their Minnesota
Forget them.
chant.
They're all dead to me. Mance is dead to me. Paul Allen's dead to me. Chad Hartman's dead to me. Not a good weekend. We used to love the Twin Cities of Minneapolis. After George Floyd and the events of Memorial Day a few years ago, in some respects, it's a terrible situation, but it really did bring our country together. It also divided us terribly. I love Minnesota and the Twin Cities in particular. But this weekend, wow, not good. Losing to them on Saturday at home and having the Twins walk off the Giants. Not real kind and friendly. Pete's the one guy we like because we need him. But now that he's off the air, the hell with the Twin Cities.
Yeah, this was not a great weekend for Minnesota. Now, I guess the game happened at Chase Center on Saturday night, but the 3 at Target Field, I was like, oh, come on, man. They finally got some offense. Had a lead in extra innings, and then it was the ghost runner and one more and a blown save. And we'll get into that a little bit in the 12 o'clock hour. FP Santangelo is going to be joining us at 1:30. And on the other side, I want to revisit a couple of texts because this Ask Gregory edition that we got going for 4 hours, your questions ahead of Game 4, we want to hear from you. 415-808-5627 to call or text in. And, of course, we've got the YouTube chat as always. You can ask Gregory on the other side. It's KNBR. 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus around 7:30 this morning, and although the Giants got swept in a 3-game series for the first time this season, he says he is not overly concerned about the closer struggles from Ryan Walker and some of the defensive woes that followed them on that road trip. To catch that interview, check it out on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, or wherever you get your KNBR podcasts. Hey, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Well, you know by now that Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about all your rights and how they can be protected. Over the past year, Chris and his team unfortunately also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, it's crazy out there. It was even raining this morning, which makes the commute even more dangerous and chaotic. So let's work together and make the Bay Area an overall safer place. But feel confident that you are in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's billion with a B, 9 zeros and all, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And the best part of it all, you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kuminga drives at Gobert. What a move. Gobert tried to block it, but Kuminga threw it over his outstretched arm to tie the game.
Jonathan Kuminga, his second straight high-volume scoring game, although Game 3 meant a lot more than Game 2 because the Warriors were taken out of Game 2 really quickly. Kuminga put up some nice numbers, but what he did on Saturday was a whole different level. And 339 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, Kuminga clinic all over the Wolves tonight to take Game 4 and even up the series. I will say this on Jonathan Kuminga. I don't believe that him having a great game on Saturday changes the fact that he really, really struggled since the Jimmy Butler trade. You don't get to rewrite history. You don't get to go back and do that. But without Steph, you have to have offense from a given source. And the best thing that Jonathan Kuminga did on Saturday was coming to the game and want to shoot the ball because it was 19-12 early. The Warriors had nothing going offensively, and even worse, nobody looked like they wanted to score. So Kuminga really provided that spark off the bench. It got Jimmy Butler going. Those two end up going for over 30. And, Kuminga, I mean, they didn't end up winning the game, but for reasons why they lost, he's not even touching that list. He had a fantastic game. I got to give it to him.
Well, he needs better late game execution. He was wild in the fourth quarter, and that's just from he's young. He's still an ascending player. His performance, you had to have it. It was a different way than Jimmy scored. He gives it to you. He also guarded Anthony Edwards, and he's gotten better and better defensively on Anthony Edwards as the series has gone on, where he was up in him quite a few times, and then Edwards just took over in the fourth quarter. A lot of it was off, the action involving Julius Randle and running that two-man pick and roll. It's just so hard to deal with. If you're another general manager around the NBA and you got any money at all, you're watching Jonathan Kuminga play on Saturday night, I am slapping an offer sheet on that guy, and I'm going to make Joe Lacob figure out what to do with him. If he wants to do a sign and trade with me, we'll talk about it. Jonathan Kuminga he's just started his NBA career. He's in his early 20s. His ability, he just does not, he has a fearlessness about him. He's not the young guy that was in the Memphis series in 22 when he got off the floor right away. He's played through it. He's learned the rhythm of playing with Steph Curry and without Steph Curry. He played fine at the end of the year. The game in Portland didn't go well for him. He does get lost when he's off the ball a little bit. He's a young guy. He's not the only young guy to have that problem. But when you put him on the ball and he plays the way he played the other night, he just needs to be more refined. And that's hard. You just got to play. There were times when he was the best player on the floor on both sides, offensively and defensively. He had some sequences that were like, whoa. And then at the end, he had like, whoa. Can you slow him down a little bit? Just pull it back out, brother. And so it's all his upside. If any player on the floor, I mean, Anthony Edwards is still young, but Jonathan Kuminga, for almost every player outside of Ant, has the greatest potential upside as far as getting better than anybody. I don't know how the Warriors keep him. Financially, how do you do it? How do you pay him? How do you match an offer sheet? Do they have to sign and trade him? That's why the Butler trade still does bother me on several levels. And now Giannis Antetokounmpo looks like he may be moved from Milwaukee. Are you in a straitjacket this offseason as far as making player moves? I'm not worried about that at all. Right now, you got to win the night, see you Sunday, and get back into the series. But financially, and I know when they made the trade for Butler, Joe said right away, we're keeping him. How do you do that and stay under the aprons? It's hard. But anybody watching him play the other night, or even before, it's not like you don't know who Jonathan Kuminga is, but he was a go-to guy that got it done. He shot the three ball well. He guarded well. He made his free throws. There were a couple of wild sequences at the end of the game that really did cost you the game. I mean, you got to be better in late game execution, but you just don't have a pivot point. That's the one thing. Jimmy gives it to you some. I mean, Minnesota can put the ball in the hands of Mike Conley if he's on the floor. They can put it in Anthony Edwards' hand on the floor. They can run a two-man game with Julius Randle, with the two, Edwards and Randle screening for each other, or they go to a side, a pressure release and get the ball to Julius Randle and let him run the offense. They got a lot of ways they can go. And the Warriors can with Jimmy. You got to get Draymond going back offensively. But Kuminga, and also what he did in Game 2 playing off the bench, it's hard to be in and out of the rotation and be in mothballs and then come in and try to find rhythm in the biggest games of your lives. This is a hard challenge, but he played exceedingly well on Saturday night. You just got to be a little more refined at the end of the game, but that's hard. You play your way through your mistakes, and now the question is, do you just want to start him? The best group was when Kuminga was on the floor with Butler. Do you just go ahead and start him? Who would you take out of the lineup? You need ball handling. So Trayce Jackson-Davis would probably have to come out of the lineup, and I don't know who guards Randle. Then it gets Draymond off of him and onto Rudy Gobert, but it's a tough cover for Jimmy to do that, so you're small. I'm not sure whether he starts the game or not. I'm sure they're having that talk and already decided this morning at the film at 9:30 in the walkthrough. But
there's also something to be said, too, for given that your two sources of offense in Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga last game, maybe keeping Kuminga in a sixth-man role isn't the worst thing to stagger some of that offensive potency.
Well, Buddy doesn't like. He said he preferred like in Game 7 in Houston, and he had the huge game. He wanted to start the game. I think if you're gonna start Kuminga, can you get away with Buddy Hield? Probably not. Steve's not going to like the lack of floor spacing. I always look at the game defensively. The other part of Kuminga's game, he guarded Anthony Edwards well in this game. He got up and into him. He's a hard cover. The guy went for a big total, but he put ball pressure on him. Buddy Hield has been guarding him. You could bring Buddy in off the bench when you sub out Kuminga. I don't know. I mean, you want to get off to a good start. It does matter. You can't fall behind. It's not an elimination game, but damn. You lose this game, you're down 3-1, and 2 of the next 3 are in the Twin Cities. It's not good. And you don't want to have to push staff to come back and play prematurely. So you all know what the situation is. So it's not like, we can ease into the game. No, you can't. You got to get off to a good start. You got to stay hot and play the whole game. Give you 48 minutes. Every moment you're on the court, you got to win those minutes. It's hard. The NBA is a game of streaks, but whether you start Kuminga, it does get the pressure off Jimmy a little bit where you have 2 guys you can go to. How do they get Draymond going more offensively in this series? Without Steph Curry, he just does not have a lot. I mean, I thought Draymond can rip and run and get it in the flow of the offense, but it's so much different for Draymond Green offensively, not having a sidekick with him.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Probably the rip and run and creating some quick transition opportunities where even if he's not the one scoring, he can facilitate offensively. If you got Kuminga on a break, if you got Jimmy Butler running up the floor. I know Jimmy's not traditionally a runner, and on top of that, he's got the hurt buttocks that he's still dealing with and everything there. So, by the way, before we go ahead and take a timeout, some breaking news out of the baseball world. Forever Giant Evan Longoria has retired after 16 seasons.
I thought he already did. Was he playing anywhere this year?
No, but it's official now.
Well, if he's not with a team on May the 12th, he's done. He was a good Giant. He put a lot of pressure on him when he came from Tampa Bay initially. It really took him a couple of years to settle in. I wanted to keep Evan Longoria for, when he went on to Arizona the year that he had. And by the way, the Diamondbacks are in town for the first time all year, playing them anywhere for the first time this year. But Longo was so good defensively, watching him in Tampa Bay with those teams. He put a lot of pressure on himself to play third base after Pablo when he first got here. For the first couple of years, he kind of it was weird for him playing outside, just everything. He kind of rushed a little bit. He wasn't settled in. But once he got settled in, Evan Longoria was a terrific player. We didn't see enough of it with him. He got hurt, and it just took him a little while to get comfortable here.
Yeah, no question about it. And he was, of course, part of the 107-win season there in 2021. We also got some Giants talk coming your way with FP Santangelo going to join us in a couple of hours. Mark Kestisher, though, will be joining us in about 20 minutes, 11:50. He was on the call for ESPN Radio, so let's keep it on your Warriors questions. A couple of texts to get to on the other side. Phone lines are open, 415-808-5627. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I got a question for you. Are your monthly bills keeping you up at night? Are you worried about your finances in these crazy times? Greg Papa here. If you're like most people, you have racked up a sizable amount on your credit cards, and the monthly payment is not making a dent into it. It's time to call Loan Pronto. Pronto, if you own a home, you have a super easy way to get tens or even hundreds of thousands in cash, Loan Pronto has lots of options for helping you tap into the equity in your home and get the cash you need to get back on solid footing. Most homeowners who do this end up wiping out all their credit card debt and cutting their monthly expenses by $1,000. Look, you didn't mean to end up here, but you're here. You don't have to keep stressing about money, not sleeping at night, so call Loan Pronto for fast debt relief now. 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com. One more time, and you'll have a beautiful sleep tonight. loanpronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver hanging out with you. Mark Kestisher going to be joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. Going to be great to have him. Big day in the Bay Area. We made so much about the Twin Cities losing game 2 in Minnesota, then the Giants lose 3 at Target Field. Guess what? It's a night for the Terry Francois two-step. Well, maybe not necessarily. It's going to have to be one or the other, but both your orange and black and your blue and gold are going to be playing tonight. 6:45, the Giants take on the Arizona Diamondbacks for the first of 3. Justin Verlander on the mound. I'm not even going to say it. We're just going to wait until it happens, and then it'll be a talking point. 7 o'clock. Golden State Warriors take on the Minnesota Timberwolves in a very important game. This is the most critical, not mathematical must-win, but gotta have since Game 4 of the 2022 Finals for these guys. And they're going to have to do it, of course, without Steph Curry.
Well, they had to do it that night without Kevin Durant. And, what happened in that series was they were down 3-1. going back to Toronto to play Game 5, and they decided to bring Durant back, and there was a concern about, although Celebrini, I remember talking to Steve Kerr, and he assured us the calf injury is not related to the Achilles, but it depends on where it is on the calf, and he wound up facing up Serge Ibaka, his former teammate, and he wasn't running all that well that game. He made some threes, but he wasn't moving well. Anyway, the first face-up, he blew out his Achilles, and it was done. Next thing I know, they're wheeling him by me. Bob Myers is crying, and they did win that game. DeMarcus Cousins was taken out of the rotation. They won that game and forced a Game 6, and then Clay got hurt. So there are reasons here with Steph. So that's why this game tonight is so critical. You don't want to put him in a situation. If you lose the game tonight, then it's tough. And then you do face elimination. And then all of Shams' reports and tweets, and nobody knows anything and what he's doing, what he's working on. They get what they're told. And but then it's Steph with we got to win tonight or we're eliminated. How do you handle that? That's different. So then it's like Durant in Toronto when you're down 3-1. We lose tonight, it's over. Do you want to play? And he did. And then he blew out his Achilles. So I'm not saying, but that has to be factored in. That's why tonight's game is, just do the math. It's 2-1 them. They win. They're going home for Game 5. For Steph to play in Game 5 is in the gray area. It's in the fray of the frayed hamstring. So the timetable, it's all up to him and how he's doing. He's been working at it, obviously, diligently. That's all he does with Dr. Celebrini. That's why just win the game tonight. Don't have to put him in that position to come back and risk it and have to play an elimination game. You win the game tonight, you got a Game 6 back here. You could win a Game 5 there and close them out in 6 and never have to go back to Minnesota. These games are tight. You won Game 1 without him. He played 13 minutes in that game. So you played most of the game without him, and you rolled him. And then obviously Game 2, experiment in the playoffs. We don't know our team. What's going on? You kick the game, and then this game the other night, you found out who you want to play. You can't play 14 guys in the first half. You're going to figure it out, and you only had 14 eligible because Steph wasn't even available to play. Anyway, they could have won that game. That game was there at the end to win. And when the Warriors were struggling early in the year, pre-Jimmy, they lost those games. Then when they got Jimmy, they won those games, and Minnesota's been up and down in those games. It may come down to crunch time again tonight. You got to find a way to win. So the bottom line is, no matter how they do it, tonight it's not a elimination game, but it takes you to the brink of elimination. It puts Steph in a compromised situation whether or not he would play in Minnesota and come back early and risk a really bad injury and a bad time of the year. We're already past Mother's Day. It's May. It's just hard. He's 37. Do you even want to ask him to do that? So I think it's pretty obvious what this game means tonight.
801 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line as part of our Ask Gregory says, what about starting Pat Spencer for Podziemski? And that brings me to an interesting note on Podziemski. Now, the answer to that question is no, they're not going to do that. However, this is probably more of an offseason discussion at this point. Brandon Podziemski has played a lot of winning basketball for 2 months, especially since the Jimmy Butler trade. Kerry Keating helped us outline a lot of the ways in which he has benefit off it, those 45-degree cuts. He rebounds well. He has guarded a lot better. That being said, 39 minutes was a lot to play the other night for the game that he had. And the bottom line is, without Steph, you are searching for answers. And maybe with the playoff sample size that we've gotten to this point, it could be fair to say that it's been too big of a stage to be the starting two-guard alongside Steph Curry. In the offseason, maybe you're looking for something that's a little bit more of an insurance plan for a Podziemski who could be a backup point guard if they want to have aspirations to make a deeper run. Again, not to get too ahead of myself on this one, I don't think Pat Spencer is going to be playing a lot of minutes. It's possible you give him a 3 to 4 minute stint in each half and maybe take some away from Podziemski, but Pat Spencer, for as fun of a story as that's been, as exciting as it was, he also showed out there in Game 2 kind of why he was paired out of the rotation when they played everybody and threw everything at the wall.
And then Saturday night in Game 3, he was a DNP CD, never got off the bench. So I would not be shocked if Pat Spencer played, but I don't think he's your riding in on a white horse with a white hat on. As far as Podziemski, and even Steph's more of a combo guard, but Steph can play pure point guard. If you just ask him to run the club, he'd lead the league in assists left-handed. But beyond him, you don't have a lot of pure ball handlers on this team. That's where Draymond's ability comes into play. But without Steph Curry, he's not as impactful in that way. Jimmy Butler can run the team. And believe me, the one thing about Jimmy, watching him play, I've learned so much about his game. I didn't realize he handled. His usage rate was so high. But he's not a pure point guard. Obviously, Buddy Hield is not. Gary Payton II can't dribble. He plays basically, he's just a strange player. He's in the dunker and the baseline and plays. He can guard out on the perimeter. Moses can't handle. You don't have anybody that can handle. So that's part of where the late game execution's a concern. Minnesota has Conley. DiVincenzo can play a little on the ball, and they can run their. Edwards can take it, and then they run their offense through Julius Randle. I'd like to see Draymond Green have a Julius Randle type game tonight. Maybe not the 24 points, but can you get 14 points and a double-double? Forget about all that. Shut the other guy down.
Right.
If that's the matchup tonight, and they leave Jackson Davis in the starting lineup, and then even after that, he's guarding Randall a lot. Draymond has got to win that matchup. I don't think it's enough to even neutralize that matchup. He's got to win it because there's other matchups we're not winning. So that one shocks me that Randall is outplaying Draymond. And that's where the game went. As far as Podziemski, brother, who else you going to play here? You've got to play the guy. And it's beyond him shooting and missing. He does rebound. The way the guy backs and rebounds for a guard, he got 8 rebounds the other night, and 5 were defensive rebounds. He guards, and he guards them all. There's some matchups that are hard for him, but he's on Conley to open the game. He's just got to make a shot. Now, does he have to make a shot? No. But it would help, Brandon, if you made some shots when you're open for us to win the game. But it's a hard game. I think he's in his head a little bit. Hopefully he comes out and he makes a runner or a pop 3 right away. He will get good looks at the goal. He's not afraid. He's just not made shots. But you can't bench him. If you want to bench everybody that's not playing well, you won't have 5 guys on the floor right now. So Podziemski's got to play. I mean, Pat Spencer's a different deal. Sometimes a little Tyson hook runner looks interesting. And then other times, is he a pure point guard? I don't even know what that guy is, actually. He's just a tough guy. He's a good athlete and runs around and tries hard. But the bottom line is, Greg, the guys that we, late in the year, when it became clear, well, they didn't even make the playoffs. Let's keep that straight. Minnesota did. Minnesota got the 6th seed. The Warriors had to go in the play-in. All these extra games contribute to soft tissue injuries and hamstrings, and this is why we're here. But at the end of it, we thought, well, it's Steph, it's Draymond, it's Jimmy. And then look at Podziemski and Moody, the way they are playing. They are staples. This fivesome is 18-0 when they start. They're never going to come out of it. And then we're going to play Quentin Post, and he's going to be the pick and pop stretch 5. And where's it all gone?
Right.
Moody's not playing hardly at all. There's nowhere for him to guard. Podziemski's still guarding and rebounding, but he can't make a shot. Post has become unplayable. I mean, your first foray, and I know Moses played on the 22 championship team, but when you get in these playoff runs, and it's different. You're playing the best players, the same players. They're shortening the rotations. You kind of get slapped in the face a little bit. Right now, I mean, the options are thin. And Minnesota's bench did not play well. I am shocked DiVincenzo's not playing better. I love that guy. It happens. It happens to Dante DiVincenzo. He's making a lot of money in the NBA, and right now it's happened to Podziemski, but they're not going to bench DiVincenzo. They have the ability to shorten his minutes. I don't know if the Warriors do, honestly, Greg. If you pull Podziemski out, you don't have any shooting. So who are you going to play more? Gary Payton II? Get Moody going? I mean, who's going to play if you just say we're not going to play pods as much? Who's on the floor for you?
GP2 is my answer. That's probably going to take the bulk of that minutes, but he doesn't handle the ball, and it goes back to that discussion. So again, with Podziemski, right now he's going to play because he's what you got, and he's still your best option by and large. The bottom line is he's got to play much better, and he's got to make an open shot if he can make the open shots. 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, chiming in and agreeing with me. Just hit your word I'm not going to say on the radio, open shots. Now, again,
it's not that easy. It's not that easy.
It's not that easy, but without Steph, you got to take advantage of the looks that you can have because you're not going to get as many high-quality looks if you're GP2, Draymond Green, Pods, etc.
Right. And they're men, not machines. Sometimes they miss open shots in the NBA.
Yeah, of course. It's a make-or-miss league in a lot of ways down to the end of it.
But he's getting, I think also the quality of the shot, and there were times in Minnesota's quality of shot was way better, especially from the corners. The Warriors got good looks the other night. Pods is getting decent looks. He's in his head, right? He keeps getting whacked in the nose. How many times has Rudy Gobert slammed him in the face? I mean, it's just, is he okay? Is he going through dizziness? Should he put a mask back on? Maybe he should get GP2's old mask, but it is what it is. The guy shot the ball well when he was playing well. He's just not making shots right now. But he helps you in other ways besides FGs and FGAs. He helps you in a lot of... To me, you got to play him. It's not a question of that. It's just, Pods, it would be really helpful if you would make an occasional damn shot.
Yeah, no question about it. And again, if you want to have him in a reduced role, if you're hoping to make a deep run in the next season, well, that's an off-season discussion because right now your roster is what it is. You don't have the center of the universe that makes the system, that is the system in Steph Curry. Coming up, we're going to talk to Mark Kestisher, who was ESPN play-by-play radio. And by the way, FP Santangelo now going to join us at 12:30, so he's going to move a little bit earlier. Then we'll have that last hour to answer all of your questions, and the phone lines are very much open. Mark Kestisher on the other side, Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Good to be with you. Happy Monday. Almost at the halfway point of our show, and it's time to bring in our good friend of ESPN Radio. He's going to be out at the Garden tonight for Knicks Celtics Game 4 and is kind enough to spend some time with the Gregs here on a Monday. Mark Kestisher on the UMA guest line. Thanks for hanging out with us. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, getting ready for Warriors Timberwolves Game 4. We want to ask you all about Game 3. How's it going today?
Hey, Greg. It's good to be with you. Good afternoon from New York. Sorry I couldn't stay in San Francisco a couple extra days.
No, you got a good one on your hands tonight. And actually, before we even get into the Warriors, you think the Knicks are going to take a 3-1 lead, or is Boston going to just make this road court advantage thing the theme of the playoffs?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's hard to exist if you're the Knicks and getting behind by 20 every single game. It's miraculous that they won one of those two games in Boston. It's, off the charts that they got both of them. And, the Celtics obviously hit the shots, but maybe made some subtle adjustments in there as well in their pick and roll offense and, maybe had an easier time at some of those threes. But unless, the Knicks pick it up on the offensive end, they too are struggling like the Celtics shooting. I mean, the Garden is rocking, but if you can't get the offense going and you can't slow Boston, at least watching from my hotel room in San Francisco Saturday afternoon, that place was very quiet very quickly, and could be tonight too if the Knicks don't get going.
We were watching as well, Mark, at home, and Boston just took them apart right away and opened up at 36-20 lead. So much discussion about three-point shooting, and Boston was 20 of 40 in the game, and the Knicks were just 5 of 25. As far as the comp between the Warriors and Wolves series and the Knicks Celtics is the huge trade that went down in training camp this year. And I don't think enough was made of it when it happened, when Karl Anthony Towns was traded from Minnesota after the great run they had last year to the New York Knicks. And we're seeing with Julius Randle, and I know you and PJ spoke to him after the game, how good he was Saturday. They get Dante DiVincenzo and a first-round draft pick. But how has that made Minnesota different? I keep going back. Are they better with Julius and Dante than the Catman? How has it changed to the Knicks going to Karl Anthony Towns? That was a huge trade.
It was a huge trade. It was early October, as I recall, so it was only a few weeks before the season started. So it was hard to digest. And I think what, kind of put an early headline on it was how well the Knicks started their season. So it looked like home run, Karl Anthony Towns. I don't know what the T-Wolves are doing. Julius Randle doesn't seem like the right fit. Dante DiVincenzo isn't shooting the basketball like he did with New York or even with Golden State and any other team before that, Milwaukee. And so I think it took a little bit of time for Minnesota, which had a very weird season this year. They had, great runs, and then they'd lose to, non-playoff teams. And it wasn't until Julius Randle came back from being out for an entire month that he says, and we asked him about it Saturday night in that interview, just sitting there on the bench watching Anthony Edwards and realizing, okay, I see where I could fit in. And so now, we have to reevaluate the trade. And many trades you don't evaluate, till years down the road. But even at the end of this year, it seems to be a win for both. But, the way the Timberwolves are playing right now and the way Julius Randle is playing right now, you may suggest that Minnesota made a real heady, smart move.
Mark Kestisher on the UMA guest line with us, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, as we approach the halfway point here on a Monday. All right, so the game you're going to be at tonight, Mark, the official is going to be one fresh off the injury report, Scott Foster, and he, of course, was there for Game 3. Now, I got to ask you this question because it's really not fair for me to go into detail. I'm going to be honest. I am not a Scott Foster guy. I've never been a Scott Foster guy. But what did you make of that Draymond Green fourth foul in particular? Because if Steve Kerr did not challenge that, I'd probably be crushing him today. I was pretty confident that Julius Randle's arm extension and just plowing through the play was going to be enough to overturn it. It was not. Draymond Green ends up getting a couple more. They don't have a challenge. He misses the final 438. Now, I'm not insinuating in any way that the officiating won Minnesota the game. Minnesota earned that with Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards. But as someone who was there on site, I do want to get your reaction to a couple of those pivot point calls.
First of all, I'm putting you in the Chris Paul column with Scott Foster, apparently not your favorite official. We have
Maybe not
two
to
of those
that degree.
officials.
That is insane.
Yes, Scott Foster and Mitchell Irvin, both on our crew tonight here in New York, 2/3 of the crew we had in San Francisco on Saturday night. I didn't think Draymond got a good whistle. I think Warriors fans would probably agree, and certainly those who wear the Warriors tinted glasses, may always feel like there's the whistle's gonna, maybe not favor him as much with all the antics and everything that's gone over the years. The challenge on the fifth foul, that kind of changed everything. And I didn't even think he committed a foul on the sixth. We're up a little bit there, but we're kind of mid-court, so I felt like we had a good look at it. The fouling action was under the rim on the other side of where we see, and we got a whole bunch of replays on it. I thought Draymond was gliding with McDaniels, and so I could have easily have seen a no call on that one. But the one thing was obvious was that once he went out, it was kind of, game over. Jimmy Butler's trying to, play Chicago Bulls Jimmy Butler minutes, and, they may need him to do that again, tonight and Game 5 as well, and hoping if there'll be a Game 6 on Sunday, to get potentially Steph Curry back. But I think it was just a tough whistle. That was a tough whistle for Draymond on Saturday night, and unfortunate for the Warriors, who really clawed and, made Minnesota work for everything for 3 quarters, a little over 3 quarters, before Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle really got on track.
Well, tonight we got Mark Davis, not the owner of the Raiders, the other Mark Davis, Cortland Kirkland and Pat Frayer.
He's like Mark Kestisher, Mark with a C.
There's a lot
That's
of
right.
Marks
He's got
out
the
there.
good Mark.
No one is comparing
Davis
either
has
Mark
more hair than
Davis
I
to the
have.
great Mark Kestisher. We're not doing that. He's got a much better haircut. Just what are your thoughts? I know you're 3,000 miles away at the world's most famous arena, but this game is pretty big for the Warriors, Mark. I know you like coming out to the Bay Area. You may never come this way again. I mean, this could be the Warriors' last home game if they lose in 3-1. And then what do they do with Steph? Do they force him to, or not force him, but, what do he say? I'll make myself available a little early in a elimination game. So this game tonight may just decide the series.
It very well could, and that's what hurts about Saturday. Was I remember during the breaks, and sometimes that's best radio during your commercials too. Do you have some of your best radio segments that nobody hears? You just kind of freewheeling it.
Yeah.
All of them, right? And I'm
That's
just
what I put on my resume, at least. Yeah.
this would be a tremendous win, and we know they just need one of Game 3, 4, and 5. Doesn't put them in a great position, but it puts them in a position to potentially have Steph back. And I even worry about that a little bit. Maybe I'm more conservative on injuries, not having Steph having had that type of soft tissue injury before, and the amount of running and cutting he does. You wonder if it's enough time to really get healed. But I guess you can't worry about that at this time of year. You got to get into position and hope that he can play. So with that said, yeah, you don't want to go down 3-1 going to Minneapolis. So hopefully the formula, as Steve Kerr put it, after Game 2, before Game 3, and after Game 3 as well, hopefully the recalculated formula that they've come up with can give them a chance tonight, because I think you're right. Going down 1-3 and heading to Minneapolis may result in no more trips to San Francisco for us.
I think this one's got to be one they got to take advantage of as well. Mark, just watching up close, what were you seeing from Brandon Podziemski that was so off? Because it wasn't just the missed shots to me. I was out there as well. He looked out of rhythm. I thought the body language was noticeable when he showed up into halftime, visibly upset, and you had Buddy Hield kind of talking to him, trying to prop his head up, and made that 3 to start the second half. But other than that, just really couldn't get things going, and I think it bled into other areas of his game, to be honest.
I'll kind of raise a comp for an all-NBA player that we'll see tonight in Jason Tatum. They're two totally separate discussions, but I think the similar line is, it's amazing when you lose your confidence and you're not looking to shoot. And I thought Jason Tatum, when the fourth quarter was getting away from Boston in Game 2, like you could almost see the wheels turning in his head. Like, I don't want to take my normal step back 3. my bailout three that I make, 40% of the time, because if I miss it, that's all that's going to be talked about. You'd almost watch him doing that. And with Podziemski, it just seemed to us obvious he wasn't looking to shoot. There was no confidence there. And you guys know, if you shoot at that level of basketball, you just got to let it fly. And he was not. And so you're not ever going to play to your potential, in my opinion, if it doesn't look like, I don't want to say peak Podziemski, but of the first 2 years of Brandon Podziemski, it looked off. I agree. It looked off. He wasn't looking to shoot. And certainly, his final line in the box score showed all that.
1 of 10 overall and 1 of 4 on the three, and he just couldn't make that teardrop, that little runner in the lane that he was able to drop in so often. He couldn't get it to go. He had a crisis in confidence early in the year when he came back from being bowed in the nose and the fracture, had to wear a mask, and he had a little vertigo. So he's a young player. When you say it to Jason Tatum, I mean, we're talking about an Olympian, although he didn't play as much, but he's a great player.
Yeah.
They won the championship. It's amazing how guys go in and out of confidence levels. So getting back to our series, and the two Olympians, the fact that Steph went out and played 13 minutes, and they were able to win game one without him, and now the big question mark, will he come back? Will they be able to survive long enough to bring him back? And then the other guy's Anthony Edwards. And I want to hear your thoughts, and you and PJ watching him. There was a point there, that ankle sprain was bad. He went down on that left ankle, and he had it earlier in the Lakers series, Mark, as you know. He looked okay in the second half. There were times that I'm wondering, is he going to a step-back shot? Does he want to take that off the left foot with a hard, step-back daddy going to his left? And then he made 5 threes, and he was running through the lane and dunking. So obviously much better in game 3 than he was in either game 1 or 2. But what are you seeing from the Ant-Man in this series?
Yeah, and it was watching him through that first half and even a little part of the third quarter, it seemed to me like there's got to be something going on in that ankle, because he didn't seem right. So the one thing you've seen from Anthony Edwards in his time in Minnesota, and especially the last couple of years, is he's just going to turn out to be one of those guys that is just bionic. He's made of steel underneath. I don't think there's ligaments or blood or anything, because I didn't think he was coming back. We were talking to Chris Finch before the game in his office, and I'd see some of his post-game remarks too, where he had said, I thought he was done, and then he just comes out and he's ready to go in the second half. So I thought it was lingering a little bit, but then you're right. That one dunk where he took it right to the rim, and then in the second half when he got the three-pointer going, it doesn't take much to get him in a rhythm. It was more surprising it took as long as it did, but he just seems like one of those guys that's always going to answer the bell, at least early in his career.
Last couple minutes here with Mark Kestisher, ESPN Radio. Draymond Green, shockingly, still a controversial topic here in the 2025 playoffs. Now, you mentioned you didn't think he got a good whistle on Saturday, but then there's also been stuff floated out there by national media about how he's getting away with too much. He's pushing his limits because the league ultimately won't want to suspend him. That said, he's 2 flagrant points away from a suspension and 2 technicals away. Do you agree with those opinions that Draymond Green has been a little bit too out of control and a little bit too close to that line in these playoffs, or do you think that's a little bit over-exaggerated?
Like anything else, there's probably a little bit of exaggeration in it, but I hadn't seen him get as hot as he got on that 5th technical the other day. I thought for sure he was going to get run from the game and, go right up against the line with 6. He definitely seemed to me like, he finally, probably thought about it, was talked to about it just to make sure to remind him that he's up against that envelope and they need him, especially with Steph being down. But the old adage in many sports where, penalty flags or, whistles in basketball is they can't call everything, right? And that's some theory that sometimes you work with. And I do feel there are times where Draymond and others, he's not the only one, who feel like, all right, let me see if they're really going to call everything. But it was weird. I don't know if you guys agree with me. The last couple of fouls throughout Saturday night, I was a little surprised. They were a little closer than they should have been. And his reaction to them, I thought, wasn't as severe as it had been. So that was kind of the interesting part, not getting away with what at least the narrative was that he had been, and also that he's run so hot that he's going to run right through that playoff technical number, and yet showed some restraint, even though he ends up fouling out, a couple minutes later.
And on the 6th one, it's a fascinating play because he actually, Jimmy was put onto Randall there, and Randall threw it to McDaniels where Draymond was on him in the zone. And Draymond, I think he thought he was going to go middle, but he let him have the baseline. And he just stormed the baseline, and he got behind him in a trail position. Now, Draymond is so good jumping and not fouling that I think if there was a challenge left for Steve Kerr, Mark, they may have overturned that. But since it was called on the floor and you got guys our size are looking up, they don't get a great look at it. Once you get into a trail position and you're coming from behind, it looks like you fouled him. But in essence, it was really borderline. I think if there was a challenge there, it would have been fascinating to see how they would have called it, because Draymond is genius at, even in a trail position, but mainly going straight up, the principle of verticality. He doesn't foul on plays like that. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. That was the thing that, was so different about that play. Most guys, go up and their momentum is taking them into the player. From every replay I saw, at the end of that game when it happened, I felt like he was running on the same plane, from the baseline toward the basket. I was surprised it was called, but, these things are bang, bang, and you're right. That's the first thing I looked at on my chart was they used that challenge, right? Yes, they did. So we're not getting another look at it. Unfortunate because everything kind of fell apart from there.
Mark, really appreciate you coming by today with the Gregs. Have a great call out at the Garden tonight. We'll see if it is the road court advantage. And at least here in the Bay Area, if there's going to be a home team that needs to get it done, we're going to prefer our blue and gold here to make it 2-2 and nice and even. So really appreciate your time.
Should be another fun night of basketball, guys. Always great to be with you.
Who's going to get the next Larry Bird, Mark? Who's winning Cooper Flag tonight? Utah, Washington,
that's a good
Charlotte?
point.
We got a flag day today, right before your broadcast. We got a draft lottery.
I keep thinking Washington's going to get it, but everyone that I talk to seems to think Utah. Why? I don't. I mean, it's a lottery, so I don't know. But in my head, I feel like it's going to be the Wizards. Go Oppo with me. I never win those kind of bets. But I keep thinking Washington. Maybe we'll get shocked. A lot of folks think maybe San Antonio will get lucky. That would be incredible, wouldn't it, if Cooper Flag ends up there with the last two rookies of the year? But Washington and Utah, I'm going chalk.
Hey, for the sake of the rest of the Western Conference, I hope it's not San Antonio, because this is already a gauntlet as it is. And they're going to get Wembanyama back. They're going to have a full season of Fox, so that'd be crazy.
And it can't be Philly, right? There's no way that's going to happen. They don't get good things anymore.
Right.
That's the basis of my logic.
Boy, hanging in New York and Boston in this series, all of a sudden you're anti-Philly. I can feel it.
I know. My Philly friends are very happy with me.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Mark.
You got it, guys.
PJ would
Have a
say
good
hi,
day.
brother. Yeah,
I will. See you.
I mean, Philadelphia's got a 10.5% chance. So Utah, Washington, Charlotte, 14%. New Orleans, 12.5%. Brooklyn, 9%. Toronto, 7.5%. San Antonio's only got 6%. They're not going to win the lottery from back there, are they?
Probably not, but I think when they won the lottery for Wemby, I mean, they were higher than 6%, but I don't think they were like one of the top 2 or 3 favorites. Maybe I could be wrong.
Well, the way they balanced it out, it used to be a full lottery. Well, there used to be none, and the Rockets cheated, tank games, and they got Akeem on top of Ralph. Then they went to the lottery, and the Knicks got Ewing, and we all know that, and the Warriors got Mully. And then even the lottery, there was not even, equitable because there was more chances there. So now the top 3 have a 14% chance. So it would be unlikely the Spurs could get to the 6. What if Phoenix gets it at 3.8%? What if they win and he is that good of a player, Cooper Flag. I'm not saying he's Bird, but I'm not saying he's not. And then Philadelphia, they actually, Phoenix gets that pick unless it's a top 6. So would they trade Durant? Would they keep Durant? What if Phoenix? They're not going to win the lottery though at 3.8%. But why does he know Washington? Kestisher knows something.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out a little bit later today, right before the Knicks, Celtics, and the Warriors, Timberwolves. We'll talk about that
our time,
tomorrow. That's right. Little 4 o'clock. Coming up on the other side, since we moved FP up and he's going to join us at 12:30. Let's get into what happened at Target Field. The Giants could not hit, then they could not hit again, and then they could not play defense when they needed to at the end. Talk a little Giants getting swept by the Twins, who have won 8 in a row, tied for the hottest streak in Major League Baseball. That's next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors look to get a crucial Game 4 at Chase Center tonight and try to even this series at 2 apiece. And if anything, just buy some time for a possible Steph Curry return. But in order to do that, they're going to have to protect home floor. And after the game, John Dickinson, myself, and Kyle Harr will be breaking this one all down on Dubs OT. Catch us on YouTube around 9:30 after the final horn. Happy Monday, everybody. We're not going to start off the week without talking to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always giving the people the important financial saving tips. And today, Steve, let's talk about the ERC.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. A lot of people have applied for that quite a while ago, and they've been waiting and waiting and waiting and say, hey, where's my check? And now people are very concerned with President Trump promising to do away with $2 trillion with a T of federal spending. Will he take his pen and make ERC go away? Who knows? But why take that chance? There's 3 different ways we can hurry up the government while this is still good law. So the bottom line is, if you haven't received your check, we want to hear from you immediately. Or what if you received a letter from the IRS that you don't qualify? Right now, the IRS is being sued, alleging they're disqualifying all kinds of people, and they don't even know if you're qualified or not, or you're being audited. Bottom line is, that's the big 3 in ERC. 1, you haven't received your check. We want to get it for you. 2, you were denied. We want to appeal that denial and get the money for you. Or 3, you're being audited. We have a free consultation, a lot of experience with this. The only thing you have to do is call up for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
There it is. If you want your ERC money, you can give Steve Moskowitz a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is KNBR, the sports leader.
I talked to John Dickinson the other night. I'm like, who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Sometimes I kind of forget about our little contest sounders that we create. That's right. 2 hours have gone by. That right there is our cue to call to go and win a couple of tickets to see The Who. The song is over, the North American Farewell Tour, September the 21st. It is a Sunday, so let's hope the Niners are at home. They play in the afternoon, and Greg Papa can go out there and see The Who for the very
They don't play
first
too many
time.
in September at home. They try to avoid those.
I know. Maybe they go three on the first
John
four.
Dickinson, the most versatile Bay Area broadcaster. Most underrated. We all know JD.
JD, boots on the ground. In fact, JD is going to be out there tonight at Harmonic, and we'll be doing some post-game together. And then he's going back to Minnesota, and we're actually doing the show together on Wednesday because this man just moves from place to place. So if you don't know JD, well, hey, now you do, and you can go and see The Who as a result of that. And while Walter takes your calls and we look for a lucky caller number 10, let's get into something a little bit less exciting and fun. The Giants. So let's look at the big picture. Quarter of the season down, 24-17. All in all, that's pretty good. They also were 24-14 and then lost 3 in a row. First time getting swept in a 3-game series all year. The Minnesota Twins, Chris Paddock, who we mentioned at the end of our show on Friday, couple of Giants, and Wilmer Flores and Mike Yastrzemski had just owned him in the past. He was perfect through almost 6, and then Christian Koss finally got a hit, but it was not enough. They lost 3-1, then they lost 2-1 with Logan Webb on the mound, and then yesterday had a 6-5 lead in extras, and then they lost 7-6.
Well, we know Chris Paddock coming out of the paddock. He's the San Diego Padre ex with the big cowboy hat and thinks he's all that. And Willie Adames came within a foot of hitting a home run against him to open the game, and the second batter of the game, and it went just foul, and they never were able to right him. He pitched really well in the game, without a doubt. The defense, there were some sloppy plays. I thought there was a ball that Patrick Belly threw out a runner at second base, and the ball went in the dirt, and it was on Apple TV, and Wayne Randazzo, the play, but he's very good. He's an excellent broadcast, so I defer to him since he had eyes on it. I thought that's a play Willie Adames has got a glove and tag the runner out. But in any event, they just didn't hit. And then the next day, they go up against the Bay Area's Joe Ryan, and he looked just sick. He's sitting on the dugout bench, and his eyes are back in his head, and he's they didn't show it. They mentioned it, that he was laying down in the dugout. He wasn't well. And then he went out and he shoved, and the Giants couldn't score at all. Elliot Ramos hit a bomb. I don't blame him for the pickoff at third, the back pick. That was a contact play, so you got to come down the line. If the ball's put in play, he's got to score. It's just he came down the line and they got gunned out. But so you lose both of those games. It's not who you play because you're going to play him. And we'll find out, what the schedule comes out in the NFL. I'm free on September the 21st or not. Niners don't like playing day games in September. It's too hot. so that wherever they do play that day, it'll either be a night game or somewhere on the road probably. But anyway, you don't want to be playing the Minnesota Twins right now. They have been a vulnerable team all year, but they're hot. And then you go into yesterday's game, and the Giants did score in the game, and that was one of their best pitchers. In fact, their very best pitcher, Pablo Lopez, but Elliot Ramos was swinging the bat so well. We'll talk to F.P. Sanchangelo. Frank Paul was in the Twin Cities not just over the weekend, but he was also there for Game 2 of Warriors and Wolves at the Target Center, not Target Field. But sloppy defense throughout. Matt Chapman's ball was hard to deal with. They got a situation at second base. Tyler Fitzgerald's going to come back, I think, soon. He may even start an injury rehab right away, he and Casey Schmidt. But the Christian Koss, Brett Wisely double at second base. Wisely's he doesn't have a hit, I don't think, and he does not field well. And Koss is really good defensively, comes up with a timely. We'll ask FP. He played all over the place. They're just not defending the way they need to. Ramos made some great catches, but even Ramos is, hit or miss in the outfield. But the real issue is they scored 6 runs, but certain situational at-bats came up in the game. And, while I was in Sacramento watching the Yankees go against the A's over the weekend, I got a text from Zach Beirudi, and it was just that Gerard Encarnacion, I was in the home of the River Cats. Encarnacion is now playing first base for Sacramento. He did not play first base last year. He was only an outfielder last year.
That's where he got hurt in spring training this year.
Yeah, he came up, and we saw him at the end of the year, and the guy can hit, but he only played outfield in DH last year. They're playing him at first. He had an opposite field RBI double in his first at-bat on Friday night, and then the next day, another opposite field single. He went 2 for 2 off of George Kirby, who was starting in rehab for Tacoma. He had another opposite field hit yesterday. That's who he is. Gerard Encarnacion goes the other way. He stays in, he waits on the ball and drives it. The other guy can hit. And he had a couple of nice picks at first base. I don't think I've seen him personally play first, but Zach Beirudi has. A big situation in the game yesterday was Lamont Wade Jr. striking out with first and third, 1 out against a righty in a 5-5 game in the 8th inning. Got to put that ball in play. So because Wade Meckler's on the 40-man, shouldn't have been, they had to put Encarnacion on the 60-day IL. So he's not eligible to come back until May 23rd. But that is right after this homestand. So Lamont Wade Jr., you got to put the ball in play. His strikeout numbers are up. His walks are down. His hard hit rate is down. Speaking of the defense, I see a lot of balls. You don't get a clean look sometimes, like he's diving. The ball go under his body. Could he have not made a play on that ball? He was a serviceable first baseman, good on balls in the dirt. He's not horrible. But the whole right side of the infield's been a big question mark all year. And then I think they're going to give him this homestand. Arizona, the A's, Kansas City. And then May the 23rd when they go to Washington. And Lamont is from the Beltway, Baltimore and Washington. I don't know if they're going to take him off the roster completely, but as long as Gerard Encarnacion stays healthy, he will be back on this team as soon as he's eligible to come off the 60-day IL, and the fact that they're playing him at first base. Now, he's a right-handed hitter, and so is Wilmer. You still need a left-handed bat in some regard. But defense is just inconsistent, obviously, and the whole right side of the infield is just, especially since Tyler Fitzgerald got hot and then got hurt.
Right.
And you're just not getting a lot of production at first base. And right around late May is when you assess your baseball team. 40 games in is 1 point, but Memorial Day, that's when Buster came up for good in 2010. They called him up right around that date, and he never went back down. And they were the World Series champions that fall. So it is time for Lamont Wade Jr. to start to be Lamont, to be late night Lamont, early morning Lamont, mid-afternoon Lamont, just be Lamont Wade Jr. again. Where's he been?
We need late night Lamonts, especially with these couple of night games. Then Wednesday, we'll welcome any version of Lamont Wade Jr. that can get some productivity with the bat. FP Santangelo was out there at Target Field on the call with Joe Rizzo. He'll join us on the other side, Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
What's happening, everybody? Thanks for hanging out. Got about an hour and a half, then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work. Dirty Work going to be out at Harmonic Brewing for the most important night of the Warriors season. That label has been slapped on a few different times between some of the Rockets games, the play-in game, the last regular season game against the Clippers, and guess what? It's happening again. Game 4, try to win it without Steph Curry. Right now, though, the focus, a little Giants baseball after getting swept by the Minnesota Twins at Target Field. And, of course, somebody on the call, and always great to hear on KNBR, is FP Santangelo, who joins us on the UMA guest line. FP, how's it going? Appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. I mean, I wish we were talking about a little bit more victories between the Giants and the Warriors, but hey, it is what it is. We're getting through a Monday just fine. So I guess we'll start with the positive, and that is Elliot Ramos and what he's done at the plate. Now, I know it's still young in the month of May, but 12 days, going on day number 12 and a couple of off days mixed in there. Ramos in May, hitting 400. He's got 3 bombs. He's got 8 RBIs and a 1272 OPS. And, of course, you were there yesterday for his fantastic game that was unfortunately not ending in a victory for the Giants. But what have you seen from Ramos that is a little bit more similar to what you saw at the very start of the season after he kind of cooled off there a little bit in April?
I mean, he's just getting reps, seeing a lot of pitches, slowing the game down, letting the ball travel, all the cliches. But it's just about confidence. It's about confidence at the plate. It's about confidence on defense. I was more fired up about his 2 Superman catches yesterday because he's had a rough time in left field. He has. And it's not for lack of effort or lack of work. He's getting his work in every day. And it's just not really happening for him defensively in left. But, I mean, yesterday, as an outfielder, it's the same as a hitter. Like, when you make plays like that, you start to get confidence in defense, a little swagger, like, hit me the ball now. And maybe sometimes on defense, you're hiding a little bit, like, please don't hit me the ball because I'm just not seeing it off the bat. I'm not getting good reads for whatever reason. But when you make a couple, like, web gems like that and highlight real plays, now you get confidence on defense, too. But it might just go all hand in hand, right? You get a couple of knocks, you get a couple of big hits, you're getting on base. You start to relax and you just become an athlete where you're not thinking, you're just doing. And you're going out there and performing at the highest level. Because, I mean, let's face it, there's a lot of pressure on these guys every single day to perform. And when you're not performing up to your capability or what you want, then you start to press a little bit. The game starts to move fast. You start making bad decisions at the plate, maybe even take it out on defense, which you should never. And then, make bad decisions on defense. So the fact that everything's slowing down for Elliott. He's the nicest guy in the world. We're all rooting for him. The bat's going to be there, but you're starting to scratch your head on some of the plays in left field and some of the balls that we're dropping. But yesterday's going to give him confidence moving forward on defense, too.
No, totally. He'll make a big play like he made the Superman catches and then gets bad reads, bad jumps. So the wind in Chicago, the final game of that series was unfair, but it was hard to play. So they wind up 2-4. On the road trip. It started with the nightmare defensively at Wrigley, and they flew all night. The flight was late, and Chapman made a couple of errors, and Adames as well. The play that Chapman had ricochet off his body yesterday, that was not technically an error. Did you have a chance to talk to the Gold Glove or the Platinum Glover? That's a play we kind of expect him to at least field, FP.
I went up to his locker and said, "What's wrong with you? You got to make that play." No, I said on the broadcast. I said on the broadcast that he's used to playing deep, or he's used to playing up, and the Giants were kind of in between on that play. But whether they were going for the double play or not, they were halfway. He was in no man's land, and I remember the first time I played third. I was a shortstop my whole career, then became a utility player, and you either got to play deep or you got to play up. But if you get caught in the middle in no man's land, you get those in-between hops. You just got an in-between hop. He froze on it, kind of did the goalie thing where he tried to make a glove save and a beauty, but it just didn't work. So that's one guy. It's weird. When he makes an error or a misplay, if you will, I never worry about it because he's the best third baseman in baseball.
Talking to FP Santangelo on the UMA guest line. Kyle Harrison, for the first time in his career at the majors, has come out of the bullpen and looked pretty sharp in both appearances. What's impressed you from Kyle Harrison in those appearances and just the way he's navigated this rocky start to a spring training that didn't go to plan and starting the season down in AAA Sacramento?
Yeah, once again, it's confidence, it's mechanics. Maybe he got a little out of whack last year, was trying too many different things and was trying to reinvent the wheel, and all of a sudden he just kind of realized, hey, keep it simple, stupid, the KISS method, and just go out there and let it rip. And all of a sudden the velocity's up to 97. You can just tell by the way he's walking and hopping off the mound that it's kind of a different deal. I mean, he's going up in the zone with that upshoot kind of fastball that he has and challenging guys. And that's when it's 97, 98. But when it's 91, 92, you're not going to blow fastballs by anybody. I mean, if you want to be a crafty lefty, you got to hit corners. You got to have great off-speed pitches, secondary pitches, 2 or 3 or 4 pitches to keep me guessing up there. But when you have 97, 98, and you're just coming in for one inning and let it eat a little bit, that's something there. I just think it's a matter of time before he gets back into the rotation. I really do.
Whose spot? I mean, you got obviously Hayden Birdsong down there as well. The back end of the rotation's not pitched as well as the top three guys. Jordan Hicks, obviously, and the curveballer's been struggling, Landon Roop a little bit. I mean, if they do make a change, FP, do you have a thought on which one would come out of the rotation?
I don't, because I'm not a GM and I don't get there at 12 o'clock every day. I just get there at 4 o'clock and talk about baseball. So, like, when you talk about making decisions,
you watch.
I do, and I think it's pretty obvious where these guys would slot in. The one thing I will say is about the general feel of the ball club. There's 121 games left, and I know that, like, the fans want to see Camilo in the closer role, and Ryan Walker's scuffling right now. And, okay, move this guy to the bullpen. And we all have this fantasy league mentality as fans where we can just take these guys and plug them anywhere, it's going to work. That's not the way it is. These are human beings in the uniform. So if you take a Jordan Hicks and you move him to the bullpen, do you lose him because he wants to be a starter? And then, Landon Roop, when you move him to the bullpen, you got to stretch these guys out in order for them to start. And where do you stretch them out to get them their 100-pitch limit where they're going to go out there and give you 5 or 6 innings? You can't just say, hey, Hayden Birdsong, I need 7 out of you today when he's been pitching 2. So these things, you got to figure out a way to do this. And you also have to remember, and I think Buster and Zach are the best at it, and Bob too, that there's human beings inside these uniforms. And it's not fantasy league baseball where you can take these guys and put them wherever. And I was talking to some of the coaches last night, you guys, and the sentiment was that was the best pitching they faced all year. So when we talk about we're 41 games into the season and there's 121 games left and there's a lot of baseball to be played, I think this weekend was a positive in one sense. Like, you never want to get swept, right? That sucks. But when you play a good team and you play the better teams in baseball, your weaknesses get exposed. And now you see your weaknesses against the elite pitching or the elite teams. And if it continues to be a weakness, you make the adjustments. That's the beauty of 162 games. You can sit there and go, well, this isn't working, but we can't do it now. But if you start to get into the season and the same thing keeps reoccurring, whether it's your first baseman, whether it's a starting pitcher, whether it's a relief pitcher, and these things keep happening, you've built some equity, you've built some resume, you've built some time, I should say more correctly, to make these decisions, and they're not just knee-jerk reactions. Because if you did the knee-jerk reaction, you'd just be a fan. You'd just be a fan playing fantasy baseball. And Giants fans are smart. They're all seeing what we're seeing. They're the smartest fans in baseball. But the decision to make these moves that we all like to talk about on Sports Talk Radio or with our buddies over at a bar, they're more than just, hey, I'll trade you so-and-so for so-and-so in fantasy league football. Like, these are real dudes that you want to do what's best for them. At the same time, you want to win the National League West. So that's the fine line that Buster and Zach and Bob have to toe right now.
Yeah, patience certainly has been the name of the game, FP. And I do want to ask you this about Ryan Walker, because I agree, after a second blown save and 9 opportunities and a couple other shaky outings in which they didn't lose the game, everybody's going to be quick to have these quick reactions. And, it only is a quarter through the season, and Memorial Day is coming up. That's a big evaluation mark in an MLB season. But with Ryan Walker, what has been off in terms of, do you think it's more physical in terms of mechanics and that slider going a little bit too far outside of the zone? Or is it kind of just the theme of what a lot of this interview is, the mentals, the confidence, and just kind of getting in the right headspace to go and do his thing as a closer, which he did so well last year?
Yeah, if you guys can't tell, the mental side of baseball with Carl Keel, I had that book in my bag, in my duffel bag.
Yeah.
Yes, the mental game of baseball. So I used to highlight things, and I'd have it on the road, and it'd be in my locker. And if things were getting a little weird upstairs in my brain, I'd start to go to the chapters that I'd highlighted and read things. But there's so much of this is confidence. So at the highest level, what separates golfers on Saturday and Sunday on the tour? It's the mental side. They all can hit it 300 yards. They all can hit it 4 feet from the pin. They all can make a 2-foot putt on a practice round. But when the chips are down on Sunday, the great ones rise to the occasion. So right now with Ryan, his slider was there yesterday. His slide, I think Lee hit a pitch out for a base hit, the shortstop for the Twins, and the slider was there. And maybe it was pitch selection yesterday more than the actual stuff, because for the first time he was commanding the slider down the zone. He was getting some weird swings on it, which is what you always see when the sliders work. And so Like I said, okay, you put Camilo in the closer role. Now you lose Ryan Walker. And then what if Camilo starts giving it up? So all of these things, they just have to play out. But the one thing I will say is you don't have a lot of time to sit here and make these evaluations in the National League West, which is the toughest division in baseball. So while you're not going to do knee-jerk, you're still going to take time, evaluate, and make the right decisions. Like I said, the positive thing for the Twins, and usually there's no positives from getting swept, is that there were some weaknesses that were exposed. There was some glaring weaknesses that were exposed, and now you have to find a way as an organization to address those.
Without a doubt. Nice job. I heard you mention it to Carrie that you had all the moms' names and you were going to give them when you did the lineup, but to actually execute, like when Lamont Wade Jr.'s mom, Emily, you went through the entire batting order with the mom was playing yesterday, FP, and you pulled it off beautifully. Nicely done on Mother's Day.
Well, thanks, Greg. It's something I did back in D.C. The moms behind the scenes, they're the reason why we're all big leaguers. They're the ones that either coached us or threw batting practice to us or took us to games and kept score, whatever the role was. I think the dads get a lot of credit for, us getting to the big leagues, but the moms just as much. So Mother's Day is a special day. I want to mention some of the mothers. I do the lineups way too fast. I blow through them every single game, so I had to slow down and actually read. Jung Jung Min was Jung-Hoo Lee's mom, and I had to slow down, man, or else I was going to screw those up. And sometimes I screw up the regular name. So
I thought you nailed it. I was very impressed. Very impressed. The mom that I'm thinking of right now is Sonia Curry, Steph's mommy. You were there to watch the game on Tuesday night. Now, Steph didn't play, didn't go well. Tell me about your experience, not at Target Field last week, but at Target Center to watch the Warriors and Wolves play playoff basketball.
I feel like I need to go shopping at Target after that trip in Minnesota. But, you always go there to spend
way down there. They need you.
Is it? Hey, no, it's a good day today. Did you check your portfolio?
Yeah.
It's a really good day.
It's a really good day. I know Target's been down a lot. Anyway,
no, it's a really good day.
Today's a good day?
You could check. You can check today for sure. It was a great atmosphere. It was cool. We had great seats thanks to Raymond Ritter. It's just unbelievable experience there. I can't thank him enough. And it was, all the worlds was colliding. But it just didn't. I was sitting next to Bob Elvin, and I said, "Are we going to get shut out?" Because it was 13-0. I go, "Has there ever been a shutout in basketball?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "What is going on here?" And then, we watched, and it just wasn't meant to be. I don't know a whole lot about basketball. I just don't see how these guys can beat Minnesota without Steph. I just don't. I think it's that simple.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They're going to have to find a way to get it done tonight and at least force a Game 6, so there's going to be a big gap between 5 and 6. But no, I hear you, FP. It changes the entire system. I mean, Steph Curry is the system, so they're searching for answers fast. And, funny story about that game, too. I think the Timberwolves just made their first shot. I think it was literally 3-0, and I'm watching with my brother and my dad, and they just go, "Will the Warriors lead this game?" Yeah, it turns out the answer was no. It only got worse from there.
Wait, your dad, who's this rock star reporter, after the first three-pointer gave up on the Warriors?
No.
I think you just thought, it might be a little bit of an experimental game,
I love his tweets when he says, "Fire Steve Kerr." I like those every single time.
So what's it like to watch a Warriors game with Bob Melvin? Because Bob is such a huge Warrior fan. Is he pretty calm?
It was just coincidentally. He just sat there. He's just like he is as a manager. He's just stoic, watching the game, checking it out, chill dude. He's the best. There wasn't a lot to cheer for. What's he gonna do? I think I stood up and fist pumped once, and it was when
they got it down to 7. They got it down to 7.
When they got it down to 7, I got out of my seat.
Let's go!
Time of the game. Let's go! Here we come. Nah.
FP, we appreciate it, and I know you got an appointment coming up in a bit, so we'll let you get to it, and we'll do this again for sure. Going to be a whole lot of Giants coming our way, and especially if the Warriors can't get out of this bind, it's going to be pretty heavy into baseball soon.
I'll be in the bunker tonight if you didn't get enough of me in that interview, so I'll be in the bunker after the game. So 808 KNBR. I want to hear from you guys tonight.
Hell yeah. Give FP a call after the game. Giants Diamondbacks first pitch at 6:45. Pre-game starts at 5:45. Dirty Work going to take you all the way up there. Big thank you to FP Santangelo, as always. Also, congratulations to Randy Sweet, our winner, to go and see The Who. Good stuff, Randy. 4 more chances to win throughout the rest of the week, Tuesday through Friday. On the other side, let's play some post-game sounds from over the weekend, or just sounds in general over the weekend, because we really haven't had a chance to get to much of them. Talk a little Warriors, maybe a little bit of Giants sound, and any and all of the drama around the sports world. It's Papa and Silver on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Warriors did not get it done on Saturday night. They lose it 102-97 and take a 2-1 series deficit against the Minnesota Timberwolves, which was a tough one, considering you don't have Steph Curry and you had a lead in the fourth quarter, but not without some signs of hope. Playoff Jimmy showed up. Jonathan Kuminga showed up. Now they just got to put it together. Can they get it done in Game 4 tonight? We'll share your thoughts on 415-808-5627.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver with you almost into the 1 o'clock hour, and then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work. Big day for the Golden State Warriors. Also talking some San Francisco Giants as well. And since we just had FP Santangelo join us, let's keep it right here on the San Francisco Giants as we play some sounds from over the weekend. This one comes from yesterday after the sweep. Not a whole lot of post-game as they go over to the... In fact, I take it back. This one's going to come from Mike Krukow, who was on this morning with Murph and Marcus because they traveled quickly and there wasn't a whole lot of post-game sound to be had. This is Mike Krukow on what the Giants do at first base. Says they're thinking about a possible change for Lamont Wade Jr.
I think they're thinking about a change. I do. I think that 110 at bats is a pretty good sample size as to what you're going to get. Plus, the other thing is that he's making outs the same way. He's popping the ball up. You're popping the ball up. You're dropping your back shoulder. Well, I mean, you say, well, he's got a natural uppercut anyway. But your top hand is not as strong when you are popping the ball up as it needs to be. Well, how do you correct that? Well, I mean, there's a couple of drills you could take that you can consistently do to try and bring your top hand more into play on your swing. Set up with a higher back shoulder when you're going into your zone. I mean, there's a bunch of things you can do, and they're doing them. They've been doing them for like the last 80 at bats. This has been an ongoing epidemic in his swing, and it is a concern of all three of the Giants hitting instructors. It's driving them crazy, and they're losing sleep. He should have been able to correct this. This is an experienced hitter. It's a veteran hitter. So now that he's not been able to correct this, now you got to start thinking about it. And look, when your team is winning, you can hide. If you're not hitting the ball and you're in the lineup and you're hitting 110, you can hide. But when your team starts losing games and they start getting swept in series, now all of a sudden you start looking for answers as to how you can generate more offense. And everybody has to be talking about Wade. And he knows it. I mean, the pressure's on him. And I don't know what they do. I mean, you can motivate, you can trade, you can send down. I mean, you can do a lot of things. But there's definitely a conversation surrounding him right now.
And the quote that I really liked from that piece of Mike Krukow is, when you win games, you can hide. The Giants were doing a lot of winning, much more than expected in the early stage of the season. When you're losing games and they just got swept by the Twins, then it starts coming out. And that bottom four of the Giants lineup really struggled over the course of this series, even into yesterday. Lamont Wade just hitting at a 145. The on base is 246, and it was 480 before the injury last year. That was the best thing he did for this ball club. The WAR is at a minus 1.2, and as you start getting to the end of May and you're pushing into Memorial Day, this is where you got to start evaluating, and Lamont Wade Jr. has just mightily struggled.
Without a doubt. And, when he was healthy before the hamstring injury last year, he had a 15.5% walk rate, which was the best in the National League. His on base was 480. And then he popped that hamstring, and he wasn't the same guy. He did draw a walk yesterday, but he took the offer and he struck out in that critical at-bat in the eighth inning. His rate this year, walk rate, is down to 11%, 15.5. His hard hit rate is down, 29.3%. Last year was 44.1%, the highest hard hit rate of his career, and 39.3%. And also, I see a lack of range at first base with him. These balls going underneath his body on the dive. So we told you earlier about Gerard Encarnacion. And so Mike is talking about, and they're already starting to enact an FP pushback defending players, and you cannot be, reactionary, but you set things in motion. And when the Giants played Gerard Encarnacion, first of all, he just started taking BP the other day off the broken wrist. They played him at first base right away the first game. And I texted Zach Bayrudy, did he play first base at all last year? He said none. It was all outfield and DH. And with the Giants, likewise, more DH. Now they're playing him at first base, right-handed hitter. He had 3 hits and 7 at-bats this weekend, and most of them were Encarnacion-like, shooting the ball to right and right center. So he's not eligible until May the 23rd because they had to move him to the 60-day IL. So for Lamont Wade Jr., the time is this homestand. Arizona for 3, off Thursday. A's over the weekend. Kansas City next week. Travel day to go May 22nd. Now they are going to Lamont's home, the Beltway of Baltimore, Washington, to play the Nationals on May the 23rd. I don't necessarily think they will DFA him or trade him. They could. They got Wilmer from the right side. They could go Encarnacion. But if Encarnacion stays healthy in the next couple of weeks here, they are projecting him to play first base and to come back in the lineup. So it is what it is, Lamont. You got to start hitting on this homestand.
Yeah, and Lamont Wade Jr., of course, the one that is getting a lot of the focus in that first base position, was a big offseason talking point. On top of that, Patrick Bailey has really struggled at the plate, but at least he gives you the gold glove on defense. Although you mentioned it, some of those balls getting away a little bit. So Bailey not having his best year by any stretch. Tyler Fitzgerald and Casey Schmidt, two guys that could give you a little bit of power, and Fitz was finally starting to get going. Now both of them are on the 10-day IL, so we got to wait for them. Wisely has not even gotten a hit to this point yet. Christian Koss, great story and all, but he's only hitting .215, and how much are you going to realistically expect from him? So as you play a team like the Arizona Diamondbacks coming in today, who's got a whole lot of offense. By the way, speaking of prospects, Jordan Lawler got called up yesterday, so perhaps maybe we'll see him in this series. But with all that the Diamondbacks can give you, and now Marte is off the 10-day IL, missed almost a month with his hamstring, going to be a big challenge with these three coming your way. On top of that, the Athletics also been winning some baseball games and been a little bit of a surprise this year. So this week, yes, it's at home, not going to be easy by any stretch. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Speaking of hamstrings and what got Lamont Wade's season derailed last year, let's go back into the Warriors a little bit. We had Marcus Thompson come on a couple of weeks ago, and he'll join us tomorrow, talking about Game 6 of the Rockets series, saying this was the season. It was the one to get it done. It ended up being one they lost, and then they ended up winning in Game 7. Now, did that relate to Steph Curry's hamstring injury? Possibly. It was a lot of wear and tear and a lot of every other day. Mark Spears said something of a similar sentiment tonight, although this time they're not leading a series 3-2. They are down 2-1 and at home. Here's what Spears had to say with Murph and Marcus.
To me, tonight's the season. Right? Whether Steph comes back or not. Like, it's, I just think Minnesota's, they're beatable for the Warriors with Steph, but then is it fair to, after having the injury that Steph had, to expect him to be Superman with said injury that can easily be re-aggravated? Like the playoffs, the key things about the playoffs is, you have to have a good matchup, you have to have luck, and you have to have health. And when Steph got hurt, I mean, obviously the luck is bad, the health is bad, and now the matchup is bad. It's just this is a huge road for the Warriors to climb. I'm sorry, Bay Area.
I do agree with Mark Spears. If Steph Curry was fully healthy and they were down 3-1, the margin for error would be slim. Even at full strength, this team has had the tendency every fourth or fifth game to just look tired and like they don't have it. They got to find a way to win this one and do a CU Sunday, just at the very least, buy that extra time, the gap between Game 5 and Game 6. If you can win tonight and then you lose it and you're down 3-2, you at least know that you have a chance to win at home, force a Game 7. You did it once on the road. It's not ideal by any stretch, but that's the hand you were dealt when Steph Curry exited in the second quarter of Game 1. I think tonight they have to have, absolutely.
So that's why I wanted the Rockets series to be over so fast. I knew Minnesota was going to be a more formidable challenge, even with Steph completely healthy. I wanted the Rockets series to be a sweep. And then Jimmy got, undercut by Amen Thompson, and he had to play 5. You shouldn't have even gone to Houston in Game 5. They waved the white flag at tip-off, and then they didn't show up at home in 6. And this is what they do, the catapult system and the GPS tracking. They can show when you're vulnerable to a soft tissue injury. So now he's got, a grade 1. So you got to win this game tonight in order to buy him more time. If you lose the game tonight, then he has to make a hell of a call. When you're facing elimination, it's different. and the Warriors are going to evaluate him on Wednesday, he may just play. With them down 3-1, the way Durant played in Toronto, and he wound up tearing the Achilles after a calf injury. So you don't want him to tear that hamstring completely. So that's why the Houston series needed to be a short series, 4 and 5, not 6 and 7. It went 7. They survived, but they paid the penalty. So now this is what you got left. So you got to figure out a way to win this game tonight by any means possible and square the series, and then, make a call on when he comes back.
Now, one of the discussion points after Game 3 and the loss and having the lead in the fourth quarter was that the one you had to get without Steph Curry? Was that the one of these two that the Warriors were going to be competitive, foot on the gas? Jimmy Butler goes for 33. Jonathan Kuminga comes in and explodes for 30. Steve Kerr says no. He says, honestly, he thinks we're right there, and this was his reaction minutes after the 102-97 loss on Saturday night.
Not that much, really. Like, we're right there. We feel great about our chances, and this is what the playoffs are all about. There's these emotional swings and momentum shifts, and we just got to, take tomorrow off and get the guys refreshed, recharged, and come back in Monday and tee it up again.
Now, I can understand where he's coming from in the sense of they're going to win games with defense no matter what, if they are going to win games. So you might not necessarily need the 30-plus from a Jimmy and a Kuminga. On the other hand, Jimmy Butler was looking gassed there in the fourth quarter. He only went 1 for 7. Jonathan Kuminga, as great as he was, 3 for 7 and got a little bit wild and out of control there in the fourth. And outside of that, they just didn't really have any source of offense. And you got to find ways to score. Minnesota could be shooting the ball a lot better. Nickeil Alexander-Walker has largely struggled this series. Dante DiVincenzo, we are both surprised, has not stepped up more this series off the bench. Oh, and on top of that, the notorious Warrior killer Naz Reid really hasn't gotten going in the ways that we've seen him do against this Golden State team. So with all of that in mind, yes, Julius Randle dominated. Anthony Edwards ended up going for 36. I don't think the Warriors are necessarily far off. I do think the margin for error is super, super slim, and you cannot have 5 early turnovers, 20 total, if you want to have a chance to even this tonight.
I'm watching the game right back. The play where Draymond inbounds the ball, and Jimmy's not even looking at him. And the ball goes off of Jimmy, and it's a turnover. What was that? But despite all that, what Steve is saying, we led by 5. With 8:16 remaining in the game. You heard Jim Peterson talk about he thought the Timberwolves were going to lose, and the Warriors had control of the game. Mark Keister was there to call it on the ESPN radio. He felt the same vibe. The Warriors had the game. It wasn't always perfect, but they were in control enough of it. They had a 5-point lead with 8:16 to play. I don't think they were tired. They didn't attack them properly. You have to go into Gobert's body. Get him back. If you stretch out and he comes from the help side, he will block your shot or he's going to make you miss off the backboard. He's long. I thought with Steph on the floor, we could play him off the floor. Steph's not there. So you got to clean up a lot of things. You got to be better, obviously, as far as turnovers down the stretch. It was crunch time or a little bit more. 8 minutes to play, not good. And the main thing is Anthony Edwards looks healthy now. Whatever ankle was bothering him the first half after game 2. It looks like he's fine. You got to build a wall to keep him from just ripping the whole basket down. And you got to deal with Julius Randle. He is killing you. The double-doubles, the triple-doubles, he's carving you up. 24 points and 12 assists. And how many of those 12 assists went for threes in the game? The guy was responsible for like 50-plus points in the game. You got to figure out a way to control that guy, and I think that starts with Draymond. I'm surprised that he's not defending Julius Randle better.
We're going to have a cut to play about Draymond Green and how he's got to be there to quarterback the defense, according to Jimmy Butler. We'll save that for a little bit later in the hour. Coming up, let's do a little bit of Silver Linings playlist, then preview this big game for tonight. Get ready to hand it off to Dirty Work at 2 o'clock. They'll be out at Harmonic Brewing. And, of course, our Ask Gregory still extends for another 49 minutes and 1 second. That's right. Ask us any question about this game coming up. 415-808-5627. We've taken some calls already today. Happy to do that again. It is Pop and Silver on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus around 7:30 this morning, and although the Giants got swept in a 3-game series for the first time this season, he says he is not overly concerned about the closer struggles from Ryan Walker and some of the defensive woes that followed them on that road trip. To catch that interview, check it out on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, or wherever you get your KNBR podcasts.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver. All right. So very often, I try to make the theme of the day something very pertinent. This is a big night for the Warriors. I've done a lot of Warriors songs. I'm going to have a lot of chances to do Giants songs. Did a lot of 49ers songs in my early days here on Papa and Silver. But sometimes you got to have a little bit of a life and have some fun with the stories around sports and some of that BS. So when I think about Aerosmith's Crazy right here and the way that relationships and love can just dictate the work world, had to loop in a couple of funny stories. Number one, you see Mike Dunleavy Jr. get caught on camera this weekend?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. living a good life. I got to say, look, the team lost, but Jimmy Butler's the focus of that shot. And to that woman, it's like, hey, you know, win or lose, I made that deal. See the crowd cheer for Jimmy Butler? Yeah, you read those social media comments, but we got that guy. He's pretty good. He's going for 33 right now. Then I also think about Bill Belichick. And it's hilarious that for a guy as an NFL coach that was built off of no distractions for 20 years, and I'm not questioning his coaching. The dude won 6 Super Bowls. And yeah, he was a little bit brash and not exactly the best quote, but he's full 180 now with his 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, not just running the operations at North Carolina, running life. Then there was a report this weekend that she was banned. Then that got revoked. And now I'm seeing all sorts of crazy things out there, including from Pablo Torre, that she's been so entrenched in the day-to-day operations. There's a possibility that Bill Belichick isn't even the head coach of the Tar Heels come week 1. Bill Belichick.
They're going to fire him?
Of all people.
They're going to fire Bill Belichick.
No, they'd break up before that happened. But I'm just saying.
He's going to break up with her to keep a job?
Yeah.
Let the guy live his life. He's 72 years of age. Who's here to judge him? Wait till you get to be 72. Let him live his life. He's doing fine.
I'm not judging the way he's living his life. I'm more so judging the way that Jordan is trying to get so entrenched in all the operations of the North Carolina Tar Heels.
I understand.
Yeah.
Maybe he hired her as head of football operations. That could be part of the job. It's fine.
Could be.
So that's where we're going with Belichick and his new woman. And the day the Warriors are playing this monumental game, how does it tie to the Warriors anyway?
No, I'm saying just the theme of crazy and love taking over, bleeding into sports.
You're picking on Bill Belichick.
I'm picking on Jordan Hudson, yeah.
Yeah, let them live their life. I'm not here to judge them. Bill Belichick has been a great purveyor of talent in his life, so there must be something he sees in her to do this, and he's living his life. So we're not here to judge the coach. The one thing is Bill Walsh is the greatest offensive mind in the history of pro football, and Coach Belichick's the greatest defensive mind as well. There have been others on each side of the ball. But I was just thinking, since they've won 6 Super Bowls, have there been any overlapping years where the Patriots and Steve Kerr and the Warriors won NBA championships? And there were. 2015, the Warriors' first championship. Belichick won his 4th Super Bowl, and then again in 2017, the Warriors with Kevin Durant won a championship. They should have had one in 2019 as well and 2018, but in any event, New England did win in 2019. So there were 2 years where Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots and the Golden State Warriors both won championships in that same year. So call them crazy all you want. Just wait till you're 72 years of age, and then we'll all judge you.
Okay, that's okay. You know, the Rolling Stones said it well, what a drag it is getting old. And I can already feel myself getting older by the day. So
you are ancient. You're a fossil.
I'm an old soul. What can I say? JD tells me all the time. And you know, we tied in JD with The Who today, who I've seen twice. So point proven right there. So, by the way, the phones, 415-808-5627, going back to, you know, real life of the Warriors. Maybe Gabe in Antioch thinks that the Warriors play is a little bit crazy without Steph Curry, or maybe he thinks it's not crazy enough. Either way, you're hanging out with the Gregs. Gabe, what's happening? Gabe in Antioch, do we got you? All right, I guess not. Gabe, if you're still hearing us and your phone connection's off, give us a call back. I don't know where Gabe wanted to go with that. Something about the Warriors' shot aggressiveness, I believe. Again, I'll say it. Jonathan Kuminga really set a tone for just putting up a shot. You know, they only made one field goal outside of the paint, as you mentioned, with Dave Pasch in that nugget on the broadcast. It was a Jonathan Kuminga in the first half. It was a Jonathan Kuminga baseline jumper from about 14 feet away. Other than that, it was all at the line or all in the paint. And then finally, they got some threes going in the third quarter. Brandon Podziemski hit his lone shot of the game. Buddy Hield had a couple of nice shots as well. That left corner was just magical at one point between Kuminga getting a three, the Buddy Hield behind the back pass. Jimmy Butler had a three as well, and Jonathan Kuminga had a three. So that left corner was doing them good, but ultimately they didn't have enough sources of any corner there in the fourth quarter.
Well, and the first half, they didn't make a three, which is so unlike the Warriors. But so you want them to expand their shot diet, as they call it. I love these new terms in the NBA. We need to widen our shot diet. It does become a problem where if it's like Bill Walsh's offense going against Bill Belichick in the red zone, it's going to be hard to score if they're packing the paint and you can't shoot over the top. So the Warriors, that's why, we can debate the Jimmy Butler acquisition in the offseason, and he's not a three-point shooter. It condenses the offense. Kuminga, as good as he is, that's the one thing, no matter what team he plays for next year, he's got to become a better catch-and-shoot guy. But he made 3 threes in the game, and then coming down the stretch, they just did not have enough. So, we get into it all about the lineup and how they're going to react a little bit. But the one thing is, I think they need to open up the floor, even if they don't necessarily shoot a three. Widen the width of the court as far out as you can, and just try to open it up a little bit there. But they'll be fine. I mean, when you look at it, it could be the last home game of the year. In a lot of respects, if they don't win tonight, I mean, what are they going to do with Jonathan Kuminga in the offseason? Can they afford to keep him with the salary they have? Do they have to, sign him and trade him? So in theory, as you watch Kuminga play tonight, this could be his last home game as a Warrior.
I think there's a good chance it's his last home game as a Warrior unless they play a home game on Sunday. At this point, and look, I got to be honest, I'm a little bit tired of the Kuminga ups and downs and this and that. He's not a bad player. He also has not been a player that's worked in the system while they've had a stretch of consistent winning, and I put that in italics right there. I think at this point, Kuminga's going to be happier going elsewhere to another team. I think the Warriors committed to their next short phase of the future, or the final run, or the last ride, or whatever they want to call it on the Draymond Green show. With Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, I don't think Kuminga's going to be a part of this team next year, and that's okay.
Well, we're not on to next year yet, but you got to be careful. I'd trade one of those veteran players if I could. Rather, you cannot keep making mistakes where you trade young guys for old guys. They've done it a couple of different times here. And we'll see what they could get back. If they do let Kuminga go, they'll get something back. And Kuminga would be certainly an attractive piece, but we're not going there now. The bottom line is, do you want to start Kuminga tonight and just go to a small ball attack and try to jump these guys early?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about the starting lineup and actually talking about it with Derek before he left the building to go out to Harmonic. I know I said I would start Jonathan Kuminga, but thinking about it a little bit more, I almost could see them just keeping it the way it was with Trayce Jackson-Davis for the reason of Draymond Green is your best option and, frankly, kind of your only option to really defend Julius Randle there at the start. And so if you go Jonathan Kuminga instead of a Trayce Jackson-Davis, now maybe you could do Kuminga, and then it gets clunky. If you go Kuminga, Draymond, Jimmy, and Trayce, I don't think that's going to happen. So I would almost just keep him as your stay ready, hot off the bench, influx of offense like he kind of was there in game one. And then obviously if it comes down to it in the closing stretch and Kuminga's having a game like he was on Saturday, then you keep Jimmy and Draymond and Butler out there together. But at the start, you got to find a way to let Julius Randle get slowed down a little bit because he got rolling and he was bullying and he bullied his way into a triple-double.
No, Draymond did not guard him well, though, in the game. It's surprising to me. But really, Draymond would be at his best if he guards Gobert and roams around on everybody. But to your point, if you pull Draymond as the primary off of Randle, who guards him? They don't have anybody on the roster. You don't want to double that guy because then you get into openings with Anthony Edwards. That'd be the last thing you want to do. He throws out of a double team and Anthony Edwards has got an angle on a 4-on-3. Not a good idea, but they'll figure out a way. We'll worry about the offseason when it's... And this is not... They did face a Game 7 on the road in Houston, so we're making it out like it's the biggest game of our life. It's a huge game tonight. But the Houston game, not that long ago, a week ago, they were coming back from Houston after winning Game 7. That was an elimination game. You're not quite there yet, but I think they're going to treat it with its proper respect. It's not a walk-the-plank game, but if you lose this game, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. And if you get Steph Curry back at all and he comes back on the brink of elimination, what kind of mobility does he have? These are the questions you hope to not have to answer until you can maybe get to a Game 6 on Sunday. Dirty Work's going to have all that for you. Let's go ahead, take a little time out, continue this on the other side, play a couple more sounds, answer some more calls. Gabe and Antioch, if you want to give us a call back with the connection that we can hear, give it a shot. 415-808-5627, taking your comments here on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area? Some aren't even based in the state. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with the chaos all around us, children, motorcyclists, pedestrians, Waymos, let's make the Bay Area a safer place and work together. Feel confident that you're in good hands. With award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop and Silver, good to be with you. Dirty work coming up in about a half an hour. Giants getting ready for first of three against the D-backs tonight. Third time they're going to face an NL West opponent. They saw the Padres twice in San Diego, lost both of those. Took 3 out of 4 at home against the Colorado Rockies, and now they got the first of three tonight with Justin Verlander on the hill. They look to snap this losing skid that occurred out in Minnesota. The Twins are tied with the Cardinals for the best win streak in the MLB right now, 8 in a row. So they faced a team when they were absolutely hot, and now they got to face a D-backs team that came off of some games against the Dodgers. They will not see Corbin Burns, who was shut down against the LA Dodgers in their lone win that series. They will not see Zach Gallen in that series either. We'll get into that in the preview toward the end of our show. Want to play a couple more cuts from Warriors postgame as they got a very important tip at 7 p.m. tonight down at Chase Center. Draymond Green on the floor talked about it at length today on the show. Here's Jimmy Butler saying that without Draymond on the floor, which is what they had to do for a lot of that fourth quarter and the final 4:38, there's nobody to quarterback the defense.
Obviously he's one of the top defenders in the world, for sure the best defender on this squad. When he's out, it's just different. You don't got nobody back there that's quarterback in the way that he does it, that can switch everything, that can get every loose ball, and that can rebound. But even whenever he does go out, we still got to be better.
So they've got to be better defensively, but Draymond Green himself has got to be better. Want to see more than 29 minutes on the box score, and he's got to be quarterbacking that defense at an elite level because with Steph, the margin for error with an aging core and a younger support staff is not all that high. Without Steph, the margin for error has always been razor thin.
Tonight is a Draymond Green game.
Yeah.
It is that simple. He needs to give us the performance he gave us in Toyota Center 8 nights ago in Game 7 after being MIA in Game 6, getting the early tech on Jalen Green. He called himself out to the team. I don't know what they did. After the game on Saturday, Draymond didn't talk a lot. He obviously fouled out of the game. They did do media today after the film work at 9:30 in the shoot-around. So I don't, only Gary Payton II spoke. But Draymond Green had 2 points in the game. He was 1 of 4 from the floor. He turned it over 5 times. And a lot of it were him and Jimmy. The ball where he inbounds the ball in the baseline early in the game and throws, and Jimmy's not even looking at him, and it hits his leg. It's like, what's going on? And there were several where Jimmy missed him, he missed Jimmy. So offensively, minus Steph, it's harder for him to have a role, the drag screen with Steph up top, all the split action down low. It's all taken away. But forget all that. You got to figure it out. But in order for him to quarterback the defense, he's got to get back to his defensive ways. He did not guard Julius Randle well in this game. And it shocked me. He's not guarded them well in the series. Here and there, he's smart. When he makes Randle take that shot like Şengün at 14 and 15 feet and not 4 and 5, he'll miss it. But Randle's just been bullying everybody. The play where Tim Legler thought that Draymond shot the gap to go for a steal unwisely late in the game, it was Randle just reached behind him with one arm and just grabbed Draymond's ass and pulled him over to this. It's like, whoa, how much bigger is Julius Randle than Draymond Green? He just threw him away, and then he went and dunked, and he's kicking the corners for threes. Anthony Edwards is a problem. We've talked about it, but the MVP of the first 3 games of the series is Julius Randle. So, Draymond, do you want Randle, and do you want to take him out, or do you want to go back to being the quarterback that Jimmy just talked about, the middle linebacker, the free safety? Do you want to rove and guard all of them, or do you want to guard 30 and take him out? And then we'll deal with the other guys, because right now Julius Randle, the lefty, is killing us. So to me, And we'll have Marcus on tomorrow. He knows Draymond as well as anybody. Wrote some long pieces on his defensive genius. This is a Draymond Green game. Kuminga played well the other night. Jimmy was good enough. This is Draymond to set the tone. You cannot have Randall come in here and bully you in the lane the way he did Saturday. You got to stay in the game. No more techs, no more flagrants. You have to foul discerningly here and there. You can't get into foul trouble and foul out of the game. So above anything, if the Warriors are going to survive tonight, they need a signature Draymond Green game, and it starts on defense.
No question about it. He's got to be the defensive tone setter. And as far as setting a tone on offense, that's going to bring me to this piece of sound from Buddy Hield. Now, 0 for 6 in the first half. First time the Warriors had not made it 3.5 since 2020. And that's just a regular season game. And that was also the season where you can throw it all out the window because they were 15 and 50. They ended up going 10 of 23 the other night after that a pretty rough first half. They shot 43% as a squad. Buddy Hield was 4 for 8. Jimmy Butler 2 for 4. Podziemski had his lone make of the game, and then Jonathan Kuminga 3 for 4. That said, 23 shots attempted from beyond the arc is a number that is way low than what we are used to for the Warriors. Here's Buddy Hield talking about the difficulty of getting threes up without Steph on the floor.
Yeah, we do. I mean, you look in the first 2 games before that, we was not able to get threes up. The only person probably get threes up was probably Steph. And when Steph is not out there, the way they're gravitating to me, just got to find a way to get them up, you know. And you don't want to be forceful out there and take the energy of the team, and they want to take bad shots usually, like, you know. And everybody was like, you know, you got to get threes up, but you got to stick to the energy of the game and flow of the game. And I think the flow of the game had a 2-point lead coming into halftime. But I think that as the pace picked up, you know, and, you know, the stakes starting to come closer, you know, I was able to get free and just weathering the storm. And, you know, I got up 7 in the first half, made 4. So hopefully, before he made 2 more, my chance to win the game.
Yeah, so, I mean, to Buddy's point at the end, they actually shot the ball a fine clip, but it took them a while to even get going and find looks. I mentioned that magical left corner that was doing them well in the third quarter, but really it's going to come down to a full team effort and getting some shots on the perimeter from your guys. Quentin Post and Moses Moody, I don't know if we're going to see them. If they have a chance to play and they can get a look from beyond the arc, that would be a very welcome help. Brandon Podziemski, of course, the one who's got the spotlight on him after his 1 for 10 performance the other night. And Buddy Hield as the primary scoring option from beyond the arc. And the biggest threat to heat up in a hurry, he's got to continue to get up shots. Not saying he needs to force it. He's not Steph in the sense of if he's rushed or he's dribbling or his footwork is off, that it's going to go in at an efficient enough clip. But just continuing to move the ball and getting looks on the perimeter. Well, Anthony Edwards, he takes a lot of threes. He led the league in makes in threes this year. So they got to find a way to match Minnesota if they start heating up from the perimeter.
Yeah, I don't know if they can, honestly. Their roster minus Steph, they could, but they don't have three-point shooters. Jimmy Butler is not a three-point shooter. They will give him the shot. They want to play him with a big once he breaks the paint and get inside. Jimmy's not even a mid-range guy. He's not a 15 to 17 shooter. He's a 5 to 7. So they're going to let him have that shot. Now, if he makes a couple, and he did the other night, he was 2 of 4, but he's not a three-point shooter. Draymond Green will get all he likes. Now, speaking of it, it's a Draymond game. Can Draymond come out like he has so many times and make a 3 right away, make another 3, go back door and get a layup, or get a layup for someone off his 3? But they're not going to guard him at the line. Obviously, Trace Jackson-Davis. Podziemski's just cold, but if Podziemski does make a couple early in the game, they may tilt their defense. But you don't have three-point shooters. Gary Payton's not. In the corner he is, and Quentin Post is not playing. You're surprised Kuminga made 3 out of 4, and then Moody's not playing. So you just don't have a lot of three-point shooters compared to them. Jaden McDaniels is always camped in a corner, ready to catch and shoot. Randall didn't even make his 3-ball the other night. Edwards got a 14. So it was a factor in the first half. It constricts the way they can guard you if they just pack it in the paint. But it is kind of a roster construction problem. And a lot of it's been, and it's obviously without Steph on the floor, it's a major problem. It's just this time of the year, Steph would be off the floor 10 minutes a night, not 48. So how do you get? But they can be out 3'd in the game and still win. I think what you want, Greg, is more free throw attempts in the game would be big. I think, Jimmy Butler, 26 shots. That's a lot for him. He was not very efficient in the game. He had good looks. He didn't get to the line as much. 7 of 9 is not bad. But there's a way they could mid-range them and stay in it. They just got to get transition basket. It starts with their defense. They got to defend and get. And Minnesota turned the ball over 21 times last game. 21. But the Warriors only had 13 points off the turnovers. They got to take the ball away and not play against their set defense. Try to score in the fast break of the scattered court.
Yeah, no question about it. And then on top of that, the Warriors can't let Minnesota get some open looks in the corner from 3 because that was the place where it really killed them. And a couple times it was a broken play, like the one Kuminga ran over to block, and then it was a loose ball in bounds, ended up going to McDaniels in the opposite corner. But then there were other times late in the game where Naz Reid hit one, Anthony Edwards hit one that was sort of the dagger where just some defensive breakdowns led to some open Minnesota shots. But I agree with you that the transition and taking advantage of the turnovers you do force is going to be important because like we kind of saw with Houston in that first round series, this Warriors half-court offense is not going to be their strength. But if they can get some broken plays, run up the floor a little bit, have advantages in numbers on a little bit of transition, that's how they can maybe fill up the stat sheet and get numbers on the scoreboard that you probably wouldn't get just working in the half court and just trying to work inside the paint with a team that's pretty undersized.
I mean, they got the corners filled. Jaden McDaniels is always in a short corner, and so is Naz Reid. From their side of it, Dante is not playing well. I am surprised. He's been almost as bad as Podziemski, but they're not playing him because they have other guys they can turn to with Conley. The short 3, and that corner 3 is 22 feet away. Anything from the above the break and to the top of the key is 23-9. There's actually a talk in the NBA about eliminating the short corner 3. I'm not sure I would do that, but if you leave an NBA player wide open in the short corner, you're almost surprised if they don't make the shot.
Yeah, no question about it. And the Celtics do that just about better than anyone with all their high-volume three-point shooting. They'll be playing tonight. Nuggets versus Thunder is tied at 2-2. And speaking of poor shooting, incredibly low percentages across the board last night. The Thunder win it 92-87. Regardless, that series is tied. We'll continue to monitor it all. And the only one that seems to be running away with it right now is the Indiana Pacers on Kenny Atkinson and the 64-win.
Boom, baby! They can make a 3. They're from the ABA. They know how to make 3s, Rick Mount.
Yeah, no question about it. Obi Toppin off the bench going nuts last night. Let's wrap up the show on the other side. Get ready to pass it off to Dirty Work. Tell you what's coming up with the Giants game 1 out of 3. Oracle Park, first pitch, 6:45. Justin Verlander getting the start tonight. And can he get the word that I'm not going to say? Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors look to get a crucial Game 4 at Chase Center tonight and try to even this series at 2 apiece. And if anything, just buy some time for a possible Steph Curry return. But in order to do that, they're going to have to protect home floor. And after the game, John Dickinson, myself, and Kyle Harr will be breaking this one all down on Dubs OT. Catch us on YouTube around 9:30 after the final horn.
Hey, Greg Papa here. Golden State Lumber and Showroom has supported Northern California construction for over 70 years, building strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Since 1996, Trex has led the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, offering products that won't rot, splinter, fade, or stain. No seasonal maintenance needed. Trex pioneered combining recycled plastics durability with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood. Their sun-comfortable heat-mitigating technology keeps deck cool underfoot, perfect for hot, sunny days. Trex marine grades decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand, making it ideal for boat owners. Considering a new deck? Explore Trek's latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring sun-comfortable technology and a 50-year limited residential warranty. Find Trex decking at Golden State Window and Door showrooms or visit goldenstatelumber.com. With our commitment to excellence, we're here to support your project every step of the way. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Just about ready to wrap up the show. Tim Webb in the house already in his chair. So there goes Copes' line on a Tuesday. Either way, Copes Depop out at Harmonic Brewing. Jody, we're going to carry you up to the start of Giants pregame. And it's no Terry Francois two-step, but it is certainly the two-screen setup tonight. Giants get going at 6:45. Warriors get going just shortly after 7. By the way, the 49ers didn't really get some Niners talk in today, but they are hosting ex-Bills wide receiver and Jaguar last year, Gabe Davis, on a visit. So something to keep your eyes on there is the 49ers wide receiver room. We'll see how that all shakes out. Brandon Ayuk's injury timeline. Ricky Pearsall going into his first full season, we hope. And Gabe Davis, piece that perhaps is a part of a Kyle Shanahan offense.
He was a dominant player in Buffalo, more than just number 2 to Stephon Diggs. He had some huge catches. I remember when Josh Allen, and the game was actually in Glendale during the pandemic year, December the 7th of 2020, played the Niners, and so many times Josh Allen would roll hard to his right, get up against the sideline, almost go out of bounds, and somehow fired the ball 30 yards downfield and had the ball stay in bounds, and it was Gabe Davis who made the catch over and over and over again. Buffalo lost a lot of good players like the Niners had this past year, and Gabe going to Jacksonville was certainly one of them. He's a good player, so we'll see. He's a big-bodied wide receiver. So we do have Niner news coming up later in the week. They're going to announce the schedule on Wednesday, May 14th. We'll have a full recap. I know Dirty Work will cover it and go through it pick by game by game. A few leak outs today, as they do on each network, and we found out the Eagles, as the defending Super Bowl champions, will open the new year on the Thursday of the opener against the Dallas Cowboys, which was kind of a no-brainer looking at their schedule and how they would do that. So, but Gabe Davis is a good route runner. There's no doubt. So we'll see how that pans out if they do sign into a contract. Congratulations to Raymond Ritter and the Warriors staff. They have done it again. The Warriors PR staff has won the Professional Basketball Writers Association 2024-25 Brian McIntyre Award, which basically goes to the best PR staff in all of the NBA. And Raymond, along with Brett Winkler and Michael Ravina, we know his sister Kaylee, Daryl Arata, the director of basketball communications, is the best. Sends us whatever we need, and Cole Lawrence as well. The Warriors have won this award 8 different times since its inception, going back in 06-07. They won it in 09-10, 13-14, and then when the Warriors were going to the finals every single year, they won it 4 straight years, won it the year after the championship in 22-23, and then won it again. So he is the best in all of American sport and the staff. Congratulations to the Rolls-Royce of public relations directors, the R&R, the great Raymond Ritter.
No question about it. Going to be great to see the Warriors PR staff working hard tonight at, I said PR staff. They could use a little PR staff right now. PR staff working hard tonight for Game 4. But, hey, maybe if Steph does come back, then the Warriors PR staff's going to be staying busy more into May. And could they even get to a June? I won't go there yet. We're just focused on one tonight. One tonight, down to 1, trying to even it at 2 apiece. And then, of course, the other order of business, the Giants welcome in the Diamondbacks. First time that these two teams are going to face off against each other tonight. Should be a good little test. The Giants been defined by defense, but the defense just had a rocky road trip. And the Diamondbacks, a whole lot of offense coming into Oracle Park.
Well, they led baseball in runs scored last year, and they can score runs with Corbin Carroll at the top of their lineup. As you mentioned, Corbin Burns, who is not having a great start in Arizona, is not going to pitch. Neither is Zach Gallen. He actually pitched yesterday against the Dodgers. But noted giant killer, Woogie, Merrill Kelly will pitch for Arizona. And this is one, the Dodgers are 27-14, and the Padres are 25-14. With this 3-game losing streak, the Giants have fallen 3 back of the Dodgers, 2 back of San Diego. A lot of time. But we've done the math all year, and they need to beat out Arizona. If you finish in 4th place in your own division, it's just hard to get to have everybody make it from the West in the wild card. So if the Dodgers win the division or San Diego does, and one other's a wild card team, you could sneak in as a second wild card team. But the Mets are playing great. Philadelphia's there. You mentioned St. Louis. They have an 8-game winning streak. We just kind of thought the Cubs would win the Central. So do 2 teams from the Central get in, a division winner and another team? So just start doing the math here. Long way to go. But you got to finish, you would think, ahead of Arizona, who has been just average so far this year at 21-20, but they do have a great offense. So Merrill Kelly against this hat has served me well for 8 previous starts. Is tonight the lucky number 9 when Justin Verlander can have me discard 262 and break out a 263?
A lot of that's going to depend on the bullpen, as we know from Verlander's last few starts, when he certainly was deserving of getting a couple of wins, ultimately did not. And yeah, I mean, Arizona's offense is going to be tough. We also talk about Arizona last year like it was a quote-unquote letdown after the World Series, and how, they had a lot of injuries that impacted. Corbin Carroll had a really rough first half of the season before he cranked it up. And by the way, that team still won 89 games and missed the playoffs on a tiebreaker as well. So right now they are 4th in the NL West. Certainly a no joke. Last fun fact, and I got to give our texter credit. I lost the text and the area code somewhere, but as we were talking about the NBA draft lottery coming up and the Spurs having a 3.5% chance, well, it is true the San Jose Sharks got the number 2 pick, and the team with the number 1 pick in the NHL draft lottery, the New York Islanders, had a 3.5% chance at landing it. So,
and the Islanders, like the Spurs, won 5 Stanley Cups with the great Mike Bossy as their leader and Brian Trottier. So all that's important. But tonight, and you made the line about the PR Steph. I mean, that's a big reason why they won this award, and they're great at what they do. But it's Steph Curry and how gracious he is to everybody. And tonight, it's time for them to pay him back. He's not playing tonight. We all know the situation. You drop this game tonight, you're down 3-1. Does Steph have to come back and play not completely 100% after a grade 1 hamstring strain? Nobody wants that to happen. But if you are facing elimination, there may not be any other choice. So Jimmy Butler wants a ring. It's not all about Steph Curry. Jimmy's never won one. A lot of guys are new to this team that want to be involved in it. But this one is, can you just buy Steph a few more days until Sunday? See you Sunday. Square this series at 2 games apiece. So they were close on Saturday night, but they got to get over the hump. They got to win in crunch time. Tonight is a save our season and save Steph's season night.
And charge those devices up and get ready to turn those TVs on. We'll be back 10 to 2 tomorrow to break it all down. But in the meantime, it is time for Copes, Depop, Tim Webb. Dirty Work will take you there. Thanks to our guests, Jim Peterson, Mark Kestisher, FP Santangelo. Thank you to Walter, as always. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. As soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair, Tim will be the man in the chair. And he should be the man in the chair in the building for the next 20...
Get comfortable, Tim.
I'd say for the next, 28 hours or
almost
so?
30 hours.
Because he got there earlier today. We'll talk about this and Tim paying off his stay at KNBR.
It's finally happening.
For a full day bet. We are live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City, getting ready for, what are we looking at, Game 4 here?
Game 4, and I would say it's probably, I know we don't like to throw this phrase out there, I'm going to say tonight is a must-win. I know that's not technically a must-win because they won't be eliminated, but I have a hard time believing the Warriors would come back from a 3-1 deficit without Steph Curry.
We're supposed to do a whole segment that you wrote down on at 2:30.
I know.
Is tonight a must-win or a gotta-have-it?
I'm probably going to say that a lot today.
45 seconds into the show, you're like,
I'm giving takes.
I'm going to say this off the bat. They got to have this one. I mean, it's a must-win. Yeah, it's a must-win.
Just pretend I didn't say that just now, and then I'll bring it up later.
And then I have to tease it and ask you again in a half an hour and pretend like we're going to talk about it.
Dude, I've been known to waffle. I might change my opinion by then.
I would say the odds are you will change your opinion.
I don't know. They could lose tonight. It's not that big of a deal, right?
I don't know. Saturday stunk, man. Saturday
sucked.
Saturday didn't feel good. Saturday was one of those games where I watched almost the entirety of the second half, even when they were playing well, even when Draymond was still in the game, and I kind of thought, if they lose this one with the way this has gone, I don't know, man. If they lose because again, it's not just like I'd rather have gotten blown out in Game 3.
Yeah,
I'd rather see the Warriors get blown out by 25 because you go, all right, they're going to figure it out. Not that would have been a better scenario to walk into this game with. That said, it was such a hard-fought game. I know Warrior fans who remain confident about this team's ability to do that. What I saw last night was the version of Minnesota I thought we were going to get throughout the start of the series. Now, Julius Randle's accounted for – by the way, you hear that music behind us?
Got a little Grateful Dead?
I don't know what's going on.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, dude. Anyway, we're live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center.
It's got a nice Bill Walton feel. Rest in peace.
You're just getting whatever the vibes are. Yeah, some good Walton.
Come on now. We're going to win this game. Come on, everyone. Be positive.
But they got the game that
Trey Jackson Davis, slam it down, young man.
They got that's pretty good. They got the game they needed him to we needed them to, excuse me, we got the game from Jimmy Butler that they needed him to have in order for them to win. Draymond fouls out, is still having his problems, did not play well enough.
No, he did
even
not.
before he fouled out. Julius Randle accounted for 50% of their points in both of the last two games, which is impressive.
Yep.
The big thing here is, of course, if you win that game, you have a 2-1 lead, but more to the point, it allows the window to stay open, you believe, for a potential Steph Curry.
The window is open.
Is it, though? For a potential Steph Curry return.
It's getting closed day by day.
If this thing ends in 5, if Minnesota, like my point is, I don't think Steph's back by Game 5.
I don't think so. I don't think it's a break glass, a case of emergency like KD where he came back down 3-1. It doesn't sound like Steph Curry's going to be back for Wednesday's game. So, yeah, you definitely let one slip. I thought that they were going to take Game 3 and then the fourth quarter. As good as Jimmy Butler was, and, man, he did everything that I wanted him to do on Friday's show. I wanted them to play ISO, and they did. They didn't attempt many threes in the first half. They were 0 for 5 in the first half when it comes to threes. And for the first time in a long time, the Warriors lead in the category of points in the paint.
Dude, by 2.
But it just wasn't enough.
Well, what's crazy, Derek, is if you look, and we'll go through a lot of this today as we get ready for this one tonight, 7 o'clock tip here from Chase Center. And by the way,
reasonable time.
And by the way, 2 games going on tonight. Giants play at Oracle Park tonight. They come on home after getting swept by the Minnesota Twins.
So get here early, everybody.
It had to be a crappy flight home. First time Giants were swept in that capacity on the road, on a road trip like that. Got to come back across the country. That's a tough one.
And yesterday's game was as much as the Warriors let it slip on Saturday. I thought the Giants let it slip yesterday.
I don't know. I'm waiting for the same thoughts on Ryan Walker that people had on Camilo Doval. I mean,
I doubt it'll be that.
Duval's has gone on for longer. When it was
that
bad.
hate-filled for Duval.
Yeah, it was a frustrating one yesterday. I thought a couple of those games, Landon Root pitched well enough to win. Thought Jordan Hicks pitched well enough.
Yep.
Offense floundered. Yesterday, you finally get some offense, and then you go to extras, you blow it late, and then you can't fend it off at the end of the series.
And then Bob Melvin got tossed in the ninth, but yeah, you definitely have some issues right now. I mean, not crazy issues with the bullpen, just some question marks with Ryan Walker. We'll see if he gets the opportunity tonight. But
they're a team that has to win in the margins. We talked about this.
Yeah.
They're not a team that's going to hit a bunch of home runs. They're not blowing teams out, which means you got to win the close ones, and you got to win games in which your offense shows up for like 5 runs or 6 runs. When you don't do that, you don't shut it down. It's if you're not going to win in the margins with the way this team has, and not talking margins in the Farhan manner, I'm talking in playing good defense, good bullpen pitching, starting pitching.
Yeah.
That's the way they found ways to be successful in the first part of this year. But like in 2022, after the magical 107-win season, remember they were in it. Like they had a pretty good record akin to this in like 2022 until about May, and then the wheels kind of fell off, and they were never able to get it back on.
Right.
Like, it's that whole when you get through a third of the season, you can take a look at where you are, and we'll talk about that with some of the players currently on the roster. I mean, Lamont Wade's getting harder to defend, man.
I know. And I heard Mike Krukow on this morning with Murph and Marcus, and he was like, I think it's time to make a change. You've seen, 41 games right now for the Giants?
Hey, if I could change,
you could change. Lamont Wade could change.
Lamont Wade, we can make a change at first base. I need Rocky in Soviet Russia talking Lamont Wade in the ring after he beats Drago, dude.
I know. But, not ideal to get swept by the Twins right before you're going to play the Diamondbacks. And besides the Rockies, and shout out to our guy Bud Black, after he got a vote of confidence over the weekend,
dude, that
gave up 21 runs.
That destroyed
and they
me,
got
dude.
fired. I'm not laughing at Bud Black getting fired. I'm laughing at just the irony of the situation.
When organizations are bad from the top down, and the Rockies are one of those organizations, it's not a surprise that they bungled this the way that they did. When I say bungled, it was just like the disrespect to Bud Black, and you might go, hey, they've had like 7 straight losing seasons. You're on pace for one of the worst records in the history of baseball. It's the worst start in baseball at like 7-33. They'd lost 8 straight before they won.
And they won yesterday,
Saturday.
and then they fired him.
Was it yesterday that it happened?
Yes.
Or was it Saturday? So it was yesterday?
Yeah, I want to say they gave him the vote of confidence right before the game.
They gave him the vote of confidence, I think, and then they lost 21-0.
And then they won, and then to redeem themselves, they beat the Padres and they fired Bud Black.
21-0, bro. 21-0. Kyle Freeland's like talking to the media. He's like, "Hey man, we gotta change the way we do things or something." And then Bud Black's like, "I support him." GM says, "I got Bud Black's back." And then they win. Why not just fire him after the loss? Just fire him 21-0.
I know. But they waited a day, and then they just had it after the series, good win, 7 wins, and now it's going to let you go. But
also, by the way, you went all through spring training, you let them pick the team. Didn't you know, not that you knew you were going to get off to this bad of a start, I guess. This is disastrous. But you're a bad organization. You've done nothing well. So, it's so funny, too, they signed Chris Bryant. What happened to that?
God, was it a 7-year contract 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Never hear from him.
Yeah. Oh, actually, 4 years ago now. It's 2021. But,
it's 21. Wow, that was a while back.
But, yeah, I mean, just the main point I was making was, the Giants, obviously, they handle business against the Rockies, but every one of these NL West series are going to be very important with how competitive the division is right now.
Yeah, 3-game series starts tonight, Giants and the D-backs at Oracle Park. We'll have a pregame for you at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch. Should we get you our big our big beefy guest list for
It's
today?
a beefy one.
I almost said meaty, but I went with beefy.
Either way.
250, Zaza Pachulia.
Zaza.
Music sounds good behind us. I like that.
Yeah.
Sam Gordon.
Nothing easy.
Sam, can you do that? Is that still appropriate? Because you're quoting Zaza?
Well, what's wrong with that?
I don't know. I'm just saying. They can't do, sometimes people get better.
What if I do the impression with him on the air?
He might be like, haha, good brother. Nice, man. You know what I mean? Zaza 250. We'll talk to him about the Dubs and the T-Wolves tonight. Sam Gordon of the Chronicle covers the Warriors. He's going to join us at 3:50. Susan Slesser for her weekly conversation at 4:50 talking Giants baseball. And live and looking sharp, says Tim.
Ooh.
John Dickinson, super reporter JD at 5:30. We'll talk to him before Giants pregame and before
Every
the
day
Warriors
that ends in Y, brother.
I think we'll have a better connection than what we had in Minnesota last week.
I think so, because he'll be sitting right next to us.
Yes.
5:45 Giants pregame with your award-winning Diamond Notes. And that's it. All right, so, Tim, we got to get into this momentarily here. Tim's going to pay off a bet today from way back in fantasy football season where he's got to spend basically from the time he got there today all the way through tomorrow's show. So basically until I wrap up award-winning Diamond Notes tomorrow at 6:13:30. Is that right, Tim?
Yeah, that's correct. I got here today at about 11 o'clock, so the bet itself will be about 30 hours at KNBR.
You looking forward to it, Tim?
Yeah.
I'm just ecstatic, guys. I'm really, really excited for the next 30 hours.
Well, we're going to
I live here now. I have my mail forwarded here at this point, and we're devising
not
a way to...
Not for too long, Tim. Apparently, our show's the guinea pigs next week.
Yeah, we're going to be turning the lights on in the new building. So, dirty work will ruin it right away.
Tim Webb, the most trusted board op we have, is turn the lights on at Daly City.
Yeah, dude. Actually, what Derek told me, we were going to grab a burrito before the show, dude. And Derek says, "Hey, so it's official. We're going to be the first show live at the new building next Thursday." And I was like, "All right." And he goes, "Yeah, Holler wanted there to be a trusted board op on the board." And I said, "So it's like Danny filling in for Tim."
Easy joke. Easy joke.
only guy with a sounder about making mistakes is the guy turning on the lights.
Bring that with us, Tim. We'll need that.
Yeah, make sure you pack that up with us, dude. We're going to have to pack up the KNBR storage facility.
I got the dial, all of that crap.
Yeah, is that
God.
Tim? Is it Tim's job to
We're
pack
going to need like a U-Haul and a bunch of crap.
Yeah, we're just going to use Tim's Mustang.
Yeah, the air mattress that I brought today, it'll all be there.
Do you have an air mattress?
I do, yeah. Maybe we'll pull it out.
Hell yeah. I want a photo tonight. Tweet it out when you get the air mattress going.
Okay, along with your guys' thoughts on the Warriors game tonight, are you confident? Do you think this may be the last game tonight? We'll see the last game at Chase Center. We want to know, give some suggestions to Tim throughout the show of how he goes through 30 hours in one location. What can he do? Sleep arrangements? What should he watch?
If he's anywhere near overnight Dave, he ain't getting a wink. He ain't getting a wink, dude. Dave shows up at 10, and that's his clock, and he's got things to talk about.
Right. Dave's got thoughts. He'll be ready. We got thoughts.
Yeah, Dave's my guy, dude. He'll Tim will get some Dave tonight.
Who
I'm
is
excited to
this
hear how
guy?
it goes. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. We're live at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center in Thrive City, getting ready for the Dubs and the Minnesota Timberwolves Game 4. Warriors needing and looking to tie this one up. I'm saying it is a must-win. Playoff Jimmy Kuminga were not enough. We'll talk about that next. Also tell you how you can win some tickets to go see comedian Tom Papa.
Oh, my uncle.
Not to be confused with at Toma Papa.
Oh, it's not Carlos Ramirez. It's Tom Papa.
We love Toma Papa.
He's the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
There you go.
If I were to rank my Papas, Toma's ahead of him.
Oh, yeah.
Tom's ahead of him. Bob's up there.
Yeah, Bob Papa.
You're down there, though. You're
Okay.
I like your dad more than you.
Have you? Well, I figured that.
Of course,
are you a Papa Doe's guy or Papa John? Well, not Papa John, I'm assuming.
Whoa, well, I was till that voicemail. You know what I mean? Till that audio.
Bring that too, Tim.
We'll take a quick break when we come on back. It's Dirty Work on a Monday. Playoff Jimmy and Kuminga were not enough for the Dubs. Do they have enough to win a must-win game tonight? We'll get to it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It returns to your airwaves next on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors look to even the series tonight versus the Timberwolves after dropping a tough Game 3 despite a combined 63 points from Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga. How are you feeling about tonight? Tell us your prediction on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to say, hey, like in Rocky.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We're at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City. They open at 4 o'clock today, so we're hanging here till we get you through Giants pregame at about 5:45 tonight. Then the Warriors will tip off at 7. You can hear the Giants right here on The Sports Leader against the D-backs at 6:45. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Thoughts on what happened this weekend with the Warriors. Is tonight a must-win or a gotta-have-it? And what's the difference? Also,
however you want to phrase it.
Derek wrote that down today. I was like, it made me laugh. I was standing in my bathroom when he sent me the rundown text this morning. I looked at it and I was like, okay. So it's
whatever
like
terminology you want to use.
It's like when they asked Russ, they're like, did you guys Russell Westbrook? They were like, did you guys win the game or did they lose it? He was like, what the? He's like,
was this yesterday's
No,
game?
this is like when he was in OKC.
Oh, okay.
This is years ago, but must win or gotta have it.
It's the same thing.
Also, Tim's spending 30 hours at KNBR to pay off a bet. He's brought his air mattress. How do you think he should spend his time? 808 KNBR. We'll check in on those answers from you guys in just a bit.
And what are you more confident in? The Warriors going to win tonight, or Tim actually lasting 28 hours at the KNBR studio?
I am unequivocally, hands down, more confident in Tim.
I am as well.
It would be foolish to think otherwise.
Well, because it's not that much of a challenge. He just needs to be in one place. It's just a matter if he'll go crazy or not.
Tim's success is not reliant on Steph Curry tonight.
No.
You know what I mean? Or
Yes.
like Jonathan Kuminga putting together 2 good games in a row.
Yeah. Which
Whereas
we'll see if that happens.
The Warriors' season hopes, and that's kind of where I'm at. I saw the Jonathan Kuminga flex happen on Saturday. Did you see that?
Where people were like, this is why Steve Kerr is not. I mean, Steve Kerr has definitely stunted his growth and not playing him enough. You get amazing games like this.
But again, what is my point to you every time Kuminga has a good game? I said
Steph's not there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's. Somebody said it to us last week. It might have been Mark Spears who said something like, Kuminga's a kind of player where you can tell him, okay, go defend that guy or go lock that guy up. I think it was Mark Spears who said that to us. But if you tell him he needs to be part of a unit consistently and play to a system of the defense, that's not necessarily where he's excelling. And I don't want to misquote Mark. I want to say he was the one who said that to us last week. But I would tend to agree with that, where it's like this is all part of the freakish athletic ability. There's no denying that.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Curry isn't there. It is what they need. They need him to go get a bucket. They need him to be the guy yesterday. So, or on Saturday. And they need him to do it again today. So, in terms of getting the playoff Jimmy or getting the Kuminga performance, I wouldn't guarantee it happens again with Jimmy, but we know he can do it. We saw him do it the other night. He did everything the Warriors needed him to do. They didn't get enough defense or offense from other players on the team. When Draymond went out, I pretty much thought it was over. The T-Wolves, I think, were up 2 at that point, and they started to make a bit of
84-82,
They started to make that run. Julius Randle's playing out of his mind, man. I mean,
triple-double.
Tip your cap to that guy. He accounted for 50 of their points, and 30 of them came on assists. You know what I mean? Like, he had a great game. And he accounted for 50% of their points over the last 2 games, including the blowout in Game 2. So, I mean, he's playing out of his mind, and that's something that in the past in Julius Randle's career has kind of been criticized about him, where people thought, okay, he sort of folds or melts when they get to the playoffs. He hasn't handled the spotlight well.
Right.
In his first playoffs, or his first postseason with Minnesota, he was fantastic against the Lakers and shot well from deep, and has been even better in this series. So they needed, you talk about needing more, they needed Draymond's offense to be a little bit better. They needed more offense outside of Jimmy, and they got it from Kuminga. But without Draymond there, it was too much. They couldn't stop the barrage of Anthony Edwards in the second half.
No, and that's what
tip your cap to him. But that was all because they got their own Draymond type performance and a guy like Julius Randle.
I know, and that was the difference. Was the fourth quarter. I thought that they had the perfect formula, and everything that I said on Friday's show, they did. They played ISO basketball, and that's why Jonathan Kuminga had a good game, was because it wasn't a team offense. It wasn't the usual offense of ball movement and cohesion and Steph Curry getting open looks. Steph Curry wasn't there, so Jonathan Kuminga was able to take the ball up the court and just, go one-on-one against somebody. He had a fantastic game, but that's not going to be the norm. So, he had a great stat line, 3 for 4 from 3 and 30 points. Jimmy Butler was amazing, too, and he managed to body his way through Rudy Gobert and get 33 points. But he did get gas in the fourth quarter. The whole team did. And that's where I wonder, even though Jimmy Butler gave you a playoff Jimmy performance for 3 quarters, that fourth quarter, I don't know if it's sustainable for him to have performances like that going forward in his career. I think at this point, he's a fantastic player, but he is more of the Robin to Steph Curry's Batman. He is a sidekick, and that's why
but he also distributes. You know what I mean? So it's such a good compliment to Steph because Steph is so good off the ball. That's where he makes his money. That's where Steph just gets open off the ball. It's a lot of cutting and passing and finding him open, and then he knocks one down whether there's 2 or 3 guys in his face or not. And Jimmy commands more attention because he's such a good distributor. He also got to the free throw line a bit more in this one and finished at the line 7 of 9 more successfully. I think he only went 5 times in game 2. But again, the mindset, I think, different for game 2. 14 points for Buddy Hield in this one on 11 shots. Played a little bit better in that game, mostly late. But without Kuminga, you're not in this one.
Yeah,
63 points between them.
Yeah, they both of them were great, but as Steve Kerr said yesterday to the media, they're not going to be able to replicate that tonight. No. Most likely they won't be able to score 63 points between those 2 players. So, yeah, you let one slip. This sucks because
Jimmy played 43 minutes. That's what I'm saying. If you get blown out, you're not playing that many minutes.
No.
But Draymond will be rested. He only played 29 after he fouls out.
And that's the problem, is you need a little bit more of Draymond Green. Draymond did not have a good game. Offensively, I'm not looking for a lot from Draymond Green. I'm looking for assists. I'm looking at him to run the offense. But defensively, I'm looking.
He had 5 turnovers and 2 fouls.
And I'm looking for him. I know some of the passes he was throwing to Jonathan Kuminga, it's just the timing. They don't play a lot together, but he just threw passes over his head, so it led to a lot of turnovers, 5 turnovers. But Draymond needs to be. I know he was amazing this regular season. It's a lot to ask of him this late in his career to play the 5, but we need him to have a better defensive performance on Julius Randle. For him to have that to go off, I kind of scoffed at the idea for Julius Randle to go off offensively in this series, but he definitely did. He's been the best player the last 2 games. But yeah, you definitely, I know I say this all the time, you needed more from everybody else. Buddy Hield had, he made shots later on in the game, and you want to see him, if it's going to be where Steph Curry's out, he's got to be the more consistent 3-point shooter. I need more. But yeah, honestly, from everybody not named Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, and Buddy Hield, collectively, everybody just scored 20 points, and that's not going to get it done. And we've talked about this. Prior to Jimmy Butler, we wondered if this was a good team. With Jimmy Butler, they became better, and obviously they made the second round of the playoffs. But I do wonder how good this team really is as far as their bench. And Quinton Post, I think, is unplayable right now. Kevon Looney has his moments, but I really can't rely on him. He doesn't have the ability to bang with Rudy Gobert.
No.
And then Trayce Jackson-Davis, it sounds like they're going to start him again tonight. That's what Steve said yesterday. They want the size. I wonder, I know it's going to be really small, but I wonder if you want GP2 out there to start the game, because so far he's been the best defensively on Anthony Edwards. And you do need a little bit more of 3-point shooting, but then again, what am I really saying? GP2 is not a great 3-point shooter. He can be at times, but to rely on him is not the way you want to go, maybe. So it's just a matter of they had a great formula to win. They played great defensively, and I don't think the Timberwolves have played that great in the series, but it was just a matter of the fourth quarter where the Timberwolves made 3-point shots. The Warriors were gassed. You lost Draymond with 4:38 left in the fourth quarter. And the reality is, I listened to the postgame presser. Steve wasn't going to say it. He said, "We really can't change that much. You just missed Steph. That's the bottom line. He's not going to be able to save you in the series."
So what I mean is that was it was a gut-wrenching loss to me in that they had so many opportunities and they played as perfect of a game plan as I felt like they needed to, even though they didn't get the best execution from some guys like Draymond.
Right.
But because Kuminga shows up with 30, then like you survive that a little bit, right? So you can mask some of those mistakes, but it all had to be perfect, and Draymond fouling out. I don't want to say that's the end-all be-all, but you pair that with 6 turnovers that he had, only 1 of 4 from the field.
Yep.
There just wasn't enough left out there, and my fear is that they'll run out of gas factor, which is something I feared anyway by this point. I talked about that with Steph.
I know.
I was fearful of running out of gas just because of Steph being banged up and having the thumb injury, and how much teams were attacking that like Houston was in the last series, and how much it took to get into the playoffs and through the play-in and through Game 7 against Houston and winning that on the road. Like, all that builds championship mettle and character, no doubt. I just questioned whether or not coming in, even with Steph Curry, if they'd have enough gas to prevail in this series. And right now, without Steph, it's really looking meat. It's looking like a big uphill battle for them.
No, it does, and we kind of think. I've had this mentality. We've asked reporters what they think with Jimmy Butler and his ability to play 40+ minutes, and we just think, well, because he was suspended by the Heat, he didn't play a ton of games this season. But that's easier said than done. He's going every other day, and basically he is playing 40+, and you need him out there because Steph's not out there, but he is gassed, and I wonder if it's going to be different rotations-wise tonight. Maybe a little bit more of Kuminga. I still wouldn't start Kuminga. I want him coming off the bench and have him scoring with the second unit. But, yeah, I mean, you're asking a lot of Jimmy Butler, and it's just clear that this team is getting older. And even though maybe Minnesota's not the better team, if Steph Curry's healthy, they are the younger team. So they're just making shots, and they're the better three-point shooting team right now. So, yeah, the fourth quarter was the difference, and I wonder just – how much, if we're going to have a repeat of Jimmy Butler being playoff Jimmy, and you need that, but I think it's going to be an uphill battle tonight, and I hope this isn't the last game at Chase Center tonight, but tonight's going to be really tough. I definitely think that you let one slip. Your best opportunity to win a game without Steph to go up 2-1
was Game 3.
Was definitely last night, or was definitely Saturday night.
Well, we know how it played out, and so it felt like that was the best chance. I mean, who knows? Jimmy he's that guy. As much as I like to credit Anthony Edwards and being that guy, Jimmy's that guy too. And if he's got something to say about it, like I don't want to write off Jimmy Butler yet. You know what I mean? I don't want to write and Draymond coming back with an attitude in the same way as before. Like, you got 2 of those guys who could be ready to get after it tonight, and you know what I mean? And now they played one with Kuminga. You come in with a game plan. I know that was as good of a chance as it felt like. And that's why, to me, the emotion around that, Jimmy having to play 43 minutes and you still lose. Like, if you look at their statistics, team stat-wise, it looks like the Warriors won the game. I mean, by every statistical category, the Warriors were just about better. They shot 13 or 11 fewer three-pointers, but they made only 3 fewer, so they shot a higher three-point percentage. They shot the exact same free throw percentage in number of attempts. They got out-rebounded. That would be the one stat. They lost on 8 boards, but they had 21 assists to the 28 of Minnesota. Not all that bad. They had 6 fewer turnovers in the game,
I know,
which is incredible. So, I'm just it's a game that felt like, based on how it played out, you go, man, could have had that one and the whole thing might be different. I'm still not going to write off Draymond and Jimmy Butler tonight and Steve Kerr's ability to game plan, but it certainly feels like it's a much bigger uphill climb. Because if you win this one, I'm like, I said it to you before, give me one of the next 4 games without Steph.
Right.
If you do that, then you're looking at 3-2 with the potential for him to maybe return, and if he doesn't return by game 6 or 7, and this goes 7 without him, I can't imagine I feel happy or convinced. But again, if you get a shot at Game 7 in any capacity, it's a coin flip in my mind. So 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. As Derek asked, is tonight a must-win or a half-to-half? I think that's so funny.
Well, how would you characterize it?
Is it a must-win or a gotta-have?
I know we don't like throwing that term out, but I do think tonight, for what the situation is without Steph Curry, I think tonight is a must-win.
And we're also, by the way, how about this? An opportunity. Look, we love to give away tickets here on Dirty Work.
And we love Papas.
Hey, do we even talk about how I get to meet your brother? We all get to meet your
Nick
brother.
Papa?
Yeah, Nick Papa, dude.
Yeah, came on through.
How about a guy? That's a guy, dude.
Knows how to lawyer, knows how to talk draft.
Dude, Nick Papa just rolled up, dropped NFL takes on everybody, gave some advice on who people should be taking, like where the Titans should go next, and then dip. That was it. Great experience. Maybe the best experience I've ever had with the Papa.
Well, wow. That's a tough act to follow from all the shows we've done together, and just the 5 minutes you had with my little brother makes me sad.
Are you done?
Okay.
We are giving away tickets. How about this? Maybe you'll have a better experience with this Papa. Tom Papa, comedian Tom Papa, is coming to the Masonic October 4th of this year. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. It's furnished by Live Nation. You can find the rules at knbr.com. TomPapaTickets.com. Comedian coming to the Masonic October 4th. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Papa, I like it when you call me Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air if you think you're a player, Papa.
If we play the rest of that, it get a little dicey.
Yeah, it gets a little, gets a little 90s. It's a little early 2000s and 90s, man. When you hear that, cue to call anytime between now and 6 o'clock. 415-896-KNBR. Caller 10 is going to see comedian Tom Papa October 4th at the Masonic. You can find the rules at KNBR.com. Again, it's all furnished by Live Nation. We are live at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors will be taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 4. We'll talk about it all with Zaza Pachulia, who's going to join us at 2:50, and Sam Gordon of the Chronicle, who joins us at 3:50. They open here at 4 o'clock, so come on by, get a beer. I'm sure quesadillas will be served up.
Oh, yeah.
There's always some quesadillas floating around.
Love a good quesadilla.
Anyway, come on by, hang out. We'll be here, and we'll take you all the way up until Giants pregame. So keep that in mind if you're coming out to either game. Giants and the Warriors both in action tonight. Giants and the D-backs. We'll have pregame for you at 5:45, first pitch at 6:45, and we'll get into that with Susan Slesser, who joined.
KNBR, the sports leader.
It's down, white boy.
Sound white, boy. It sound right, boy.
To dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work with you on a Monday afternoon. Guess we're cutting out a bit there.
I guess so. Whether we're in studio or here, sometimes we just cut out.
It blipped out just a little bit. It wasn't that big a deal. The audience is with us.
Yeah, I'd love to get crap from it from like the engineers, because then I'd be like, we were like in your studio and it happened. Adam Copeland.
Just you wait for next Thursday's show.
I can't wait. Well, dude, we're turning. That's big news for us today. Is that Dirty Work will be the new show from the new station, the new studio that we're moving to next week.
Yep.
And we're turning on the lights.
Thank you, Eddie.
We're turning on the lights, and as I said before, Derek said, "Yeah, thanks, Eddie." Oh, dude.
We may not have a good connection, but we got beers.
We got beers. As long as JD's not here to knock them over. Good harmonic, Kolsch.
Always tasty.
Cheeks.
We are at Harmonic Brewing. Should point that out outside of Chase Center in Thrive City. But yeah, we're turning on the lights at the new studio next week.
Yeah, it's going to be an experimental show.
That's kind of this whole bit, isn't it? It's kind of what we've been doing since January. Is this whole experimental show.
I guess that is the show. Yeah, Dirty Work's more of an experimental show. We'll be an experimental setting.
Yeah, I'm excited for it, though. I'm excited to see what it looks like. Apparently, because they're building it out as like a new studio space. So like we're gonna have they're putting up new paneling. I think they're trying to make the camera scene look a little better for us.
Okay.
Because when we started at the old studio, I mean, first of all, that was like the old KGO radio studio that we moved into. And I mean, it's just all sort of like soundproof walls and sort of that sort of bland beige background that we're sitting in. So that, Michael and Mr. Canbiar and Austin, all those guys have done a great job trying to make it look good with the lighting and all that, the engineering team. But
what a tasty studio!
I think they're trying to make this visually look a little bit better, even for the viewers. So.
As long as I look good, that's all I care about.
Yeah. I don't know that the studio's going to change that.
Why not?
I don't know if it's going to have an impact on your day-to-day.
Okay.
So what did you think?
Way to kill my confidence.
What did you think about the when you say must win or I got to have it? Do you believe there's a difference?
Well,
for the Warriors,
this is an old thing that Tom used to tell us back in the day was when you weren't going to be eliminated, it's not a must win.
He did always used to say it's not a must win, but it's a have to have.
By literal sense, because it's not a must win. You don't have to win. You could still win 3 straight. But let's be real here. If you are down 3-1 after tonight and you're going to Minnesota, and it sounds like Steph Curry's not coming back until maybe Game 6, which I'm even skeptical about that. Yeah, tonight is a must-win because you cannot afford to go back to Minnesota down 3-1. I just don't see a scenario where you just win 3 straight. Like I said on for Saturday's game, they let that one slip. So to have that offensive output for 3 straight games, I don't know. I mean, defensively, they're playing fantastic. I love the way they're playing defensively. I thought that the fourth quarter is where things slipped and Draymond wasn't, he got ejected. But the formula was there for them. It's just, I think that you have to have the mentality that you have to win tonight. If you go back to Minnesota down 3-1, I don't see a scenario where you win 3 straight and you win this series. And I think that
the only way that happens is that means Steph plays game 5.
Yeah,
Steph
would have to come back immediately.
Steph would have to come back and be Steph for the next 3 games and be healthy enough to do it in order for that to happen. And that's, to me, I'm with you. That's the silver bullet scenario. But I just don't know that that's really in the cards.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: if it's up to Steph whether he could come back or not, and he's not 100%, do you really want him out there? I know that it's the playoffs.
You just said if it's up to Steph.
If it's up to Steph, I doubt they would let him have this decision. But, I mean, once upon a time, they were down 3-1 to the Toronto Raptors, and KD wasn't 100%. But they definitely waited it out, and they left it up to KD. And I didn't like the whole narrative of the Warriors rushed him back. That's not what they do. Rick Celebrini takes his time with every single player.
So here's what I wonder about that. Like when Bob Myers took the blame for that,
yeah,
I always sort of scoff at that because it was such crocodile tears.
Okay, well, let's be real. Bob wanted to sign him back.
Of course. Forget about all the ancillary stuff that happened in terms of the relationship.
Yeah.
I wonder, because of that specifically, what you just said, and how he tried to take blame off of KD and boy, they rushed all this other stuff off the team. Mm-hmm. Do you think that the trainers didn't want KD to come back, KD wanted to play, and Bob had KD's back?
I wouldn't be surprised.
This is just me spitballing years in hindsight. But if that's the case, then it makes sense in the way Bob reacted, and it makes sense in wanting to take blame off of KD or off of the organization when he did want him to come back, so he wants them to do what he wants to do. But if KD's like, I want to come back, I want to help him win, I want to try to win another championship and win 3 straight Finals MVPs.
Well, you know it was hilarious. Like, people on ESPN that time was like, KD doesn't want to come back. He's checked out. He wants to go to New York. He wants to play for Brooklyn. He's hitting free agency. There's no reason for him to come back. Then he came back, and then everybody was like, whoa. The Warriors rushed him back, and I thought that whole narrative was ridiculous, especially when KD.
I think he wanted to win 3 Finals MVPs.
KD came out afterwards and said they didn't rush me back. I wanted to play. As far as Steph Curry in this series,
that's what I'm saying. So who has the final say in when it comes to players like Kevin Durant and Steph Curry? Who has the final say?
I think that
because this is a scenario where it's not a pain tolerance thing. This is a scenario where you can injure it worse.
And that's
the thing we always debate.
And I think that's where maybe the Warriors, because it's Steph and there's little time left in his career, that's where they may step in and say, we don't want you to come back. It sounds like Steph himself last week when he was talking to the media during shoot-around, he didn't want to rush back either. This is a new injury for him. So if you're having the mentality of, well, maybe Steph could come back, and then if he tears his Achilles, or if he tears his hamstring, then it is what it is. I don't want to do that.
Whoa, who said that?
Just a hypothetical.
I don't need that to be said by anybody.
I know, but
I don't even need you hypothesizing that. Yeah.
Well, the other Papa brought that up today, where it's like, do you leave it up in Steph's hands? Do you risk the probably? I mean, do you? Do you risk it?
Tom Papa? Yes,
it was not Tom Papa.
Was it Nick? Was Nick firing that?
Not Nick Papa, but Greg Papa was like, do you leave it up in Steph's hands? Do you have him go out there and possibly tear his hamstring, and then at 37 years old, how quickly will he return? If he tears his hamstring at this point in his career, he may miss a bulk of the season next year, and that's not what you want right now. So
I'm always thinking the worst case scenario. I'm always bringing up things that nobody's thought of, but what would be worse for everyone.
No, but you know what, that has been on my mind, where if he does rush back, and then it's like, God, you definitely jeoprize what he could be next season.
We say this all the time. What if they ever rushed anybody back? For example, somebody on the text line a little while ago, a 916 texter, said, how about if the Warriors if Steve Kerr had played Kuminga more in the regular season, Steph wouldn't have had to play as much, and now he wouldn't be hurt, and blah, blah, blah.
No.
And I'm like, did you guys forget that Kuminga missed like 35 games with an injury? He was gone for like 3 months and change.
Yeah.
And then he came back and he stunk, and Jimmy was here.
No, Jimmy was filling the void of Kuminga not being there.
Maybe if Kuminga had played better, they wouldn't have had to trade for Jimmy Butler. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a whole back and forth with this. It's just the revisionist history of it all and the worst case scenario stuff. Look, I don't think he's being rushed back.
No, I don't think so either. The truth is, if he's
not going to play until he's ready,
if they didn't have to play a Game 7, then maybe this doesn't happen when you're playing every other day. It's a situation they're in right now. I just don't like their chances. If they're down 3-1, you feel a lot more comfortable 2-2 when you go back to Minnesota. Maybe you can win Game 6, or you can maybe win Game 5, and just find a way to win. But I think, I said it last week, I think we have to have the mentality that Steph isn't coming back for this series.
That's what I was just about to ask you. Derek the Pessimist Papa, do you think we see Steph again this series?
No, I don't. I think that they're
sounded so dejected when you said it.
Well, I know, because honestly,
oh, no.
I mean, if you listen to Steve after the game on Saturday night, he wanted to say it, but he just won't because he's not going to be that blatantly honest. They needed Steph. That was the difference.
Yeah.
That game, they probably went with Steph Curry on the floor, where, it's the fourth quarter. You're getting more of a rise out of Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards. They're making their shots, and you need Steph Curry to make ridiculous shots because when Jimmy Butler was gassed and Jonathan Kuminga was a little bit gassed and Draymond Green got ejected, you needed the magic of Steph Curry. So, yeah, I think that it's just going to be tough. If they don't win tonight, I think the series is over, and I hate saying that. But I don't think there's a scenario where they could come back down 3-1 and you have enough offense to keep up with Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle and just rely on Jimmy Butler to be playoff Jimmy for 3 straight games. That's just too much to ask for.
I don't know if it's over yet if you're still holding out hope that Steph comes back Game 6. If I'm going to go optimist, and I think I am about this, if they were to win tonight, again, I'm not writing off Jimmy putting together 2 games like he had. If you don't believe Jimmy could put together 2 games like he just had, back-to-back games, it's Kuminga's the one that's the questionable. But maybe it's not Kuminga they need. Maybe it's another big Buddy game they need. Maybe it's a big Podziemski game.
It's everybody. It's Pods. It's Moody. It's Buddy.
What
it's all.
What I'm saying is, if they get a performance from somebody akin to the Kuminga performance, and Draymond plays better, which I'd bank on most games after a bad performance from Draymond, after a foul out, I'd bank on that. Jimmy's the guy that they're paying to do what he did last game and have the ability to come back and do it again. So I think if they lose tonight even, you still have the opportunity to do that same thing in Game 5, And as long as you're down 3-2 and Steph has a chance to come back in 6, then you're in business. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. We're at Harmonic Brewing. They open at 4 o'clock today. We're right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City. Come on by, get a beer, and you can watch the Warriors, watch the Giants. They get going at 6:45 at Oracle Park, so make sure you're planning accordingly for getting to your seat. 6:45 Giants, 7 o'clock Dubs. How about this? Former Warriors NBA champion, Zaza Pachulia.
Nothing easy.
Zaza Pachulia is going to join us next.
I don't have to do the impression anymore.
Talking Game 4, Warriors and the T-Wolves. Zaza is next, the greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Well, if you're heading down to the Warrior game tonight, be sure to check out Adam and Derek, who are live at Harmonic Brewing. So go have that pregame beer and order a quesadilla, because lucky quesadillas are a thing here on Dirty Work. And why don't you order me, Tim Webb, one as well, because evidently I live at KNBR now.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Tim's back at the studio at the current KNBR headquarters, only for about another week and a half till we move the headquarters. But Tim's going to spend he got there earlier today, and he's spending about 30 hours at KNBR. He won't leave the building really until
impressive
until tomorrow when we finish Diamond Notes at 6:30 p.m. So Tim got there today, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. You know how we always play that Zaza highlight?
Not ting easy.
Yeah, especially trying to get Zaza on the phone.
It's not that easy.
He didn't answer.
It's not easy to pick up a phone.
That's Zaza. We tried to call him. He's like, no, it's not easy, is it? It's hard to get a hold of me.
Wouldn't that be amazing if that was his answering machine?
That'd be great.
Hello, you reached Zaza Pachulia. Nothing easy.
Especially getting me on the phone.
But it will be easy if I call you back.
So leave your name and number after the beef, and I'll call you.
I don't know if we'll see one.
Warriors tonight at 7 o'clock against the Minnesota Timberwolves at Chase here at Game 4. Giants get going at 6:45 tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Big series. Another NL West team coming to town. Especially after the Giants got swept by the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, you
don't
want that.
By the way, they've won like 8 in a row now or something like that, or 7 in a row, and I was like, damn, at least they're hot. Then I thought, yeah, but half of those were against the Giants.
I know.
You went like 7 in a row or 8 in a row. They're like, oh, well, they were hot coming in. They had won 5 in a row or something like that, but still. Giants
all of Minnesota kicking the ass of the Bay Area teams right now.
Yeah, I didn't need that. I didn't need. Yeah, we'll get into this later too. I didn't need A-Rod flaring back up into my life in the way that he has.
Dude.
Wasn't anticipating this. We'll talk about it later.
I know, but like, is it okay if I call him out? Like, I don't know if he's a friend of the morning show or anything, but A-Rod, what a cheese D. Good Lord.
That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Marcus, big Yankee fan. I imagine he'd love getting A-Rod on. I wonder if there's like a divide. If you're a big Jeter guy, do you not like A-Rod?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
why isn't there room in their heart for both? You know, it feels like that'd be a Yankee thing, though.
Well, they made amends, and they're both on the Fox broadcast together now. And I don't think Jeter even wants to be there. Like I watch those broadcasts and those pregame shows, and it looks like Jeter, for the fact that they paid Jeter to do that. And we'll get into it tomorrow with the NBA grab bag, but Michael Jordan's going to be part of the NBA on NBC broadcast. How long is he going to do that for?
First of all, I don't know how you already got a peek at the grab bag.
I'm sorry.
I haven't even picked it
up.
All
right, I'll say the grab bag. I thought we should do it today maybe because, we're getting
I'm surprised Derek didn't move up the grab bag today and be like, we've got a short show. We're only going until 5:45 tomorrow. We got to go Giants pregame, and we got to talk about the game. Nah, dude, we'll get the grab bag tomorrow. We
got plenty of time for the bag.
You're just expecting that we're going to get to the Jordan story in the grab bag.
I'm assuming.
How about this, though? The Giants get swept. They made some changes today to the lineup.
Yeah.
You asked me about this earlier. I think it was at the top of the show, and we were talking about it a bit before the show, how much longer you can roll with Lamont Wade there. And I'm not saying you just DFA him or anything like that. Like, I don't know how much longer he can be your everyday first baseman because I kept saying, give it time, give it time. You're a good chunk of the season in now. You're almost, you're 2 weeks away from being a third of the way into the season. You got big games right now, and not much has changed. So today, already a change in the lineup, and not just a change in terms of Lamont Wade not being in there. I'm not sure who's starting either. I don't know if it's a right-handed.
It's a Merrill Kelly.
So it's a righty today.
Yeah, it's a righty, yes.
So they are seeing a righty, and they're going to go with Wilmer at first base. So Wilmer will be in there at first base. They've been being careful about saving his legs. And I know Gerard Encarnacion is starting to work his way back. We'll talk to Susan Slusser later in the show. Susan Slusser's going to join us at 4:50. We'll ask her about his status and how quickly he could be back with the Giants and on the roster because he can play some first also. But they've made changes in terms of where Willy Adames is hitting too.
Yeah, Willy Adames is now hitting 6th, and Wilmer Flores will be your first baseman. You just mentioned that. But, Luis Matos will DH, and the lineup is Yaz, Chapman, Elliot Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, Wilmer Flores, Willy Adames, Patrick Bailey, Luis Matos, and Christian Koss.
So you've got Yaz is leading off and right, and Chapman hits second at third base today.
Yep.
I mean, always at third, but he's hitting second today. Ramos third, Jung-Hoo Lee 4, and then Wilmer 5.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be done. I think that I heard Mike Krukow talking about it today with the morning show guys. Lamont Wade Jr. It's been 41 games. I mean, I think he was 0 for 9 the whole weekend, and just not getting better, hitting 145 on the season. And I heard Mike say, like, they're having all the hitting instructors teach him all these things, and he's just reverting back to bad habits. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with late-night Lamont. But, Yeah, not good right now when Wilmer Flores taking over at first base.
Wilmer Flores is going to be the first baseman tonight. We got Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I do want people to check in on this because let me lay this out for you because we'll get to a bunch of these texts throughout the show and your ideas. So back in January when we wrapped up the football season and more importantly the fantasy football season, Tim and Derek met in the semifinals of the KNBR No Food in the Studio Fantasy Football League. And the bet that was on the table, and I was suggesting things that the loser should have to do, is my initial idea was watching Wicked back-to-back, because we were all shocked at the 2-hour, 40-minute runtime of Wicked, and then finding out it was only part one.
That's a whole lot of Wicked.
Insane. That's a lot of still Wicking.
A whole lot of Goldblum. I didn't even know he was in that movie.
Yeah, part 2 coming out. He's like the wizard. Part 2 coming out later this year, I think. So that was the first suggestion, was you'd have to go see Wicked back-to-back time, just double barrel it on the same day. And then the other one that came up, and I forget where this came from or what the suggestion was, is the loser of the game had to spend an entire day, basically from the time you got there to do the show one day, like today on a Monday, all the way through the show the following day. So over 24 hours, closer to 30, 31 hours or whatever. Tim ended up choosing that one, or I think we put it to a vote to the listeners, and
yes,
the
we
listeners
did. Yes.
chose that one. And so Tim, we've been waiting for him to pay it off now for months. And he's going to pay it off today. So the question we've been asking is, how should Tim spend his 30 hours at KNBR? He brought his air mattress. He's going to try to get some winks in tonight. I don't know if he's mapped anything out, or what he's got planned, or if he has any ideas, if he's gonna get some work done, if he's gonna prep his trivia. Because don't forget, Tim will get off the show tomorrow, and then he's got to go to trivia.
It's a whole day for Tim, but
he's got to write his takes for tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he'll have definitely a productive 28 hours. But Tim, where is the air mattress going to be set up in the studio?
Yeah, do you know where
I have 2 different locations that have been suggested as my domicile for tonight. I wanted to make sure that I was not in a space that was going to be actively being deconstructed as we are moving. That would be terrible. But also, this is a 24/7 operation, so there will be people walking around. The idea is to get myself into a corner.
One guy.
Yeah, well, one guy. But the idea is to get into a corner and just get out of the way and, do that. The only things that I have mapped out is I'm going to write my silly trivia questions for the Bitter End Trivia Night. I'm going to write the takes. I've already got the takes ready to go. And, maybe cleaning out my desk. Big, exciting times. But there is a Warrior game. There is a Giants game. So I'm not totally bereft. And I've already got dinner planned out as well.
Jesus.
Oh, fantastic.
We'll get into the dinner and the meal and all that stuff momentarily. 510 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 808 KNBR says, I think Tim should play FIFA and make the time go by quickly. My cousin and I once played for 12 straight hours. Time flew.
Tim, are you a big FIFA guy?
Simpler times.
I could get down with a video game. I actually debated bringing a PlayStation to just, kill time and whatnot.
I can't believe you didn't. That would have been my number one move, was bringing a video game.
Or movies or something, yeah.
Number one move was video games in my mind.
The thing is if the difference that it could have been would have been I'd have to stay awake for the entire time. I'm planning on sleeping. That is definitely the plan.
Yeah, that would be cruel. That would definitely be cruel.
I don't need video games and stuff to entertain myself. I got my cell phone. I'll be good, man.
But what time are you going to bed, dude? What time are you going to go, actually try to lay down and go to sleep?
Second after the Warriors get that win, my friend.
Okay, it's 9:30.
Tim's usually tuckered out by 10 o'clock.
No,
so
I'll be watching both the Warrior game and the Giants game. I'll probably turn in around 1.
Look out the window. Do you see? Tim, hold on. We got to stop you, Tim. Look out the window. You see who's gimping his ass up here?
Yep. I think the Warriors have a chance tonight because
here he comes.
Pat H is on the way. I see him right now.
Pat H is walking up to Harmonic Brewing in his Kevin Durant jersey. And as you know, when Pat H attends a game this year in a Kevin Durant jersey,
here he to save the day.
10-0 are the Warriors this year when Pat H rocks his Golden State Warriors. Kevin Durant.
We're going to win now, baby. Pat H is in the building.
Pat H in the building, dude. I was wondering if he was going to show up today. I was wondering if you were going to show up today. He said, come on, dude. I wasn't going to miss it. Good to see you, Pat.
I was doing my podcast yesterday and saying, I don't know if Pat H is going to show up. He goes, I'll be there, all right? Calm down. Jesus Christ.
Legit. We've seen Pat H, I feel like, more in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks than we've seen Tim. Because we've done so many remotes, and Pat H is at all the remotes.
Well, Pat H is a loyal member of the Filth.
Pat H is a loyal member of the Filth. Pat H in the building for Warriors and Minnesota Timberwolves tonight. More on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 707 says, dude, Moody's having the worst slump I can remember. This is a huge series, and if he plays good defense, he can still hit. If he still plays good defense, he can still have a big series. He just can't hit water if he fell out of a boat. So now you can't play him in a big stretch for his three-point shooting. This is our favorite UPS driver. It's our guy Beak up in Seattle.
Oh, Beak.
What's up, Beak?
The Beak.
What's going on, Beak?
I agree. I agree 100%. I think that coming into last game, he was 0 for 14, and he only played 3 minutes on Saturday night's game and didn't attempt a shot. Moses Moody just doesn't look confident right now. Quinton Post doesn't look confident right now. Had Zaza Pachulia joined us, I would ask him about the three big men and who he likes going forward, and I think that he probably would agree with Steve Kerr to go with Trayce Jackson-Davis. But right now, you're not getting production out of all three of them. I think that Trayce, he's good for certain spurts, but as far as just like the young guys, I mean, Brandon Pajemski doesn't look confident right now in his shot. I think like during the series, he's 6 of 26 shooting. It's just you need a lot from, as Chris Mullin will say on the post-game show and pre-game show, you need more from the others. And that's what we need. Like Jimmy Butler's doing his thing, Jonathan Kuminga's doing his thing. I never thought at the end of the regular season, if you told me that Jonathan Kuminga has been a bigger factor than Moses Moody and Brandon Pajemski, I'd be like, you're crazy. But you also have to tell me that Steph Curry's out. So this benefits Jonathan Kuminga and his style of play. But yeah, as far as the bench players, the role players, you're not getting enough offensively. So, and obviously they suffer without Steph's presence. So yeah, I think that I'm open to anything tonight. I think that Steve's going to keep the lineup the same and just have Trayce Jackson-Davis start as the 5. But yeah, you need more for Brandon Pajemski. You need more for Moses Moody. But they're very young players and they just don't look confident right now.
Yeah, those guys don't look confident right now in terms of their shooting, and that's why I said, look, in terms of banking on Buddy, again, my thought is not even that tonight has to be the win. I'm not writing it off. They're at home, and they played well enough in the last game. I just thought it was such a gut punch, and that Jimmy had to play 43 minutes. It is a lot to ask all that to come back and lock in the same way and perform in the same way in the same capacity to have another shot. Because, again, this is going to be a team, it's not going to blow anybody out. They're going to have to play good defense, better than they played in the last game, and they can't have multiple guys go off in the way that Julius Randle went off. Because it's sort of like when you play Jokic. If he's going to beat you and go for 40, those aren't his best games. His best games are when he goes for like 26 or 27 and he has like 17 assists. You know what I mean? And he's rebounding. Like that's when the Nuggets are at their best. Not when Jokic has to do all the scoring. It's he's distributing that makes them better. That's where they got killed. Is Julius Randle shot so well from outside. He finished so strongly inside. He was a rebounding monster. And he was such a good passer at the end of that game in the final 5 minutes, especially when Draymond was gone. And Draymond wasn't locking him up anyway. That it became impossible to overcome. I don't need the same game from Kuminga tonight. I need efficiency from Kuminga and effectiveness because it helped tremendously in the last game.
Right.
You need somebody to have the type of game, or you need to make up those points somewhere. Because Jimmy, you're going to have to rely on him. And we talked about it last week. Does he feel the burden of needing to go for 30 or 40 points? And he said, I don't feel the burden. And I'm like, kind of wish he did.
I wish he did, man. The season's on the line here.
Clearly he made it a point, and he's got to attack. He's got to get to the line in the way that he did 9 times, I think is where he got to the line in the game on Saturday. And he needs to get, double digits is what will make it, but they've got to find that production elsewhere, whether that's Draymond as a distributor, it's Buddy Hield knocking down shots, or it's one of the young guys stepping up and having a game like they haven't had really all postseason.
Yeah.
It's the only way they win tonight. That said, if they ran out of gas a bit after the last game on Saturday, I'm not putting it past them down 3-1 to win 1. And I know it's still you'd have to win 3 in a row. That's not the way you can look at it. The way I'd look at it is if you're down 3-1 and you win 1 without Steph, you hope you can bank on him coming back in Game 6 because if he doesn't come back anyway before Game 7, I'd kind of expect them to lose the series. But if they can get to 3-2 regardless of how it happens after Game 5, then I give them a shot still if Steph returns. It's just a matter of, do you really think if you lost this game, they're going to go back to Minnesota and win Game 5? Who knows? They did it last series in Game 7, but again, they had Steph Curry.
I will say that I have definitely not been impressed with the Minnesota Timberwolves as far as them being a really good basketball team. I thought that they played a hell of a lot better in that series against the Lakers. But you know what? Actually, Jay Williams made a great point on Get Up the other day where he was saying how the Lakers are more of an isocentric team, so it was easier to shut them down. With the Warriors, they haven't seen it with Steph Curry not being out there, but yeah, I do believe had Steph Curry been healthy for this series now, I know I picked against the Warriors to win this series, but just watching these 3 games, if Steph's healthy, they probably are up 2-1. I don't know how things go in Game 2, but yeah, that was the difference. And as far as the Timberwolves, at halftime, they're tied. They're not shooting well from 3-point range. It was only the fourth quarter where they pulled ahead, but overall, I think it's really been the injury of Steph Curry that's been a huge factor, and just the lack of offense from the Warriors. But other than that, I really have not been impressed with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Julius Randle has played great, and Anthony Edwards had that great dunk over Kevon Looney on Saturday night, looking over him. But I don't think their play has been amazing where you're like, damn, they're just a better team. And that's what sucks is we'll look back on this series if they lose and be like, what could have been with Steph Curry healthy? So I didn't want to lose that this way. I didn't want the season to end this way, and that's why they need to keep it alive tonight. But, yeah, to rely on Steph Curry to come back.
You think this thing's over?
I just think that
the way you're talking right now, I'm like, Derek's like circling the drain right now.
They definitely could win tonight.
It's 2-1.
No, I know,
it's
but
2-1.
I know, but like last Saturday was the perfect way to win that game, and I think it was a huge missed opportunity. And yes, as Steve said, to rely on Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga to have those performances again, I don't think it's going to happen. So. Obviously, I sound like a broken record. You need more from everybody else, but yeah, I just feel like Saturday was the perfect opportunity, and now it's do or die really for me.
You gotta have it, but you're down. You don't think they win this game?
I'll be surprised if they win tonight.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I'm not feeling really confident. And even though Minnesota hasn't been, in my opinion, fantastic, they have more offense. They could pull away in the fourth quarter like they did on Saturday. So, yeah, I hope they win tonight.
When's Game 5? Wednesday?
Game 5 will be Wednesday.
Oh, man, you're going to be – if they lose this one, you're going to be just – you're going to want to talk baseball Wednesday. That's how bad you'll be.
I know, and that's a change of pace for me.
You'll be out of it. Derek will be like giving Giants takes Wednesday.
Yeah. Lamont Wade Jr. Confidence level. I have the confidence level of Lamont Wade Jr. than of the Warriors right now.
Jesus, dude. Yeah, you're more confident. 808 KMBR, are you more confident in Lamont or the Warriors?
The Warriors slightly.
I'm going Warriors tonight.
Yeah.
My confidence is with the Warriors tonight.
Okay.
Tip off at 7 o'clock here. We're at Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City. By the way, we did not catch up with Zaza, but we will catch up with Sam Gordon of the Chronicle.
Yes.
3:50, he'll join us. Nothing easy, especially getting a hold of Zaza.
Yep.
Tim Webb is in the middle of paying off his bet 30 straight hours at KNBR. He says he's got the food figured out. He knows where his mattress is going. He brought a mattress. I got some other questions about how he's going to spend his time. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. How do you think Tim should spend the next 24-plus hours at KNBR? We'll get to your thoughts on that next. Plus, your confidence level in the Warriors tonight. Are you revving it at Derek, or are you more optimistic like me? 808 KNBR is the number to text for all that. We'll do it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's only here on The Sports Leader.
The Giants were swept by the Twins this weekend, dropping the finale 7-6 in extras, despite a homer and a 4 RBI day from Elliot Ramos. San Francisco looks to halt the skid tonight against the Snakes. Justin Verlander will try once again for his first win in a Giants uniform. He faces righty Merrill Kelly. Pre-game 5:45 right here on KNBR, the skid leader.
to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Tim Webb. So, Tim, real quick, what time did you get to the office today? About 11:30?
About 11 o'clock.
About 11 o'clock. So you're 4 hours into because you got there, so what, you get there 4 hours before the show. So you're going to be there till, what, 6 o'clock tomorrow night?
Hold on. Tim, I don't mean to call you out. It was not 11 today. It was more like noon.
Oh, you're going to be upset that I shortchanged you.
I'm not upset.
Oh,
I'm not upset.
Dude,
hey, I completely understand. You have to spend so much time at the studio. Completely understand. But don't lie to the people.
Are you currying favor now, Tim? You putting an extra hour on this
24 hours plus the 6. Even if you said I got there at noon, which was before that, is 30. So,
here,
yeah.
Mike Holder just texted me at Copes. Lies. He showed up at noon.
Yes, dude.
Oh,
Tim,
yeah,
you got there
really
at 12
waxed on the bet, guys. I shortchanged you 30 minutes.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind, but don't lie to the people.
I just asked what time you got there.
So much. Just eat me.
I was just trying to. I just wanted to find out how long you'd be there, because it's not 24 hours until 6:13 tonight, right? Like, really, that's when you're free to go. Is after we finish Diamond Notes tomorrow. So if you're tacking on, that's 24. But if we're going to go to noon, that's 6 hours before. We're talking like a full 30. About 30 to 30 and a half hours we'll give you. Right?
I feel like my 30 hours was correct in that.
Yeah.
And again, if you want to start counting minutes
I'm not. The whole bet was just from when you get there one day till when the show ends the next day. I wasn't counting hours. I just wanted to be able to say it so we can. It sounds cooler when you say the number of hours you're going to be there. We were saying 28, and then we realized it's closer to 30.
I had a bunch of people asking me if I've already got a clock and everything, and we're at that point where it's like too sad to even start. So it's like,
that's why I asked you, because I want to know what time you got there so we can know how long you were there before you left. That's simply what I was trying to figure
also
out.
Would say
I didn't ask you to lie about what time you showed up.
To Derek's defense there, I definitely took my time getting in today. I was like, well, I'm very excited about it today.
Nobody cares.
I don't mind at all. Just don't lie to the people. Come on, Tim. The filth, trust us.
Yeah, dude. We're here to
and I'm here to let them down.
All right, so Tim got there today at about
noon. It's the truth.
About noon today, and so he's gotta be there,
which is fine. Nothing wrong with that.
No, not there's anything wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
By the way, I love Barb's checks in on the YouTube chat. She goes, "Geez, Tim, they're giving you a lot of love today. Next week they won't remember your name."
Yeah.
Barb's giving Tim some love.
Who's that guy that's flipping the switch on at the new studio? Yeah, Tim.
It's Tim. So, by the way, Mr. KNBR checks in and says the bullpen cams will be up and running.
Yes.
All night. So, are they going to leave the live stream on the bullpen cams?
I believe so. We have a whole Truman Show thing going on.
Okay, so Tim, you said you brought an air mattress with you. Do you have sheets for the air mattress? Or
No,
just
I
like
don't
a
have
sleeping
sheets
bag?
for the air mattress. I have a blanket and a pillow, so I'm basically Brian, medium impact Brian. I got one pillow and I got one blanket.
One blanket, one pillow, and an air mattress. You're a tall man. Do you fit on that thing?
Probably not. I brought a change of clothes so to keep the ripeness of the studio down a little bit.
Did you bring a toothbrush?
But I did bring a toothbrush. I did not bring a sleeping cap or a onesie, which has also been requested on the
come on now.
chat.
Slippers?
No slippers.
Okay.
Okay, so what are you planning to do it in? Because I haven't been through the entire floor yet, and I know they are completely starting to tear stuff down as we're getting ready to move out of that studio. But are you planning to do it in the old Creative Tony studio?
There are multiple places that have been suggested, but that is one of them. Yeah, where I would just have the at least the pride of being able to sleep without people watching me, which is always uncomfortable. But yeah,
I mean that place is pretty clean in there too, and there's also it's dark back there. You can get it's full darkness.
I think that's the perfect spot, Tim.
You can throw on the radio. You can listen to I don't know who replaced Amy Lawrence, but whoever's on. Whoever's on Up All Night. Dude, one of my favorite things ever was me and Tim frequently driving back at midnight from a weeknight Niner game or whatever, or Sunday Night Football. And Amy Lawrence is like, all right, we'll go out to San Francisco and we'll check in with our Niner correspondent, Larry Kruger. And Kruger's checking in on me and Tim are sitting there.
Good to be with you, Amy.
Hey, it's good to be with you. Look, the Niners made a tough game today. I'm like, Trent Williams. I don't know, just giving his takes on Peach Taylor and Abataconda.
Peach Taylor.
Yeah, Tim talking to Krugs. Oh, he's on again. Okay, great.
Yeah, Kruger on again. So did you? So Tim, what's the plan? So you're about 30 hours there. We told Tim he can I told him he could go next door to pick up food, but he can't stay there and eat it. The preference would be that he ordered delivery or brought something. But Tim, what are you going with? And how much food and meals do you have with you?
I only brought. I have a kind of a lunchy kind of thing from Trader Joe's. That's kind of like a break glass in an emergency situation. I think I'm going to go. Oh, man, I think I'm going to go Berg from Grumpy's because it's a double patty and I can get either a fry or a side salad. And I will order it. I've checked what time their kitchen is open. I've called to determine that they're still going to be open. I'll probably try to do that at about halftime of the Warrior game. Stuff myself, watch the end of the Warrior game, watch Giants, finish trivia, start doing the takes, but not finish it so that when I wake up tomorrow, I actually have stuff to do. Because really the enemy here is not being here, it's being bored. Being bored is the worst possible thing. And I'll be damned if I'm doing more work than I have to.
Do you think tonight or tomorrow is the worst boredom day? Because what's I don't know what time you're going to wake up.
That's really what it is. I'm not actually worried about tonight at all because we have so much great sports entertainment going on tonight. And, we'll prep for the show. We'll have a lot of stuff. And Tuesday's my busiest day. I got to write trivia questions and we got to do the takes. And I've already, like I said, I got an idea of what the takes are going to be. But I can imagine that it might change when I'm in, hour 18 of this excursion.
No, but I think it will be a very productive night for you to get all that stuff done and hang out with some of the people that are, making Dubs OT go. And, are we actually going to get a little bit of Tim back on the morning show tomorrow?
There's no confirmation of that. We'll see how the game goes. If this is one of those life-changing sports moments, nobody needs to hear about me sleeping. But I can also see that there'd be potential for them to make fun of me, and that nobody misses an opportunity for that.
Here's what I would anticipate, and here's what I would what I would be more wanting to have happen is because Tim is going to be there for all 30. This is totally up to Tim's prerogative. This is something that I'm coming up with on the fly here. I think it'd be better if Tim actually made an appearance on every show between our show and ours tomorrow.
And just stay act like you've been sleeping in the studio. Just sprawl yourself on the table.
I feel like we should do the thing where we give him something to say.
Oh,
on each show.
Okay.
If he makes the appearance on Greg and Greg.
Oh man, I can't wait for that appearance.
Wow, we're having Tim Webb on. What would be
the Warriors are down 3-1. I have no time for this nonsense.
It'd be great. We get him on Dubs OT tonight. We get him on Murph and Marcus tomorrow. We get him on Greg and Greg, and then he's back on with us tomorrow.
Yeah, we got JD tonight on Dubs OT. We got Warriors lose a close one or win a close one. And we got Tim Webb in the studio. Tim,
good to be with you.
Great to be with you,
brother. Oh, dude, every day that ends in Y, brother.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine quite a few appearances. Again, we'll see how the games go. If it's a blowout or we're looking for something to talk about, you're going to hear a lot of me. If it's something that a kind of a game-changing night, maybe not so much me. But that's okay.
Tim, would you be open to that? to like, and you don't have to force yourself on any of these shows.
I'm assuming it's going to happen. It really just becomes when people recognize what's happening and going, okay, we should do this.
Can we give you stuff to say? Or
you want me to Bill Martin it? You want me to say sarcophagus or something?
No. Here's the thing. If you're on the morning show, just to get their goat, you got to go in on Jim Nantz.
No, dude, no.
I'm kidding. We all love Jim Nantz.
God, I hated that game almost as much as Jim Nantz.
Okay, so I mean, what would it be? It doesn't have to be anything. Like you said, they said sarcophagus. Is that what you said?
Well, that was one that we had
Bill
for.
Martin had to say?
Yeah, it was sarcophagus, and then also spelunking were the two big ones that Tommy had him do. Why don't we brainstorm it a little bit? We'll come up with something funny.
All right, so this is our new thing. Is Tim's going to be there from now until the end of our show tomorrow. I would like Tim to make an appearance tonight on Dubs OT, tomorrow on Murph and Marcus, and tomorrow on Greg and Greg before we're back on the air tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And we'd like him to say something different in each one of those shows.
Okay.
808 KMPR.
Yeah, you're going to put it to a poll.
Yeah, we don't have to put it to a poll. I'm just going to take some suggestions.
I'm not suffering enough. Why not make it worse? Come on. Why not?
We'll just want you to have
not suffering.
No, we're not going to make you do anything bad, dude. Come on, man. I'm just talking like a word, like nothing, not like a sentence about yourself. I mean, like not like that. Just like the Bill Martin Tom thing. That was a classic thing, and people are listening to this. They can catch this all day long tomorrow, waiting for Tim's hit.
I think that it should be stuff that we know that's relevant to the show. So maybe like a "Don't Yuck My Yum" or
yeah, dude. Yeah, get it. Ooh, that's good. See, that's It's got to be stuff like pertinent to Dirty Work. That'd be good, dude. Okay, good. I like that. All right, let's think about this. We'll brainstorm it. We'd like the filth to check in. 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it on the YouTube channel as well, where we are streaming, KMBR.com, the KMBR app, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, all that good stuff. 808-KMBR is the number to call and to text. What should we have Tim say in the next couple of shows over the next 30 hours or so? Should remind you, Dirty Work is sponsored by. That sounds so stupid.
I'm just waiting for Kyle Hardy to be like, all right, JD, we got Tim Webb next on Tubs OT.
Dirty Work sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, who's in the midst of a 30-hour run at KNBR. He got there at noon today, though. Don't let him tell you any different. When we come on back, more on Jonathan Kuminga. Does Kuminga now more of a factor than Pods and Moody was in the last game?
Yeah, it kind of is.
I don't know if there's a level of trust for any of them. We'll get into that next. Dirty Work, it's the greatest show in America on the Tim Leader.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Shot clock at 8. Kuminga as Alexander Walker falls down. Kuminga fell down but made the shot and a foul. Jonathan Kuminga with 16 points off the bench.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing. It's going to open at 4 o'clock for tonight's Warriors-Timberwolves game at 7 o'clock. Come over here before you go to the game, snag a brew, and come watch the Warriors hopefully win the game tonight and tie the series up. And chime in on the text line or the KNBR chat to let Tim know what he should do while he has 28 hours at the KNBR studio. What suggestions do you have to Tim Webb for him to occupy his time? Maybe watch some flicks or, I don't know, whatever. But, yeah, we'll also come up with some catchphrases for Tim to say on the other shows if he's inclined to join them.
The new goal now is that in the 30 hours that Tim has to be at the studio, if he gets asked to be on any of the shows, I want him to try to be on all 3 shows that air on KNBR between now and tomorrow when we're back on air. I mean, I would love it if it's Dubs OT tonight with JD. Then we get Murph and Marcus to have Tim on to talk about him being there, because I'm sure they'll be like, why are you here this time of the day?
What about our Giants postgame show with FP Santangelo tonight? Is that?
Oh, dude, that'd be cool. Oh, my God, dude, that'd be so funny.
Yes.
So he's like live from the bunker, dude, and Tim's like calling in.
That'd be perfect.
That'd be incredible.
Tim, you should just call in on every show and not even make a thing. Just be like Tim Webb Studio. Like that's where you are.
Well, yeah, it's Tim Webb in the studio. I've already got some ideas. And you guys are right. It should be stuff that has to do with dirty work. I think it'd be great if he just had to fit them in when he's on with him talking about what he's got to do.
Tim had a good suggestion during the break. Someone on the text line or the KNBR chat said butter and egg man.
Ooh, dude, that's a good. Yeah, okay. We'll run through some of these, and I would say that I think the best way to do this, Tim, is not that you have to get any one of them in. The best would be we try to get Tim to say as many of them in each interview as possible.
Absolutely.
So if we get 5 or 6 phrases for him to say, I don't need a bed. So we check in on that one. That'd be a good one. Butter and Eggman is good. I think it'd be great if Tim just got in a plug for his trivia tomorrow night at the bitter end. Dude.
Absolutely. And also shamelessly plug your segment on Dirty Work.
Also, you can hear it teased at every Tuesday, 4:15 on Dirty Work. Tim's Tuesday Takes.
I really appreciate you having on the morning show, but make sure you tune in at 4:15 for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, where we get dirty. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
They'll appreciate it.
I just think, Tim, do you think that's the best way to do it? Like if we had a series of them, and so that it's not like you have to wedge one thing in, but it'd be great if we had 5 or 6 of them for you to potentially say, and they're all ties to Dirty Work.
What it is I've got a list here that I would probably go through and try to rotate all of them in at some point. And the thought would be that the KNBR hosts would have no idea what was going on. So if you heard
Somebody's
it on JD, you wouldn't hear it in the morning show, right?
Papa will have no idea. Greg Silver might know. Young Tony will spoil it for everybody if he hears it.
Thank you, Scoops.
Which is just a good bit, Young Tone. If you hear this tomorrow, don't go in and tell Murph and Marcus. He's the one who'd be listening right now.
That's true.
Young Tone, if you hear this right now, get that this is funny content. We're not mocking anybody. We're just doing something fun for the show.
Don't yuck our yum, man.
Yeah, don't yuck the yum. So, Young Tone, if you're hearing this, just let it go. Don't go in and tell everybody, hey, they're going to try to get him on. No. If you guys invite him on, it'd be fun to talk about. Dude, it's good content. It's good cross-promotion for the station.
I'll tell you right now, I'm speaking to Young Tony and to the filth. I don't need to be on. It's okay if I'm not on. It's fine. We're not wedging this into the station. It's like, I need to be on.
Yeah, I love this.
Tim,
unlike my segment that I begged for, I'm not, I don't need to be on. Why are you here?
No,
well, I'm an
synergy.
idiot. That's why.
It's synergy. Come on now. We're all one KNBR family.
That's pretty good. I like that. I like the idea of getting some of these in. 650 thinks you should have to say spicy bucatini.
Just say that to Greg.
Spicy bucatini. Well, he'll know what's
coming. Making fun of me, mofo?
That's that's. You think that's funny? Come on my show and mock me?
How dare you?
How dare you? 707 says, I say for every show that T-Web doesn't make an appearance, another hour gets added. No. We're just we're just changing rules now mid wager and mid bet for Tim. So if you got any ideas about what Tim could say. Oh, dude, 707 says Tim's got to say 69 at least once.
Well, yeah.
That's pretty good. That's an obvious one. That's a show drop that we use. I was trying to think of that in the bathroom. Like, what other drops do we use frequently enough?
Well, where are you going to go?
Yeah, NBA grab bag was one I thought of, but I was like, that's a little
It's hard to mask that
he
one.
could try to squeeze it. He could try to squeeze in. It's nothing like the NBA grab bag.
It's nothing like the dirty work tile, not at all.
Nothing like the dial at all.
No,
that's not a bad one. Yeah, so we should get a list, and then anytime Tim says them, we'll have a little bit for it tomorrow.
There you go.
Yuck My Yum. Butter and Eggman.
Someone sent a whole list.
Somebody threw in a whole list. Scoops Callahan. This is a true member of the
filth here.
Of the filth. I don't need a bed. Note to self is a great one. I didn't even think about that one. Note to self, sound soiree, NBA grab bag, crap section, they say.
Crap section?
Yeah, dude. If he gets in
Any Batman reference, yeah.
If he gets in a shout out to
basically all my contributions to the show, you just want me to reference it. The crap section.
Well, I just feel like anything good that the Dirty Work fans would, that the filth would appreciate. You know what I mean? Because this is for them. Because I'm gonna I would love to not know, and then I show up tomorrow. We've got a series of these where Tim's doing it, dude. Because it's always the funniest. It's the payoff of it, right? Is how many did you get in, and how did you wedge them in? Is the funniest.
Exactly.
Because it really there's two things going on. If somebody's talking to you, and your whole point is not to answer their question, but to try to fit in phrases of things you say, you're going to talk completely different than you otherwise would. You know, Tim knows that. That's the hilarity of.
Well,
this
the thing about staying in the studio for 28 hours is NBA grab bag, and it makes no sense. You're just forced to say these words. No, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. All three shows because of Tim.
650 says, I think the live stream. We should go to the live stream every time Tim goes to brush his teeth. Imagine that's 2 times, tonight and tomorrow.
Well, I can just imagine Tim kind of pulling a Truman Show where he carves a moon landing on with soap. That's just Tim for the next 28 hours.
808 KMBR, if you got ideas for how Tim should spend his time tonight or what he should say if, in fact, he makes an appearance on all 3 of the KMBR broadcast shows between tonight and tomorrow morning. Warriors and the Timberwolves, Game 4 coming your way tonight at 7 o'clock. Giants and the D-backs, Game 1 of a 3-game series out at Oracle Park at 6:45, 5:45 pregame right here on The Sports Leader. We'll get more into Giants baseball, some of the lineup changes in just a little bit. In terms of Jonathan Kuminga and your level of trust or belief in him, looked pretty good the last 2 games. 30 points in Game 3, 18 in Game 2. Moody 0 for 14 in his last 3 games. Prior to Game 3, he only played 3 minutes, didn't attempt a shot in Saturday's loss. Podziemski 6 for 26 in the series. Neither guy has really been a factor whatsoever. Did you ever think down the stretch of the regular season it was going to be Kuminga as the bigger factor? Because to me, I'm more chalking up to the other guys weren't playing well, but I chalk this more up to another situation where Kuminga is thriving, but not alongside Steph Curry.
Yeah, Moody and Podziemski established themselves as guys you can rely on during the regular season, and we had question marks about them going into the postseason. They're still very young. But I never thought they would play this bad. You need them, obviously, to contribute in order for them to shoot better and have better offensive outputs. But, we all know Jonathan Kuminga's talent. It's evident. We saw it on Saturday night. The guy is gifted as an athlete. It's just a matter of how he fits when you have a offense where everything needs to click on all cylinders. It's all based on cohesion. So the game plan was perfect for Jonathan Kuminga on Saturday. It's just I want to see that more when Steph Curry's out there, and I want to downplay the fact that Steph is, frustrated with Jonathan Kuminga's play and the way that he just kind of freelances. When you play with a great player like Steph Curry, it's all predicated on time and rhythm. So it's kind of like Peyton Manning or Tom Brady, where if you're a wide receiver, when he tells you, I want you to run a 5 and in, it better be a 5 and in. If you're late on that, it's your fault because I'm the great player. You got to be on the same time with me. It's kind of like a year ago when Aaron Rodgers called down Mike Williams, and he said he needs to run to the red line. And Mike Williams was like, well, I didn't run to the red line. He's like, well, that's what I want you to do. With Steph Curry, it's kind of the same thing where it's like it's all about the timing, and that's why Jimmy Butler has fit in so perfectly is because he gets that, and he's being unselfish, and he sets things up so perfectly for Steph Curry. But as far as Jonathan Kuminga, just because he had 30 points in a playoff game, it was a great performance. But I don't think that has an impact on his future going forward. I want to give him a contract today because what he did on Saturday.
I was tantalized by the recoup of value potentially in what we saw the other night. I thought, ooh, this is nice on the big stage. He's performing without Steph Curry there, and other teams can see what he's capable of now yet again, that some of that value is still there, and maybe he's just not in the right situation. All that is going to come into play this offseason, but I'm with you. In terms of repeating success from the last game, I haven't had confidence in anybody on the roster, the exception of the big 3, to repeat performances. And Jimmy would be the one that I would hope can repeat the performance. it needs to be one of the next two games. It's this game or it's on Wednesday in Game 5. You'd prefer it to be this one, so the Game 5 is not a must-win or an elimination game.
Right.
And you get to fend that off for at least one more game in hopes of a Steph Curry return, whether you're up or down 3-2. You get to sort of play with that Game 5. You lose this one, you don't have that same luxury where you don't get to come home for the return potentially of Steph and a series tire maybe or a series clincher. So you win this game, it changes, of course, the fortunes of the series. What I said to you at the start of the show is it's not so much that I don't believe in – I mean, I don't totally have confidence in Kuminga to repeat what he did. It's that the same lack of confidence I had with Buddy Hield continuing to shoot the way he did after Game 7 and his 9 threes made and 33-point performance was you just need that to come from somewhere.
Right.
Some days it can be Buddy. Some days it can be – if Podziemski and Moody ever figure out a way to do that again, maybe some days it's Kuminga when it's 30 points, but every day it has to be Jimmy. It's got to be Jimmy. He's the only one that you have to be able to rely on game to game right now without Steph Curry. Tim, do we have that Steve Kerr sound from the Steve Kerr presser talking about how 63 points between the two guys, Jimmy and Kuminga, in the last game? He says, again, sort of the same point. You can't rely on that. It's got to be a step up of other guys too.
My experience is that they probably won't combine for 63 tomorrow, but that other people will fill in some of those gaps. And every game is just different and unique. So you kind of move forward and you look at where you can attack, what you can do better, and then different guys step up. But I'm very confident that both J.K. and Jimmy will play well, but to expect 63 points combined again is probably unrealistic.
Being real there, I feel the same way. Like it was a great performance for both guys, and now you feel a little more comfortable with them playing together when during the regular season it was not going to work. But that's just the way the offense is going right now. Both of those guys are great ISO players, so it fits their skill set. But yeah, the key is everybody else playing better. And, we go back and forth like there's moments where Brandon Podziemski looks like he could be a player. And there's some times where like he just this moment's just too big for him. Same thing with Moses Moody. I just think that, you definitely need more from everybody else. And to expect the same thing from Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler tonight is just not going to happen. So you need more from Buddy Hield. You need him to be the more consistent three-point shooter. But, yeah, I mean, and you can also kind of hear it in Steve's voice there. Like, I think, not to say that he's fully dejected there, but I think that he knows, damn, we let one slip. And just listening to him Saturday night and just right there, I think that, he won't say it, but they obviously need Steph. But I wonder if he knows if they could just replicate what they did, on Saturday and have a good offensive performance. I think he has confidence in the defense. I have confidence in the defense. I have confidence in Draymond having a bounce-back performance against Julius Randle tonight. But as far as offensively, it's the same thing we've been talking about. That week that Steph was gone when they played Atlanta and Miami, the offense was just lost. So it looked better on Saturday night, but it wasn't good enough in the fourth quarter, and that's what kills you. So, yeah, the bottom line is they need everybody else to step up tonight and not rely so much on Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga, but obviously those guys need to produce.
I just need one more of those from Jimmy in the next two. If you get one of those from Jimmy in the next two and somebody else steps up again, whether it's Buddy Hield scoring more than 20 or 25 points, which would be fantastic. If you had to rank like your level of confidence in who can be the step-up guy,
Buddy Hield probably.
It's the most recent where he's done it a couple of games in a row, and he has the most combustible skill set.
Yes,
where he can score the most with the fewest amount of attempts and shots and looks. Right, you don't need him to create anything. Whereas Kuminga has to do a little bit more. Well, he can create for himself. He has to do a little bit more to score 30 points.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as the big guys, like as what they.
I need Draymond as a distributor again today too.
No, yeah, definitely. But I really can't rely on Quinn Post right now. He's just a liability defensively, and even though he's a great three-point shooter, he's just not confident in his shot right now. Same thing for Moses Moody. But yeah, Kevon Looney gives you good minutes as far as like a defensive rebounder, but he's never been that guy to go get a bucket consistently, and he's going to have his issues against Rudy Gobert. Trey Jackson-Davis, it sounds like he'll be the guy to go again in the starting lineup, but he's good for a few buckets, and then he'll accumulate a couple of fouls early on. It's just, can you rely on him throughout the game? And who's going to step up to make sure that Jimmy doesn't have to play 45 minutes tonight? But probably that's what you need from him to have a good offensive game. So I don't know. I'm hoping for the best tonight. I have my doubts. But yeah, I mean, we would keep saying it, but I think someone needs to step up big time for them, whether it's Buddy Hield or Brandon Podziemski.
But your level of confidence, if you were to rank them, is it if you're going Buddy Hield, Brandon Podziemski, Moses Moody, and Kuminga, how do you rank them 1 to 4, 1 being the most confident?
Well, I would probably go Kuminga 1 just because of what he did last game.
Oh.
But just because that's what's the scheme is fitting for this series. But also, I mean, let's be honest too. He looked great, but he also was pretty reckless in the way he played. Like it's not the style of basketball the Warriors are accustomed to. So as far as just giving you offense and explosiveness, yeah, I rely on Jonathan Kuminga. To give you 3-point shooting, I rely on Buddy Hield.
Yeah, of course.
To get rebounds and be a scrappy player, I'm relying on Brandon Podziemski. I don't really know what I'm relying on Moses Moody right now. I love the way Moses Moody plays when he's playing well, but right now he's just completely lost. So I don't know if you could rely on Moses Moody at all.
You can't rely on him. What I'm saying is just your level of confidence in who can be the guy. And because Podziemski and Moody seem the furthest away from those performances, I would go Buddy, then I'd go Kuminga right now. But you're right. He did I just don't know if that's repeatable what he did in the last game.
I mean, I don't want to play 12 guys again, but maybe a little bit more of Guy Santos, maybe a little bit of Pat Spencer, but I don't want it to be like an evaluation game like it was game 2 where those guys...
It's not. It can't be. It's a gotta-have-it game. If you don't win this one, you're playing an elimination game on Wednesday, and you're doing so likely without Steph Curry. Seeing as that's supposed to be the reevaluation date, and he hasn't had a full workout yesterday. Anthony Slater of The Athletic did say he did put together a pretty tense workout or an intense workout in the dungeons of Chase Center at their training facility this weekend, but that was not a full workout in terms of what Celebrini needs to see before he clears him to return to action. Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop. Tim Webb is back at the studios at the KNBR headquarters. The current KNBR headquarters changing next week. He's in the midst of his 30 hours. He's been there since noon, so he's coming up on hour 4 of the 30 consecutive that he's going to spend at KNBR. And we're going to plug him with some good liners and some good things to say if he makes an appearance on any of the 3 shows for the next few days. On tonight's Dubs OT with John Dickinson, which will be live here from Harmonic Brewing, where we are in Thrive City. The what's the other show? Oh, Murph and Marcus, then Greg and Greg.
Maybe a little Giants post too.
Wedgie minis across all platforms.
Game on, Tim Webb Zone.
Yeah, the web leader. When we come on back, Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle does a great job covering the Warriors. We'll get his thoughts on maybe when Steph could return, what he's hearing about the health of Steph Curry, what the starting lineup could look like tonight, and whether or not he thinks they have that bounce back in him after a tough, gut-wrenching loss on Saturday. It's the greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Don't forget, easily the most important thing in sports. The NFL schedule release is coming this Wednesday at 5 p.m. So mark it down, clear the deck, and take your guess when the 49ers will play Mike Holler's Titans.
Oh, man.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. We are live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, right outside of Chase Center, helping get you ready for the Warriors and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Game 4 coming your way, 7 o'clock tonight. Still no Steph Curry as the Warriors fell on Saturday night. And I said it was kind of a gut-wrenching loss just in the way that they played. They had a shot to win that game. Draymond fouls out just under 5 minutes to play. Here to talk about all that is the SF Chronicle's Sam Gordon. Does a great job of covering the Warriors for the Chronicle. Sam, great to have you back, man. How you doing, bro?
What's up, Sam?
I'm doing well, guys. Happy Monday. Appreciate you having me on the show. How y'all doing?
Pretty good, man. Let's start with Saturday's game for you. I mean, just your reaction to how that one went down. I said, not that it would feel better to get blown out like in the way that they did Game 2, but losing a game in the manner in which they did, where you got a big performance from Jimmy, you got one from Jonathan Kuminga, and then Draymond fouls out. It just felt like if you look at the team stats, you might have thought in some areas that the Warriors won the game. Your reaction to their ability to bounce back tonight?
Well, they have no choice, right? Got to turn the page, got to move on, and try and, for the most part, I think, employ a similar script. Now, you'd expect, probably adjustments on both sides. Minnesota not going to be caught off guard by anything, Jonathan Kuminga's doing at this juncture that could open up the three-point line for the Warriors, which, was the Timberwolves guarded very well, right? 5 3-point attempts in the first half for Golden State on Saturday. But for the most part, right, you saw the word Steve Kerr's been using, the formula, right? You saw it played out pretty well. You mentioned it. You get big games, high usage games from Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga creating offense. You lead pretty much the entire way for the most part up until that closing stretch, as you mentioned, where Draymond Green fouls out. And then from a defensive standpoint, stellar team defense for the most part all the way up until the end of the game. And it, just kind of goes to show you, right, nothing that we don't already know, but what a linchpin Draymond Green is for what's been, statistically, right, the best defense in the NBA. So, second part of the regular season, best defense in the NBA with Jimmy Butler. And then that is, kind of held that line in the postseason for the most part. So, yeah, absolutely, a tough way to lose when you play it, really, really well. It's a credit to Minnesota, too, for outlasting the Warriors. Big performances by Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle. And at the end of the day, just you draw from that how it's tough without Steph Curry, right? It's, any team loses their best player in a best-of-7 series at this time of the year where all the teams are really, really good. You're in a tough position to be in. But the Warriors showed they have what it takes, to make it a heck of a fight. They obviously got Game 1 without Curry for the most part. So the confidence, the belief, all that has to be there tonight. That's certainly what the Warriors reflected post-game on Saturday, and we'll see how that plays out tonight. And what's more or less a kind of a must-win game for it.
No, I definitely agree. However you want to phrase it, got to have it or must win. They definitely need to win tonight. You don't want to be down 3-1 going back to Minnesota. But as far as tonight, TJD started Game 3. And the way that Steve was talking yesterday, it kind of seems like they're going back that route. So do you agree with that decision to start TJD at the 5 and kind of keep the starting lineup the same?
I certainly get where they're coming from, right? Like, you want to set a defensive tone. That front court has been really good, and in situations you want to. It keeps Draymond Green off Rudy Gobert, at least in the early goings, or from the center spot. At the same time, it's obviously clear, based on the last couple of games, that the best group that they have is the small ball group with Jonathan Kuminga. So, it's. We'll see what happens tonight. We'll see ultimately what starting lineup he goes with. The Warriors have been getting off to slow starts in these playoffs, but when push comes to shove, I think we're going to see a lot of Draymond Green at center, a lot of Jonathan Kuminga, power forward, kind of the similar script, and maybe more minutes from Kuminga tonight. We'll see, right? 36 last game, maybe that's closer to 40. Jimmy Butler certainly wants to put his pedal to the metal. Kerr talked to us via video conference yesterday and kind of talked about how to manage his minutes what they need to do from that standpoint. 43 minutes for Butler on Saturday. You saw what happened in the fourth quarter, 1 from 7 shooting. Stingy Minnesota defense, as well as potentially some fatigue setting in. But, either way, whichever way they go, I think a fast start is imperative. The Warriors are going to have the home crowd behind them, and you would think just inherently, given the situation that they're in, the effort from that standpoint, you're going to get max effort from Golden State early on. So fast start is important, whichever way they swing it, and we'll see ultimately what plays out.
Yeah, Sam, to that point about Jimmy Butler and his minutes, he usually has been playing 40-plus for the majority of this postseason, but it was evident in the fourth quarter he was gassed. But you don't have the luxury of really playing anybody else because of Steph Curry's injury. So, how do you balance that with Jimmy playing that many minutes? And he says he's used to it. A lot of people think that he didn't play much of the regular season because he was getting suspended by Miami, so he's got fresh legs, but it's showing in the fourth quarter that he's getting gassed. So what do you think is the best approach? Should Jimmy Butler play more minutes or less minutes, and who should be the guy to kind of pick up that slack?
Yeah, I'm not sure, right? This is, that's kind of the blueprint. Maybe it's more minutes, maybe it's a couple quick blows in the first half or in the meat of the game. That's when Kerr talked yesterday about, potentially trying to sneak in extra rest for him. But they're down Steph Curry. The goings are tough right now, and you're gonna, it's probably gonna be another big minute, game for him. But going back to, kind of the workload that he's had, he's only missed 2 games since Golden State acquired him. There was one against Philadelphia with back spasms early in his tenure with the Warriors, like a few weeks in, and then just the game 3 against the Rockets, right? Obviously, it takes the fall and misses a majority of game 2, but it's been, the Warriors have been in kind of pedal to the metal mode for the last, certainly the last half of the season. Obviously, the playoffs are what they are, so it's been a big workload for him. That being said, he's Jimmy Butler. He wants to play big minutes. This is a do or die situation, and you expect to see him out there a lot tonight. But yeah, maybe some more of those minutes. Again, Kuminga got 36 minutes last game. Maybe that's closer to 40 this game. You're able to buy Butler a couple extra minutes of rest and see what he has for down the stretch for a finish.
Talking to Sam Gordon, nice enough to join us. Covers the Warriors for the Chronicle. That's kind of what I was saying to Derek before you came on, is that it's not even so much that they need the same offensive output from Kuminga, though it would be helpful. It's that Jimmy's kind of the hinge, sort of the linchpin for all of that. You need him to have a repeatable performance similar in one of the next 2 games, whether it's this one or it's on Wednesday. You'd prefer it to be this one and go into a Game 5 tied 2-2, but it's got to be somebody else, whether it's Buddy Hield or it's Kuminga. Somebody else has got to take some of that offensive load. What about Kuminga's performance on Saturday feels repeatable to you for tonight's game?
The rim pressure, right? Now, maybe it's not, maybe Minnesota's sending extra help, guarding him a little different way, maybe a different set of rules for when he has the ball, but that's going to, dictate and open up shots on the perimeter, open up the opportunity for cuts and swings and ball reversals and whatnot, and maybe opens up some threes. So that's certainly, 30 points, maybe he can do it again. We're going to see, right? But the ability to get out in transition, to cut into the lane, to draw, defensive attention that way, to collapse the defense, and to get the Warriors an opportunity to play advantage basketball. That's, of course, again, very clearly so much tougher without Stephen Curry drawing 2 and 3 defenders and his movement off the ball and whatnot. But Kuminga is a player that can create advantages, be it out on the break, be it in the half court. So again, whether or not he's scoring that much, we'll see. But the ability to get into the lane and open up shots for guys and to bend what's a really good defense. One of the best defenses in the NBA, certainly after January 1st, and a team that led the NBA in defensive rating last year en route to the Western Conference Finals. So they need his scoring punch. They're going to certainly need production from him, whether it's 30 points or not. But more than anything, I think they're going to need just his explosiveness, his force opening up things, for his teammates on the perimeter, or creating some 3-point opportunities, certainly more than the 23 the Warriors attempted in Game 3.
Talking to Sam Gordon on the Uma guest line. If I were to tell you at the end of the regular season that when Jonathan Kuminga was getting DMPs that he would be a bigger factor over Brandon Podziemski or Moses Moody, I would be shocked by that. But it's just the way the series is going and the way that they're playing, more iso-centric basketball that Jonathan Kuminga is able to thrive. But what do you make of the struggles of Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody right now? Brandon Podziemski, I think, is 6 for 26 in this series. Moses Moody, 0 for 14 prior to last game, and he didn't attempt a shot. What do you make of the 2 young guys struggling right now?
Yeah, I mean, they found a rhythm playing off of, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, right? Two guys that draw multiple defenders. It just kind of the way that the defense is responding now, it all changes. Everything, everything goes up a notch or down a notch or whatever metaphor you want to lose. And it's tough. I mean, this is a high-level defense. This is big pressure situations, and sometimes shots go in, sometimes they don't. But you guys are certainly right in the sense that, there's going to need to be somebody else beyond Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga generating and creating offense, right? Those guys can, of course, I think, create, shots and open things up, but you're going to need finishing, attacking closeouts, three-pointers going down from other players aside from Buddy Hield, and just more ways, more offense than the Warriors were able to generate, certainly on Saturday night. So I think, just kind of ups and downs during the playoffs. We've seen both guys have their moments, certainly, down the stretch of the season, and Podziemski in particular had that big Game 3 in Houston. Moses Moody hit some clutch shots in Game 1 in Houston. So they've had their moments this postseason, but it's, Minnesota's a championship-level defense, and those guys are now getting I think that, it's snowballed a little bit, and this is the playoffs, and that's been tough. So, we'll see how they respond. The Warriors are going to need, performances from guys other than Butler and Kuminga, and there's a great opportunity tonight for whoever's out there alongside those guys.
Talking to Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle. Warriors and the Timberwolves tonight, 7 o'clock from Chase Center. We're live at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase in Thrive City. Now, I mean, this is sort of a loaded question, but in terms of whether or not we see Steph Curry again this series, I mean, a lot of it depends on how long the series goes, right? And whether or not they'd need him to come back and whether or not he's up to speed. Anthony Slater reported that there was a workout by Steph that I think he called an intense workout, though not a full workout. Hasn't been able to stretch it out to the point where Celebrini's able to evaluate yet and say, yeah, we'd have him back. Do you believe there's still a possibility he's back for Game 5, or does it seem like that's going to be an after Game 5 decision?
Yeah, I get the sense it's probably going to be an after Game 5 decision, right? I mean, the evaluation is coming Wednesday. That's the date of Game 5. And hamstrings are tricky, right? Like, they just are. I'm not, I don't want to pretend to be an expert in soft tissue injuries, but the experts that I have talked to, this is an injury where there's a high chance of re-injury, where you can stress other parts of the body, and where it's just tricky in general, right? Especially for a player like Stephen Curry with all the movement that he's doing. Just a little bit more risk than if for a slower player that didn't necessarily move as much. So I get the sense it's all very, very much touch and go. And again, hamstrings are tricky. Maybe he doesn't, come back at all. We're all very much in wait and see mode at this point, and you still get the sense that Game 6, if the Warriors can get it there with that 3-day gap in between Game 5 and Game 6, gives them the greatest chance to come back.
What have you made of Draymond Green's defense in this series? I think that, he was incredible in Game 7 last series and pretty good, Game 1, being 4 or 5 from 3 to start the game. But his defense against Julius Randle was not great. In order for them to win this series, he's going to need to be the same Draymond Green we've seen the majority of the series. So what do you make of Draymond Green's defensive performance of late?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, as you mentioned, Game 7, Game 1, the Warriors, were great defensively in that game. Game 2 was what it was, the kind of the experimental game where you're getting a feel for how the rest of the series was going to be played without Steph Curry. Julius Randle, played well in Game 3. Certainly in that matchup in the one-on-one settings. I think, from a team defensive standpoint, it was still very much essential that Draymond Green was out there. You saw in that third quarter when he checked out with those 4 fouls, like, the lane opened up. That's when Anthony Edwards really started going to the basket, developing a rhythm and kind of getting a feel for how to attack and exploit the Warriors defense. And that obviously carried over into the fourth quarter as well. When Green wasn't out there, Julius Randle getting to the basket, kicking things, driving kick, and with five assists. So, yeah, I mean, you get the sense, historically, right, when he's had bad playoff games, right, like, kind of like going back to the last series, that Game 6 where the early foul or flagrant foul or technical, whatever it was, kind of knocked him off the square, and then the Warriors off theirs collectively the rest of the game. Well, he comes out and responds with a monster Game 7. So the Warriors certainly need him on the floor more tonight than he was in Game 3 on Saturday, and more production too as well. 2 points, 2 rebounds, I think 5 turnovers, and only 29 minutes. So he's certainly due for a bigger game, and the Warriors are going to need him to anchor their defense again against a Minnesota team that found quite a rhythm there down the stretch and was able to separate in the close in the fourth quarter when it really mattered.
A couple more minutes with Sam Gordon of the SF Chronicle, nice enough to join us. All right, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'll ask you this question: if they don't win tonight, what do you think their chances are in this series? Is it kind of over for you, Sam?
You never say never, right? I mean, the Timberwolves would still have to go back and finish the job, but down 3-1, without Steph Curry, you see the struggles and how challenging it can be to create offense at times. And Minnesota's really, really, really good, and they're going to be going home. And they're a team with, not championship pedigree, but considerable playoff pedigree, having knocked off the defending champion, Nuggets in a Game 7 situation last year, getting to the conference finals against the Mavericks. They beat the Lakers. This is a team that has experience. It's now, yet their star, Anthony Edwards, is young, 23, but collectively they have experience now, and they're going to want to get done with the series as quick as possible. So, is it possible that the Warriors go back down 3-1 and pull something off? You never say never, but the odds would certainly, be, mightily in Minnesota's favor, considering where Curry's injury, where the Warriors would be at in the series, and what they would need to do in order to get it done for sure.
Sam Gordon, the voice you hear, covers the Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. Sam, have a great time at the game tonight, and we will talk to you soon, man.
Thank you, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me, and enjoy the game tonight as well. Talk soon. Take care.
Will do.
Good deal there, the great Sam Gordon. You missed any of that, and you want to catch up on it before the Warriors and the T-Wolves tip tonight. It'll all be available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. You were like, I don't want to put you on the spot, Sam, but I will put you on the spot. And then you were like, are you as down on them as I am if they lose this one? He was like, no, not quite, bro. I mean, that's my thing is you need one big one of the next two.
I know.
To me, it doesn't matter when it happens, but it gets a lot harder when it becomes a must-win game after tonight. Because, again, not tonight, not a must-win, but I got to have it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they lose tonight and they find a way to win a Game 5 in Minnesota.
I mean, and then just give yourself a chance for Steph to play a Game 6.
I know, but I think that, if we're relying on Steph to come and save the day, it'd be the Steph Curry that we saw in Game 7 in most of the series against the Rockets. I think that's a big ask because I don't know if he's going to be rusty. I don't know how he's going to look. I mean, historically in the past when Steph Curry's missed time during the playoffs, he's come off the bench, and they didn't need him to have an amazing performance to save the day. They had to have Klay Thompson or Kevin Durant be the main alpha guy to take over a series. And then, I remember Steph Curry coming off the bench in a game against the Portland Trailblazers where he said, I'm back, I'm here, but you didn't need... I
remember, yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't need... what happened in that game? Shaun Livingston got ejected, so you needed Steph Curry to come off the... But in those situations, it wasn't like Steve Kerr was relying on Steph to save the day, and I would hate for that situation if you're down 3-1 to all the fans, everybody, we're on the radio clamoring for Steph to come back.
What do you mean you would hate the situation where the Warriors are in it enough to have Steph give you a chance? What do you mean you don't want to have to?
I don't want to be down 3-1 and then we all expect Steph's going to come and save the day.
No. I'm talking about down 3-2.
That's what I'm. No, 3-2. No. I'm talking about tonight. I
don't think I don't think at this point anybody's anticipating a Game 5 Steph. That's what I asked Sam about. I said, does the feeling right now, since he's not going to be reevaluated until Wednesday, it does feel like it might be a long shot that he ramps it up, goes that day, and that they give him the okay to go out and he's 100% to play. I feel like that's a bit of a long shot, especially when if you survive, if they win tonight, of course he's not playing Game 5.
Right.
In my mind, because I'm like, why bother?
No,
then
give yourself some breathing room.
Give him that. Then you're a week away from playing like a Game 6 from now, and you can bring him back and play him. He gets another week of rest potentially, and you get him out there next week for a Game 6 at home. So regardless of what happens, whether it's a series clinching game or a fight for a Game 7, and then he's back for 6 and 7. That's been my whole point all along. They had 4 chances to try to get one. Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5. And they haven't gotten that one yet.
I know.
They're 0 for 2.
And it's just clear, even during the regular season, they can overcome things to win without Jimmy. Without Steph, it's so much harder because he opens everything up for Jimmy and everybody else, the others. So, I mean, between the 2 games here that we're looking at, I feel more confident tonight as opposed to Wednesday in Minnesota just because they're at home. But, yeah, it's... I just don't want to have to rely on Steph to save the day. I think at this point they have to have the mentality.
Game 5?
Yes, but I mean, honestly, in general, I think they have to have the mentality that they need to win this series without Steph, and if Steph comes back, that's awesome. But I think you need to have the mentality that he probably will not come back this series. You need to find a way.
Yeah, I think that the mentality is just win the next game in front of you. That's the best chance you have. Win the game that's in front of you. If you do that, you give yourself a shot.
Win.
And they win one of the next two. Steph could be back potentially for a Game 6. Because my thing is, I am relying on Steph to come back and save them.
Yeah.
If you tell me Steph's gone for the remainder of the series and it goes 7, I'm not giving him the best shot to win the series. If you tell me, like, I am banking on, you keep saying you don't want to rely on Steph. I'm like, you're talking about a Game 5, hurry him back. That ain't happening. I'm saying if Steph is back, it's in Game 6, and that's the dream. Rely on Steph. Survive long enough that you can bring back Superman or Batman or whatever superhero you want to roll with to try to win this series. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We're live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, right outside of Chase Center. They're opening up. Pat H got his quesadilla. Sucking down that water in that quesadilla with the crab foot.
Sucking it down.
Let's see him over there. Tim Webb is now, we're about 4 hours and 15 minutes into Tim Webb on the clock at KNBR, paying off his bet. 30 straight hours at the leader is what Tim Webb is spending there. And we're hoping that we can get him to be a guest on tonight's Dubs OT with John Dickinson after the Warrior game. Murph and Marcus in the morning, and potentially for Greg and Greg before he's back on with us tomorrow. And if he is on, we want to see if we can get him to say some phrases that you might know from Dirty Work if you're a member of the Filth. We'll get some of those to you next, and any ideas you have for how Tim can spend his evening at KNBR. 30 straight hours. Plus, we'll talk to you about how A-Rod is insufferable. What a cheese D A-Rod is.
He is.
Cropped up in the Bay this weekend, hanging out with Barry Bonds. I don't need A-Rod anywhere near Bonds. We'll get into that next. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors look to even the series tonight versus the Timberwolves after dropping a tough Game 3 despite a combined 63 points from Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga. How are you feeling about tonight? Tell us your prediction on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to say, hey, like in Rocky.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, you know the people have questions. They've got questions about unfiled tax returns, what to do if you can't pay your taxes, and certainly people have questions about the ERC. What is it that you need us to know?
I don't want people missing out on their ERC payments. And I'm concerned because a lot of people, they filed a long time ago and they've been waiting and waiting and waiting for their ERC, Employee Retention Credit, checks. And they're also very concerned that President Trump has promised to cut $2 trillion with a T off of the federal spending. Does that mean one day he'll take his pen and do an executive order and do away with ERC? Who knows? I don't want your listeners taking that chance. There's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up right now, and that's what we want to do for you while this is still good law, because it is. Or you got a letter from the IRS saying you don't qualify for ERC, no ERC for you. We have to go ahead and appeal that because right now the IRS is being sued alleging they're disqualifying lots of people and they don't even know if you're qualified or not. Or you're being audited. Bottom line is anything to do with ERC, we have a lot of experience. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
You know, Steve Moskowitz can help. All you have to do is give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Tim back in the studios in downtown San Francisco. We do have a Giants pregame coming your way at 5:45, about an hour and 25 till we get you till some Giants pregame. Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Award-winning
Diamond Notes, yeah. Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight. It's going to be Verlander, still looking for his first win. How about that? What's his 9th start now?
Yeah,
longest
starts.
Longest start to a season in Verlander's career without a victory to this point. He's 0-2 with a 4.50 ERA. He'll be opposed by Merrill Kelly, 3-2 with a 4.09. Giants have shaken up the lineup a bit today, and we'll talk about that just a little bit. Also, Susan Slesser is going to join us later in the show, coming up at 4:50. So Sless at 4:50, talking some Giants baseball. We've been talking about this a bit today because it's been a long time coming, 5 months and counting, for Tim to pay off his fantasy football bet with Derek.
Finally.
He's got to spend 30 hours at KNBR. The bet was he shows up for his shift at whatever time that is. Today it was noon. Showed up.
Yep.
Tim says this before that.
No problems with that.
Neither here nor there. We're not here to start any arguments.
We're not yucking yums.
Yeah. So Tim's got to be there at the station until tomorrow when we finish Diamond Notes at like 6:15 tomorrow evening. Okay, so Tim's spending about 30 hours and change in the KNBR studio. So we've been asking people, what's the way Tim should spend it? What should he work on? Tim's got a lot of stuff going on. He's got his takes he's got to write for tomorrow.
Trivia.
He's got his trivia he's got to get going for tomorrow. Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia.
Got to feed the turtle.
Yeah, maybe I'll have Tim pick up the grab bag. If we can get him out to pick up the grab bag, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, that'd be good. Actually, Tim, how is a turtle in this time span where you'll not be home?
Once again, it is a reptile. It can go many days without eating. He'll be fine. I fed him before I left. He will sit there and do nothing like he does every day.
All right.
So when's the last time you fed him?
I fed him right before I left for work, so 9:15.
So you fed him this morning.
That's going to be one hungry turtle, man.
No,
you left for work at 9:15 and you got to...
That's the joke. I fed him at 11
Was that
o'clock.
a joke?
He'll be fine.
9:15. Stop it. Okay, so we've been asking for what Tim should have, how he should spend his time. If, in fact, he is spending 30 hours while he spends his 30 hours at KNBR. And Pat H., who's sitting right next to us, just checks in on the KNBR YouTube chat. It just says oatmeal. Don't forget, that's the name of it.
Oh, yeah. No,
Tim's
we know.
Turtle.
We
Tim's
know.
Turtle oatmeal.
Good old oatmeal.
Okay, so the question I guess we've been asking now since we came up with this idea a little while ago, since Tim's going to be there, there's going to be some KNBR programming on tonight, some programming on tomorrow morning and afternoon, all before we come back on the air at 2 o'clock, right?
Yep.
So we were like, should there be a phrase that Tim has to say if he, in fact, because Tim thinks he's going to get asked to go on the morning show. I think it is likely Tim gets asked to go on the morning show. I think it's likely Tim gets asked to go on the Greg and Greg show because they'll all be like, dude, look at Tim. He's just been here. It's good content. Tim's been hanging out for 30 hours at the station to pay off a fantasy bet. And it's a league that, like, Walter's in the fantasy football league, right? So it's something he can enjoy. Marcus and Murph are in the fantasy league, something they can enjoy.
Yep.
We just think that we should have Tim have to say some phrases while he's potentially on the air.
No, absolutely.
Over this time.
A little cross-show promotion.
What we were suggesting is, like, it has to be things that have to do with dirty work. So we're asking people to check in on, like, what are some things when you hear them, you associate them with dirty work if you're a member of the Filth specifically. So, Tim, anything stand out to you? Because I think what the plan is here is to get a list of things that Tim would have to say, and then over the course of these hits, he has to, like, try to mix in some of these phrases.
Yeah, the phrases that I've written down quite a few. The phrases that I have so far are "Don't yuck my yum," "I don't need a bed,"
absolutely.
69, "Note to self," "The Filth," and "Butter and Egg Man." And I'm kind of already working in my head how to navigate these. So we'll see what happens.
Okay,
Yeah.
should we narrow these down, or should Tim have to squeeze all of these in?
Well, if he gets to do, like, here's my thing. If he gets to do, like, 3 hits, he can get as many of them into one as he wants, or get 2 into one, or, like,
right.
You know what I mean? Get a couple of different phrases into each one. That would be funny. Or he could double up on some of them, too. Wouldn't you agree? That'd be great.
No, definitely.
Tim, what are your thoughts on this? 'Cause I think that list is pretty good.
I'm not going to try to make it a challenge or anything like that, but I feel like I could get quite a few of these in. The whole idea is that we don't want it to be repetitive, but for the Filth that decide to stick around for JD or wake up early with Young Tone, we want to be able to have a couple of them be like, okay, I know what he's going for here. I know what he's saying.
Okay, so you said
to get them all.
You said don't yuck my yum.
Yep.
I don't need a bed. Butter and Egg Man, 69, The Filth, and Note to Self.
Correct.
Okay, I would suggest two others, I would say, or I guess one other, would be try to get a plug-in for your trivia night.
Absolutely.
And or Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Both.
I think getting in a plug for your own trivia night, I mean, why not?
I mean, if you're going to be on all 3 shows, you might as well make the best of it.
Like, you don't have to do that on all of them. I just think it would be hysterical to get in a plug for the trivia night itself.
Yeah, this is a good working list for sure. We can navigate around some of these. Again, I already have a couple of ideas of how to wedge these in, but some of them are going to be harder than others. We'll see what happens.
You trying to wedge some in, huh? That's your deal?
Yeah, that's what our good friend Eamon Sweeney used to say about every time that I would play a drop. He's like, "Yeah, really wedge that in, didn't you?" I was like, "Yeah, well, that's the way it goes."
yeah.
That's pretty accurate.
You really force it in.
Just to give you an update, they are doing the NBA draft lottery right now.
Who knew, by the way? They're trying to sneak in the draft lottery on us.
They're wedging that one in.
Yeah, Monday night draft lotto. Here you go.
The Utah Jazz, owner was so boastful about Utah being a big market. The team was hopeful to land the number 1 pick. Since 1985, since they started the NBA lottery, they have never had the first overall pick. So the streak continues.
With the Utah Jazz owner was all like boisterous about it.
He went on Pat McAfee's show, and they were asking him, like, so how do you think about having the first overall pick and having a potential superstar, Cooper Flagg, coming to your franchise if you're not a big market team? And he goes, well, contrary to what you believe, I think that Utah's a big market team. And he gave like a bunch of reasons why, and I disagree with that 100%. But the NBA,
Derek, the decider of markets.
Damn right.
No chance. I'm not
Damn
buying
right.
that.
Well, would you agree that Utah's a big market?
No, I don't think it's a big market.
Exactly. The NBA is going to have to deal with the allegations that the lottery isn't fixed, because with the number 1 pick and all the bull crap that went through this regular season,
can you believe this?
We're trading away their star. The Dallas Mavericks have the number 1 pick in the NBA lottery to get Cooper Flagg.
The Dallas Mavericks are going to get Cooper
So
Flagg.
they substitute Luka for Cooper.
Dude, how quick does Nico Harrison? Is it Harrison? Or Nico Harris?
Nico Harrison.
How does he get any love? Any response?
Probably not, because this is an easy pick.
No, I mean, but he netted the pick, did he not? Here comes they trade away Luka and they get the Great White Hope.
That's true. Another Great White Hope.
Another.
And they got Anthony Davis.
True American Great White Hope.
I mean, honestly, in hindsight, probably the best deal that the Mavericks ever made.
Dude, they got Klay Thompson. Is Kyrie in the final year of a deal, or is he a free agent now?
Yeah, well, Kyrie is a free agent, and he also tore his ACL, so I don't know if we'll see.
That's right, he tore his ACL.
I don't know if we'll see Kyrie back with the Mavericks or playing basketball at all next season.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Cooper Flagg, the Great White Hope, headed to Dallas. How about that?
God.
Do they call him that?
The Great White Hope?
Yeah.
They do now,
they
baby.
do on dirty work. Hey, Tim, why don't you wedge that one in? Great White Hope.
I'll do my best.
Do it on the Gregs. I want to hear the Great White Hope on the Gregs.
But, like, this happens all the time. Like, the year that the Pelicans didn't have ownership and David Stern nixed that deal for Chris Paul to be traded to the Lakers.
Yeah, that was the
They got the number 1 pick.
Yeah, but that was the
fix was in.
It was the right move to not allow that.
No,
trade to
I
go
know,
through. Yeah.
but it happened simultaneously with that offseason. I remember a very uncomfortable interview with Jim Rome and David Stern where he asked him, was the fix in? Did you guys fix the draft? And then David Stern compared it to an allegation of Jim Rome, so I thought that was completely inappropriate. But yeah, this has happened for years now with Patrick Ewing.
It just happened for years now. You mean the frozen envelope?
The frozen envelope, and like
you're just guaranteeing it's absolutely rigged.
Well, no. I mean, like people think like Victor Wembanyama and the Greg Popovich connection to French players that was fixed.
There was one. There was just one Franco file and one.
Franco.
There was only one Franco.
Boris Diaw. Forget about Boris Diaw, my
I
friend.
forgot. There was the Parisian.
3 guys.
What do they call him? The Parisian.
The Franco file. The Parisian torpedo.
Greg Popovich is
your main butter and egg man.
They did not want this. This is like anybody who said, "Oh man, the NFL rigged it." Like one, you can't rig anything for the NFL.
You can't.
Oh, the NFL. I just thought it was hilarious that the back-to-back the best quarterbacks taken number 1 overall in their generations potentially, Peyton Manning, and because he gets injured, they end up getting Andrew Luck. I was like,
no, you can't fix that.
The NFL can't be thrilled though that the best quarterback of back-to-back generations went to Indy. Not that the NFL markets matter as much, but it wasn't a marquee franchise in the way that there were so many.
Well, if that's the case, Anthony Richardson would be a better player. Like the thing that's always fixed for Indy is ridiculous. This one for Dallas, I don't know. The timing's a little interesting.
I'll tell you what, one of the most optimistic and friendly and happy guys you'll ever see. It's especially in terms of like a texter or a YouTube chatter. Our guy Otis Bird. Otis Bird is
dude,
the nicest guy, a constant positive energy. This is the most
a lot nicer than Pat H. No disrespect, Pat H.
Most pessimistic I've ever seen or heard Otis.
What do you say?
Checks in here on the YouTube chat and he says, "Yep, the draft lottery may be rigged. Nico's got to sleep in Dallas, so the Mavs had to win this." It's a pretty good line from my guy Otis.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a pretty sick get for the Mavericks. I don't like that in the Western Conference, I'll tell you that.
No, I know. Cooper Flagg now in the West. Yeah, that's a good trade. I mean, Cooper Flagg. I mean, I heard Jay Billis on with the Greg saying there's no like nothing against his game. Like he is pretty much the perfect prospect, except for making that shot in the Final Four. But that's a good get for the Dallas Mavericks.
So does Cooper Flagg now have a built-in rivalry with Luka Doncic for the remainders of Luka's career?
I think so. I mean Luka's got to be like, you stole my career.
This guy's going to be the savior for the Dallas Mavericks.
The great white hope.
That Davis is going to help get him to the next level, and then he'll be the dude to take him over the top. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. When we come on back, well, first of all, I think we got Tim's list. Don't yuck my yum. I don't need a bed.
Yeah, we got that.
Butter and Eggman 69, The Filth, Note to Self, all things he's going to try to fit in when he does some hits tonight and tomorrow with the KNBR shows, if and when they go down, and then hopefully a plug for his Tuesday night trivia. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Giants got swept in Minnesota this weekend. So much so, I mean, it didn't look good. The offense didn't go well. 15 hits over 3 games. Only had 2 runs in the first 2 games of the series. Yesterday, put up some more and then blow it in extra innings. They allow them to come back, then they blow it in extra innings. They're going to shake the lineup up today. We'll tell you what they had to say about the lineup shakeup. Then we'll talk to Susan Slusser. She's going to join us at 4:50, talking Giants and the D-backs. D-backs come to town for a 3-game series. Plus, we got to get to this Cheese D, Alex Rodriguez, Barry Bonds thing that happened this weekend. It's dirty work. It's the greatest show in America. Giants baseball talk next on the Sports Leader.
Tell me about your fiery Francophile, the Parisian torpedo.
Papa. I like it when you call me Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air if you think you're a player, Papa.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Walker ready. The 1-0 pitch, a swing, and a line drive. Fair. Down the left field line. And that will end the ball game. Deshaun Kersey Jr. with a line shot down that left field line. Stayed fair by plenty. And the Twins, with a 2-run bottom of the 10th, have beaten the Giants 7-6. And what heartbreak as the Giants get swept in this 3-game series.
Man, they'd won like 5 of 6 going into that.
I know.
They'd taken 3 of 4 from the Rockies after losing in the opener to the Rockies. They dropped 2 in San Diego, 3 of 4 to the Rockies. They go to Chicago to take on the Cubs, the highest scoring team in baseball, who just beat the brakes off of them in Game 1, 9-2, and then the Giants bounce back with that historic 11th inning at Wrigley Field, 14-2, and then after that, 3-1 Giants win at Chicago. They go to the Twins, they lose 3-1, they lose 2-1, and they lose 7-6. They finally get the offense going a bit in yesterday's game. Ramos had a good game, actually the best hitter of the series over the weekend.
Oh, yeah, big time.
And the offense just couldn't get going, 15 hits. And by the way, you heard him there. Kersey, I saw when the walk-off hit happened, I was watching it on TV, and Flem goes, an unlikely hero, and I was like, so unlikely, I don't even know who this guy is.
Well,
dude, who the hell is this dude?
How about Royce Lewis? He was 0 for 36 before getting the game-tying RBI yesterday.
Yeah,
0 for 36 going in, I mean, from last season to this season.
I didn't need that.
I know. Well, the Giants didn't need this
over
weekend.
36 what, with runners in scoring position?
No, just
on the season.
No, just on the season, dating back to last year as well. He was 0 for 36 and was a huge slump and comes up big with the game-tying RBI.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was a good stat.
I didn't need that one.
But the Giants, I mean, yeah, you don't need that to have a 3-game sweep right after having a fantastic series against the Cubs, winning 2 out of 3. And now, I mean, not to say like this series is like, you know, it's crucial against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I would like to start winning some games. Again, the Giants are beat. Look, they're playing decent baseball. This is a bad stretch. You get 15 hits in 3 games. They put up 7 runs or 6 runs yesterday. You'd like more. You get 1 in the 10th inning. Fine. All fine. I would like to salvage a game on that because you have a losing road trip now, right? I mean, you only get 2 wins on the road trip. 2 and 4 had a chance to go at least 3-3, and then you go, if that's your 500 road trip,
right?
And you call that a victory. Win a series, lose a series. Anyway, Ryan Walker and the way things have gone now in the last handful of games, I know his ERA has ballooned to like 6.4 or something like that, which neither here nor there in my mind. It can take a guy months to whittle an ERA back down when you're in the bullpen, but it doesn't feel like he's been as sharp or as effective.
No, he's not.
It's been 4 runs over his last 3 outings. He did give up 2 runs, only one. Actually, it was 2 earned runs against the Cubs in that game that the Giants had to score 9 in the 11th inning. You don't really think much of his outing because they came back and they explode offensively. But in terms of the bullpen, like they're having a tough time closing down now. All of a sudden, it seems like in the 8th and the 9th inning.
I mean, definitely, and you go back to...
You're also not getting tons of offense.
No, you're not. I mean, and over the weekend, I mean, what was it, 3 hits on Friday and 4 hits on Saturday. They definitely, had more connection yesterday, but... Yeah, the bullpen not coming up with Ryan Walker, and you go back to a couple weeks ago when Justin Verlander was close to another win and they collapsed against the Anaheim Angels. Yeah. So I don't know if they'll make a change. Like I wonder how much pressure Ryan Walker will feel potentially tonight if he has to go in and close a game. Not to mention that maybe Justin Verlander wins on the line as well. But, I mean, Mike Krukow was talking about this morning, like, if they did make a change, you do have options. You could go to Camilo Doval. You could – I'm not saying that maybe you want – I mean, Hayden Birdsong's better than just being the closer.
No, they're not going to close
with
Birdsong. He's a multi-inning guy. They like that he can get up and down. Again, 3 more strikeouts yesterday over – I think he pitched 2 innings of work yesterday in the ballgame. I don't see that happening. I could see a guy like Eric Miller getting a stint there for a second just because he's pitched late in games anyway. The other one would be Eric Miller. You could maybe try Rogers there, but I think they really like him in the 8th inning. And it's probably just Doval. I think they're just going hot hand right now with Doval and Walker.
But do you think let's see what happens tonight? But
Doval's numbers look great in his last hand.
No, I know, but are you at the point now where maybe you probably consider it? But what would it take another collapse for you to want to make a move where consistently you're going to Doval as probably the primary closer?
I think it's okay to evaluate where you are right now based on who the hot hand is. You also don't want to lose a guy. I mean, I don't know what happens behind the scenes, confidence wise, or Ryan Walker, the whole thing about him is he's been pretty calm, cool, collected in all facets of his big league career to this point. And he took over that role with ease. He's got that sling it motion. He's got nasty stuff, and I've loved what he's done. It doesn't really matter to me who the 8th inning or the 9th inning guy is, as long as they can close the door. And if right now Duvall gives you a better shot to close the door and he's pitching with more confidence, maybe that's where you go, as long as it doesn't cost you the confidence of Ryan Walker.
Yeah.
Duvall's already lost that closer job, and we've seen what it did to his confidence, right?
Yep.
He's not the closer right now. He gets opportunities, but he's not the guy. Ryan Walker was given this role because he earned it, and we haven't seen him lose the role. Does that have the same impact that it did on like a Camilo Duvall? I don't know. We haven't seen him get rattled in the same capacity. But I do wonder, and we'll ask Susan Slusher this, do you think he's in a slump is really the question.
It appears that way, but not one where you're so compelled to change things. But, yeah, you want to see how tonight goes if he does come out. But, we'll see. I will say it wasn't prime. Ryan Walker did give up the walk-off, but I would say the whole weekend, it wasn't great defensively for the Giants. And Matt Chapman, usually he makes routine, outs at first, but yesterday he had the ball clink on off his glove, and that led to, the Twins getting the win.
Yeah.
And he also had some struggles in the Rocky series. We had a few errors. So Matt Chapman's been off a little bit, but yeah, I don't know if you feel compelled to change things tonight, but yeah, if he has another bad outing, then I think you have to go to Duvall. But they're changing things up with the bats. You see tonight that Lamont Wade Jr. is not in the starting lineup. He's not going to play first base. It's going to be Wilmer Flores. And you're going to have Matt Chapman bat second now, Ramos at third.
Yeah, so the lineup tonight is shifted as such. They're facing a righty. Yaz is in there hitting leadoff tonight. Chapman bats second at third. Ramos hits third in left. So they move Ramos into the 3-hole, Chapman into the 2-hole, which makes you go, where's Willie Adames? Well, Jung-Hoo Lee is going to hit cleanup. Wilmer Flores hits fifth. Adames hits... No, Wilmer. Now I'm off. Jung-Hoo Lee hits fourth. Flores hits fifth. Adames hits sixth tonight. Patrick Bailey seventh. Matos eighth. Christian Koss is ninth. So they're dropping Adames down to the 6-hole. Matt Chapman to the 2-hole. Ramos to the 3, and Jung-Hoo Lee hitting cleanup now.
What do you think about Adames hitting 6 now? I know, it's just a change. We'll see how they go forward with this. But this was the guy that you gave a 7-year contract to, and not to say it's a failure already, but not the guy you expected him to be. So. What do you think about him already having to slide down in the order?
I'm okay with it at this point. What are we in? He's had 161 at bats. He's got a 632 OPS. You know what I mean? We've played. What do we play? What are the Giants' record coming in today? 40-something games, 41 games or something. Is that where we are?
Yep.
Entering play today. So look, I told you the 3 weeks into the season or the month into the season, and people are going, shake this up, get this guy out of the spot, drop him in the order, blah blah blah. I'm like, why did everybody want stability with the lineup? In terms of when Farhan was here, back when Farhan was here, people were like, I hate the lineup shuffling. Nobody knows he's playing. Don't know anybody's role, yada, yada, yada. Then we had that, and guys are struggling. They're like, you got to shake it up. There wasn't a whole lot of depth on this roster and in the lineup to begin with. We talked about that. Even when Fitzgerald went down, I feel like you're feeling a bit, even with Christian Koss at the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah.
But when 3 guys aren't hitting, when it's Patrick Bailey, who I know is different because he's giving you defense, but it just feels like an out when he comes up to hit. Lamont Wade, who for the life of me, can't figure out what the difference is with him this year. He just doesn't have it in a way that his entire career, at least in having an approach at the plate in terms of drawing walks, we're always there, and it's just not there for him right now. So I can't really understand or can't really wrap my head around. But then when you have a bench guy, a Christian Koss, who's making a major league stint for the first time or has a stint for the first time, and he's nearly 30, you're relying a lot on a third of your lineup who has not gotten the job done, at least to this point this season. So I'm okay with shaking it up because you're almost a third of the way through the year, right? When you get through 54, you're a third of the way into the season. They're at 40-some-odd games right now. It's time to start evaluating and shaking things up, and it's okay now to register this guy's in a slump. This is now beyond a month into the season. We've got to start looking for offense elsewhere until he can figure it out. And I'm not suggesting any of these guys are gone from the roster, more to the point that you start to get other looks. I wondered early in the year how much they were concerned with Wilmer Flores having to take care of his legs, not wanting him to play first base. Now, I think they're thinking, okay, he may be healthy enough. We're getting close enough to where Gerard Encarnacion could be coming back soon. Maybe he can give us a little bit more at first, so we should keep his bat in the lineup along with somebody else like a Matos. Maybe he catches fire in a DH spot so that he's getting more consistent at bats and you don't have to play Lamont Wade. But, interesting now. They've changed it up now where you're getting a leadoff hitter and Yaz day-to-day, which is okay with me.
Yep.
A little bit more pop and some leadoff approach there at the top of the order. But dropping Jung Hoo Lee down into the 4-hole, interesting. See what Wilmer does in that spot as well. He's been great at driving guys in the 5-hole, and then we'll see if that'll produce more offense in terms of Jung Hoo Lee and the base paths too.
And I mean, yeah, this series, I know that it's just May right now, but with how competitive the NL West is, I think every series, with the exception of the Colorado Rockies, is very important to the Giants. And you know, you don't want to get swept here, but if you do get swept, the D-backs leapfrog you for third place in the division. So I know it's early, but yeah, I would say after the weekend they had, they need to get 2 out of 3 here against the Diamondbacks.
And maybe as much to the point, the D-backs, like the Cubs, are a team that you could be competing with for a wild card spot.
Exactly.
So again, we talked at the start of the year, like, what are the most important games? It's not just divisional games like it used to always be. It's more that, like, you need wins against the teams that are going to be in the mix for wild card spots, and Arizona is absolutely one of those teams. The Cubs have played really well to this point, but could be Cubs, could be Brewers. We'll see what happens in the Central. And the Reds are hanging around too.
Yep.
You got to make sure that you're winning games against those teams. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Tim, do I have a? Were you whining about something back there? Is there something I have to read?
I believe it's time for Redwood Credit Union.
How about that? Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home or planning your children's future or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, rolls on, and it will do so with Susan Slesser of the Chronicle. She'll join us next, talking some Giants baseball, Giants and the D-backs. 6:45 tonight, 5:45 pregame. It's all coming up right here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants were swept by the Twins this weekend, dropping the finale 7-6 in extras, despite a homer and a 4 RBI day from Elliot Ramos. San Francisco looks to halt the skid tonight against the Snakes. Justin Verlander will try once again for his first win in a Giants uniform. He faces righty Merrill Kelly. Pre-game 5:45 right here on KNBR, the Skid Leader.
to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We are at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City, where the Warriors are taking on the T-Wolves tonight at 7 o'clock. But our next guest joins us on the Uma guest line. She covers the Giants, who are taking on the D-backs tonight out at Oracle Park, which means if you're coming out, plan accordingly. Should maybe be getting on your way soon. It's almost
get there now.
Almost 5 o'clock. Susan Slesser covers the Giants for the Chronicle. She's sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com and by Surfside before first pitch. Grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Susan, how are you? What's going on?
Hey, Susan.
Great. How are you guys?
Pretty good. Did you make the trip to Minnesota?
I was there. I was in
Minnesota.
Chicago. Let's talk about the Chicago part, not the Minnesota part.
Yeah, let's talk about the 111th inning in Chicago. By the way, how wild was that? I mean, one of the craziest things you've ever seen, I'm sure.
Yeah, that was absolutely nutty. I mean, really, we got a little bit of everything there. So, yeah, that was an interesting series. The Minnesota one, not so much. Beautiful weather. That's about what I can say about Minnesota.
Beautiful weather. Yeah, nice. Not such beautiful baseball. Let me ask you this. We'll start with this in the bullpen. Do you think, would you classify Ryan Walker as being in a slump right now?
I don't think he is as sharp as we've seen him in the past.
Sure.
I think he's teetering, I think there certainly could be reason to make a move there or go to more of at points that Bob Melvin was sort of hinting and, outright saying, I'm happy using either one as closer. We just haven't really seen that much with Doval, and Doval looked so good, especially yesterday, coming in a tough situation, looked terrific. And Walker's just looked a little bit off. He's not like yesterday. The placed runner, that's a tough position to come in. I'm going to give him a mulligan on that one. But he really doesn't look quite himself, and he needs to figure it out, or he will lose that spot probably sooner than later.
So big changes to the lineup today. You have Wilmer Flores at first base, Adames coming down the lineup in the sixth spot. So what'd you make of all the changes in the lineup today, Susan?
Yeah, I mean, that's all just it makes sense to me. I think Adames has got, speaking of a guy who needs to figure some things out, it's not, he's still, I was looking at his numbers today. Obviously, he hasn't been providing a ton of power. The average is low, but his on-base percentage is actually kind of like sixth amongst MLB shortstops. It's the defense. The defense has really been what is surprising to me, and that's not something that should go into this much of a funk to me. You could argue some of them maybe were not scored right, or there were different circumstances, or what have you. But 7 or 8 this time of year, no. That to me is really surprising, and that's really what he's got to clean up. He can. I mean, this is a guy who's a good shortstop, so that's weird.
And as far as Lamont Wade Jr., I mean, not a great start to the season, only batting 145 right now. So what do you think the future holds for Lamont?
Oh, gosh. When Bob Melvin was talking about Jerar Encarnacion coming back, I wish it was sooner. They kind of put themselves in a little bit of a bind by putting him on the 60-day, and it looks like maybe they shouldn't. He doesn't need 2 weeks of games. But Bob was pretty clear that Encarnacion's going to be at first. I think you want that bat in the lineup. I think that means Lamont Wade goes to the bench probably for, he's got maybe, a week and a half, 2 weeks to figure things out, unless Wilmer winds up with a bulk of time there. Casey Schmidt's going to start a rehab assignment maybe in the next day or two. That one to me, he's working his rear off. Maybe he's working too much. This might be one of those things where he's working too much. They're calling the strike zone a little differently this year, but it should be working in his favor. They're really, they're not helping the pitchers out by, kind of the way they've been calling the strike zone this year. So I don't really understand what's going on, but however it shakes out, I just imagine we're going to be seeing a lot less of Lamont Wade. It'll be nice for them to have a lefty bat on the bench. That's something they haven't really had much of this year. So there's that. But, yeah, otherwise, I don't know, man. That has been a hole in the lineup all year. Across the board, Giants first baseman in every category, pretty much last or second to last in the majors.
Talking to Susan Slusser, nice enough to join us on the Uma guest line. Giants pregame against the D-backs, 5:45 tonight for a 6:45 first pitch. When is Encarnacion expected back? You said it doesn't seem like he'd need 2 weeks of games. When do you think they're expecting him back?
He's not eligible until May 26th because of being put on the 60-day when
the 60-day, right?
When they needed to get VR back. They right now have a spot on the 40-man. It seems like maybe that was a little bit of a, I'm sure they were relying on the information they had at the time. Oftentimes teams will go like, even if there's even a chance we could get this guy back sooner, let's not put him on the 60-day. There's always a little bit of give, usually. And, the last time it was Lou Trevino, maybe you make that move a little bit earlier. I don't know.
So sort of the domino effect here of this in putting Lamont on the bench today, even against a righty, putting Wilmer into the lineup as a first baseman, is they're going to DH Luis Matos. Do you think this is kind of where they go for the next couple of weeks until Encarnacion is ready? Is Wilmer, are they comfortable with his legs playing first base and keeping his bat in the lineup and then seeing what you got in Matos? Maybe some consistent ABs?
Well, one of the reasons that Bob was mentioning Encarnacion at first was they kind of like how it's worked with Wilmer DHing more often than not. So I think Lamont will still be in there some, but you know what? Results might make the difference here. We'll see how this goes. If the lineup breaks out because of this, I think they go back to it probably again and again, and why fix it if it winds up making a difference? More than anything, they really just needed a little bit of a lineup shakeup. If something has that, look, the Twins have a good pitching staff. They don't have a great pitching staff. The first game especially, that was ugly, and they never really recovered.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the Uma guest line. Obviously, the bats didn't get going this weekend. Not a lot of runs on Friday or Saturday. But how do you think they played defensively? Mike Krukow on the morning show today went in on he didn't think the effort was great. And mainly, how do you think Matt Chapman played? I know it's uncharacteristic of him to not make that routine out at first base, but just to have the ball clank off his glove and have that contribute to the loss yesterday. What did you make of the team overall and Matt Chapman defensively this weekend?
The infield in general was not maybe quite as crisp. That surprised me. It'll happen. It was a little bit bang-bang. He's still probably the best defensive third baseman, right up there in the league. But to me, one really nice thing that happened defensively is Elliot Ramos has not looked particularly good in left this year. He's made some mistakes. I'm not talking about the wind-blown fly ball at Wrigley. That one was, that one definitely, the wind was responsible for that. But, he's made some plays look uglier than they should have. He made 2 diving plays yesterday, and he said he's been working really hard. He's working on his first step, and yesterday that showed. He made two pretty difficult catches, diving catches, and he was unhappy after the game with the results, as everybody was. Obviously also got backpicked in a huge situation the day before. But he made 2 really nice plays to keep them in that yesterday.
In terms of Justin Verlander, who's taking the ball tonight for the Giants, I think, what is it, his 9th start of the season? His 9th start, it's the most starts now, 8 is the most he's made in his career without getting a win. It's so funny that was all the talk for us is, hey, this guy may have a few years left and he's looking for that 300th win and he's going after it. I mean, a third of the season almost gone and he doesn't have a W yet. Is there any sort of old school frustration? I mean, not that he's vocally talking about it, but he's gotten some bad luck here at the end of some games and he's pitched pretty well in his last handful of starts.
He's a pro. He really is a pro's pro. He's been around long enough. He is never going to throw his teammates under the bus by complaining about run support. But you've got to imagine, anyone could easily imagine, that's got to be frustrating. He's pitched really well here. And the reason he keeps coming back year after year is he's trying to get 300 wins. He's talked about that numerous times. He could have 4 or 5 at this point, and he's got 0. That has got to be very frustrating. He's pitching really well. That's the good thing. But if it's if it's not a lack of run support, that's exactly the days. The bullpen's been fantastic this year. The times they've really struggled has been when Verlander's on the mound. Like, what the heck? That Ryan Walker said he'd apologize to him after his last outing. Twice now, Walker's blown a six once. So, it'll be interesting to see the bullpen usage tonight. Maybe not have Ryan Walker in a type situation with Verlander in a position to get a W.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how that goes. As far as this upcoming series against the Diamondbacks, I know it's only May, but with how the weekend went and how competitive this division is, how important do you see this series, and how important do you see every series that the Giants will have against the NL West minus the Colorado Rockies?
If they want to be contenders, and they want to be, and I think they feel like they could certainly sneak into a playoff position. Every series, that you're exactly right. Every series against the NL, the playoff hopefuls in the NL West is going to be huge. But every series for a good team is going to be huge. They need to win series. To be a contender, they have to win series, period. Look, the Twins were hot coming in. They remain hot. But that's a series the Giants probably should take, even on the road, because they're a better team, where they should be. And if they're not a contender. So they need to turn this around. They need to show us what they have. And honestly, that starts with the issues at first base, and it starts with Adames.
In terms of turning the offense around.
In terms of turning the offense around and the defense.
It's going to be build the middle is the way you go. Susan Slusser with us. A few more minutes on the UMA guest line. What do you know about the way Arizona has played so far this year? I wouldn't say that they've underachieved, but they're supposed to be a tough pitching team. I mean, they have a lot they're weighing on or putting on the shoulders of Corbin Carroll. And Eugenio Suarez has been an absolute monster this year in terms of home runs. It's our first look at Arizona. What do you know about them to this point?
They've probably underperformed a little bit too. I think they're a team that feels like they should be, more than a game over 500. They do have, their pitching is much improved now after their off season. We all know they've got tons of speed. Corbin Carroll is one of the most fun players to watch in baseball for my money. Goodness gracious, and that speed. And he's got 11 homers. Come on, man. Suarez has been kind of eye-opening. I'm not sure anybody would have called that, but they're showing some power. Period. And when you've got power, speed, and pitching, you should be probably better than 21-20. This is an interesting series. I think both these teams are looking at this series as going like, let's see how we match up. Usually, in the past few years, the Diamondbacks have been a tough matchup for the Giants because of that speed. Is Patrick Bailey the neutralizer, maybe? You hope so.
Susan Slusser covers the San Francisco Giants for the Chronicle, and the Giants get going tonight, 6:45, first pitch, 5:45 pregame. Verlander still looking for that first W. Lucky for him, he's only 0-2 on the year. Hasn't had a whole lot of decisions. Susan, have a great time at the game. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Great stuff there from Susan Slusser. So interesting stuff. Just what we were talking about before in terms of Lamont Wade.
Yeah.
The thought is if and when Encarnacion comes back. And by the way, that's 2 weeks from today. That's Memorial Day, May 26th. The first day he's eligible to come off of the injured list due to the 60-day IL he was transferred to. And she said he may not even need the 2 weeks of games. So he works his way back. They're going to put him at first base, and then Wilmer goes back to DH. So they're trying to survive, it seems like, the next 2 weeks with Wilmer playing some first base, seeing how it goes, taking some off of Lamont Wade. He moves to the bench. You'll get some Wilmer there, and then maybe a rotating door of DH is just sort of depending.
Sounds that way, yeah.
And I think Matos is the one they trust the most in terms of wanting a guy that they can get some consistent at-bats for, trying to make the offense, carry some of the middle part of that order. So, again, if you're just joining us, the way they've shaken up the lineup today for the Giants, Yaz leads off. They're facing a righty in Merrill Kelly. Yaz leads off in right. Chapman has moved up to the 2-hole. Ramos in the 3-hole. Jung Hoo Lee hits cleanup. Wilmer Flores hits 5th at first base. Adames hits 6th at shortstop. Bailey 7th catching. Matos 8th as your DH. And then Christian Koss in there in the 9-hole. Another guy in Matos, a 617 OPS, a 185 batting average. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Monday evening as we get ready for the Warriors and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Just a quick vibe check from you. Austin
the vibes are immaculate right here at Harmonic Brewing.
We are at Harmonic outside of Chase Center at Thrive City. You're pretty down on the Dubs' chances to win tonight's game, are you not?
I'm not incredibly confident. But
you're not really confident at all.
No, I mean, I think it's going to be a tall. It's just because.
Even though Pat H is here, Pat H is here.
Okay, Pat H is swaying me.
Pat, are you going to the game?
Oh yeah,
Pat H is going. He looks at me like, "Are you?"
Come on, man. I didn't show up just to look at you guys.
Pat H was pissed that I even asked.
He's here to watch a game, and the fact that he's here gets, my juices flowing a little bit.
Okay,
but
all right.
At the same time,
Easy there.
Saturday, just in the basketball realm. But as far as Saturday, it was such a gut punch. I thought the Warriors were in control of that game. They had a 9-0 run. It looked like they had all the momentum going to the fourth quarter, and then they just let it slip away. So, as Steve Kerr's been saying, as I've been saying, the formula was perfect. The formula was perfect. You had it there for the taking, and it just showed that even though Jimmy was playoff Jimmy, he's just getting older. And that sucks when they have to play every other day. And yes, Kuminga rose to the occasion, but I don't know if I can rely on him to do that consistently. Now, I can rely on him much more than Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody right now. And that's another thing, too. I have no faith in the bench right now because no one's coming through offensively. So, believe me, I would love to say I've all the confidence in the world they're going to win this game tonight. But without Steph Curry and the way that they pissed that game away, to be completely honest, on Saturday night, I'm not so sure.
I think we broke Derek. The one game we asked him to be confident, it was like Game 6 of the last series, and he was like, "I'm 100%, 100% confident."
Don't put Papa in a corner like that ever again.
Yeah, nobody puts Papa in a corner. And then all of a sudden, he's like completely against, and he's totally flipped. I
don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not like super. They're 5-point dogs, by the way.
Which, by the way,
right now, 5.5 points.
Did you see this? Draymond Green during the game says. And we're all lip readers here, but Draymond Green turns to somebody and says 5, right? Isn't that crazy? 5. They lost by 5. If the spread was 5.5 on Saturday, I guess they're going to look into Draymond saying that during the game, which I think is just ridiculous.
Because the cameras caught him saying it?
Yeah, I know, but
so he's not allowed to say, he's not allowed to know what the line of the game is?
I mean, people do. Like, I've heard a lot of people that are knowledgeable about the betting line. Now, it all depends if you actually bet on NBA. But, like, I don't think that Draymond Green should be fined just because he acknowledged the betting line during the game. Even if that's the case, you have to have, like, amazing lip readers.
You don't got to find, like, this ain't some, like, Al Capone, like, get him for tax evasion thing, you know what I mean?
I know.
If you want to find Draymond, you could find something good. You know what I mean? You can find something on the court worth doing. You
exactly.
You don't have to wait until he says something about on the bench about a line that the camera catches him on the TNT camera.
And by the way, did you think that all of those fouls were legitimate on Saturday? Because I know that Steve he was nitpicky with a few of them.
What did you think of the last one?
I thought they were all warranted, and I thought that
I didn't think from the first two angles I saw when it happened, I thought it was a foul.
Yeah.
Then I saw two more angles, I was like, oh, I don't know. And then I saw one more angle where I was like, I think it was a foul.
It's hard not to call that, but I mean, and then you use your challenges early in the game. So when you lose them, you can't use them. So
is it true if you don't use it, you lose it?
I've heard that before.
Yeah.
But as far as like Draymond, he's called out players before on his podcast, saying like, you've been in the league for too long to foul out like that. And even though it might have been not primarily Draymond for the reason why he fouled out, he needs to be smarter about it. He needs to be out there. He needs to be in the closing lineup to defend. So, yeah, we need more offensively from Draymond, and we need more from him defensively. So, I think all the fouls were warranted, but I want to see Draymond bounce back then against Julius Randle.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Monday. We are live from Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City, 7 o'clock tip. We're about, 35 minutes or so away from Giants pregame coming up. Giants and the D-backs in your award-winning Diamond Notes. They tip off first pitch at 6:45. Warriors tip off at 7 o'clock. Plan accordingly if you're coming on out. We'll get the latest on what's gone on with Steve Kerr. I assume he's met with the media or he's meeting with them now.
I believe he's currently meeting with them. I'll scour the internet to see what he says.
John Dickinson is going to join us. Our super reporter, Boots on the Ground, is going to join us coming up at 5:30. Days that end in Y, my brother. Every day that ends in Y, my brother. John Dickinson going to join us here at Harmonic at 5:30 to talk more about this one and where the Warriors go here in Game 4. The latest from Steve Kerr, plus a final check-in from the audience on Tim's 30 hours at the Leader. We'll do it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Is it true that if you don't use it, you lose it?
Well, if you're heading down to the Warrior game tonight, be sure to check out Adam and Derek, who are live at Harmonic Brewing. So go have that pregame beer and order a quesadilla, because lucky quesadillas are a thing here on Dirty Work. And why don't you order me, Tim Webb, one as well, because evidently I live at KMBR now.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Taco Bell. My good friends at Taco Bell, you can download the Taco Bell app and unlock rewards and exclusive access. Plus, you can earn points on every dollar in the app or on a kiosk or in the drive-thru. When you join Taco Bell Rewards, you can choose Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco just for free. It's all free just by signing up with the Taco Bell Rewards program. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Not to mention, you get exclusive insider access and a limited time offer on special offers and drops. Be the first to hear about new menu launches and member-only events. And is there a better place to earn and redeem points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? It's just off 3rd and Townsend. It's a block from the stadium. It's the perfect tailgate spot to grab a pregame bite and drink before walking over to the stadium. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for a beer and keep the good times rolling. Stop by the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink and good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And just like Tim Webb says, don't forget to live Moss.
That's too damn bad!
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb, as we get you ready for Warriors and Timberwolves Game 4. And John Dickinson's going to join us at 5:30 before we get to Giants pregame at 5:45. We'll get to what Tim's plans are for his 30-hour excursion in the KNBR studio. But I've been looking around the internet, and the accusations of the NBA being rigged when it comes to the NBA lottery are coming in fast, because everyone believes now, with the Dallas Mavericks having the number 1 pick in the NBA draft to take Cooper Flagg, that the fix is in. And there's been other instances in history that have kind of, supported this argument, whether it's Patrick Ewing with the cool envelope, or just recently Victor Wembanyama, LeBron James. But yeah, everyone right now believing that the NBA is rigged. And with what the Dallas Mavericks did with trading away Luka Doncic and now, acquiring a talent in Cooper Flagg, I can understand why people are making that assumption. So, yeah,
the assumption that what, it was fixed?
Yeah, everyone right now is going in on Twitter saying that the NBA is rigged.
Of course they are. Of course they are. And it's the easiest sport to fix.
Yep. No, the lottery, though, is kind of a flawed system, to be completely honest.
I don't ever buy into all of it. I'm just like,
Well, also, I don't want, teams completely, when you say, NBA teams are tanking, yeah, but they're not awarded the first overall pick. Sometimes, there's teams that obviously tank, and then they don't get the balls in the end. So, yeah. I understand why people are saying this, but it's not like the NFL draft where automatically, if you're the worst team in the league, you get the first overall pick. So, it seems bad. I know the perception, but hey, what are you going to do? The Dallas Mavericks are a big market, and they got rid of a huge player, and now they're going to replace him with Cooper Flagg. It all pans out in the end.
They've recouped talent now in Cooper Flagg.
See what you did there.
Yeah, there you go. Recoopered some talent. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. We are live from Harmonic right outside of Chase and Thrive City. We're in Thrive City where the Dubs are getting ready to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves Game 4. They're a 5-point dog. Right now, Sharps are on Warriors' money line. More money coming in on the money line, but fewer bets on the money line. But on the spread, it looked like Sharps were kind of edging a little bit towards Minnesota, -5, but it was a pretty small percentage. Should let everybody know, by the way, that Dirty Work is sponsored, and it's sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home or planning your children's future or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. We're going to be joined by our guy John Dickinson, super reporter, boots on the ground. JD's going to join us at the bottom of the hour at 5:30, and then Giants pregame coming up at 5:45. Do we have the A-Rod stuff? Do we have that sound, Tim?
We do, I believe. You got it, Tim? Sorry, I was cutting you off.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Okay, cool. This was awkward. Alex Rodriguez getting a lift from Barry Bonds.
So this is on Saturday before the Warriors-Minnesota game.
And obviously we all know that Alex Rodriguez is now an owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves, so he comes to Chase Center, and what better way to get to the arena than having his buddy Barry Bonds pick him up? It's better than, remember the last time he was in San Francisco when he's working for Sunday Night Baseball when he had that fantastic podcast with Michael Kay? Remember how swimmingly that went?
No, what are you referencing?
Well, he was in San Francisco, and he had a bunch of equipment in his car, and he got robbed, and he didn't get robbed personally. But
I don't know about that. Wait,
you never remember this?
No, A-Rod got his car got broken into.
His car got broken into, and they stole some equipment while he was going to do the Sunday Night Baseball broadcast. So I understand Barry Bonds giving him a lift, but just the cheese D nature of Alex Rodriguez getting picked up by Barry Bonds here.
Back here in the Bay Area, and of course I got to call my favorite Uber driver. I gave him 5 stars last time. Here he is, Mr. Barry Bonds. What up, Barry? Barry had a great career. He hit about 720 home runs.
I was smiling.
720 home runs, 8 All-Star games.
720. Okay, hold on. Y'all, I need to understand that. Okay, something wrong with him. There's something wrong with this boy right here.
5 stars for Mr. Barry Bonds. Every time I come to San Francisco, you got to call Barry. Amazing Uber. 5 stars.
Yeah, that whole thing was just cringy as hell. I hate like social media posts where like, hey, what's going on, everybody? I'm here with, you guessed it, Barry Bonds, my best friend, and yes, he's an Uber driver, 5 stars. Every time he like turned the camera in that video and like had to adjust his glasses to see if he was looking cool. A-Rod is just, I don't know, he's just phony to me. I'm sorry, like even Barry in that video, just like he's kind of put off by the whole thing, like. I don't know. I just kind of squirm whenever I see A-Rod. He just doesn't seem natural to me.
That's the thing, is it wasn't like a bit where they were like, let's do this bit together. Like, it clearly wasn't Barry being like, yeah, let's, like, A-Rod was like, yeah, I got an idea for us to do a joint bit. We'll post it.
Oh, yes. And that laugh, too. Good Lord.
And then you hear Barry in the background, because at one point when he says it, like, I was even wondering, I was like, is Barry down with this bit where you're, like, calling him an Uber driver? Scans over to Barry, and Barry goes, did it sound like I was laughing to you? Did it look like I was laughing at you?
And also shorted him about like 40 home runs.
I don't even know if A-Rod. I mean, A-Rod knows he passed him. I bet you A-Rod said 720 because he doesn't really know how many Barry has.
No, not on the top of his head. No, definitely not.
What's A-Rod like? 696?
Let me see. I'll pull that up for you.
I think A-Rod's at like 696. Barry's at 762.
Yeah. Hold on here.
I think that's it.
He's just a cheese D. It's just so cheesed. It's like, ugh. The whole thing made me want to take a shower. It's just like, blah.
Swarmy and just, disingenuous, and I don't know. I mean, I don't really hate anybody on the Timberwolves, but man, do I dislike their owner.
I think my least favorite Timberwolf is Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah. And God, one of my favorite things in sports all the time was when
they asked Anthony Edwards about it. Dude, that was one of the best things ever.
I don't know who the hell that is.
Edwards we played the hell out of that on the morning show when I was on the morning show. The Anthony Edwards comment after he gets drafted, because this is like years ago. It's like 2021 or 2022. And they asked Anthony Edwards about the potential for Alex Rodriguez becoming one of the new owners. And he goes, who? And then they're like, Alex Rodriguez, Hall of Fame baseball or All-Star baseball.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is. Which was incredible. Anthony Edwards could not be bothered with anything about Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah, just completely phony to me. But okay, as far as tonight, you've been coming down my road saying that I'm not confident. How do you feel?
I'm like I don't feel great.
Yeah.
But I think I'm more optimistic about it than you are.
What's the reason for your optimism?
Jimmy Butler.
Okay.
If Jimmy can be the same guy he was in the last game, I mean, they were close, and they need. And I'm putting it on Draymond after the performance he just had, being like, I'm not having that happen again. I'm bouncing back from that.
No, they have to, and I don't doubt that Jimmy Butler can have a great performance again, but it's just the fourth quarter and how many minutes he's going to play. And I heard Steve also say, maybe we didn't play him enough minutes. Maybe he needs to play 48 minutes, which I'm like, well, then how gassed is he going to be by the fourth? I mean, we've been saying it for close to 4 hours now. We need other people to step up, but it's just the consistency of the offense, the consistency of the shooting. It all just can't be Jimmy Butler. So I think Jimmy Butler can have that performance tonight. I think Jonathan Kuminga can have a good performance tonight.
So it's the second performance that I'm wary of. And that's where the pessimism comes in.
Right.
Who's going to be the second guy? Could it be a buddy game? Could you get two guys to do it? The guy I'm banking on most is Draymond, not for offense per se, but for distribution.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for playing a better hands-on game that he played in the last game. Can't let somebody like Julius Randle get loose in distribution in the way they did in the last fourth quarter.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think it's more likely that Buddy Hield could go off for a big game as opposed to Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga replicating what they did in Game 3?
No. I think it's the same. I don't like any of that. I don't like any part of that.
Well, these are the circumstances we're in because let's be completely honest. We're not confident at all because Steph is not around anymore. And that's why this sucks.
It's like my whole thing for this version of the Warriors, the post-April 4th, was it February 4th? February 4th trade deadline.
Yeah, February 4th.
When they acquired Jimmy Butler, and I was like, nothing before this matters. I don't give a damn about anything that happened before this. All this was predicated on Steph Curry, right?
Absolutely.
All this was like, how far can they go with Steph? So, again, I got to the point at the start of this series where I thought, even with Steph, will the exhaustion be too much? Can they overcome after having to go 7, having to win a play-in game, having to putters through the back part of the season like they did? Do they have enough in the tank to be, not just get through the series, but are they still contenders is the question you have to ask. When you watch OKC, like they have when they get going, dude. OKC is an absolute monster. So I don't know if they're still contenders. It's going to start with tonight. Warriors and the T-Wolves 7 o'clock. Giants and the D-backs 6:45. We'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. John Dickinson is in the building. We'll take a quick break. Super reporter boots on the ground JD, who I just heard from Steve Kerr, I believe. We'll see what he had to say about this one. Yep. Next, Dirty Work, greatest show in America, live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, only here on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City, where the Warriors are getting ready to take on the T-Wolves, Game 4 of the Western Conference semifinals. And here to talk about it is our guy John Dickinson, super reporter, boots on the ground. JD joins us here live at Harmonic, and he'll be here with Dubs OT following the game tonight, which you can stream on KNBR's YouTube channel. JD, I'm going to open you with a question for you that Derek was asking me earlier. Is this a must-win or a gotta-have?
I think it's a must-win.
Yeah, I think it's a gotta-have.
Okay. What's your? Why do you feel that way?
There's really not that much of a difference.
Okay.
Like obviously, by the literal terms, it's not a must-win.
Literally a must-win.
Yeah,
right?
yes, it's not literally a must-win, but considering the circumstances, they'll be down 3-1 going back to Minnesota. Most likely you're not going to have Steph Curry. If there's a Game 6, we'll see. But I would say tonight, yes, is a must-win.
I wouldn't – the Timberwolves, and obviously if you want to have a shot to win the series, you got to win tonight. I wouldn't be surprised, though, guys, if the Timberwolves – they're just a weird team. Like, I could see the Timberwolves winning tonight, everybody for 2 days basically saying it's over. Steph's not coming back, and then the Timberwolves completely lay an egg in Game 5.
That's what I was thinking, too. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
They have that in them, and if you watch them a lot during the regular season, even when they've played better in February, March, and April, the Timberwolves are that team that if they're playing at 5 o'clock and you're kind of lounging around or you're getting ready for the Warrior game maybe that starts at 7, you look up and you're like, they're down 25-10 to Washington. In the first quarter, and then you look up and it's third quarter they're down 98-60, 98-82 to Sacramento with 10 minutes to go, and the Kings haven't won in 2 weeks. Like, it just they are a very strange team, and I think we even saw a little bit of that in Game 3 where they didn't play great. Now they turned it on, I thought, down the stretch, and Randall was really good, and Anthony Edwards did his thing, and the better team in terms of talent doesn't have to play as well to still win the game. Yeah. They can win the game with 6 good minutes or 8 good minutes, and I kind of feel like that's what Minnesota did. But to think, and I'm of the belief that the Warriors did miss their best opportunity to win either of these 2 home games. But that being said, an extension of that thought process would be, well, the Timberwolves are going to play much better tonight. I actually don't know if the Timberwolves are going to play much better tonight. I could see the Timberwolves playing pretty much the same game that they did, the Warriors hanging around and having a shot to win it down the stretch, but then the Timberwolves trying to kick it into gear again in the final 6-8 minutes. And sometimes when you do that, you can't, and you wind up getting got.
So I don't know if Steve Kerr said anything in the pregame press conference, but yesterday it kind of sounded like he was alluding to the fact that Trayce Jackson-Davis is going to start again tonight. Would you say that's the case in the best course of action?
Yeah, I think you could go with that. I mean, the only lineup change would be just start Kuminga and play Kuminga with Draymond and Jimmy Butler. I do think they like what TJD has provided in terms of the vertical spacing and the ability to score if they can get the ball moving. And it just keeps Draymond off of having to play the center spot for a few minutes at the beginning of each half. Regardless of that, I mean, Kuminga's going to be in, and Kuminga's going to play a lot, especially if he's playing as well as he did really the last 2 games, going back to Game 2. And
18 points in Game 2.
In Minnesota, and obviously ended up with 30, hit a couple of threes there late after the game had been decided. But so they need Kuminga. He clearly can operate in this type of environment where the Warriors throw the system out the window and they basically try to play a lot of isolation and or play off of Jimmy Butler. So I said it early in Game 3. It, to me, felt like it had to be Jimmy Butler and Kuminga. And so as much as those two are on the floor, I think at least at the beginning of the game, the better for the Warriors. It's their best shot. Now, maybe Buddy Hield has a hot game. Maybe Podziemski, they finally get something out of him. But really, I think trying to get over the hump from where they were from Game 3 to Game 4 is try to get what you got in that one and then add to it, and Jimmy Butler and Kuminga were the Warriors' best 2 players by far.
John Dickinson with us here live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. Before we let you go, what was the most repeatable part you thought, like if you were to look at Kuminga's game from Game 4, what was the most repeatable portion of that?
Attacking Gobert and the cutting. Honestly, he had a couple of really good cuts off of Jimmy for baskets, for dunks, and for easy ones. So I think the attacking of getting to the basket. I don't know that he's going to hit the pull-up jumpers like he did. I don't know if he's going to hit 3 threes like he did. Yeah. But I do think the rest of it for Kuminga is repeated. And the energy. This is the other thing that's been so confounding about Jonathan Kuminga. It's the fact that the other parts of his game don't get activated unless he's in this position where he knows he's going to play a lot. It's frustrating. Where he knows he can score and make mistakes and not get pulled out of the game. Then he rebounds. Then he defends. Then his effort level increases. I mean, it's really, I think, the most frustrating part is because you know he's got it in him, but he basically refuses to play with that level of energy and intensity if he's not going to be somebody that's going to get a lot of run. And I think that's still as great as he's been these last 2 games, and as much as the Warriors need him without Steph Curry in this series, it's why, to me, and I'll just say it again, I said it on Dubs OT the other night, it changes nothing what Jonathan Kuminga is doing about his future. If anything, it may make him a little bit easier to trade.
More valuable, maybe.
And that in and of itself, in a very difficult situation without Steph, in a series you're probably going to lose, it's a nice little, if his value gets boosted, that's great. but I don't think it changes anything. He'd go out and have 30 again, and I still think he's going to be playing elsewhere next year.
No, I mean, I agree 100% with you, JD. I think just because he has his performance doesn't mean anything as far as his future, and I'm not surprised because when they go ISO-centric, it does set him up to have more success, and he does thrive when Steph Curry's not on the court. It's all about when Steph Curry's on the court with him, and can he play with cohesion? Can he play with...
And Draymond.
Well, yeah.
It's really the group. Like, Jimmy really can... I know there's been a lot made the last couple of days about... Steve said he can't play with Jimmy, and the Jimmy numbers have been bad and all of that. It really is Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph. It's the ability to play with the main guys, and when Steph's out there, they're going to run a completely different system that they've basically ditched.
Right.
So that's the part that I think it changes everything. They all have a certain way they have to play. Jimmy can fit into that, and Kuminga hasn't really been able to fit in with the other three.
No, definitely. But as far as the other young guys, I mean, who can you rely on at this point? Jonathan Kuminga showed you so much promise in the last game.
It's just kind of hot hand because it's like Podziemski's not been there. Moody hasn't been there engaged.
Moody has been completely lost.
Steve said it. He said it pregame, Cope. So apologies for jumping in on you, but he said straight up, "I'm going to ride the hot hand."
That's all you can do right now. It's sort of like when you get a bat that's like that in the playoffs in baseball. You get a pitcher who's like that. Just go with the guy, dance with the girl that got you as recently as they brought you.
And if they struggle, then oh well. They at least it's like Kuminga had some plays down the stretch where a turnover, a missed shot, but he also scored 30 and kept you in the game and
Buddy
gave you a shot to win.
End of the last series, Buddy Hield, Game 7 into Game 1.
But to that point, I mean, what's the best way to use Jimmy Butler tonight as far as minutes? Because even though he's been used to playing 40-plus in these playoffs, he looked gassed in the fourth quarter. So, I mean, like, is it play him less? Is it spell him with Jonathan Kuminga? Like, what's the best course of action as far as rotations and minutes for Jimmy Butler when you don't have Steph Curry out there?
There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, the season's on the line, whether it's a gotta-have or a must-win, there's nothing you can do. You got to play him 40. You might have to play him more than he played on Saturday night, to be perfectly honest. And honestly, you have to go all in, and that's where it leaves you risking it all, essentially. If he winds up having a great game and he's tired in the fourth quarter and he can't hit a couple of shots and you lose because of it, well, if you had taken him out early, you might have lost because of that. So these teams, when you find yourself in the playoff series, a lot of it's the playable players, and your rotation starts to get whittled down by guys who you think can play and can't, and the other team takes some other guys away and makes them unplayable. The teams that lose these series end up in these awkward positions where they have to play a guy an extra 5 to 8 minutes, and they can't play that Moody anymore, and Quentin Post is done, and now you're relying on Kuminga, who you basically wouldn't be playing at all if Steph was playing. The circumstances have flipped this whole thing upside down on the Warriors, but I think they have to go all in on tonight to try to get it, because if you don't, the season's over anyway. If you do, then maybe you can let up a little bit on Wednesday, knowing that you've got the Game 6 back here on Sunday, and potentially have Steph come back, and then you're basically trying to win tonight, in my mind, and then win the last two with Steph coming back after you get the 3-day break from Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
John Dickinson, the voice you hear, he'll be on Dubs OT immediately following the Warrior game tonight, right here live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center in Thrive City. JD, have a great time at the game tonight. We'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it, fellas.
Real quick, would you welcome Tim tonight on Dubs OT? Because I don't know if you know about the whole situation.
Tim's paying off a bet right now. He has to be at KMBR for 30 hours from the time at noon. He got to that's right. He got to KMBR at noon today. He can't leave until after we finish our show tomorrow.
Ooh.
This is from a fantasy football
What did he do?
Yeah, right. Yeah, so my hope is that we can get him on every show between the end of ours and our start tomorrow. So we're thinking Dubs OT for a hit tonight on the Dubs, because he's just going to be hanging, watching the game. Get him on, talk some Dubs tonight. We're going to try to get him on the morning show and then on with Greg and Greg.
Yeah, I'm in. We can do that.
Yeah,
we can make
perfect. Work him in.
I'm
perfect. That's if Kyle Harr says it's okay.
My guy, JD. Let's go.
Yeah,
Kyle is at the controls.
We're checking
what's fair.
Yeah, Tim is not. By the way, when Tim's off, he ain't in charge anymore. It's up to Kyle Harr as to whether or not.
I approve it, but Kyle does have the final say.
JD tested, Kyle approved.
Kyle Harr's a tough ass, so we'll see about that.
All right, JD, have a great time tonight, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
Tim, we got a note to self as we put this thing to bed.
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. Thanks to all the filth for all the suggestions. I'm going to try to work as many of these silly phrases into our appearances. JD, thanks for saying yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
JD's like, yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, note to self.
Note to self.
Tim, I know you have a lot on your plate today. You have to be at the studio for a good deal of time going into tomorrow. But don't lie to the people. Don't lie to the filth. Don't lie to our fans.
We asked him what time he got there today, JD, and he was like, I got here at like 11, and Mike Holder texted us.
Not the
immediately.
case.
He got here at 12, and Derek was like, it was a 12 o'clock arrival.
Not the case.
No
Just
way.
and it's not a big deal, but just be honest. Just be honest about what time you come into work. That's all I ask.
You're such a snot.
Note to self.
Note to self.
Remind myself to text Tim to brush his teeth both tonight and tomorrow morning as he's spending all that time. By the way, brought an air mattress to the studio, dude.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's living large tonight.
That's impressive.
Tim's over 6 feet. There's no way he's fitting on that mattress.
No, that'll be tough.
Definitely not a short king, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're going all right, Tim. We didn't.
Now I'm mad.
All right, dude. Yeah, see, yeah, maybe it's 32 hours. All right, when we'll check in with Tim tomorrow. We'll see how he's doing. Thanks to our guests tonight or this afternoon. Susan Slusser joined us, Sam Gordon joined us, and of course John Dickinson, who you'll hear on Dubs OT immediately following the game, right here from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier, except for Tim. 30 hours is a lot. It gets easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KMBR and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Giants pregame starts right now.